Silicon Valley people who put it on. That was a big shower. Yeah. And there was Rowan spelling out, you must die before you die.
That's incredible, man. Yeah. With the key in the side of it. That is awesome.
New York City.
That is pretty
Comedy Central.
Yeah, I also in this picture is doing
So no.
I would think it was like read shit on the bottom there.
you can see all of this is part of this new lifestyle, bro. Great engineering that they make. Great engineering. That's what I was stuff we need to find. Yeah, that's it. What happens in yeah, these are one thing.
This is the night tonight, man. I'm soaking it up. I'm just loving every minute of it. I just had a baby girl.
That's
why you feel what I'm feeling, man. You don't know every day I get to look at her, and she's looking at me and stuff. She has like lovely neck. Yeah, she can't look at me at all. She just
there's a common portal that's
her arms passes out.
Big deal. I like the differences personally.
It makes me nervous, you know what I mean? My dad, he's very happy that I had the baby, but it's like he's more happy that I have something else to worry about besides myself. Does that make sense to you? Now he's like, now you're going to feel like that. Now you're going to what it's like to have a baby.
So no dream time picture. Doing cold plans, playing like dream time, brother. He's a man.
You have to pay money. Because that's what your baby needs. Now you're going to pay my money, daddy. Give me money, daddy. Man, Dad, when did I ask you for money? You don't remember. You don't remember. Happy birthday, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Orders for Donkey Kong. Yankees Lakers. Twinkie. Look, man, you're holding a grudge, brother. Why are you stressing so hard, man? I don't know if you have any cash. You owe me millions. He'll just say it like that, but he's a con artist, man. He's always looking for that edge to get some cash. Like, come on, man. You need to give me,
So thanks for doing that.
What did you say? What did you hear? Con artist, man. That's how he's been since I was a kid, man. I had to prepare for my baby. I bought little playpens, toys for the baby and stuff like that. And like an idiot, Dad, how did you guys prepare for me? We didn't even want to. What are you talking about? I didn't know you were coming till a week before. My parents were young, brother. They were like 15 or 16 when they had me. So it's one of those things. Like, I was in kindergarten; they were still in high school. I remember. I remember like it was yesterday. I used to see him in the hallway and said, "Hey, Dad, I need lunch money." My wife's very happy though. She's coming along fine. She's repairing herself. She's white, so she's very excited to be having Latin babies. Latino babies, man. She wants to be in the whole baby. She thought right when we got married, she goes, "Oh my God, I'm gonna be Mexican." Oh my God. No. You gotta do some paperwork before that happens. So she was glad, man. Glad to meet my father. Glad to get into the family now. with
bring
my
up that
wife, you know.
article? It's on
Always
recent
living to be
website.
around my parents, especially my dad, you know, and she's hooking on to his favorite word. My dad's got his favorite word. Regardless.
And the other one's called the most
He doesn't know what it means. He just likes to say it, you know.
the most controversial
Regardless.
research paper.
He'll just slip it into a sentence, man, whether it belongs there or not. You know, he'll just put it in. Hold on, come over here.
You will find
Share.
Look on
We
your
need to send it on the
okay,
tag
go to
regardless.
the magazine. Go to the magazine tab on the top. Okay, go to your issue.
And then on the bottom, we gotta put a orders with one wiggle regardless. I don't even ask him why he says it. He gets mad at it. Why regardless? What regardless?
This is it. This will go to, I think, next week.
Get a baby in your
It's
head,
there.
man. I'm just talking.
Okay.
He goes crazy, man. He's been like that ever since I was a kid, you know.
And just read all the
What can I do? Now he's happy that I'm married to a white girl. Oh, now she's going to take care of me. But you better remember where you came from. So he's always telling me, just remember where you came from, all right? My balls. That's where you live, in my little apartment, right there. My two-bedroom apartment, that's where you were at. You were just a little fish, but you were the fastest one. Came out of the Mexican Canada. See, my dad, you know, and his English is all messed up. He's, you know, always asking me how to spell for him. He can't spell, this guy. Milo, come over here, guy. Hey, how many S's are there in the word shit? Shit, what are you talking about, man? Well, pretty S's, shit, come on, man. The way you say it, four. Put as many as you want, man. I'm just telling you, there's a lot of S's the way you say it. Dad, don't tell me that it's share and it's chicken, but you're nice. It's jerk.
The withdrawal of such high equipment, as well as to see, like, we kind of like put the nail on the collar to understand that
All of a sudden, there's a ZS just out of nowhere, man. Hey, look at my new
not as
shoes.
often as before. Like I said, we were just talking about
Shoes, man.
so it's like every
Choose your shoes. Oh, I choose my
this is
shoes.
literally for that. So that it didn't hit me in that exact moment.
Oh, that's your people, though, Freddie. I love your family. There's no passion.
25.
She said some racist stuff.
I was kind of older because most people.
Oh, you can believe it, man. Take this. We were in the ultrasound room getting an ultrasound for my little baby.
But there they are with
You tell me if I'm being too sensitive. We're looking at the monitor. My baby comes up on the screen.
So I
When we
was
first see it,
the
it's a
oldest
6
guy.
millimeters
A lot
big.
of guys in the early 20s. So
She starts crying. My wife. Oh my God.
I was
It
older than my
looks
sergeant.
like a little bee.
A teenager. So that was interesting.
What kind of racist crap is that? What do you mean it looks like a little bean? Huh? Is that why you're crying? Because it looks like a bean? I bet if it looked like a cracker, you'd be very happy. Everybody would be laughing if it looked like a race. That's where she comes from, I guess. You know, she came from the South. I came from the South. I grew up in El Paso, Texas. I mean, we had a lot of rednecks.
So it's the most heartbreaking thing.
Oh man, that's when you didn't get scared, man. When you start hearing that,
But if people want to look into a conspiracy involved in Iraq and Afghanistan, look into
they're the ones, man. See, those guys, that's why I don't have an accent like my father.
does all the
I had
logistics and
teachers that
supply
were,
chain for the United States military.
God darn it.
So, for instance,
You're not going to speak your goddamn Spanish in my classroom.
they are the logistics. So they want the no big go back to no big
You better say that stuff for your darn kissing.
the CEO for
I'm trying to help you, but they don't.
before the 2001
Here in Texas, we speak English like we do Lord and Tendon, all right? That's right. Hell, what language was the Bible written in?
history
But Dick Cheney,
Oh, that's right.
colored brown and roots.
Written good old American, son. You don't believe me? Go over to the Motel 8 and open a drawer. You open the good book, I guarantee you jalapeno won't fall out.
But it's
Always trying to help.
In fact,
These guys, you know, that's what they do, man. They the beaner. We got the beaner. Big deal. So what? Everybody's got a food. That's what racism was all about, is food, really. Right? Black people, what do you guys have? Fried chicken, watermelon.
And
see how quiet everybody just got in here? Yeah, everybody laughed at the beans, though, didn't they? The beans is funny, right? The chicken? Oh, I never heard of it. What's the chicken? Watermelon, big guy. I got these tickets for free. We tried to pick cracker on the white people. That one's not happening too good, man. The white people are very crowded. You guys are always in everybody else's restaurant. That way it'll catch you.
Next time you have a veteran on ask it because
They gotta have fun, man. People are now starting the politically correct thing, you know? We're all just people.
Swear to God,
How many human race? We're all just people. You're scared of adjectives, man. You can't describe each other anymore. What is that, man? I'm proud of who I am. It's the differences that make us special. Don't ever take it away from each other.
These things were.
If you have a friend with a wiggle leg, you're never going to talk about it? That's not a friend, man. If he's a friend of mine, you kick it out from under.
These are the most direct insulated.
You'll remember that for 100 years. I guarantee you. Yeah, take it away from him when he's swimming. He'll go in a circle. We're all just people. Don't think such things. Good. I hope you get love. Right? Then we'll see how sensitive you are, right? Who loved you?
So that's, yeah, that's a lot of
what he looked like? Just people, really. They'll have a label for you and you won't even know what to do. They'll mug you. Oh my God, it was the Mexican gangbanger. He had a big tattoo of the Virgin Mary Guadalupe on his throat. 16 people in his car. 12 more on the hood. All the babies were in the back seats. All the women were having babies and more babies and they were out selling chiclets. Every one of them had a leaf blower and a lawn mower. There was a little dog that spoke Spanish. Selling tacos for 99 cents. They were driving a Chevy with a Malibu door. And they had mattresses on top of their car. No roof. Everybody was just holding on to the car. Look at all these toys, guys. This is what I had when I was growing up, man. There was one toy I didn't get, though. I didn't get a slip and slide. I wanted a slip and slide, yeah. No, but I did. I got a hefty slide. That's cool. You guys remember the hefty slide where you take your hefty bags together and you lay it out on your front lawn? Put some rocks down on the corners so it doesn't fly away. My dad used to water it in the front lawn, you know, and it's smoking in his underwear. I mean, he wanted to have a good time, man. If he set up for a good time, he missed it. Let's go on, man. Let's go. Water! Get the water! Come on, man. Pull us in the slide. Come on, man.
You know, I'm trying to save you guys from
come on, don't be scared, all right? Come on, will you come out? I'll pick up the rat. Don't worry, I'll pick it up. you know?
civilians that were killed.
And then I went to my mom, my nipple. She gives me some kind of Mexican witchcraft, you know?
And
Don't worry, son,
soldiers that
la comida era. You know what that means, bro?
Sorry to start this off.
It means bro, the ass of a frog.
No, it's such a
You're a doctor, man. It's insurance.
so
Every time it's home remedies, you know? You can cut my arm off at my grandma's house. Don't worry, just put some butter on. Butter and some sour cream. I've got athlete's foot.
virtual digital
And
internet.
man, I'm not gonna pee on my feet. Oh, you want me to? Come on, oh, that wants to pee on my feet. Oh, you've got athlete's foot. You better let it. Do you have dandruff?
I saw the jokes. We play them all the time in my house. My dad liked to,
of course.
Let's
take pictures of you when you were really pissed off.
right, brother? Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just to make look at your face, look at your face. Every day he'd wake up my mom with a new way to wake her up. You know what I mean? He'd wake her up, Freddie got hit by a car.
Listening to
That's the way I did it, man. That's the way I did it when I was growing up.
even you go back to
This house, my bars, Virgin Mary, and the eyes moved. I pushed it too, man. I pushed it with my parents. You guys ever come home drunk? I mean, like, really wasted drunk, where you like, hey, come home and take a leak in one of their closets or something like that. And you don't even care who's watching you. What the hell are you doing to my tool? You got athlete's foot.
Black Rock, yeah.
Are you going to be the early bird tomorrow, man? They mean it, man. You're going to be the early bird. They'll wake you up at like 5:30 in the morning. They don't even have to shake you, wake you up. All they got to do is stare at you. It feels like they've been there all night, you know, just watching you. You open your little crusty eye. Hey, good morning, Mr. Barney. You'll be on that roof, man. You'll be working. Right? That's a father and son moment, man. You're hungover. He's hungover.
Props to President Trump. He just got inaugurated yesterday.
They send you to go look for stuff. They don't tell you where it is. They don't even know what it is.
JFK to say the word.
Find me that.
He said that years ago. Did he say it?
What's that thing that I see? Go find me that.
What's
that? You know what I do?
He said, you know, the rules change.
I don't know what that is. And they don't tell you where it is.
Right now.
Dad, where is it? Right there, man. What do you mean right there? Right there. If you don't see it right there, then next to the left. Next to the what? If you don't see it on the left, then or left there. Or left there. What? That's not even a word. I'm not in school, Mr. Rogers, all right? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You know what? You better find it. Because if I go there and I find it, I'm gonna kick your ass. You know what? You're seeing right now? You better hide it.
Most people are going to think it's a Hitler salute, so it's just going to be a lot of attention straight controversy. Yeah, I think he was my best guess. I don't know the guy. I think he was being sincere, and the Roman steak is not the same thing as the Nazi steak. Although the Nazis got it from the Romans, but there's a difference there. You know, like what is a Roman steak? Back, you want to answer this? I know that back in times, people would show their hearts to the Caesars because they loved them, and so that's where it came from. It was a sign of great respect. But it's nothing related to anything against Jews. This isn't about Holocaust. It was just a symbol of respect and love. And I mean, Elon Musk is one of those people that he keeps talking about, like, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? And if I may, I find it pretty. I think it's the opposite of social media. This kind of thing, you should probably thought about this a little more. He was probably just, I think, Jim's right. He's enthusiastic. And he's just like, I love you guys, I love Rome. But that's the kind of thing that, I mean, it's just too polarizing. There's so many people that, like, there's a huge swath in the population that is even, like, look at the context of a quote. Even the very little snippet, and it's going to take that and only look okay before or after. Something like that feeds right into all of it. So I think that was kind of although definitely going in viral. Oh my God, putting aside all the human speech and the data effects, I myself have been blasted as a Nazi. When we talk about diet, health, and longevity, one of the ways I feel about it is to live about and in a couple of perspective, which
Hey, before I get started, I'm going to ask you a question. I lost my sunglasses yesterday. Today I went to the sunglass hut. Here's the question. Why does a pair of sunglasses cost more than a 25-inch color television set? I walk into the sunglass hut, I see a pair of glasses I like. I don't love them. I like them. $309. And I asked the guy very politely, how do you sleep at night, you little prick? And I told him, and this is true, that 2 weeks ago I bought a 25-inch color television set from Walmart for $218. And he goes, well, apparently, sir, you don't get it. I'm listening. He goes, these glasses eliminate 100% of all UV rays. Like, no, apparently you don't get it. This thing decodes a digital satellite signal and picks up from outer space.
Just for sharing the ideas and aspects of civilizations, I've been called anti-Semitic, I've been called
And then it turned out the glasses got basically I felt like a twist. So.
which is
You ever take a crap so big your pants fit better?
a lot of people don't aware that it's prehistoric something that these past 10,000 years
I'm hoping that happens to me later tonight.
So take all the turbines and stuff aside, those go away. This has
It's great to be in New York. I'm staying in the studio hotel at the Millennium. I went out last night. I got back at the hotel at 7:30 this morning, and I went up to the desk to leave a wake-up call for 7 o'clock.
I'm excited
Mr. Watkins,
for like 6 months because I knew
no, the next one.
for it.
You got another one coming around, don't you? Why don't you just put me on that one? They're running 2 a day through New York City. And it turns out I was right. Sure enough, 2 a day, like clockwork.
Bastardized it, wrote it for everybody, but it's a single piece.
First time I ever worked in New York City, somebody broke into my truck and stole my radio. Thank you, whoever you were. I got to drive back to Texas, listen to the sound of wind for 56 hours. I went to the insurance company, I was filling out these forms, and I got to the part on the form where it says what kind of radio it was, and I told the guy I didn't remember. He said, Mr. White, if you can remember what kind of radio it was, we'll know how much money to give you. Good news. I thought a real expensive sounding brand, and I wrote it down, and he knew I was lying. Mr. White, I don't believe Rolex makes a radio. It was a clock radio. I checked premium boy. So just out in LA for 10 days. I don't like Los Angeles, California. It changes people. You know what I mean? Somebody goes, I have a buddy of mine from Houston. He's a comedian. He moved to LA 6 months ago. 6 months in LA. I don't know it. 6 months in LA. Now he's a vegetarian, a humanitarian, an environmentalist. Fine. If you're here tonight and you're a vegetarian, do me a favor. Shut up. You're not going to recruit me. I didn't climb to the top of the food chain to eat carrots. It's not even that good for you. Ever see a healthy looking vegetarian? They're all kind of yellow, aren't they? Their bodies become intolerant. I'll give you an example. I'm on the way to the Melrose Improv to do a set with my buddy, and he says this, and I quote. He goes, I feel nauseous and I have a headache. I think that vegetable soup I had for lunch must have had beef broth in it. I didn't know what to say. Your system's kicking back. Broth. You're a manly man, aren't you? Why are you a vegetarian? I asked him, and it wasn't because meat's bad for you. He said that raising cattle was bad for the planet. The cow flatulence in the ozone and the clearing of land for the raising of cattle. What are you doing to help the environment? I'm eating the cow. I was in Miami a couple years ago when Hurricane George hit the Keys, and I thought this was funny. They evacuated the Keys, and everybody left except for one guy who's going to stay there and tie himself to a tree on the beach to prove a point. The point was, he said that at 53 years of age, he was in good enough physical condition to withstand the wind and the rain from a 4th-Street hurricane. All right. Let me explain something to you. There's a wind. The wind is what the wind is blowing. If you get hit with a Volvo, it doesn't really matter how many sit-ups you did in the morning. Despite how all the beautiful things that they did, they're also little things. I am from Texas. I'm a cowboy, a real cowboy. Probably not a typical Texan in that I don't hunt. I fish, but I don't hunt. And not because I think it might somehow be more holy to eat meat that's been bludgeoned to death by somebody else. That's not it. It's really early in the morning. It's really cold outside. I want to go. My cousin Ray, on the other hand, thinks killing a deer with a deer rifle is magic in the forest. I would like to do for you now my impression of my cousin Ray.
Anyway,
after the big kill.
It was clearly evil, but they had a government, a powerful government.
And it was 4 in the morning. 22 degrees outside.
So,
of course, you weren't there.
What does the Vatican know about ancient history that you don't know? That's what you say.
When a camouflage deer blind with grease paint on my face, I've got deer urine on my boots. I'm not sure why. I made that part up. I got a a 30-06 with a 12-power scope and a bullet that'll travel 2,200 feet per second. When that deer looked up to lick the salt sucker, I hung from the dang old tree.
Is that what you're talking about? Same thing?
So right above the eye.
And then you had
Yeah, well, I hit one with a van. Going 55 miles an hour with the headlights on and the horn blowing. Woo, that's an elusive little creature. You ever miss one as the bullet's moving too fast? Slow the bullet down to 55 miles an hour, put some headlights and a little horn on it. The deer will actually jump in front of the bullet. Married man, happily married man. Thank you very much for asking. I married a rich woman if you ever have a choice. Go ahead. Actually, that's a lie. She's not rich at all. Her parents are. And they hate my guts. I'm waiting for them to die. And you'll know if they die too, because you'll never see my fat ass again. I'll be in Palm Beach with my new friends. Everything's an emergency in my life, but she never had to deal with her own problems. You know what I mean? Spoiled, catered to her whole life. There's no cure for that. You know, I was in Atlanta one time. She called me one night. Misses me in the hotel room. They catch me in the lobby and tell me I have an emergency phone call from home. I knocked over 10 people in the lobby of a very nice hotel thinking maybe my in-laws. I call her, she tells me my dog Sluggo just took a dump on the new carpet. I'm like, shoot it. She goes, that's just like you, Ron. I have a genuine problem, and you're being sarcastic. All right, honey, I'm sorry. Put the dog on the phone, I'll talk to him. Bought this big two-story custom van to tour in. And it's kind of neat. It's got the James Bond couch in the back where you push a button and the couch in the back automatically turns into a bed. I'm like, well, that's cool. I finally got something over those Mercedes Benz driving in-laws. You know what I mean? When I first bought the van, I was real proud of it. I took it straight over to my brother-in-law's house to show it off because he's such a prick. He takes one look at my new van and goes, I can't believe you didn't buy a Mercedes Benz.
So it's like, this is a whole
They don't make a van.
and there's something there.
Ron, I don't think you fully understand the intricacies of Mercedes-Benz engineering. Well, I got the 3-inch windshield wiper that keeps my headlight clean in a rainstorm. I got a place to have sex with your sister. I don't know why they don't like me. Actually, that's a bunch of crap. I'm just kind of horse. I just wanted to do those jokes first. I have bizarre friends. I still have a friend that's a homophobic. Didn't you think they were all dead? Didn't you think that was non-existent anymore? I still have a friend that's a homophobe. What a wasted emotion that is, to be a homophobic. Why? What are you scared of? He said something stupid the other day. He goes, man, this place would be better if there weren't so many queers. I'm like, you know what? The next time you have a thought, just let it go. You'll be way ahead of the game. And listen to me when I tell you this. We're all gay. It's just to what extent are you gay? He goes, that's bullshit. I ain't gay at all. I'm like, yeah, you are. I'll prove it to you. Fine, prove it. Like, all right, do you like porn? He goes, yeah, I love porn. You know that. Like, do you only watch scenes with two women together? No, I watch a man and a woman making love. Oh, do you like the guy to have a small, half-flashing penis? He goes, no, I like big, hard, throbbing.
Ron Paul said this is
I did not know that about myself. I got thrown out of a bar in New York City.
How can they be a part of it?
Now, when I say I got thrown out of a bar, I don't mean somebody asked me to leave. We walked to the door together. I said, bye, everybody, I gotta go. 6 bouncers hurled me out of a nightclub like I was a frisbee. Those big old huge New York bouncers, those big old boys that think bouncing's a cool job to have. They hang out with other bouncers talking about bouncing. They go home every night, watch Roadhouse and beat off. You know what I'm talking about? Patrick Swayze's hitting another guy. For wearing a hat, I walk into a bar with a hat on. This guy really pissed me. Like, what's the deal? He goes, I'll tell you what the deal is. In this area, you wear hats. We're trying to keep them out of our club. I'm like, oh, really? The only way we can tell in Texas is if they have their haircut like yours. He walked away and I took the hat off. Like an hour later, I'd been drinking and I forgot it. Forget happened to me. I put the hat back on. The guy comes over to me now. Now I'm between 6'1" and 6'6", depending on which convenience store I'm leaving. I weighed 240 pounds. The guy comes over to me, fingered me in the shoulder with 2 fingers, and said, "You're out of here." I was like, "I don't think so." And I was wrong. They hurled my ass. And then they squared off with me in the parking lot, and I backed down from the fight because I don't know how many of it would have taken to whip my ass. But I knew how many they were going to use. It's a handy little piece of information to have right there. Overkill. Well, they called the police and we broke a chair on the way out the door, and I refused to pay for it. I refused to pay for it because we broke it over my thigh. The cops showed up, and at that point, I had the right to remain silent, but I didn't have the ability. God says, "Mr. White, you're being charged with drunk in public." I was like, hey. I was drunk in a bar. They threw me into public. I don't want to be drunk in public. I want to be drunk in a bar, which is perfectly legal. Arrest them. Well, he didn't arrest them. Instead, he made me do a field sobriety test where you stand on one foot, raise the other foot 6 inches off the ground, and count to 30. I made it to woo. Is that going to be close enough? Well, it wasn't close enough. So they call in for my arrest record. There's some good news. Now, I told you that story to tell you this story. When I was 17 years old, I was arrested for being drunk in public. It seemed to be a pattern. And one DWI, which was a bogus charge, because it turns out they were stopping every vehicle traveling down that particular sidewalk, and that's profiling. And profiling is wrong. On the drug and public charge, the arresting officer in Fridge, Texas, who I literally known all my life. You know what I mean? This guy lived 4 doors down from me in a town of less than 400 people. We've met. He takes me to jail. When we get there, he asks me if I have any aliases.
Just forget about it.
And I was just being a smart ass and said, yeah, they call me Tater Salad. 17 years later in New York City, I'm handcuffed on a bench with blood coming out of my nose, and this cop goes, "Are you on Tater Salad, White?" You caught me. You caught the tater. You can take down those roadblocks. I call my son Tater Tot. I mentioned Sluggo earlier. That's who? Good class. He's a great dog. I love my dog. He's an English bulldog. Sluggo, that's my name. Don't beat him. You know what I do to him when he's asleep? I lift up those big old huge bulldog jowls, and I had M&M's and cream there. He wakes up in the morning and goes, "It's gonna be a good day, Tater." He calls me Tater. He's a great dog. He's sick right now, which is a pain in the butt. When he gets sick, you can't just feed him medicine and spit it out. You gotta hide him and beat some cheese or something. And I stuck him out last year for picking a litter. And I put him with the female dog for a couple of weeks because every once in a while you just feel like getting your dog laid. You know what I mean? You know he had been laid in the backyard for 2 years shaking. Do you know somebody, Tater, or somebody you can call? Throw a poodle over the fence, buddy. I've heard it blue back here. And then to make sure it took, I took him down to the veterinarian's office and had artificial insemination done twice. Now, for those of you that don't know, that's where they obtained the semen from Sluggo and put it in the female dog. And now it's pretty easy to get old Sluggo to go to the vet. He loves the place. There's something around my house that sounds like vet. Sluggo's pumping air. I went down there to the veterinarian and had the audacity to say to me, "Mr. Weinfeld, just come on back here. We'll show you how to do this. And next time you don't have to bring in the dog, you can just bring in the semen." That's okay. You go ahead and jack off the dog. He follows me around too much as it is. I'm going to spend the rest of my life with this bulldog. Jack me up. Get out of here. We got gummy. You did it the other day. Do it yourself. I don't have any thumbs.
There's little evidence to support the claim that this credit card belongs. Okay, little evidence to lead up to it. What I'm reading on that sentence alone is like, not just this photograph from the delivery of like stipulated an article claiming that Obama's credit card was stolen by hackers. A likely story.
Thanks for playing along. I'll get it
It's like they could have said, unknown or they are right. So it'll be hey, look, we'll find out in the next couple of years if that was true or not. And I don't mean to tear apart the daughters of Obama because, like, I imagine being born into that kind of life. What a interesting card. I don't. A lot of people might be like, "Oh, it'd be awesome to be the daughter or son of a president." I'm like, man, your life is significantly changed forever. You can't still watch imagine not being able to still watch the school by yourself.
It is Monday, June 16th. We're in Austin, Texas.
They do these mini documentary series. And the first 2 episodes, like, my buddy sent it to me, and he was like, "Oh my God, you're gonna think Hunter's such a piece of shit after watching this." And I watched it, and I was like feeling bad for the guy. And they were basically saying, like, right when him and his brother were babies, Joe basically decided to leave, go to another state to be a senator or a congressman, where he was not home. He was home like 1 day a month. Never saw his kids. Left the wife home alone with the kids, and they were going through a lot of issues. And he was completely absent from their lives. Yeah, that's rough. That destroys children. And he chose his career over his kids.
Well, yeah, and that's a hard one too. I was just thinking we're talking about Hunter Biden and stuff. It's like imagine being that kind of person. It's a testimony to the power of cocaine, right? I mean, Hunter Biden's got all kinds of good options in the world, right? He can do whatever he wants. What's he want to do? I'm not going to be high on that.
Most rich kids I know end up going down that road.
It's because of lack of better things to do. It's an available thing. What are you going to do? What are they choosing to do?
2016.
2 hours a day. So
We're in Austin, Texas. You old Toasty? You old Toasty? Jim, you're still flying in and out. You're getting that LA weather. Yeah. But you're still in the valley. Yeah. It's hot. It's pretty hot. Actually, it's like comparable to it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Same now. July, August, I heard it's a different animal. But even it goes up about 5 degrees all day, baby. T, I dropped them off today. Listen, we have kids on the summers about keeping these critters busy, wearing them out. Who can wear out my child? His name's working on their skills in whatever sports they play.
as good as I got
So, Bossy's in some, I don't know, he's 5, man, in some camp. It'd be cool for 5-year-olds. He's drunk about it. There's new random activities. And then Tiger's in some elite baseball camp. I dropped him off at the college campus this morning. That little dude's just out there doing it. See you, dude. You got to kids that have fun, dude. Compete. Yeah, not to say compete. Fun compete. And it's from freaking 9 a.m. to 4. Monday through Friday. It's an hydrate and compete, man. They kept him for him. This young knows. And at 9, it's good for him, man. You know, it's comfort zone. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. Let's get into it, man. Let's freaking get into it. There's a lot going on in the fight world. A lot going on. You had UFC Fight Night in Atlanta. Kamal Usman, Joaquin Buckley. We'll start with those boys. I just want to get right into it. And then we'll get into Paul Craig and all Oscar. Get the hell out of my face. I want to say that right now, but we won't wait. Kamal Usman, Joaquin Buckley.
So
how do we want to take this?
I guess we can talk about like some ancient civilization we did on this podcast.
For Kamal Usman, there's a million reasons you would bet against him in his life. There's a reason why he was the underdog going into his life, right? Hasn't fought for years.
Not everybody.
Not only has not fought 3 years, hasn't had a win in a hot second.
How did you get
But in
into
hindsight, looking back on it,
first of all, how
look
did you
at his
guys
losses. If you look at the losses to Leon Edwards, you look at the loss to Hamzat, which must I remind you was on like a 10 or 12 day notice. So granted, he hasn't won a fight since 2023 in October. That was UFC 292 or 294.
You did a debunk on me, and you did it with such a class.
So he fought Hamzat, which,
not bad, but
he's fighting
to
at
anyone that doesn't know,
85.
they have a YouTube channel called Bright Insights.
Yes.
And
Kamal's
exploring the
definitely
mysteries of lost ancient civilizations. I firmly believe that
10 or 12 day notice.
we're older and more
And
advanced than we're
I had that
personally
fight
think
a
significantly
draw.
more advanced than we ever imagined.
You know,
I
that
don't
first
fix
round
that
you
too
get
much because I'm
10
trying to
Hamzat,
first show people
and
that
then
what
2
we
and
were
3
taught in
probably
school,
gonna be
what is
tomorrow,
actively
but
printed in textbooks,
then
what the
Abu
Indian
Dhabi,
culture
Air
agrees on
Force
for,
not going to go
is
that
widely
direction
inaccurate.
for foreigners.
How advanced
that
that's
was good there.
able part.
But that should
And I
have
just
kind
made
of
a simple
gave
video
you
where there was
an
them putting
insight
a
of
2-ton stone in the back of a Ford
possibilities.
Ranger truck.
And then if you look at his
Blew out
Leon
the suspension
Edwards
and messed
fight,
it up, you made a
we
point
lost
response
majority
about it.
decision.
In my experience, with
he was
there's large of
definitely
the following
not doing terrible in that
a
fight.
lot of criticism.
And unless I remind you, the one the head kick,
and a lot of
headshot,
people in the debunk quite
kill shot,
I've had people
he was winning that entire fight until that last 50 seconds, whatever it was, in that 5th round.
basically people not
were the
Richard
heel.
is a class act.
But I just
gravitate
think
towards him. I'm
the
like,
long
how refreshing
layoff
that somebody
in
can,
your head, you hear 3
close to what
losses.
I'm
No
suggesting,
way.
and do it
But
with
if you look at
success.
the
We connected,
losses,
been friends
all
ever
signs
since.
pointed like
And
Kamal
Dan
still should have
providing
something
such
to
a
take.
unique niche
I think a lot of that
spot
factored
in this
in
field where it's like you're bridging the gap between academics and the
with
regional
Joaquin
terms of
Buckley.
theorists.
I think looking at the fight, especially
you're
the
seeing
first
things
4
from
rounds,
both perspectives where you'll defend
whenever a
academics
young
when they're right,
prospect
and
like
you'll defend
Joaquin Buckley
the other
fights a
side, or
legend like
contradict,
Kamal Usman,
depending, and you just follow the evidence.
it
You
goes
see it
2
communicated
ways,
to class.
where they just have no respect and they think he's washed up and they're gonna dog walk him and run right through him, and there's just no respect. Or there's so much respect where they don't pull the trigger, they're gun shy, they're really not going for the kill, they have too much respect, they grew up watching them. So an example of that is Pat Barry Crow Cup. If you remember that fight, Oh, geez, we'll remember this fight. The new kids out there, like Pat Barry, Rose's coach, he's fighting UFC. And yeah, he was a kickboxer, and one of his heroes was Ringo Crow Cop, and they paired those guys up. And now, this is before I fought for some hindsight here. When Pat Barry fought Crow Cop, he looked up to him so much. They were hugging and high-fiving during the fight, and Pat could have won that fight maybe, but because he had so much respect for Crow Cop, he didn't have that killer instinct, and Crow Cop, if I remember right, ended up choking him out. But it's weird. They throw like head kicks and high-five each other for blocking, and there was just too much respect on Pat Barry's head. So you can kind of get that. And when I fought Crow Cop, I think it was right after that fight, the first thing Joe Silva said to me, so they gave me the fight, and the first thing Joe Silva said to me, I was at some UFC promo thing, promotional thing, he walks up and goes, hey, you're not going to play that grab-ass respect game like Pat did. He gave me this fight for a reason. You better do work. I'm like, trust me, I do like Crow Cop, but the way you show you respect these legends is by taking it to them. That's how you show respect. Everything you got, and if they're the better man, all good. That's like the legends, but you show respect to these legends by freaking trying to take their head off. High five them. Don't show them this, weird respect in the cage that you don't show to another young fighter. I hate when guys do that. So going back to relate this to Kamaru Usman, Kamaru is probably top 3 greatest welterweights of all time, living legend, right?
Like, this is
for
very
itself.
benign. Like,
Joaquin Buckley,
totally harmless. Yeah. But it turns out that this is
the build up to this fight was all respect. He's this legend.
Totally different genres. Nothing
He was showing a ton of respect.
His internal balance. Everyone's just trying to. Unfortunately,
but I saw the disrespect with the way he fought Kamaru Usman, meaning in his camp and his coaches, they must have thought Kamaru Usman's knees are so bad. He's had 3-year layoff. Hasn't won a fight in God knows how long. He's a shell of himself. So they must have not worked on any ground game or any wrestling. I assume, because anyone that knows the game, even at, like, say, a blue belt level, when you see Joaquin Buckley's jiu-jitsu off his back and his takedown defense, even if you only wrestled in high school, you would realize like that there was no preparation, there was no game plan for the takedown, or if you were to get taken down. I assume the whole camp was on the feet. He looked so amateur from the mouth. His takedown offense was atrocious. Atrocious. So,
which I don't, but I do think he's
when he fought Colby Covington,
his work is honest, and
he definitely looked more prepared for the takedowns. And I also think Colby Covington actually has kind of aged faster. Doesn't have nowhere near the pop and cardio and explosiveness that he had back in the day with those Kamaru Usman fights. That's kind of that version of Colby's gone. So I think his team and the fans, including myself, watched the Colby fight and was like, oh no, his takedown defense is really good. He can actually defend this. Kamaru's kind of screwed.
As far as ball bet goes, that's one interesting.
But I assume Joaquin Buckley's camp was just striking the whole time. When Kamaru Usman would shoot from one side to the other, just blast double him, or just a traditional single leg. And Joaquin Buckley, instead of defending, doing the necessary fundamentals of, fighting the hands, around the elbows, down, hands back, just the basics. The basics where if your child's in a wrestling camp right now, they're probably learning that. He decided to kind of overhook and then attack Kamaru with punches and then just get taken down. And it only took Kamaru 4 takedowns per round. I'm sorry, 4 takedowns total through round 4. So you get 1 takedown. That's it. Joaquin Buckley was in trouble on his back. No game plan, no framing. Couldn't get to his feet, couldn't get to his hip, stayed flat on his back, didn't get to the side. No cage walk, nothing. It's alarming. It's alarming. So I think Joaquin Buckley found out, like the rest of the world found out, that Kamaru isn't washed.
You know, they need
Also,
the
legend
screw
for a
job, they
reason.
need advanced
You guys didn't
rails,
prepare for
metallic
that,
ball bearings, things that
and you
the
just got
Lemons did not have.
outclassed.
And
Outclassed.
it's like, so there's like this
1-4, you
ground
just
that we
got
share, which is
absolutely
that you might not
outclassed.
think
I
that it
can't
was
believe they got
some
five
lost
tonight.
technology, but it
Huh?
clearly was done
Nine
with a
nine.
method that is
I mean, you can give that
completely
first round
unknown to
10-8
Ramos.
if you wanted.
And I mean,
Yeah.
correct me, we're
No,
There's
still about
nothing.
I would.
In that fifth round, he started to do some stuff better. I don't know if it was him changing his game plan or if it was more of the case of Kamaru was getting a little tired. So, he went
like electricity.
from being explosive to just kind of
using steam power to
telegraphing his takedowns, so it made it easier. You know, and if Joaquin would have fought like that the whole fight, he probably would have had a lot more success. But it was just,
we have nothing
it was tough to see.
record except for
That being said, this isn't the last year for Joaquin Buckley. There's
most big rocks.
because it's not a case that he can't do it. It's not a case that he hasn't done it before. I think it was a case of just overlooking Kamaru Usman. Well, the greatest ever do it. He learned the hard way. He's still a young guy. Was he 30, 31? This is his first like super test. And I think there's just fundamental things that he can do that are easy to do, where he can be tougher to take down and keep the fight on its feet. Because if you look at the welterweight division,
you can't do it.
if his takedown defense stayed that way, he ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. But Joaquin's a smart guy, comes from a good camp. He'll learn from this. There's fundamentally things he can do that I'm sure he already knows, and just in doing that fight, and he'll get back to the top. I truly believe that. And when I look at Joaquin Buckley, these young guys, especially when they lose a fight like this, I have more faith in Joaquin Buckley making changes because these are simple changes. This isn't somewhere it's a striking deficiency or it's a wrestling deficiency where he just has no hope and there's not enough hours in the day to fix these mistakes. It's not that. The stuff he needs to do is pretty rudimentary, and I'm sure he knows. He just has to change his approach.
But when it comes to
All
Volbeck,
good.
we're talking.
When I look at Bo Nickel, you kind of go,
ton stones are
whoa.
approximately half a mile, and
He needs to change his entire
and
game plan.
that becomes a matter of
So
like
there's not enough hours in the day for him to make up his deficiencies and his gaps and striking. It's just never going to happen. It's just never going to happen.
I like to use
So he has to become so dominant in wrestling, which he does have that pedigree, but it's only in that freestyle sense. It hasn't translated to MMA yet. So, long story short, what I'm saying is Joaquin Buckley just has to make a few changes, which we know he can make, opposed to a young guy like Bo Nickel, where it's like, there's so much work to be done in order to get to the top 10 that you worry about. That makes sense. That makes sense. So, Joaquin Buckley, a few changes, he's good to go, especially looking at welterweight division, the Shavkats, the Ian Gary's, he's not going to be able to get down. Freaking Sean Brady's going to be a handful. For Joaquin Buckley, a blow bomb would be a nightmare. Don't get me started on freaking Islam. It's going to be tough. If that's his approach to when he fights these top level guys, the only one that would make sense for him is like Leon Edwards, who's going to keep standing. Ian Machado Gary, he can wrestle too a little bit. He's good off his back. So, again, I have faith in him. He's not. If he was a stock, I'd definitely invest in him because these are simple things he can do, and he's young enough to get it done. He doesn't have to make up these huge levels in his game like a Bo Nickel does. If that makes sense. Take a little break here, kids, and we'll get right back into Kamaru Usman Joaquin Buckley breakdown. Listen, when I started this podcast, it seemed like I had to figure out all out on my own. All of it, from script, setup, filming schedule, logos, Brian being late, never showing up. It was super overwhelming. Every day seemed to introduce a new decision I need to be answered. When you're starting off with something new, it seems like your to-do list keeps on growing every day with a new task. That list can easily begin to overrun your life. It's exhausting. Finding the right tool that not only helps you out but simplifies everything can be such a game changer. I wish I had Shopify. My word. For millions of businesses, that tool is Shopify. Cha-ching. All right? Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. And 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. from household names like Intel, Gymshark, the brands just get started like Drive Fast, All Gas. We're powered by Shopify. Listen, it's super easy getting started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store to match your brand style. Get the word out like you have the marketing team behind you. Easily create email, social media campaigns, wherever your customers are scrolling or struggling. Right? If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. Turn your big business idea into cha-ching. Shopify is on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial. Start selling today at shopify.com/shop, SHAB, all lowercase. Let's go to shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. As far as what's next for for Joaquin Dudley, it is and it isn't. It's unfortunate because 170 is stacked and there's a lot of guys waiting for their shot. And you just had a fresh face take over as the world champion in JDM. So he can go anywhere. And obviously the new JDM Islam. So you have Bilal at number 1. You got Sean Brady, Shavkat, and Edwards.
Let me say this about Wally Wellington. This guy's a genius.
If I was the matchmaker, if I lost all my hair and
my pushback on it is that
both pretty good shape, I was going to see if I got better shape, but I was dating White. If his bank account, and they let me make a matchup, the number one matchup I would make is not John Jones and Tom. I'm so over that shit. It's not Connor, all that stuff or whatever.
And so when I look at the 80
for me,
stones,
I would
the
do
largest
Sean Brady and even John Greer.
Pyramid,
The number one finalist. 2 lines, the winner of that should be the title shot.
Wally Wellington's method, although brilliant,
So then,
for that explanation.
if you take them out of it, I would do Bilal. Now, I know Uzo turned this down because Bilal, I think, was asking for it shortly after the fight. And Usman kind of shot it down. Usman's asking for a title shot. He's become a legend. He's a title shot.
Elevated that high too, right?
Exactly. Now, let me
Yes
also
and no.
say this, because
You've had 3 years off, dude. You just beat the number 7 guy. You're not going to get a title shot off that. Also, unfortunately for you, the queue to get a title shot is long, and there's a lot of deserving guys. So, because he's a legend, I think give him the number 1 guy. Give him Bilal.
it's not in the record.
Because you're at Islam and JDM are going to do their thing. So there's going to be a build up there. There's going to be a line of queue, right? So I would do tomorrow versus Bilal.
I had Ed Barnard.
And that's a fun fight. That's a good fight.
And he was explaining
Shavkat's kind of the one shit I love.
size of the conventional explanation.
He got injured.
Is archaeologists believe they
So what
have
happened?
barges through the rivers. And
Five
he was
to
saying,
nine.
in order to build a
4
raft,
rounds,
big
1
enough to
takedown
float
per
one of
round.
those redneck heads, it would have to be like 4 times.
And the stats are
larger
deceiving
than the
because it's like I think he landed
So he completely thinks that's
5 out of like 14 takedowns and 4 out of 14. You're like, man, that's not
I want to
great.
go visit the
Yeah, but all you needed was one.
I haven't done a deep
One
study
Buckley could
on
never get back to me.
ancient Mexico.
Okay, and it's not like Kamal has like that Khabib or Islam devastating ground and pound or Curtis Blades. You just kind of opposition where you're asked out. Now, there's a lot of positive too for Joaquin. His cardio. He really got taken down, and that's super tiring. And he's defending off his back, super tiring. That's foreign land, foreign territory. That 5th round, he looked pretty good. So the question about his cardio, it's like, things kind of went bad for him for 20 minutes. His cardio was still pretty good. So was Kamara looked fantastic. Kamara looked fantastic.
video you did.
Before you get to the rest of the main card,
Explain
we've got to talk about Paul Craig and all
the language has
This drove me
there's a few
nuts.
things that make the language
Go ahead, Mike.
this
I've been saying well, then don't tell me let me give my pitch and then tell me if the internet's on the same line.
that this language had a few properties that he was able to
The commentator, when I saw it, I went, oh my god, I guess
one of them was that the language, instead of
So,
having
he has a
most
knee down,
languages are
okay,
a binary
upkicks him.
language, yes or no.
Turns
This
to
one
the
had
ref,
also
he's like,
incorporated
what the?
in every
Falls on the
sentence
ground,
to basically
then shut his eyes,
either a
then pops up and
affirmative or
pretends he doesn't know where he's at and starts grappling
affirmative, no
the ref.
affirmative, maybe. So that gives it a
And
3-point block.
I love Tommy Cruise. They're so professional.
The
That's why I
language
can't do that job.
its
I would have
syntax
fucking called out right away. Tom Cruise, like,
if you think about
yeah,
like how Yoda
in all my years, I've never seen a guy react that way after a knockout.
People incorporate so from the language, they change.
Fellas, come to You've never seen a guy react that way because it was all fake. That's not how the human body works, is it?
When they ended up making
When they
it
get
where it's
concussed,
actually
he was looking for an easy way. He's looking for a way out. And he found it. But he did it because there's just no contest.
Doesn't change like that. Yeah, there is.
That's so. He should be penalized. The UFC should penalize it. That was such a crock of shit. That was so bad. And the replay, you're just like, oh my god, what the fuck is this? Is the internet on the same live as I am? Yes. We all realize that that's. And there's no argument that that was real. There's no argument. We have extensive research of guys getting knocked out, including your boy here. That's not how your brain works, you know? It's just not how it goes. When you're concussed, you don't have the IQ, you don't have the capabilities to know that Adrian King face to look at you and go, oh my god, fall on the ground, close your eyes, pop up, pretend to grab a pyramid. Buddy, that was the best part. If you're gonna do it, at least do it well.
Things
So look at the ref like, what? You believe this? Wait, oh, I'm out of here.
even today
God
without
damn.
like spending.
Yeah, it's
I think
shameful.
it was Chris.
It was so bad. I've seen better acting on YouTube.
Who
Look at him. Where am I? What?
Granite.
Hold on. Let me scoot back here. He's like, what?
What
Let me. I'm gonna.
to recreate one of those boxes that are inside the store.
Buddy, it's so bad. The fuck out of here.
Just the freight would be $250,000. Like we would never do that out of one piece. We would bolt five
It should be
pieces, four or
better.
five pieces together. That was one of the most
Yes, Anthony Smith. My God.
Yeah.
Finally, someone that works for the man comes out and tells it like straight
Because a
up.
lot of people say, "Oh, it's
What he's saying is like starts with this is Anthony. Shout out to Anthony Smith. I fucking love this dude. Yes, here we go. It was a great fight up until the way it ended all weird. Paul Craig was really forcing the takedowns. He had to shoot him takedown. Holds guards, round ends. He throws an up kick wall. Mulatto, he has a knee down, so that's a legal strikeout. I'm going to be hard here. I'm going to be hard on Mulatto. Yes, please. A sub kick happened. He looks at the referee to see if the referee realized that was illegal. He looks right to it. He sees eyes come to the referee to protest. They realize maybe I can get a free win here. Lays there, pretends he's unconscious, jolts back awake allegedly. Referee comes over. This is a man who's awake, pretends to grapple the referee as if he's unconscious, trying to get a cheap win. I've been doing this a long time, and I know what it looks like when somebody's faking it.
Some people say it's a big
Cosign 100% spot on. Don't call it like this.
basic and intuitive.
I mean, Anthony's one of that illegal kids or need by John Jones. Remember? Come on the fight. The other's like, nah, he's not gonna fake it.
The fact that it's found on 5 continents, dating back as 10,000 years, is
He's going to look at the referee. Oh my God, that's illegal. Oh, I better pretend I'm unconscious. Yep, facts.
cross-continental
So Smith, while doing play-by-play while rewatching the fight, the Joel back away. That is the worst performance I've ever seen. Referee knows this is not really happening. I feel really bad for Paul Craig, me too. We're laughing about it, joking. It's so silly what happened with Adolfo and Paul Craig. But Paul Craig, although he did break the rules, we have to address that. He did break the rules. It was intentional. It is true that he did break the rules, so that's another thing that makes this weird. Yeah, but shit happens, and if you want to fight, you're going to figure it out. You don't want an easy way out. I'm telling you, if that's in you, if that bitchness is in you, you're fucked. If I'm in the rest of that division, give me him next. Just quit it. Give me him. He wants out. He's fucked.
Either you guys.
That guy will never amount to maybe he sticks around, loses one, wins two, loses one, that shit. But as far as being like an elite guy, like top 10, it's never happened. If you got bitchness and you got quit in you, but this ain't for it.
really like Christopher Dunn's power
Get him out of here.
theory.
Yeah,
I think
I wish Dana would come out and say something.
3 times.
Like, we can't have that.
Nothing about great.
He's going to suspend it for 6 months, some shit like that. Because you don't want that to become a thing. That's some weak shit. Well, in that whole training camp, and see what his coaches,
But like,
Probably flew from fucking Brazil to Atlanta. Like, what the fuck? The fuck you doing?
Electric games. That maybe was something for our
We don't feel like get fucking fans in the stands.
to power. That
You get
goes
that
on a whole
waffle.
lot.
If you're doing it, do it.
Maybe it's not true at
Don't.
all.
Now we gotta
But
co-sign this bullshit behavior.
Honestly, I think they probably
Insane. Variants and voicing as response. Sure. And this is by the way, this is a translation, so it's not like perfect. Buddy, you painted your face? You painted your face to take it easy out? You went through all the trouble painting your fucking face? You had someone come to your freaking hotel room and paint your face? Now he's in Atlanta, tells me, yeah, I painted that dude's face, man, watch his So this is an awful. I know I'm going hard, but we just can't have this, dude. We can't have it. Paul Craig went through an entire fucking can. And you did this? The commentator's like, yeah, it's very strange the way he's acting. Yeah, man. Yeah, and let the audience know this isn't normal at this level because it's all fake. God knows about all things. To everyone cheering for me, I'm in good health, and we'll be back soon. Thanks so much. I saw some things on the internet. Do you think saying I was an actor there and stuff? The moment I was on the ground, I didn't expect to get kicked in the face illegally. It was a strong kick, buddy. It barely grazed you. It barely grazed you. It was a strong kick. When I looked at the judge complain, my whole body was just so crazy. When I looked at what a bullshit. When I looked at the judge to complain, my whole body began to tingle. My vision disappeared. I don't remember anything. Anyone who's on me longest knows I would never do that. I've never run from a war. Man, you're not in war, though, are you?
There's photos. I
hit 2 times in less than 30 days. 2 trips in a row. Why would I fake something after I've been through? And on top of winning the first round, in the end, I think all the real ones were positive messages. God is in charge. Even God is like, bro.
And so if the
God's like, bro,
was
don't
a device
involve
in design for generating power, maybe of course this is just wild. Like, I'm not convinced of this. This is fun. But what if it was for helping?
We'll never make it.
Cancer, maybe
It's over.
We'll
never make it. Might have a good career. Might have some fun fights. But when the going gets tough, so fun.
In a conversation, I'm like, yeah, what if? Maybe
it's completely tarnished. It's bizarre.
That there's so many legends.
UFC's not doing that. They know this. If my dumbass knows this, UFC brass definitely knows this.
Who would make that up?
And they know it's fake. The amount of comments anything, they'll make this like through his entire career. This will never go away.
Oh, he was just for so long. Where does that come from? I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah. Shame too. I thought he was a piece.
There was like telling
when there's quitting, buddy, and you want to find a way out. That's not like
I love that stuff.
That's like
that's like the most taboo thing for people.
Yeah.
And essentially may have been wrong about a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't truth to it. Like I like those crazy ideas.
I understand that. I'm saying be a top level guy.
That humans were a hybrid species. And
it's over.
Look at these legends.
Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do in training to make that bitchness come out. There's just nothing in it. It's just
pigs and creating
we've all found out.
years on the backs of mice and all this
To make
crazy
you a
stuff
bad
that we're
guy,
doing now. It's
just
not
when you fight those
impossible
top
that
dogs,
if humans were to
you're
go
fucked.
to another planet,
If you ever get there again, use the
if there was life
now, if you did that, because remember, Anthony Smith could have done this against John Jones, been a world champion, the bitch way, and all that stuff, and he had a legit issue. Right? This guy, that kid was not. When I saw the kid, it like crazy. It went like this. I had my fucking kids. It's over. It's all good. It doesn't make him a bad guy. I'm not hating on him. I don't want you guys to jump all over him. It's just, it's over. As far as being like, oh man, we got a light heavyweight contender. You have a guy that's fun to watch. When the going gets tough, he's gonna find a way out. And those top dogs, buddy, there's blood in the water now. They're sniffing that bitchness, buddy. You're fucked. It's all good. Again, make a bad guy, make him a bad fighter. Going gets tough, he's gonna quit. Say less. The rest of the division goes, sign me up. If he doesn't land that knockout, start taking him down, you can break that guy. Guaranteed. And there's nothing we can do. There's no camp, there's no coach, there's no mental coach. It's just it. It's just is. It sucks.
The one thing that's weird though is like so Charles Oliver, they have all fuckers was like a quitter.
at some point.
While they would definitely be ripping metal out of his houses, if it was abandoned and had a shitload of metal,
You know,
they
go
would
talk to
move it
Charles.
out.
Actually, a good idea. Yeah, go talk to be like Charles. You have that motion. And you worked it out. How'd you do that?
You know, the cat's been missing for since time immemorial.
It's a shame.
But anyway, my point is,
Everyone was
while
on.
I'm not opposed to the idea that you need a technological device,
Thank God.
there's always like the
Meaning,
the
thank
funnel
God.
of reality.
Thank God I'm not the great. Was it because Stephen Thompson too? That's someone else on the podcast. They're all saying, what's going on? That's like, oh, anyone who's ever fought, anyone who is watching a fighter, like, oh,
I was
what?
tasked with doing that.
Completely fake.
He's a magician,
Yeah,
but he's
it's just, you know,
Friedman Freud,
Find
a
out,
NASA scientist, did an
I
experiment
don't want to get
with a
you
giant
fox.
block of granite. They
Yeah.
put two metal caps on each side, and they squeezed it with a hydraulic press, and it literally was
Yes,
creating
everyone's on.
a
Thank God.
interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, this is in his new
was terrible.
book.
Let's take a little break here and we'll jump right back in this juicy podcast. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You choose to hit play on this podcast today. Smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called Auto Quote Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So you save time on research and can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy it. Progressive.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of friends. That's a way that they can mitigate the damage from earthquakes. So if they're seeing earthquake lights pop up above the mountains, they're like, okay, we got to evacuate. There's going to be an earthquake. And I think they actually were able to accurately predict it within like, I think 14 days of a couple of earthquakes like over near Indonesia. That's wild.
Yeah, the Great Pyramid is built on top of an aquifer.
Yeah.
You know, like there's subterranean water that flowed under there. Back when the Nile was much closer. Yeah, I don't know. Like when it comes to the Great Pyramid, you know, a lot of people will hotly debate what it was, and this is where I get into. I'm like, this is why there needs to be further study and archaeological excavation.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that hidden chamber that they've identified?
Yeah, above the Grand Gallery,
Yeah.
right? And the Scan Pyramids project found it.
Yep. And this thing is massive. They still haven't explored it, and it's like, even though they discovered it 8 years ago,
With thousands of free movies, Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto
And so
TV,
it's like,
stream now.
what's inside this hidden chamber? There could be a lost technology if it existed. There could be answers on how the pyramid was
Shabazz
constructed,
sounds
because
good.
that's debated.
You know,
Nobody knows how they
John,
constructed it. Maybe you go over like, oh, so maybe this is how they were stacking those
because
blocks. Whatever. Maybe there's a fair one there. Like, I don't see
See them
the
worrying about it and be like, oh.
Josh
doesn't
doesn't
have
have
to
to
Yeah.
He's like a
Yeah, and if it was for the Catholic Pharaoh, what if there's a burial in there? Like, there's so many answers that we could get by simply going in there, and they can do it. They can drill small holes.
Blowing up gang signs, bitches. Doing coke line.
Slowly coming into it.
This
He's
is
a
so
savage.
super
Slowly coming into
You
it.
know, we can
He's a monster.
have all this conjecture
Big
about what it
Guardian.
was, how it was built.
Yeah, what do you think about
And
Love
it's like,
coding?
okay, if we just go in
As
there,
far
we'll
as
find we'll learn something that answers some of these questions.
You know what one of the most interesting things about that
Marcelo, you know, he's a tough customer. I don't know what Cody's doing engaging in the grapple.
One of the shafts goes straight.
I don't know what he's
The
doing.
other one
When
has
he's doing
all
more
these
than one, when
bends
he's throwing
that
like
go
3 to
around
5,
that
he's
hole.
landing.
So if this pyramid was
There's some
something
things he needs
that
to work
was,
on, you know.
which is pretty obvious that they actually had to plan this out
I mean, yeah,
to get this thing so
35
precise.
losses. I mean,
Yeah, they didn't just like go, oh, we're gonna have, oh
Bane just got
shit,
announced
we didn't play for this break. Now we gotta build these shafts around it. It's obviously by design, right?
Everything about that thing has to be by design. It's like the mathematics to get it to be as symmetrical as it is, all the way to the top.
Let's see what else we got on there.
Anywhere.
Oh, dude, how about our boy?
It's probably
It's
Dude,
more
how could you
square,
not root
more
for this guy?
perfectly
No.
square than
And that Chris that he
any
knocked out,
skyscraper in the
remember,
world.
against Sugar, Sugar was unloading on him, dude. We're like, this guy's so funny, he's a zombie. Look at him go. And then Willmaker went, that's a zombie? Headshot.
I think
So
the skyscraper
so
can be
fast.
square
Just
by
fake
like
it.
20 to 30
Boom!
inches.
It made ESPN top 10. Shout out to that kid. Just quit his job, too.
755
That's
feet
2
long
bros
in
in
each
a row.
of its
We're going
bases.
Sizzler, man.
And
He's
not only
made
that,
more
like,
two
so it's like
fights
you can
than he would probably
a lot of
ever make
skyscrapers
as a
might
welder.
be
5
north,
years
south,
as a
east, and
welder.
west. This is
It's
within
so
a degree
cool.
of accuracy that's
And he
more
has the
accurate
skill
than a
set, so
lot of
for whatever
our
reason,
modern buildings.
and I
are
don't think it
meant to
is.
fix
This kid's so
our
talented,
homes,
but
which is
for
amazing.
whatever reason,
But it's not
shit doesn't go his way. Judges screw him over multiple fights in a row. They cut him. He has the skill set.
It's basically
No,
perfect as far as the eye can see.
He's cooking, man.
Or
I
even
like
if you're
that
out there
kid.
with your own compass,
Yes.
if you like.
I was telling you earlier, he looks like he's half Asian or some part of him looks like he's trying to claim him. I see trying to claim him. So I'm saying that gets a little shine, like, oh, he's Asian. Asian pride, maybe. I don't know, man. I couldn't find it. I wonder if all his boys at the factory that were like, look at him, I'll make him go. I know, dude. They must be so proud. Oh, you can do some cool merch with well maker. Some dumb shit.
How far away they are from the river and how easily they
It's all based.
there because it's there's a lot of.
Yeah, that was so cool. Good fight night, though. I mean, the main card, you had all decisions, and then that bullshit performance
Yes.
right before.
Dude, I think that
With
guy
Paul
is
Chris
spot
Adolfo.
on with his theory. I
But
think
before that
it
was
is
fun.
the most reasonable. I love
But
Chris
even though
Adolfo's theory.
Adolfo thing still
Also, like,
entertaining.
hard to serve.
Oh, yeah. I was like, what's this?
But what I like about
Yeah, I can't believe they Camaro. Camaro and Buckley by the night. That's
Yeah,
another.
the part about his theory is that it's
Phenomenal.
not
All those
it's kind
decisions. Rose did the damn thing. I actually thought
but it also
the
makes so
30-27 I was
sense
surprised by. I'm
because
Maverick when
he
you
went
do
in,
it, bro.
like, the way he describes
I
how
love
that Nazi
That,
scientist
going to the third one, man, she needs to finish it.
Fritz, I think his last name
That would
was,
get that fight,
who went
right?
and basically
Back and forth,
recreated
that
that ammonia production
Way more,
thing, the
even
device
way
that
more
was
exciting than Camaro's Camaro. Bucky Buckley
he
won the
reverse
5th
engineered
round.
the inside of the
The rest of it's just like, all right, Camaro's just taking him down. He's no
that's what his hypothesis
no
is,
takedown
is that
defense.
the step
One
pyramid
takedown just stayed on
was
top of him.
creating
Like 5 the night. What world?
and he created a device
Round of the night.
that completely
Give him round of the night. 50 grand.
replicates the inside of the step pyramid that creates a
Yeah, Rose was
Nazi
great.
guy who's
Yeah,
studying
looked
science
good.
that are studying the
Camaro
pyramid.
looked fantastic.
And then he thinks that
Yeah, I was
the
happy
red
for Maverick looked
pyramid
great too, man. I
was using
thought
the
you won that
chemical
fight.
that was coming out of the step pyramid
30-27
to
is
create
wild. Dude, how
I
about
can't remember.
So I don't know what
I get so
judge.
confused, but it's the chemistry stuff gets confusing.
48-47 for Usman
But
Buckley.
essentially, it
Which
was he
one
thinks
of the
that
four
the
in those
pyramids
first
were
four
responsible
would you
for
give to Buckley?
fertilization
Fucking
and
idiot.
agriculture.
Which one? I would love to hear it. Fucking moron. That's wild.
Jeffrey Drop.
That's insane.
And to be fair, when I said
Insane.
that Christopher Dunn is the one that I identify
Love
most,
to hear
Dunn
which
died
one
on
out of the
Man's
four
theory.
dominating rounds, 1 to
He's
4,
up with him
did you
personally.
decide to give it to
Yeah,
Buckley
great for him.
when he was
So,
on his
I
back?
can't say that.
Did you give it to him
when
just
I
'cause
say
he maybe
about
started to
Christopher Dunn,
stand
that's not
up?
taking
You
anything
fucking
away from
moron.
him because I'm not.
It's
I can't
insane.
speak to his theory.
Thank God that
That's
it's
now you
So yeah, so he thinks
Thank
that
God.
the step
Joaquin
pyramid
Buckley
is
handled
creating
lost great.
methane gas,
Handled great.
which
Yeah.
methane gas
He says a
is
few
used
things
for, like,
he needs
heating,
to
lighting,
tighten
and
up,
metallurgy.
and it'll still
So
be
they
a
could have
contender.
been using this gas for so many different things.
Just a
Right?
few
The
things.
methane gas in the step
What else you got,
pyramid was then harnessed in the red pyramid to create the ammonia.
They gave him the mic inside the octagon, which I appreciated.
This is my
But
favorite
he
part.
had another statement.
Land of Kim was the original
And Tommy.
name of
I'd love to see it though. What do you say? Oh, there it is. You just saw it. Yeah, it's that
where
one.
we get
Yeah, that's it. So it says Joaquin Buckley speaks out. This is BJPen.com.
black.
We have BJ News as
They
well.
were fertile.
Oh,
Yep,
God.
yep, and the soil off the Nile, and yeah, a lot of
So
people.
he said, hand was outrageous last night, but I'm still victorious and will be one of the greats. I agree with
that. That was the original.
This trip has been beyond amazing. I want to change the
Oh, yeah.
Hematology, like
that happened in the fight camp. Really, everything was perfectly planned. I just didn't execute like I could. Could be that too. Got in there, it was just like, Jesus. Wanted to land early damage on this one and get him moving back, but he did a good job of advising points and takedowns.
Yeah,
We don't get twisted. This one was more concerned about holding me than hurting me in this fight. That's the game. Yeah, that's the game. He's like, oh, fuck it is.
Yeah, they're understanding.
He did what he felt was necessary to win, and so can't be mad. Congrats to Usman and his team. Excited about the one-point division. See it when I see it. That's a great.
There's
There you
a
go.
chemical layer that's
I'm a fan
calcified
of this.
itself on the inside of the chain.
And Usman kept saying, I just need to get that monkey off my back. Referring to,
and even in the
I got to do whatever it takes to
and
win.
it's like
I can't give another loss. I haven't fought in 3 years. I haven't won a fight in my last 3. I'm going to do whatever it takes. This dude has no wrestling takedown defense. Say that.
Right.
but
That's the game.
which it reeks of it. It's so noticeable.
Right.
It's unreal.
But he
So
also
Joaquin
says
Buckley,
once
this
you
is
get to
before the
very,
fight. He's
like,
trying
once
to
you
get
to
into
very
the stadium.
that top chamber in the step
Once again,
pyramid, there's
he-
three of them,
even though
right?
he's the
They
main
all
event,
kind of
they
look like
didn't
the brain
recognize
gallery, how they kind of angle up these smaller. He says when they were pushing water into those chambers,
Security
they
won't let
were
him in.
pushing the gas up into the top of the chamber, compressing the gas, which heats the gas up, right? And that's what created that chemical reaction. And then he also thinks that it was a similar process in the Great Pyramid,
But that too, they said that they had to actually get their own type of transportation for some reason. So it seemed like
somehow
this was kind of
other
a mess
pyramids
as far as like, you know.
That's not good. I won't have to watch that
Oh, so yeah,
but it's
security.
fascinating. It's really
What's up?
compelling
I
the
know.
way he explains that.
He's literally
There's
the main
something
event.
that goes along those
I
lines.
know, but the guy might not watch UFC security.
Florida was on. He's
How do we understand them? They make us do how many fucking
Yeah, and that's what he was saying.
This guy's
He was
face
like,
is
this reminds me of an air compressor
Yeah,
with the internal structure and layout.
It's more of a
He said
UFC
that
issue
like
than
the
the
way it's
security.
designed, you could support enormous.
Here's a quick one. This happened.
And that was
I
not
think
the
this was over the weekend, but
context of
Rico Vero
this was,
really fought
this
that
was
guy.
4 years ago.
Von
I think
Keaton.
was making videos at that time.
This guy,
Yeah.
he won Dana
And so,
White's
like,
contender
that was
series.
his-
He's the
just
last
his
person to
intuitive
actually
thoughts on
beat
it. He
Alex
was like, this
Pereira.
sounds like an air
And,
something
oh,
for
that's
the
it, yeah,
compression.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's interesting, but I never.
Because something to do with money,
Yeah.
obviously.
And there's like
But yeah, so Vero
there's
won that fight.
You beat him decision?
there's like these underground channels that the conventional explanation is
Alrighty.
for rainwater.
I like heavyweight tournaments.
These conduits that
Greatest tournament of all time, strike force.
and come out
This is
into
he's
these
hitting up with
collection bowls.
This is pretty funny. This is
Yes,
Israeli
yeah.
side talking
Big
about.
collection bowls. But like, why would
So
they
he
use,
says he
like,
couldn't stop hanging out
rainwater?
Buckley.
And
Now,
they
just so
think
you
it's
know,
like the chemical collection process.
Dizzy and Usman are shooting
Of course.
So that's
not
weird.
just for ceremonies.
Yeah,
Still
right,
the same.
right,
Come
right.
on, man. That's so religious. Just drop it.
They say everything out there. Part of this part of this is like,
Man, you don't gotta get to know, man. You ain't gonna do it like that. It's like you're rapping me up like that. It's so fucking annoying. I won't bother me. Walk away and we'll talk. Maybe I'm a hater, bro. Yeah, just that. Please say, let me go.
That's something that you
I'm a hater, bro.
it's very easy.
Sipping that haterade, man.
You know, like
You know, Rachel.
still talking about himself. And if it's starts forming better, you're gonna notice that. So that part of it,
Chemistry, the way he explains it, yeah, great pyramid, like sound resonance, clearly the frequency happening in that great
yeah,
pyramid.
man, find your boy.
Mix that with chemistry, apparently that's a real thing.
It's tough. Finally get it. Alright, so this is update on BJ. He got arrested again because he violated a restraining order. So I'll just play the video because it's more.
Nice foundation. They're getting started.
MMA legend AJ Penn makes a stunning confession in a Hilo courtroom on what led to his latest arrest. He's accused of violating a temporary restraining order that granted to protect his mother. While Helen Richardson joins us now with the latest developments. Well, Ash, this is just the latest in an ongoing legal drama where Penn is accused of assaulting his mother, and prosecutors want him to undergo a court-ordered mental health exam. Now the former fighter is giving the reason he contacted his mother and allegedly entered the home
Like a
he
lot of
shares
people
with
that
her.
haven't been or are not familiar
I
with
can't get access to
the
my
Great Pyramid as an example,
Someone else.
they would think that it's like a
But
maze
sir,
to like
like I
hide
said,
the
because
pharaohs.
they kept
It's where the
it. So
Yeah,
in
you
the
just go
courtroom
down,
before
you go
Judge
up
Darian
there.
Nakunda,
It's so
UFC Hall of
It's
Famer,
bizarre.
46-year-old
But
EJ
when you look at
Penn,
it from like a
admitted
side angle,
contacting
it
his
is
mother,
absolutely,
a 79-year-old Hilo
it's just
businesswoman
confusing.
who
It
raised
doesn't
shit.
feel
Prosecutors
like
say
a
he
tune
violated
at
the
all.
temporary restraining order
You know,
against him
and
by
perhaps
coming
it could have
within
been used as a tune
100
later on.
yards of their
But if
home.
I had my best guess is that it just simply was not designed for the purpose of being a tune. I really don't think so. I don't know that for a fact. And anyone that says otherwise, you know, it's like nobody really knows. That's kind of the fun part about this. But it's like, that's just not my impression. I like YouTube people that were very
And
skeptical
claimed he
of
needed his bank
alternative
information
theories.
so
Like,
he could fill
surely
out a
this was a
form.
tune.
represented by a free public defender. The judge said Penn could come back to court next week Wednesday at the same time of a hearing for his assault case.
Either have access to legal resources.
Legal expert Megan Cowell.
Really creepy. It's like 100 feet underground, and it's dark.
she's let me finish that though.
Just hate
That's
that.
such a Hawaiian
And
Israel.
through dirt to a tight little shaft just to get into it.
Because
And
the
when we're
next
in
thing
there,
the
it's just
government is going to do
quiet
is order that
and,
transfer and hold it
it's
against
just
them
the
in order to
very
find him guilty.
chamber
The
itself.
TRO
is
had been
so
granted
eroded.
by a judge after
It's
Penn
weird.
allegedly
That
assaulted
was
his
really fun
mother
to be
last
there.
month. Penn posted this video of officers getting him out of bed to arrest him. He claims his mother is an imposter, while she claims the MMA legend and former candidate for governor has been diagnosed with Capgras delusional syndrome. Outside the family home in Hilo, Hawaii News Now spoke with his trainer, who trained him for 2 of his title fights, and had praise for Penn.
People will just
This trainer that became his brother, like the ones that really got him to lose weight.
kids that I know, it's just a terrific guy.
Goats and pulleys.
We never had any problems with him. He did everything we asked him to do. He's just a good citizen. One of the nicer guys I've ever known.
Attorneys say the slew of legal issues and now arrests are not a surprise given Penn's social media rants.
They're weird, they're strange. He posts things about his mother's years and how he can tell that someone has replaced her. He has this thought in his mind that someone kidnapped and replaced his family and is coming after his assets.
Yeah. It's getting crazy. But yeah, so I think the Miranda brothers are the ones that got it like the best shape ever. So he did want to go recycle. So that's the thing that they're saying that he has is diagnosed.
Capgras is the implication is often the disconnect between facial recognition and actual response.
Right, or even the scoop marks on
And potential causes and associations are, of course.
Right, so maybe there was some sort of.
I mean, I think in his case,
like you see those giant saw blades that Ben shows pictures of. Those giant saw, like looks like a massive circular saw. Cut this granite, right?
Take a little break here. Then we'll jump right back into the podcast. You're gonna have some drinks this weekend. It's the summer. July 4th is coming up. You're like, man, but I don't have kids or I don't be hungover for this family event. I got you, man. What if I told you there's a product? It's the world's first alcohol detoxifier that reduces your blood alcohol content in less 30 minutes. That's real. This isn't snake oil. This is the real deal. Holyfield. Talking about Sure Shot. You wake up or 30 minutes with a sharper mind, body, liver support, well-being boost, gut support, hydration. All right, we got you. Have those drinks. Have that shot with your boys. Celebrate whatever you're celebrating. Maybe it's Little League. Maybe travel summer tournaments. We got you. All right? Just go to SureShot.com. Use the promo code Brendan. Get 10% off. Or go to your local Bevmo. Pick up a 4-pack for you and the homies. Pick up 2 4-packs. Hopefully you have 8 friends. We got you, man. Go to SureShot.com. Promo code is Brendan. Bevmo, TikTok Shop, Amazon. We all over it. It's SureShot. Enjoy. Last little break before we jump back in the episode. DriveFastAllGas.com. Father's Day sale is still going down. And they're giving you $5 off free to use on the shop. No minimum spend required. Just use the code DAD at checkout. Click on the link in the description. It will automatically be applied. All right, we got you guys. So for the dads out there, for the family members of the dads, you want to win the ultimate ride, the TRX Last Call Edition, $50,000 in mods and $10,000 cash. We got you. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win this badass TRX. We got Diesel Dad merch. We got Methylene Blue. We got all sorts of sweet Drive Fast All Gas merch, hats, hoodies, tees. We got you. DriveFastAllGas.com. The sale ends. Wednesday. It's Father's Day.
Yo.
For your dad. DriveFastAllGas.com. Get back to the program.
How are you? What up? How you living? What up, Sergeant? Cool story. What's new in your neck of the woods? No one wants to hear that. All right. Yeah, we're just watching podcast, so feel free to enjoy.
This is just more on the whole Carlos stuff. I guess he had 7 injections.
Found
Other places like
so that's just
a bunch of stuff.
I don't know. Stones there that like
Yeah, I heard him say that. But it's also
Again, I'm watching a podcast, so feel free to enjoy.
Here's the thing too: when guys have with not a ton of experience, that always worries me. I'm like, wait a minute, that ain't good. Like when Hamza goes on younger cats going longer. When you're dealing with a guy of his experience, it's usually not that big. You know, it's actually it does a veteran like that. It doesn't allow it because their body does get rest. So then he can get his best foot forward.
He talks about the legend of moving one of the big rocks in Cusco.
Let's do this one. So, Mike Perry's league. I guess there was an event that happened. There's some familiar names here.
right. There was also the Australia as he described, right?
Alex Caceres lost. Yeah. Jessica Alex won. And Jessica Rose won. She won. But then I looked at the rule set. Remember, I thought it was just, you know, it's actually just boxing. But here's the rule set. 5 ounce gloves, elbows are allowed, punch are allowed, down opponent allowed. No grapplers, just allowed. So you can do a lot of things, you just can't hold like this.
They're descendants of their kings after a few
Ground
generations.
and pound out on the down opponent, so if you knock him back, you fall up. You just can't like finish it as far as like they just want to get rid of the whole grappling. Yeah, they just want to just strikes. That's fun.
My ancestors moved this big ass rock, and I tried to do it and failed this river. And it's catastrophic.
And this is like the Hawking card, which seems
3,000 people.
pretty tasty. I love this fight. Yeah, Robert Whitaker versus RDR.
But anyway, same thing is catastrophic. But yeah,
it's just interesting.
These stories pop up.
So that's 1 p.m.
It's like there seems to have been a tradition of people before.
No. Oh no, here. Yeah. 1 p.m.
Which is wild because like
Hell yeah.
Egypt, the most massive pyramids are the oldest ones.
This was a still rumored, but you know we've been hearing about this for a while, so hopefully that does actually happen. Marcus McGee, good God, Bryce Mitchell,
but there are hundreds that are just they're made of progress. They get crappier as time goes on.
Yes, sir. I love this card. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's early. I like that early card too. Let's go. And the main event. Oh, for the regular card.
Yeah, there's a lot of shitty pyramids in South America too. A lot of which are thought to have been like ancient landfills.
Oh, this is just a quick one.
They're building pyramids for multiple reasons.
Ariane Lipsky, she changed her name.
Yeah, look at this.
She's not she's on our UFC anymore. And I saw something about this.
No, it's much closer. You look closer. It's much
They cut Chrome Gracie too. They did it a little while ago.
Why the hell? Why do you think they won't
They kind of
look into
loaded
that
a lot of
boy?
guys that won them in the regular.
Well, the number one explanation is they just don't want to
Yeah,
damage
the parts of UFC with
And
the
I
6 and 8
appreciate
record
that.
and stuff.
However, they've already drilled the fuck out of it. They used tons of dynamite to blow their way in 150 years ago.
Right.
And like the reality is that
What
they
do you
could
think
do
of
a
this?
small little diameter. They could drill it.
Is this even like that impressive?
The King Briggs door, right?
This is John Jones who got tripped by someone. I mean, this one,
And so
through the
it's like,
tights, and you'll feel the
that
tough
is
stuff.
7
You
years.
know, Russian
It just,
version.
I don't, to me, if I was running the show out there, it's like a level of priority. It's like, oh, we discovered a void.
Right.
Now let's go in and figure it out. And the fact that it's been 7 years since, really, there's no feasible explanation that makes sense to me. Like, especially with how much conjecture there is about how the pyramid was built or what
Because he
was
didn't
the
fall
pharaohs.
down. I
I can't wrap my head around how we ended
I just don't think Chunks like too much. Yeah, I thought that show was over, didn't
Where would they start? They start with the outside.
I think it's over the top of the Grand Gallery. Right?
Yeah, Jermaine was in there as well.
I'm not sure, dude.
I'm not sure. Yeah, this guy said the best. Imagine being so good that
Can
movie
you find a
accomplishment. Yeah. Anybody else that's not.
Yeah.
But I mean, he didn't
I'm not sure.
get to the ground yet. So I don't know. That's what I said. You know how to,
There's
describe myself.
different possible areas of the map, but yeah, I don't see it being that.
This was.
Invasive. I don't see any way.
And they could just patch up the
No way, in real life, John. God, I always hated to get that big geometry, but I just kept that in the lights to
Yeah,
make
there's more that you want to find.
like, come on, dude.
Was Chun-Li also in her kicks? Is that the name?
Yeah, it's just what you just don't get. And the kid would just keep tapping and can't get food. Like, all right,
It's like some sort of like
Disrespectful domination I've ever seen in kickboxing.
it's basically
These
this thing
fighters
that
trained
launches
years to master complex
solar
combinations.
particles type in for
But Mona Kimura said, nah, I'm good, and picked one move from Taekwondo.
damn. Oh, she's just like Chun-Li.
Not letting go.
This is hilarious.
She's already shook. Step in, eat a kick. Throw hands, eat a kick.
Crazy that
Break
that
home,
emphasized
believe it or not, eat a kick.
something like 140
Then she
or
got
150
really
feet
disrespectful.
long.
Grabbed her and
And I'm
pointed.
not exactly sure how tall. We don't know the exact measurements, but we think it's rectangular.
She's not
but
even trying to hide
we don't
it.
know for sure.
She don't have to worry about her hands at all, just like kicks. Quit being in kicking range, bitch.
Some people say,
You're a
oh,
fucking
maybe it's a
dirty fighter, dirty boxer. What are you doing?
Haul the stones up a ramp or something like that. That's feasible as well.
That's
But
sick.
you're obviously like,
That's cool.
let's go and take a and then maybe we'll look at it and be like, aha, okay, this answers that question.
She ain't to
I
level
don't, I
over.
mean, if anything, it's probably, my best guess is that it's a second so-called Grand Gallery. I say so-called because I don't think the King's Chamber was King's Chamber. I don't think the Grand Gallery was this gallery that, we walked up to ascend to the dunes and say goodbye to the Pharaoh after having a wonderful life. Nah, whatever it was,
Rhonda who good way too, a long way too.
infer that
And she's like,
maybe it was a second Grand Gallery.
She's like, she's on this doorstep. I mean, they are literally
There's a lot of conjecture.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. That's the beauty.
Especially when you know what she looks like.
But how the hell have they not looked yet? Like, I
She looks
really
like she's
struggle.
It looks like it would be
Like you said,
easy
she
to go
can't
through
keep
the
doing
King's
this.
Chamber to get to that thing.
Yeah,
By the Grand Gallery, definitely not from the outside. It took a lot of space from the outside.
right. Hundreds of feet.
Kind of touch
That's
on
the
this a little
wild
bit.
thing.
This is
A lot of people
obviously
don't
he's
understand
lost
just how big the
to
Great Pyramid is.
lawmaker.
When it had its capstone,
Not
it was
as
the height
much,
of
but this is talking about what happened
47-story building,
before.
which would dominate the skyline in most cities, even around the world. But when you stand at its base, because it's 755 feet wide at all four bases,
You know what I mean?
that means that it's over 100 meters from the base to
I don't
the
want to talk
center
too
of
much
the
shit
pyramid.
about it, but again, you know what I
So
mean?
when you're
It
looking
was
at the
a bad
lot, you
time.
can't really see
Was
the
one of the
top.
worst
It
times
just
of my
keeps
life.
going
Oh,
on.
that dog got us
Girl went down.
Yeah.
Hope he's okay.
She's huge.
If
Saved
you
my
need to
life.
see the person
Helped me
because
find
when
God
you
a
walk
lot
up to
better
it,
than now.
you
I'm just in a better
walking
place.
and you
I feel
getting
like
closer and it's like
I'm aware
it's
of
not
where
you
God
get
put
closer
me,
you
where I'm
realize
supposed to
like,
be here. I feel like this
like
is
this thing
the
is
guy that should have been
I
here
call it stupid.
in
Like
2021.
they could have made
You know
it
what I mean?
half
The
the
guy
size
that
that's so
was
well
mentally focused.
Right.
it's so
enjoys
stupid
this
thing
stuff
that like,
again.
oh, they're just trying to be impressive and stuff.
And I was just kind of going through the motions, and I was happy to be here. But I was kind of just happy to be here. You know what I mean? I'm not that guy no more. I don't care.
The people that have done the show,
I'm
that
coming-
the best way
I'm
to go
coming to
there
kill.
is to,
I'm coming
is
to
to
knock
get
him
that
out.
dude
Ain't that a bitch?
to
He's fucking 27.
I've done times with him.
Like, he's one of
He
the
has the
best
connections. Grew up in Egypt, right across the street from the
Scout
States.
back. I'm not
His father, the late King of
that.
Del Avion, was a ancient wisdom keeper that taught gametology.
Alright, Joshua
And
Vance was
his
like
name's
killing it
Yusuf
lately.
He
Shout out
He's gonna be
Yusuf.
fighting.
with the Kemah School of Ancient Mysticism. He's a total
317. Who
sweetheart.
else not
He's
317?
a very nice guy.
What
And
about?
it's very apparent when you travel with him that you see the respect he has from
By far my two
the
favorites.
sites, the guards, and whatnot. He's very generous, so he tests his
shit.
way to get,
That's the card.
you know, all the
That
things
card
he
means
wants.
something. That card
I
means
don't know if I should say that or not, but it's all
Yeah,
right.
yeah, it's like
This is the rally in Egypt. This is no
Yeah,
secret.
for national
Everyone
fight
knows.
week,
Like, it's
Yeah,
just
you
in
can
like,
you can like bring somebody get like a private couple of minutes in the King's Chamber, right?
I have done it. and that's how it works. And it's the Egyptian
Like
government.
he's been doing well at like 2 big wins in the UFC.
It's okay.
And he bought his own house.
Like greasing the guy to go fuck their wives and shit.
I was gonna say, I'm waiting for the sound to come from this way. Jimmy
You've done it
Corsini,
before, or you bought it from
greasing
your
people to fuck them with their
I have had sex
Like
with
that
somebody.
Jimmy Corsini's ancient sexual cult rituals.
I'm launching my OnlyFans inside the Great Pyramid this summer.
really doing a swastika.
Oh my god, bro.
I think that's
Not to YouTube, but it's actually Great Pyramid.
Let's go,
All right,
guys.
thanks for tuning in. Like, subscribe, do all the things on YouTube. Some of the
Really
You got a good fight night again. What is this one in Vegas?
That's not high plus and a half right there.
I do it. You know.
How's everybody shot?
On top of the Great Pyramid of
They
Egypt.
do that to my boy Cleo Roundtree. It's a good fight night, 2 p.m.
Yeah, I
Central
give you
Time.
pretty good perspective.
It's a good card though. It's good for fight night.
And that's
Hey,
another
money.
too. He was in here.
Physique.
I
The young man
I
who
was
did
like,
freaking
your
work.
theory makes so much sense, but like,
Curtis Blade to give him a fucking monster.
really
Next day
breaks my
monster.
brain
Come on,
is that
Curtis.
when you look at those monumental, enormous,
Card's
symbolic
interesting.
structures of the
It'll be a
landscape,
fun one.
the landscape of Giza,
Yeah, Card's hella interesting. I have the
my
Iron
brain
Turtle.
wants to think
Oh, I
that
love
there's
Iron
a
Turtle.
giant electricity machine that we're powering the society
it's
with free energy.
wireless, baby.
I don't want to think it had to do with agriculture.
Oh,
You know
that's
what I
what's
mean?
Right.
I know.
And I
But
don't
it's
think
Occam's razor. You know what I mean? It's called like Occam's razor, where it's like it's the
It is what
most,
it is.
I think,
That made a man say,
mundane,
Cleo
reasonable.
Roundtree and Hill.
and that might be it. That
I'll
might be
take
it.
Cleo in
You
that
know,
fight.
what I don't think though is,
Good fight though.
were you referring to Tomb for the Pharaohs or for just agriculture?
I was
Yeah,
referring to
right.
his agriculture.
Yeah, and that makes far more sense than
Yeah.
Tomb. You know,
Yeah, at least early time.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I love
That's
it.
it.
It's such a
All
fun
right, kids, love you.
controversy.
Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe,
you know,
do your thing. Trying to win
just
the
that
Ultimate Dad Rig, that TRX final edition. $50,000 in mods. Sitting right there. I'm looking at it. I'm not driving because I don't want
As
to
well
wreck
as
it.
the
Whoever wins
Mastabas.
it.
So the
You
whole
win that and
complex of
$10,000 cash. All you gotta do is go to
drivefastallfast.com.
Anything you buy automatically registers you to win that truck.
This makes
Winners
sense.
announced in
It's totally
August.
assumed.
Good
I
luck to
get it.
everybody.
And then you walk in the pyramid.
DriveFastPodcast.com. Love you guys. Until next time.
Into it with the tour. And so there was this other tourist there. And I remember hearing this girl say, like, this is a tomb? Like the total doubt.
Yeah.
And it's like, when you walk through it, it just doesn't have that vibe. And there was, again, when I visited there was people that went into it thinking it was a tomb. And then at the end of it, they're like, they had doubts. And it was after
But even if it was like I'm talking about being part of the season,
Yeah, it is Monday, June 16th.
like the 3 stars being
We're
laid out
in
the
Austin, Texas. It's a little toasty. It's a little toasty. June, you're still flying in and out in that LA weather.
But
Yeah.
even if it would make sense
You're
to
still in
put
the
that there,
valley.
that those
Yeah.
3 would be
It's
part
hot.
of
It's
the
pretty hot. Actually, it's like comparable to
Yeah,
it's not the same now. July, August, I heard it's a different animal, but even if it goes up about 5 degrees, all good, baby.
history for granted.
T, I dropped them off today. Listen, if you have kids, the summer's about keeping these critters busy, wearing them out. Who can wear out my child and working on their skills for whatever sports they play. So, Bossy's in some, I don't know, he's 5, man. In some camps, he's been cool for 5-year-olds. He's talking about it. There's do random activities. And then Tiger's in some elite baseball camp. I dropped them off at the college campus this morning. That little dude's just out there doing
Pharaoh
it.
died.
See you, dude.
Do this.
You gotta get this. Have fun, dude. Compete. That's what I left our said. Compete. Look, compete. It's from freaking 9 a.m. to 4. Monday through Friday. It's an hydrate and compete, bud. I'll pick you up in the morning. See how it goes. And at night, it's good for me. You know, it's coming for something. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. Let's get into it, man. Let's freaking get into it. There's a lot going on in the fight world. A lot going on. You had UFC Fight Night in Atlanta. Kamaru Usman, Joaquin Bucks. We'll start with those boys. I just want to get right in. And then we'll get into
The pyramids were 100% and anyone that disagrees with it,
Exactly.
It's kind of funny actually. Like, they have that
he was crushing. And that's the addict that I was crushing.
You're a fucking idiot. Look, man, all you gotta do is watch this one video. Go read this one article. Everything you do. So it's not like it's just
You killed heroes. You did a great job. You did a great job. I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is that
and
I
there's
was
certainly
very
more
happy with what I did.
guys like us that actually get
And hanging there.
into that fucking entertainment.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's like and some of the attitudes, like some of these people, like when people were asking about what that was and you started bringing that up, and John Hoops, the archaeologist that made a career basically with attacking great names. But out of the one thing that's posted is like, as far as I'm concerned, they can a case of Rebecca Tepe and you've got enough to keep all of that. Yeah,
It's in writing.
It's on
It's a
Twitter.
treaty. And he wasn't, I wanted to believe he was joking, but like,
Even if he even says though, they could use the visitor center like they do what's up there. It's like fucking straight up. Just, and even if that's not where he's standing, even if that's not his position, if it's hyperbole. The fact of the matter is, this in this PR discussion about what to do with Göbekli Tepe, we have Jimmy Corsetti, aka the Nazi, aka the fucking pseudoscientist,
pseudo-archaeologist.
yes, and the nut job, the conspiracy theorist, versus the tenured scientist. It's an educator.
I studied at Yale and Harvard, sir.
Doesn't that guy have special permission to like edit Wikipedia articles?
Well, it's not special permission, but he's been doing it for so long that he's just in charge of it.
He controls locked accounts. Like, I can't
How the fuck does anyone get access to do that? It's a good question.
I think eventually, what they end up doing, I could be wrong. I think what happens is you end up kind of consistently getting other people to moderate, because there's Wikipedia moderators, so eventually you work your way up into being the Reddit mod of Wikipedia with zero fucking record.
I was reading something, I can't remember who, on one of your guys' tweets, where it was saying that John Hoops on his Wikipedia said he encourages his students to do the same thing.
Yes, he teaches it. That's actually part of his curriculum.
Which is crazy.
Fucking insane.
This is a guy he got his undergrad, I believe, from Harvard and his PhD from Yale, or it's vice versa, but he studied at both. So that's supposed to be very prestigious. And he's gone on to be so toxic. Like you said, he made a career out of just attacking Graham Hancock.
Right.
And let's be real clear there. With that tweet that I'm talking about, we have Jimmy Corsetti saying, go do some fucking archaeology. And you have an archaeologist going, no, fuck you. I don't like Jimmy. I don't want to do the archaeology. And it's the same thing with so many. Look at Danny Hillman-Nadi with Jaja's work. Got attacked because of association with Graham Hancock, right? If it hadn't been for that, we wouldn't have had a retraction, all that shit with the Gunung Padang, right? That's the guy who did Gunung Padang. It's the same kind of thing. It's just like the association with the wrong people.
And the thing is that all I'm doing is advocating for further study and excavation. I'm trying to get these people jobs. They talk like Jimmy Corsetti hates archaeologists. They say this, and I'm like, no, don't. That's what? No, that's ridiculous. And I'm trying to give you guys jobs.
What you think
I
of
was
the
like, king of the world. I would be
There is?
signing, I'd be flipping my wrist.
Shit,
Like,
there is?
okay, you guys now have jobs. I'd give it to all of them. Like, just dig these sites up and let's all learn together. This is a win-win for everybody. And I never realized I'd get as much backlash as I have. Like, this happened way before the Swassing thing. That was just icing on the cake. Before that, we were coming after me hard. And I had never done anything to that. Glenn Dibble and John Hoops had preemptively blocked me before I had any type of correspondence with them at all. I had never spoken about them negatively, nothing. And I was blocked. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't understand it. And so it's just been a war ever since. And it escalated after season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse with Graham Hancock, that they were preemptively telling people not to watch it. They were telling people to give it a thumbs down before it ever even aired. So let me just clarify that. Before it aired, they say that once it does air, hit thumbs down. And like, you haven't even seen it. And I'm like, you're just trying to destroy that. Like, and even with like other people like Mini Man, who I have nothing against personally. I think his name's Milo Rossi. He has a channel called Mini Man. It has over 2 million subs. And he's more along the academic mainstream side. For example, he had done a whole expose on debunking Graham Hancock. He said, I watched Ancient Apocalypse, so you don't have to. That's the title of the series. He got many millions of views.
Oh, I have heard of this guy.
And, he's a young gentleman, and I think highly of him. I disagree on a lot of things, but I like his spirit. He's highly engaging. Yeah. He'd be somebody to bring on this podcast. Like, talk to him. I like him, even though I don't think he likes me. I don't think he no longer likes Dan.
Yeah, me and him used to get along well, but the whole Flint Dibble debacle.
So the thing about Flint Dibble is it's so interesting, right? Like, the YouTube comments are such a fascinating thing. It's wild. It is incredible. Some people hate them.
Look at this shot.
I think they're super fascinating because a lot of times, if there's an overwhelming opinion in the YouTube comments, there could be a lot of truth to it. I see it in my own videos. But also, another thing that's true at the same time is there's a pylon effect on YouTube. There's some people where there's all these comments saying the same thing. Somebody doesn't want to come in who thinks differently and state that they think differently. Right? Just get attacked. They want to go with the flow or whatever else is saying. There's like this weird thing. And when the Flint Dibble Ram debate happened, I watched that. Before reading the comments, I listened to it.
How you living, Romeo? Were you able to jailbreak your phone?
He was fucking. Was fit. Shit. Honestly. Ram was like a.
So are you in your phone?
Bullshit. I think that's for the knowledge to.
Okay, so it's a different account now?
Then I read the comments and I was like, oh, am I retarded? Am I seeing something that no one else is seeing? Like,
all right.
What's going on here?
So
the amount of backlash that
it was saying it was locked on one account. Now it's saying it's locked on another. Okay, I'm just throwing this out there. Remember, you bought this phone randomly, and you said it came with a receipt, right? Okay, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at this time. That doesn't matter at this time. Couldn't somebody have just created a receipt and stolen an iPhone and then just tricked you? Yeah, I mean, basically, if you're able to steal the iPhone, you steal the box, and then you just create a receipt, and you think it's a brand new iPhone. Okay, nevertheless, I mean, basically, if I have a receipt printer, I could just take that, buy bricked iPhones or close to it, and then just resell them, right? Okay, no big deal. So before it was saying you have to be authorized to do it's under some system that MMI or whatever. And now what is it saying? Okay, what does that mean? Okay, so obviously did you put your Apple ID and password in, see if that worked? Okay. Well, didn't you say that when you tried to jailbreak the phone, you skipped a step? Don't skip the step. Okay. Try to jailbreak it with a different version. Okay, try with a different one. Try with like 4 or 5 different ones. Yeah. Okay. Did you try with iOS 18? How about iOS 17? I mean, you could always try. You never know until you try, dog. All right. Let's see if there's a way around it. Okay. Uh, are you able to get into the settings of the phone? So you can't get into the phone at all? What happens when you press the home button? Okay. You can't go to menu or anything? Okay. Okay. So there's an iCloud bypass tools that you can use. Um, so try to download. It's called DOULCI Activator. It's DOULCI Activator. DOULCI CI Active. I believe so. Where there's a will, there's a way, big dog. Sure, dog. What'd she say? Did you tell her it's 77 days? And what did she say? Okay. Well, just be patient. All right. Do what it says to do. Do what it says to do. Download its software or whatever. Just a moment. What did I tell you to download? What was it called? What was it called? What was it called? Your microphone isn't working. Can you say that again? Yo, are you speaking? All right. Can you hear me? Yeah. That's okay. Go to iRemove.tools. Go to iRemove.tools. Yeah, iRemove.tools. All right, I see this costs something. It says up to iOS 18, but that might or it may or may not work for you because you got fancy with your phone. What was the name of the software that I told you to use? Yeah. Can you spell it? All right. Okay, it seems like that was patched. I mean, you may be done with this phone because you were on an unsupported iOS version. But try using the jailbreak for iOS 17. Sounds like a plan, big dog. Peace, big dog.
I got from out of here was unbelievable.
I saw that and I didn't like that because I'm like, props to you for bringing them on. Like Finn and I think very differently. In fact, I think Flint hates me. I don't hate Flint. But like, props to you for bringing them on. Because yeah, you got like all kinds of backlash for that. And it's
We
like,
have a what was it, our Discord moderator? Oh, we have a guy who created our Discord, right? We didn't pay him anything. He did this for free to help us out because I guess he was a fan of the show, and then he built this crazy Discord thing for our Patreon community, which was great. And then when we released that grant for that Flint Dibble podcast, he went and like basically deleted everything. He like wiped out our whole Discord and left. Oh wow, that's how yeah. See, look at these people are about this. That's just crazy.
it's almost a religion, actually.
It is like a religion. It really is.
Yeah, I will say this about that debate. I bet you have a lot to say. My impression of it is that Flint did not facilitate what I would consider to be an entertaining conversation to the mysteries. For example, they started talking about building the so-called underwater monument off the coast of an island from Japan. And you're very familiar with this. It looks like steps underwater.
Yeah, I remember it from the podcast.
So that one is, I consider an enigma. I think that it was man-made of some kind, and if that's the case, it would have happened at least 12,000 years ago. Was the last time the site was above water. It doesn't look, and the reason why I think that it's not natural, and I've repeatedly asked for it, I've even gone and asked Rabbi Rothschild and said, if this is natural, then okay, show me just one other site, but anywhere else on Earth that even looks remotely comparable to this. It's been nothing but cricket since. But circling back to when they were having a conversation on Rogan, Graham brings it up. It was going to be a whole topic of conversation. Flint's like, this is just natural. The end. And like the conversation just moved right on. And I'm like, hold on a second. There's more to discuss there. So Flint, I want to hear Dan's thoughts on this because like that's no one has dived into this more than you.
And then Flint, there was a part when they were discussing that those underwater structures where I think even Rogan was looking at it. I think he was like compelled by Flint's description of it being natural. Even Rogan was like, yeah, this looks natural to Graham.
I don't remember it that way, but you could be right.
In places, you want to be just look like a river. It play devil's advocate. If it did sink 12,000 years ago underwater, it's underwater 12,000 fucking years ago. It's going to have some natural looking shit, right? But what do you know what's in it? That Flint was just not just dismissive of it. A better example of the same thing was when they talked about the old nine and they were talking about the potential artifacts and hot dog stuff. And Flint just laughed at it. Literally laughed. It's like, okay, man, I talked about this before. Carl Sagan was a great science fucking communicator. And one of the reasons he was because he knew what his audience was. His audience was interested amateurs. The interested amateurs doesn't come in there because they want to know the spectrum. They want to know about aliens and shit, right? So
there's a lot of arrogance that goes into some of these scholars.
So when you come in and somebody asks about this site that is going to gain an underwater mine, and you're just, well, what you have effectively done is not only have you dismissed the disinterested amateur, but you've left the vacuum open for Jim, for Grant, to be the one that comes and says, hey, this is what y'all are doing it. And then they cry about it afterwards and say, well, why does nobody like real archaeology? Well, because you deliberately made it fucking good. You weren't Indiana Jones at because you know that Indiana Jones was the reason you started getting into these things. You know that's what's interesting, you know that's what's fun. Well, you don't want to look for no lost art.
Yeah, even I got Flick to admit on this podcast when he came in here, I think it was towards the front of the podcast, that a lot of his people that he works with in archaeology got into archaeology because of Grant Dayton. So now he says that they don't believe what he says, whatever. But like going back to the Flint conversation with Grant, like, I thought Flint did such a good job. Not Monday morning quarterbacking, and I know a lot of stuff that he said was actually wrong. Whether he said it, whether he lied intentionally, or whether he was just trying to win, quote unquote, win the debates, I don't think it makes sense in the debate. It's not supposed to be like a MMA fight. It's supposed to be something for people to learn. It's subjective, right? Everything should be. It's all of it's like who you think wrong, whatever. That's completely subjective. And I learned a lot of it. But like when you go on Twitter and you subtweet everything Graham says about like Graham, you fucking lost. Look how much I killed Graham in this debate. That's not a good look. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Like,
well, it also betrays me. There's a couple of things that betrays it all going into it. One, I have a hard time with the baby live because he's been fucking prepared. When he's putting the wrong slide on the screen, that's not a mistake, bro. That's not something you can just say, oh, sorry, man, I handed you the wrong piece of paper here. He's been preparing that one a long time. So there's a lot of that to do with it, but also in addition to that whole afterwards he posts the video right away talking, oh, I'm feeling good. I'm just right. If you really think that good, let's do that for you. You don't have to be the one talking about that. You think that mentality will immediately spray into his brain after the defensive game? I think it's false comparison.
I think he went into it to be combative, and to be honest with you, I felt that podcast, I think that's engaging for the audience. I look at it like a team, a dance partner. You're getting a dance partner, and I feel like he didn't do Graham across 3 decades of work justice, and that he has shared numerous legitimate mysteries about ancient civilizations, and that debate did not allow that to be showcased. I felt like it was just so many times that Flint had just scoffed off certain things through some giggling and some laughs. It didn't allow the true mysteries that Graham has shown to the world for so many decades to flourish. I thought Graham did the best he could, and in my mind, I thought he won, because in my mind, I'm thinking, like, these mysteries of ancient civilizations are not been addressed. The mystery is still there. The part that bothered me the most, though, it's one thing to misrepresent certain data or whatever on things that people have said that he lied about. The part that bothered me the most was that he tried to portray that he hadn't associated Graham with white supremacy. They brought up an article, and Flint said, these aren't my words. It was actually from the exact tweet from Flint. And I initially got upset. Yeah, he was doing crazy shit to try to get his way out of it. And it's like, because he did the same thing to me, like, he said, well, they say you're white supremacist. Like, it doesn't matter. You're associating him with, and that's exactly what we're doing. Yeah. Paragraph and try to actually write that kind of
as a scientist, having to weigh in on his field of study, why the fuck are we talking about this political shit? What the fuck does that have to do with rock and fucking all this heavy metal and all these this is like that area specifically designed so that when you Google, it's a sports nerd tactic, 110%. And the guy's done it to me with scientists that I tried to talk to and stuff since then. And it was, Barnhart was a guy I'd like to work with, but I know that some archaeologists have been held in and telling him that I'm a bad person, I shouldn't smoking with or whatever. I know I've been told by other archaeologists that they want to work with me, but they're afraid to do it because they're curious. So even though they're YouTubers and are archaeologists, so they're like, I watched him to a high school specialist. I watched him to real-time lighting and say that he's learning this to basic high technology. But he knows his ability. I don't believe that they just I mean, well, I differed than Jim. I got along with John and Clint when I first started with John. Yeah, I was considered kind of a tolerable conspiracy one, right? I'm the one that's he'll at least turn around. He might say that we're wrong about this, and he'll turn around and say they're wrong about that too. So we'll put up with it. He's usually following the science. But when I started pointing out that when they talk about racism, particularly the letter that they sent to Netflix about Grand Society of American Hotels, that letter, I started hammering away at the falsehoods of that. How this narrative is quite accurate. You guys are bullshitting things here to make things seem a little different than they are. What was that letter? They tried to get Netflix to make the documentary series a science fiction series. Right, relabeled documentary. And they wanted the big thing there was they said that what I took real umbrage with was they said that this idea dated back to Ignatius Donnelly and his books, and then they tried to tie it in with him being a white supremacy type of person. And the stuff came from before that. It gets really complicated, but the bottom line is this bullshit. The guy, Ignatius Donnelly, his Wikipedia page has fucking his sources on there that were not racist. Got the Mayans were white supremacists at all. But they skipped that because they wanted to make it look like Atlantis started with white supremacy, and that's how they portrayed it. So when I called them out on it, it was kind of fucking radio silence for about a month. But it was during Christmas time, so I let everybody chill. But after I started pushing on it, I started thinking in really quickly. It was like, this is a political thing, clearly. I fucked over with the science, and that's when I started losing friends in archaeology pretty fast.
And to be clear, in that letter, they associated these theories with dangerous extremism. They have those words in there, and far right and other things. And I'm like, that's going too far. That's not what this is. We're talking about this.
If you click on that blue link there where it says the SAA's letter, you can read the letter itself. Where it says letter, it's short and it's short. Scroll down to the in between two pages and you can read the spicy bit.
Yeah. The host of this series repeatedly and vigorously dismisses archaeologists and the practice of archaeology with aggressive rhetoric, largely seeking to cause harm to our membership and our profession in the public eye. Netflix identifies and advertises the series as a docu-series, a genre that implies its content is grounded in fact, when the content of the show is based on false claims.
No, it gets worse than this. This is mild. This is not the. This is going. Further down.
It is a documentary. How is it not a doc? It's a docu-series. It is a docu-series.
And really quickly, if you scroll up for 1 second again and look at those really fast, notice that both of those first two, they give something away very telling here. This is complaining about the science, right?
They're throwing in these things like racist, white supremacy ideology.
If they're complaining about the science being wrong, why does it say it vigorously dismisses archaeologists?
See, that's a cop-out. When you're trying to say things like it is, they're threatening Netflix to say racist, white supremacist, and it threatens indigenous people. Okay, now you're holding a gun to Netflix's head because you can't present a reasonable argument, so you have to throw in these threats, basically, that you're going to be associated with white supremacy, which is the same thing Flint fucking did in here when we had this great conversation about Atlantis, and he convinced me. I mean, he did a really good job of convincing me why Atlantis could possibly be bullshit. And then I asked him about the basin, and he laughed in my face, and he said, I talked about a guy you guys know, Matt Bell, wonderful, great guy who's at Restream, who buys these vases off the antiquities market, and I was asking Flint, what do you think about these? He goes, I can't even be in the same room because anybody who purchases these things is literally threatening people's lives, and they're funding cartels and funding cartel violence by purchasing these things. So you're dismissing the argument and by creating that bullshit excuse why you can't.
Was he talking about cocaine or race? What the fuck are you on about here?
Matt bought those legally. And, if he wants to make that argument, you could say that there are no greater leaders than archaeologists. Yeah, I could use that same argument. Says you guys are grave robbers. You're literally digging up graves and taking it and putting it to other countries and
let's be very clear. Any of the bases that have good provenance in a country like the United States will be repatriated. It's the very fact that that is able to purchase those housing. There's an issue with provenance, which is why guys like David Wheeler will pick up the provenance. We don't know the furthest came from ancient Egypt, and it's also why it's funny they play both sides.
and let me just say on that, people say no doubt their authenticity. And like, well, I've been in Egypt, the name of museums, those same bases are in there behind glass. Same materials. Yeah, they're right there. I have pictures.
Oh, yeah, and that's spend stupid fucking money on these bases. Who's going to win, right?
Right.
And they're going to spend stupid money on these bases. You think that the antiquity dealers that are selling these things are going to be like, oh, you know what, fuck this guy, fuck all my credibility, because I'm going to get 10 grand off this thing. No, they ain't going to deal with fakes.
But if they think they're fake, then go to the Cairo Museum where you can see them balancing like on an eggshell. You know what I'm talking about with the real rounded bottom where like sitting balanced. It's hard to explain, but it's like an eggshell bottom.
Yeah, they don't flip flat. I have a big one. They want to grab that with a 3D print right there. I pointed the one right behind you.
That's a better example. Yep. And so to the audience who's doing this camera, you know, it's like, it's amazing. And yeah, they have those big firearms behind glass. And they look good. It's the same material. You can see it. They're like, these are the same. When I handled my bills, how can I say that they're authentic? They're real granite and they're amazing. You get certificates of authenticity, but you know, people can just argue that away and say, oh, everything, you know, but I'm like, I have no doubt that they're real. Yeah. But the discussion is this, is that how was this a granite piece like this? Well, this is a 3D, but I'm talking about the real life deal. How is that constructed with the alleged primitive methods with hand tools when they're so symmetrical down to like thousandths of an inch and to balance the way they are? Like, how are things done with hand tools? Like, that's the real discussion. And to say that it was done with stone hammers and bronze chisels, okay, well, if they want to advocate for that, then simply create one with those methods. This is one thing I keep saying that when it comes to like, the cutting of granite, I'm like, if you say that these stone boxes were created with stone hammers, as they allege, I'm like, okay, well then just create one stone box, just one, with the alleged primitive methods. And this is nothing but crickets after that.
Well, I was trying to tell me that somebody did do it online. Right? I remember watching a video. There's a video on YouTube where people tried to recreate it. I think it took them more than a year, and it was like
not anywhere near the realm of what these real ones are.
Yeah, not even, and they'll miss the hard parts of it. It's like, okay, we all accept that granite can be cut with abrasive. You use a copper tube and abrasive, you can't drill a hole in granite. I don't think anybody's doing it right. So it's like, yes, you can make the blank of the base with whatever. Okay, that's fine. Now make it precise. That's where the woman needs to go. They consistently are doing that. It's honestly, it's kind of embarrassing because the type of is skeptical because they're not even it's really irritating to me because I do value science a lot, and I think that in all honesty, we need both sides of human psyche to find what we sense in. We're gonna have people that look at that and they're gonna just like 1,001 ideas, and there's better people bring that back into reality, including the field, and end up with an answer at some point. As it is, we have this disconnect, and when you remove the scientists from the discussion, or there's the skeptics from the discussion, you end up with, well, as I like to bring up a lot, Einstein famously said that theory of relativity is almost unrecognizable using mathematics. Right? Einstein writes a theory of relativity, and it gets fine-tuned, fine-tuned, 1,000 different. He's got this idea that's going to react to it, and it just lead into actual science. But it didn't start. And not that he was a pseudoscientist, but he was more of a dreamer than the really hard number crisis.
3-0, 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4, 5-4. 5-5, 6-5, 7-5, 7-6, 8-6, 8-7, 8-8, 8-9, 9-9, 9-10, 10-10, 11-10.
Saying that the Egyptians didn't build the pyramid, like
11-11, 12-11, 13-11, 14-11.
Older version of the same people. It's just you're saying it's your ancestors. It's not saying it's some white Aryan race did it.
Right.
That in my mind is, I think that comes from a psychological. A lot of these guys are really diehard lefties, and if you're anti-racist and you want to fight racism, you're willing to be serendipitous to wake up one day and find out the thing you went to school for just happens to be miraculously aligned with combating racism.
It is interesting that like there is a common denominator with these. I call them mainstream archaeologists, but almost all of them seem to be very left-wing as far as politically. There's a common denominator. It's hard to know what to make of that, but there's something there. I look at hardcore leftism. This isn't about immigrants. This isn't like, oh, let same-sex marriages or whatever. That's not what it's so much about. I look at hardcore leftism as this ideology of people that just trust their authority without doing the research themselves.
From New York City, only you knew me. Oh, but this is great. We're in New York City. You're got your little drinks in front of you, your fake drinks. No fake cigarettes, though. You can't even fake like you're smoking anymore. Mayor's going crazy about the smoking. The smoking thing, we hate the smokers in our country now. Our Supreme Court has even ruled that forcing one inmate to share a cell with another who smokes is cruel and unusual punishment. In other words, our justice has decided that a prisoner can still sodomize his cellmate. He just can't enjoy that come-down cigarette afterward. That's the bad part. Secondhand smoke. Non-consensual anal incursion, no problem there. So this is great being in New York. You know, I moved here about 13 years ago from Seattle, Washington. I left a city that has a high suicide rate for a city that has a high homicide rate. Because I'm just not a do-it-yourself kind of person. So thanks for coming out. You know, you're out. Thanks for the people who are watching this on TV. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be at home watching TV. My two favorite networks, by the way, are Court Television and ESPN. I like Court TV and ESPN because together they allow me to follow the careers of my favorite professional athletes from draft day right through their first felony conviction. I'm trying to wean myself off of sports or watching sports on TV. It's too time consuming. I don't watch football anymore. I gave that up. I got tired of the interviews after the games because the winning players always give credit to God while the losers blame themselves. You know, just once I'd like to hear players say, yeah, we were in the game until Jesus made me fumble. He hates our team. Amateur sports are no better than professional sports, you know, like, well, I know the Olympics are coming to New York, I think, in 2012. Are you really excited about the Olympics? There's too many weird Olympic events now, you know, like that one where the gymnast prance around on the mat twirling a piece of ribbon. It's called rhythmic gymnastics. Unless you're 5, then it's called playing. Now there's a big push to make bowling an Olympic sport. Bowling an Olympic sport. Think about that. Yeah, that certainly will add splendor to the games, won't it? Imagine how the drama will build before the competition as the bowlers wait patiently in line to rent their shoes.
I don't know. They're saying these white supremacists also for this kind of thing.
God, I feel sorry for the commentators in bowling. You know, the sport is so predictable. There's just a ball and an alley. There's no defense, no obstacles, no strategy. So, Jim, what do you think you'll do on this one? He's probably going to trying to knock those
That's
pins
why
down.
you associate people with racism.
Back
now.
to
This
you.
is a quick way to cancel somebody going, oh yeah, you know what? I don't want to hear what they have to say. That's a stupid person. Because
Golf's going to be an Olympic sport. Golf, an Olympic sport.
You're saying that they're stupid.
I don't know. It's actually quite difficult to stay awake while watching golf on television. It's a great sleep inducer. I think this is why the commentators in golf whisper. They don't want to wake you up.
You're saying a racist attack. You're saying what
Looks like Tiger has about a 20-foot putt. While he's lining it up, I'll take this opportunity to sing Rockabye.
That's a low IQ fan, but it's like, really? You can't learn something from something because they look
And well, in recent Olympics anyway, have all been plagued by some drug scandal, and it's really no wonder the drug testing in the Olympics is so stringent now. One guy was even stripped of a gold medal after he tested positive for marijuana. Marijuana is not a performance-enhancing drug; it's the opposite. This guy should have gotten 2 medals. One for winning and one for getting his ass off the couch and doing something when he was stoned. Could have been sitting around all day eating Doritos and watching cartoons.
Here we go, son. 1 and 2. 2 and 2.
Very excited.
3 and
I
2.
don't get out that
4
much
and 2.
anymore. I got 3 kids and 2 retired parents.
7 and 2.
Oh
8
man,
and
the
2.
retired parents, oh Jesus. They call constantly. They have nothing to do, so they just call you on the phone. You know what retired parents are like?
11
They're like
2.
telemarketers that you can't hang up
13
on.
3. 14 3. 14 4. 15 4. 16 4. 17 16 5.
Got 3 kids, a 4.5-year-old, a 2.5-year-old, and a half-year-old.
18 6.
I was present for all of their births. That's expected of men. Now we got to be there when the kids are born. I'm still not sure what our role is in the delivery room. As far as I can tell, it's like waiting for your luggage and baggage claim. You just stand there and peer into that void. I hope that one's mine. I'm exhausted. Unfortunately, it's been very hard on me. I was being sincere. I want to say that this stress to be I don't want to get into it, but I apologize. He was very upset with me at different things that I said to him in the past. Of course, we're told we're in the delivery room. We're there to coach. We're there to coach, yeah. Like my wife needs me to tell her how to breathe. She created a human being inside of her. I can barely make microwave popcorn. 2 days later. And I'm like, we're not there to coach, we're there to watch. We're there to watch women do something that we can't do. And it was a shrewd move of them, and no coincidence that the women's movement started to pick up steam about the same time we were invited into the delivery room. It's women's way of saying, oh, you don't think I can compete with you in the workplace? Ah! Who's the bitch now? I have tremendous respect for women after watching my wife give birth 3 times. I could never, ever raise a child to whom I gave birth. You know, because a newborn is about the size of a basketball. If I had to expel a basketball from my body via a very restricted passageway, I would never want to see that basketball again. Not even on weekends. It's very stressful becoming a parent. It is. You know what's really hard for me? Coming up with names for our children. You know, I panic when I have to name a new document on my computer. Damn, everybody uses miscellaneous. Got so desperate toward the end of my wife's 3rd pregnancy, I found myself reading the credits at the end of the movies, looking for names. Which means at some point I'll have to explain to my little boy that he was named after the key grip on Dude, Where's My Car? So my oldest boy is he's 4 and a half. He named him Nate. He was born here in New York, and
one day I'm optimistic that we'll see them actually happen.
My wife's Australian, so Nate's he's half Australian, half New Yorker, which explains why his first words were "Good day, asshole."
I'm not pushing space lasers. I'm not pushing.
He's only 4.5, and he's already figured out that I'm a moron, which is kind of his hard thing. You know, I was hoping that would put that off a little bit. But the other night we were watching the Discovery Channel, and it was a nature show, and a hippopotamus appeared on the screen. And I didn't think he knew what a hippopotamus was, so I said, "Hey, Nate, that's a hippopotamus." And then he said, "That's right, Daddy, it is a hippopotamus." You're very smart.
And so it's like, since I shared this common interest, why not just unite it that one little?
So I've realized one thing: there's a lot of pressure on parents, man. Just figured that out. Parents get blamed for everything now. Even when their kids are grown up and out of the house, parents are used as scapegoats. I'm a loser because my father's an alcoholic. Your father's an alcoholic because you're a loser. God, people love to wine, don't they? Some people, one wrong word can set them off. We aren't stewards, we're flight attendants. Whenever you are, go fetch me some peanuts and a Diet Coke. You can be astronauts if you want, I don't care. I'm thirsty. Somehow we convinced ourselves that we're helping people merely by using the proper terminology when referring to them. They aren't bums, they're the homeless. I guess we figured it's bad enough that people have to sleep in the gutter. We certainly wouldn't want them to suffer from low self-esteem as well. I don't have any sympathy for people who suffer from low self-esteem. You know, you need to love yourself. You just need to hate a lot of other people. And then grade yourself on the curve. Hey, I might suck, but I don't suck as bad as Hitler. So I got the kids married 8.5 years. That's pretty good. 8.5 years. I like being married too. I like being married for two reasons. One, I got really tired of dating, and two, I got really tired of exercising. I don't understand these couples who get married and then continue to work out and eat healthily. I mean, what's the point of getting married if you can't let yourself go? It's not as if you have to be attractive anymore. The race is over. Take off the uniform. There's no weight clause in the wedding vows.
Just inches from the actual.
Another reason I like being married is that, sometimes I kind of plateau when it comes to my self-loathing, and that's why it's nice to have someone who's always around who can point out all the flaws and defects in my character that I might have overlooked, and thus allow me to take my self-loathing to a whole new level. I wasn't good at dating anyway. I wasn't good at it. I wasn't confident enough around women, you know. Some men are. Some men are so self-assured that they think they can convert gay women, make them straight. I couldn't do that. I could make a straight woman gay though. By the way, I think gay people should be allowed to get married. I know a lot of people are opposed to it. I have an uncle who is, and he likes to say things like, "The thought of two men having sex makes me sick." Yeah, well, the thought of your fat, hairy ass humping away doesn't exactly tickle me pink either. Don't think about it. How about that? Don't think about it. Why would you spend any time at all thinking about things that you don't like? It doesn't make any sense. How you doing today, Jim? Not so well. I've been thinking all day what it would be like to have open weeping sores on my genitals. Sorry about that. So I just want to stay married. I don't want to date. I don't want to have to go through a breakup. I don't want to get divorced. Because every breakup has the potential to get really ugly. I mean, look at me and Pharaoh and Woody Allen. After their split, she was so pissed. She renamed their children. I didn't even know you could do that. Well, you just sit the kids down one day and tell them, your father and I have decided to separate, and you're Bob now. Why do I have to be Bob? Because your father's a bastard, that's why. Now shut up and go to your room, Bob. Don't need that. Don't need that. Here's a pet peeve of mine, men who complain about being married, because marriage is clearly an institution that favors men. It's a statistical fact that on average, women who never get married live longer than women who do, but men who never get married don't live as long as men who do. That's why we buy women the engagement ring. It's a form of compensation. Here, this is for the life that I'm about to suck out of you. You're just taking the vows when you rush off to some vacation hideaway where you spend every second of every day with the very person to whom you just pledged your entire life. 2 weeks apart, I think, would make more sense. And those who abstain from premarital sex will argue that the greatest gift a woman can offer a man is her virginity. Not necessarily. Everything has a shelf life. I like cheesecake, but not if it's been sitting in the freezer for 30 years. I don't know. They say kids are more advanced sexually now than we were. That makes sense to me. I didn't lose my virginity until I was 19 years old. I think I know why, too. I was born by cesarean section. I never really had a frame of reference. Now I keep reading that I'm over the hill sexually. I don't even remember having a sexual peak when I was 19. I just remember apologizing a lot. I just want to stay married. That's all I want. What do you think the secret is to a successful relationship? Is it all these so-called relationship experts like Dr. Phil, who, by the way, looks like a giant penis with a mustache. What I find most impressive about Dr. Phil is the way he's always able to make some key psychological breakthrough right before he throws to a commercial. Just very impressed by that. But he says, and the rest of them say, the secret to a successful relationship is communication. I don't buy that. I think the secret to a successful marriage is low expectations. It's definitely not communication. Men and women are not capable of communicating with each other. Women have a better grasp of language than men. There are no synonyms in a woman's vocabulary. Every word has its own shade of meaning. I didn't say that I was mad. I said that I was upset. Maybe you should listen. This is not a huge investment. We can figure this out. This is not a big deal. I'm not talking about bringing out any equipment and giving this all that. Just, by the way, is that you're a moron. Anthropologists theorize that women are verbal so that they can attract men, and men are analytical so that we can find women. This explains why a man only gets lost driving when he already has a woman in the car with him. He's confused. His mission is complete. So if that was the case, that would prove that to experts. Because that's not supposed to exist. I guess because we aren't verbal, that's why we're rarely able to provide women with the romantic dialogue they so desire. Women should have teleprompters mounted on their foreheads. That way we could read whatever they wanted us to say, still almost make eye contact into Pearson's ear. Without you, my life has no meaning. I am like a bee without a flower. Shit. I'm sorry, I don't speak French. I don't speak French. I wish I did. French is the language of love. I speak German, the language of persecution. I lived in Vienna, Austria for a year. I spent a year there. I didn't acclimate well overseas. Little things threw me, like speaking German to dogs. Cool. Ja, du bist ein guter Hund. It felt as though they were looking at me like, God, you have the worst accent. Suffered through some awkward moments while living in Austria. One day I woke up, turned on the television set, and The Wizard of Oz was on. It was dubbed into German. I didn't like it. There's something sinister about German-speaking munchkins. They aren't cute, they're scary. Okay, Gellert Steinbeck. Yeah, what were that leads? But it's an interesting area of study, language. It really is. I had a linguistics professor who said that it's our ability to use language that makes us the dominant species on the planet. I didn't know that. I always thought that what sets us apart from other animals is
out there talking to the lady, talking to the masses. What's wrong with you? So it's the same kind of thing. Let's be real clear about scientists. Some of these guys, they didn't show us humanity that is really good with that and stuff. It's just so good. And there's nothing wrong with that. But that's the way it's something hard to do. There's a big difference between being super proficient in the scientific endeavor.
we aren't afraid of vacuum cleaners. Anyway, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Instead, what we get polarization. We get basically a game of politics all across social media. Every
Wasn't there a I think it was your Twitter that were hiring so the SA, the Society for American Archaeology, the same organization that was trying to get Karen Hancock's Netflix series renamed, they're also the reasons why he couldn't film at Serpent Mound, correct? They're the ones that contacted them.
I don't know that
They
for a
wouldn't
fact.
let him film at Serpent Mound was contacted by in Tennessee.
From New York City, Comedy Central presents Wayne Kennedy.
That's the organization. This is just this DEI specialist position. I don't know what the salary is, but it's 30 or 3 years by it. Can you find that to me? I think that's it. Yeah, it's okay.
This is my third time in New York City since the attack. It's still kind of freaking me. You know what? This is the thing I hate about what happened in New York. One, it was a tragic and senseless loss of human life, of course. And two, it kind of hooked up my the white man is the devil theory. Pretty much shot that all to hell, really. I mean, I'm still trying to hold out hope that the white man is the devil. I just don't have the conviction that I once did. Hey, Wayne, you still think the white man is the devil? Well, yeah.
Right there.
But I'm not going to be going to the meetings anymore, fellas. I've got some rethinking to do. Man, it wasn't it terrible, man? And then people was attacking Arabs and Muslims after it happened, man. And that wasn't right. And I mean, it wasn't all Arabs and Muslims that did it, right? It was just a few cats who happen to be Arab and Muslim, who messed up for the rest of the Arabs and Muslims to ever walk outside in the sunlight ever again in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think people should have it. They won't be on the right, I guess.
When Timothy McVeigh bombed the federal building, nobody was thinking about going out there and beating up white folk, were they? Nobody but me. And I couldn't drum up no support for that plan. You'd be surprised how hard it is to get white folk to help you go get white folk. You ever see that? I was starting reading after the attacks, man. Anybody become like more spiritual, anything, more introspective? I started reading like the Bible and the Torah, the Quran. Matthew's using the Green Lantern, you know what I mean? I was like an atheist with a B plan. One thing I learned about the Bible, you ever read the Bible? Anybody? People? That's a hard read. I started it, man, because I knew bad things happened in it. I thought that was like later in the book. You ever really read the Bible? Starts going downhill about page 3. And they talk about wine in the Bible a lot. 2 things they talk about in the Bible a lot are wine, and that's hard to believe. I think the wine came first. You know, it's kind of hard to believe. You know how it is sometimes, man, you sitting around, you be drinking wine with a group of your friends or some apostles. And the story just started getting away from you. Yeah, I remember yesterday, man, because I was random. I saw like a dog.
Here's what I think it's a scam. So essentially,
Yeah,
one consists of approximately 7,000 archaeologists.
And the bush was on fire and talking to me.
So I'm those organizations, but those people are
Would you quote me on that?
so they essentially say, we're not
I
taking
hear you write the
them for
book.
their own self-interest, but essentially they're orchestrating
This is the mistake I think that
the allocation of funding
Osama
in
made.
hundreds of millions of dollars.
And I don't think he calculated the damage he was going to do, not only to strangers, but probably to people in his own family.
They are benefiting from
Because
it.
he's
I'm
like
not saying that
one
they're
of what,
taking that money into their own
55,
pockets,
58
but
brothers and
it's
sisters.
It's like you getting paid.
So you got to imagine right now, it's probably not a real good time to be a Bin Laden. You know, he wasn't thinking about the damage he was going to do to like Ernesto and Wilfredo and Peaches Bin Laden. That'd be like having to be Mike Hitler during the height of Nazi Germany. You know what I mean? You Mike Hitler, you work at a bakery. You just trying to make ends meet. Meanwhile, your brother's out there just acting an ass. Right? If people come to the bakery and read your name tag and go off on you, you know, Hitler, you massacred and killed 6 million Jews and ravaged Europe and tried to achieve world domination by violent military weapons. Whoa, that's my brother, dude. I just make strudel. I was going to join a religion, man. I was looking to be something.
They charge you,
Something organized.
And if you
Went
pay
to
a
the
different
Nation of
organization
Islam.
different money, all of a sudden
What does it take to join up with you cats?
so essentially,
no
it's
pork
just
and
a
no white
middleman
women.
of people that are making
You brothers take care.
And unless we're not doing any good, I'm not saying, listen, yeah, it's not destroying the world, but it becomes something else. I'm seeing this like stuff on
Going down the street, see what the Baptist is talking about. But he did to quit pork than it is to quit white. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because pork don't call you at 1 in the morning, drunk and horny, want you to come over. Because if pork did, it would be hard to quit that too. Hello, Dwayne. I want you to you come over and grab me and lick me and fight me.
Is
this half a slab of ribs?
It's like
How'd you get my new number? So what you gotta do, man? You gotta. They say you gotta just cherish the days because you don't know, right? Tomorrow's not promised anybody. So you gotta live every day as if it's your last.
Fall out because like, oh, this house is,
I don't recommend that.
worse than it is.
I tried that one time.
This isn't an issue.
It was a Wednesday. I woke up with my job, slapped a cop, and hit on my girlfriend's mother. And Thursday rolled around, much to my chagrin.
So it's just a matter of like,
Found out they ain't got no bumper stickers telling you what you did the day after you lived the previous day, like it was the last day of the rest of your life.
but yes, it is understandable for being a builder.
Can't afford Christmas. I tried to go Christmas shopping last year. I had no money.
It's not
Just went window shopping.
So it's like, there's people with money.
Credit cards. I would do commercials for a break. Do you know me? I ain't think so. That's why I carry this. A big ass brick. A brick is respected all over the world. In Rome. In Los Angeles. Except the woman I was with got greedy, I was there. Give me some of them. And I will go. Damn, baby. You think I made a brick? I believe in capitalism. Just ain't got no capital. Without no capital, you ain't got no ism. That's why sometimes I drive, man. I work for my sister, man, and brother-in-law. They own apartment buildings, and I work for them. Me and 5 Mexican dudes, we work together. We're not really together. I drop them off. That's my job. And I'm good too. I can drop you right off. Some dudes drop you off down the street. We are, yeah. Love those cats, man. Pretty good, man. Mexican cats, friendly, man. Nice, family-oriented, man. Hard-working, don't they? Yeah, man. Mexicans work hard. They work harder than everybody. Mexicans got the strongest work ethic on earth. If Mexicans had been slaves, slavery would have been over real quick. Because they had done 300 years worth of work in about 9 hours.
Long story short,
Is it hot or is it just
I came across a documentary.
is it black or is it just the few of us?
I've since learned that there's a gentleman named George Titus who visited the workshop 2008.
I believe in God.
So
I'm sad about what happened, man, with the whole New York thing,
George
man.
Titus, but I don't
But
know.
white folks were
All I know is
outraged.
that I came across the documentary.
We haven't seen that kind of violence in the name of religion in this country since we got
When I
here.
first started making a series of videos on this in late 2018, there was literally tens of thousands of comments. It is one of the most bizarre geological
They got
features.
wiped out.
I mean, look at it.
It
was first identified by
Indians used to be fast, man. Used to
1964.
run over the entire country, man. Millions of Indians. Now The whole Cherokee Nation is living in a two-flat on 63rd. Hey, man, you want to meet the Cherokee Nation? Sure. Hold on. Can I speak to Phil? That's because Indians fought to the death, brother. They fought the white man to the death.
However, it has been studied.
Black people fought the white man too, to a point. To the point where they thought it might be death. And they said, hey, you know what? Maybe we better just pick this cotton and regroup. The Bible says they kicked in. Brother said, hey, I got to be around to tell the story. That's all, man. It's just different terrorists. Terrorism is relative. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Because I hate when I hear people talking about like those terrorists. Like it's just something boring, you know? Because hey, anybody can be a terrorist. You know what I mean? That same cop that was somebody's hero early that morning could have been somebody's terrorist. You know what I mean? You're like, officer, what were you doing the day of the tragedy? Well, I'll never forget that. It was 5:30 in the morning. I was whooping this Puerto Rican's ass with a flashlight. And I get a call over dispatch that our freedoms have been attacked. What's this world coming to? That's why, you know what, though? That's why we're going to all have to learn how to do something. Live together, something. Because, you know, because the whole racial demographic is changing, man. They said in like 50 years, there's going to be more Latinos and Asians than white folks in America. So that means either one or two things. We're going to either have to learn how to live together, or the Klan is going to have to relax its admission standards. With this flag, we light the cross that will shine as a beacon and a testament to the everlasting preservation of the white race. Pedro, Ling Tao, would you do the honors? And here's how we get over all the racial stuff. You know how we do this? Talk to each other.
Consensus, that's what it is. But,
right? That's how you do it. We talk to each other and we ask each other questions. They might be awkward questions, but that's how you get the ball rolling.
Evidence of things that collapse in
you can say like
concentric circles. It's truly bizarre.
Hey, white man.
What are your thoughts on this?
How come you're so tense and afraid?
One of the things that
and then he can say, hey, black man, how'd you get into my apartment? You know what I That's why I went into comedy, man. I thought I'd go into comedy, man, and make everybody eliminate prejudice. But that, I don't know why I thought that. That's never gonna happen. You know what I mean? That ain't been happening. You know, since black folks been entertaining white folks since we got here. You know what I mean? You know, slaves used to entertain the slave master, and he would laugh. But after the show, he wouldn't be any less racist. You know, he'd be like, Rasta, you were funny.
What an
I mean, you weren't give you your freedom funny. Slaves used to have to entertain on top of being a slave. That a bitch. How much work you got to do? That's the worst iron. That's the cruelest iron. You better get. You know I got a show at 8:30. Oh yeah, I'm gonna cut it down. You gonna do that one joke about my unremitted cruising? No, all my jokes is about your unremitted cruising. You hear that? All these jokes about.
So that was so.
What are you looking at?
From Plato.
You gotta get it. So don't be afraid, people.
So, you know, he didn't
That's what
know
Dick Cheney
he
said
died, you know,
right after the attack.
20 years earlier.
He
Right?
said that
So
from
this is what
seclusion.
people will debate. Like, the hell is this?
That's the funny part. Leaders tell you to do what they don't even do. Don't be afraid.
With no witness testimony.
This is Dick Cheney telling you not to be afraid. We will not bow down or capitulate or bend to cowards or their cowardly acts. We will live our American lives in an open and American way.
Evidence for Atlantis.
You messing with the vice president? Where you calling from? That ain't none of your damn business. Osama, same way, you know, you're full of, over there telling these people, with Allah on our side, we will be led to everlasting victory and paradise. But just in case I'll misinterpret some scriptures, I'm going to be hiding in various caves outside Kandahar. You know, till this thing blows over. This cat might have had a hand in knocking down 2 buildings, but he's living in a cave. And I don't care how you try to spin that. When you're living in a cave, things aren't working out. I don't care what you're telling your dates when you bring them home. Yeah, baby, just throw your coat on any one of them rocks. Yeah, I know I'm living in a cave. But this ain't really my cave. This is my mother's cave, really. My cave is being remodeled. Technology, man, is scary. Because now we have a war, man. We got all this. That's the only thing that intrigues me about the United States. All the stuff they developed to wipe you out. We got stuff. It's not like it used to be. Because remember when you probably don't remember this, but like the Revolutionary War. You know, United States used to know how to put on war. You know, but you always used to get a little music with your war. You know, they had to do it on drums, do it on fight, you know what I mean? A little background music while you're getting shot, you know? Even the Civil War, they had to do it on bugle. You know, I'd like to welcome everybody to the war. This next tune I wrote in Paris, I call this one Charge. Now, man, everything's high tech, smart weapons, you know, as opposed, I guess, dumb weapons, which they had in the 40s, which was weapons they just send up, hope they hit something. You know, now, man, since the Persian Gulf War, they got that smart weapon, that Tomahawk missile, fly this high off the ground, through the streets, dodging buildings, looking for your house. Any of you kids see Dwayne? He lives right down the street, Mr. Mitchell. All right, thanks. Stay in school. All right.
Oh, okay. They pour color into this indentation. We see it a lot in Egypt, but they are shaped in Egypt a lot. There was in South America, a lot more shape. But the fact that they're still a people, for example, we know that there are people and it's like, it looks like a guy standing operating procedure. That's what it looks like. It doesn't look like somebody's over there experimenting. Yeah, you did right there. And so you see what look at that one, that second one down there. Holy shit, okay. Now these show up all across the world. This is one of my favorite. To me, it's like, you know, I focus on a lot more of the mundane stuff because that's where I really end up being more fascinating. This is like, kind of a switch. All of the abilities. Not being able to put the same in a lot of different places. But this specifically using metal or wood, and specifically
New York City, Comedy Central presents Daily Grill. I'll tell you one thing, it's really great that we're doing this show in New York City because New York City is the greatest city in the world. And a lot of people I didn't say it just to get your applause, because we know it. And you know, the rest of the world hated New York City before September 11th. They hated us. They hated us. I mean, before September 11th, people thought it was NYPD Blue 24 hours a day. And they just hated us. They wouldn't watch the Mets-Yankees World Series because they hated New York City. They wouldn't watch it. And all of a sudden, September 11th, they saw how cool we were. Like, hey, New York's great. They're like, I love New York. Well, screw you. We were great the whole time. All right?
Some people say some people will say that it was
we love New York City, but we can't stay here 365 days a year. In order to appreciate how great New York City is, we have to take a vacation. But every New Yorker makes the same mistake. We take a 10-day vacation. It's the worst thing we can ever do. You take a 4-day vacation. If you get 10, take 6 in New York, 4 on the road. Because New Yorkers can't last outside of New York City for more than 4 days. You know what I'm talking about? But you need to get out of the city. So hopefully, you always see, you go to Colorado or some antithesis place, some really beautiful place. You always see the New Yorkers in the airport. The whole family's all dressed in black. It's their school colors. And the father, the mother, and the kids are like, hey, honey, it's just beautiful here in Colorado. It's trees and junk, and it's lovely. I know this sounds crazy, but I can live here. Then the second day, people are walking around going, have a nice day, which, you know, they don't mean for a second, of course. And, you know, the water's not that great, so they don't have good pizza or bagels. And then, you know, right, and then you look at the sports score, it's like Pittsburgh 2, and that's it. They don't even have the other half, which really happened to me once on the road. And then the third day, someone takes a half hour to give you change for $20 bills. Like, get me freaking home! You know what I mean? Here's something interesting about New York City. We have one electric company in New York City. They're called Con Edison. They're our only electric company, yet they advertise on television. What the hell are they thinking about? Our bills are more expensive because we pay for them to advertise. What could they possibly say in a commercial that would make any difference to us? I work on Edison. Sorry. You have no other choice. The post office advertises stamps on television. Stamps! We have commercials that actually go, buy U.S. postage stamps. All right, now maybe it's just me. But my whole life, all I've ever bought was U.S. postage stamps. Because when you try scotch taping 37 pennies to the envelope, it never gets there. Because every time you put a penny on the envelope, it weighs more. Then you put another penny on, and it weighs more, another penny, and you can never win. What's very interesting about New York City, through all the good times and all the bad times in New York City, there's one thing that'll never change. There will always be construction on the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway. Our whole lives, right? New Yorkers know that. And you know why? You know why? Because we pay them by the hour. That's why. You should be an idiot to finish the job early. You know what I'm saying? You're getting $40 an hour to wave an orange flag. You're not going to do anything. You know? You're going to make that job last forever. If you didn't pay them by the job, you know what I'm saying? It would be over 2 weeks. What a great gig, huh? You never see ads for that. I would join up for that job. Yeah. Looking for strong men, outstanding pay. Eat and tan while you work. Must be able to have never finished anything you've started in your entire life. I have a very little grandma that lives right up to BQE. That's how I know about the BQE. My grandma's 4'9". You can pick her up in your hand. She's so tiny. It's like, hi, Grandma. I go finish cooking. She wears big dresses. She floats. I'm with her. But I'll never forget the night I thought she was evil. Remember your little child, you realize for the very first time your grandmother wears false teeth? Remember what a shock that is? And there's two shocks. The first shock is when you see the teeth in the glass. The second shock is when you realize those teeth are not in her mouth. Teeth! What's the matter, Eddie? You're like the grandma in hell. You're running around the house, you're looking at your tortellini for ears. Scary. I got your nose, Grandma. No, you don't, Grandma. Leave my nose alone. You're coming apart, not me. My sister was the smart one. She took the denture, stuck in her pillow to that motorbike the next day. I grew up with my grandparents in the house. How many people grew up with your grandparents in the house? Applaud if you grew up with your grandparents. Not many. But it's the greatest thing in the world. It's the greatest thing in the world. You know why they're your best friends growing up? You know why? Because they want to get back at their kids for screwing up their lives. So they're your best friends. You know, Grandma, Daddy's yelling at me. Oh, yeah? Well, Tony used to pee in his bed till he was 12. See, they yelled at you now.
The thing is that I just find it I think that there was a time that I think that there was, especially when you look at the pyramid, that there was this sort of.
Here's something very interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm recently watching DC. And I saw Ted Kennedy walking around. You know what's interesting about that? He's the only Kennedy walking around. That's what I realized. I know, like, some of you like, oh, like you would be like, oh, because you're nervous, but you know, I believe in bad karma. Now, a lot of people are very young here, and you don't really know that I believe. You know, not that you don't know that I believe in bad karma. I told you, so you know that. But you don't know that Joseph Kennedy, the father of all the Kennedys, was really kind of a bootlegger, and he extorted money from people during the Depression. And I think, and I'm not sure, but you know, maybe bad things have happened to his kids because of that. Every one of his kids except Teddy. And Teddy has been in many accidents, but that proves that the drunk walks away from the accident. That's exactly he had a plane crash a bunch of years ago in Colorado. Like, he's like, God dang, man. He like wipes it off like it's not. He drove his car into a lake. The girl drowns. He's like, I got water in my ears. He's Robo-Kennedy. You can't kill that guy. That's one of the ones you don't want to laugh, but you're laughing at him, you know. It's true, and you can tell that he's drunk. You know how? His name is Edward Kennedy, and he calls himself Teddy. He's so hammered, he thinks his name is Theodore. He's Eddie Kennedy. No, I'm Teddy. No, you're hammered. Put the drink down. You can't be Teddy. Your name's not Edward, it's Edward. You can't take other people's nicknames because you're drunk, you know. Rich. His older brother had an odd request. My name is John, but you can call me Jack for short. For short, it's the same four letters. What the hell are you going to drink it up there? If your name is Jackson, you get Jack. You can't take Jack if your name is John. If your name is John, you get Johnny, and that's what you have to live with. Women do that too. My name's Margaret. You can call me Peg. I'm not going to call you Peg. You have half a leg, I'll call you Peg. Other than that, you're Margie. And here's the weirdest one. If your name is Richard, why? Why would you do that to yourself? Your name's not Stickard. Your name is Richard. There's no reason to give yourself a valid name. There's no reason. You have so many choices. You can be Rick. You can be Rich. I'd rather be called Chard than to be called Dick. Why would you do that? Nobody else does that. My name's Carl, but you call me. I know I'm Carl, but I prefer. Well, we prefer Carl. Here's something very interesting. Why do little children sing when they tease each other? I think it makes it worse. I'm telling Joey's mother. I'm telling Joey's mother. The more they want to piss you off, the more they modulate. I'm telling Joey's mother. Like the higher the note, the more you're going to be angry. I'm telling Joey's like, tell my mother. She hates you and your whole family. It's not going to do you any good.
So,
But how did that ever start? My friend never said, hey, Eddie, go to school and make fun of Joey and his mother and sing it. Or we never got together, Joey's mother. Has to go back in time, maybe the time of the Greeks. Caesar wears a toga. Or the time of Jesus. Joseph's not your real dad. He wasn't his real dad, and the kid would do it. It's very hard to talk about religion in this country. We should. Religion should be about love and not fear. There's too much fear in the world. There's too much confusion about religion in the world. And religious leaders have been confusing us lately. It's really been horrible. Religious leaders tell us we do good things to go to heaven. Right? And then some of them do bad things, and it makes me think maybe hell's the cooler place, and they're holding out on us. You know what I'm saying? Because they push heaven like crazy. It makes me think. Remember growing up, we don't really know what heaven looked like. It was cartoons and a book. Right? There's a picture of a long table with food and angels playing harps. And then hell, they never showed you much. They showed you one picture, the boiler room. Maybe that's the boiler room to the 5-star hotel and casino where all the priests are gambling. You know what I'm saying? People pushing each other. Watch it, buddy. Watch it. You go to heaven. Oh, you go to heaven. I grew up in a house where there was more than one religion, and that's what made my life terrific because we learned to respect each other's religion, and that's why there's problems in the world today. That's why there's fighting in the Middle East. That's why there was fighting in Northern Ireland. That's why there's fighting in our own country because we do not respect each other's religion. We have because we don't know which one is right. We don't. There are people in this theater who believe in Jesus, and there are people in this theater who don't believe in Jesus. There are people here that believe in Allah, and there are people here who believe in Muhammad. And there's some guy right now in Times Square in 42nd Street with a bullhorn going, "Go to golf club! Go to golf club!" And we laugh at that guy. But what if we get to the afterlife and God's a 9-iron? It's like Bullhorn Johnny was right. I just slept in all those Sundays. No wonder why Tiger Woods is so great. Right then you get to heaven and God's a golf club. God's your golf club. Why didn't you give us a sign? He's like, give you a sign. I put a guy in the middle of the busiest intersection on the planet with a bullhorn. Was that too slow for you? Yeah, but he called up the urine. That was his idea. He thought it would bring attention to himself. I'm a big hockey fan. A lot of people in this country are not big hockey fans because some people are. You know why? Because it's partly marketing. And marketing is everything. You know, you can sell backstreet boys if you're good marketing. That's why, these people are just corporate crap. And it's just, you buy the backstreet boys just because you have to buy the lunchbox and all the crap that comes up. That's what our country's about. And it's all about marketing. Hockey is really, really poor when it comes to marketing. It really is. Because 3.5 seasons ago, and when this airs, it might be 6 seasons ago. But it's true. Hockey was the only game in town because basketball went on strike, and they didn't do anything about it. It's the best sport to see live. It is a sexual experience to go to a hockey game. I know it sounds ridiculous, but when you're part of a good hockey crowd, you're part of 18,000 people ready to have a simultaneous orgasm when that puck goes in the net. Because people follow this puck with such passion across the ice. When the goaltender makes a save, it's like 18,000 people at once going. Especially when the goaltender makes like 3 saves in a row. It's like, score! And then you're like, all right, lights go off, sirens. Like having sex with 18,000 people. Hockey players come from all over the world. It was one of the first sports in the international. So a lot of great names. A Russian goaltender plays for Tampa Bay. Nikolai Hobby-Bulin. Hobby-Bulin spelled K. Where's the K in Hobby-Bulin? Russia guys give him 15 letters in the name, pick 6 to put on stuff. You know what's a great term in hockey? Shots on goal. Which literally means how many shots you take against the goaltender's team. But if you say it quick enough, it sounds like a dish you ordered at an Italian restaurant. Yeah, my wife wanted to play the silly little middle of shots on goal. But 62% of the guys in the NHL are French Canadians and have the most beautiful names the world will really pronounce. Goaltender for Colorado, Patrick Waugh. Waugh spelled R-O-Y. Waugh? Your name is Roy, pal. Cut the crap, all right? I don't know, my name is Waugh. It's like, do you say girl and bois? One of the weirdest names ever pronounced hockey, one of the greatest goaltenders to ever play the game. Plays most of his career in Philadelphia, a guy named Bernie Pedon. Pedon would spell parents. Pedon would spell parents. When French do that, they make the NT silent, all the words, the word sound full. Pedon. Wouldn't it be great if you did that in English, make words sound pretty? You're like, I hit my head on the pavement. I've got grandma locked in the basement. Could even bell kind of sounds pretty good. So I'm visiting the Washington Monument. And I locked my keys in my glove compartment. And all the money's in there for my iPad. And now I cannot pay my rent. One thing about English speaking people, we're the most arrogant people in the world. And the reason why is because we think we run the world. And we do. But we're so arrogant that we change the names of other people's countries for no reason whatsoever. There's a country in Europe, very beautiful country with a beautiful name called España. I've been there, it's gorgeous. It's called España, but we don't call them that. They gave them a name. What do we call them? Spain. What the hell is that about? That's not their name. Who went over today? What's your name? España? That's a horrible name. That doesn't rhyme with anything. How are you going to have a song for your country? All you got is I'm Tanya from España. Then you're out of luck. But now on your Spain, plain, Maine, rain. I got a whole musical I'm working out. We don't have one of those squiggly things on our typewriter. You're Spain from now on. You don't change their name. My name's Eddie. You call me Timmy. I'm going to kick your ass. We changed their name. You know what the hardest language to learn in the whole world is? You guys know the hardest language in the whole world? Everyone has different answers. English, American English, Ebonics. It wasn't hard for me. I've been using Ebonics the whole time. But it's true. English is the hardest language in the whole world. It really is. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. We have to take English in school. People major in English in college. It's like, aren't you from here? Yeah, but I really want to learn it good. Oh, I mean, well. Or is it good? Well, it's all well and good, you know. You cannot learn English if you don't memorize it. Because the rules are ridiculous. I before E, except there for C, the exception of words that rhyme with neighbor and way. Excuse me, teacher, what about leisure and seizure? All right, screw that rule. Sorry, kids. Can you learn a language when there's half a rule? How about the vowels? A, E, I, O, U, N. Sometimes why? Can you be a little bit more vague with this rule, please? Then what? Sometimes. Okay, we're ready for the exam. What's wrong with why? What's it, the rebel vowel? Make why a vowel? Make G a vowel. Just make a commitment to one rule. What's the Y, an alphabet parole? Who did the Y piss off in the 12th century? As long as I am king, the Y will never completely be a vowel. So hardest language learn. We have extra letters in our words for no reason whatsoever. Extra letters for no reason. Maybe when the British invented the language, they put all the words they invented on a really big blackboard. They had a box of letters left over, and they didn't have the receipt, so they couldn't return them to the store. It's like, all right, get rid of the letters, throw them in the words. Some extra P, put that in front of them. Oh, you'll never see that one, all right? There's another P, put that in front of psychiatrist, that'll screw them up. Here's a K, put that in front of knife. EGH, screw up phlegm. All right, beautiful. But what do we tell them, sir? Screw up, tell them they're silent letters. Silent letters, we're studying stuff that's not there. Excellent. I have a friend, all the letters in there are silent. We call them. You know, it's the hardest language to learn in the world. And the reason why there's too many cliches that if taken literally would be devastating for farmers. Like when we're upset, we always go, crying out loud! What? Crying out loud! Kids, we're trying to do a show. For crying out loud, it's like an award you give to a child in nursery school. Here's your award, little buddy Ryan, for crying out loud. Let's hear it for him. And he wins the award for crying over spilled milk. Splash. He'll cry at the drop of a hat. Cling, boo. He'll cry his eyes out. Cling, cling. He's good crying, buddy Ryan. Here's another one. Needless to say. Needless to say, we had a terrific time tonight. Needless to say. Then don't say it. It goes without saying. Shut up. He doesn't know a dad from his elbow. And then get him a long sleeve shirt. Happy as a clam, one guy went down to the beach, so I go, Happy as a clam is a weird phenomenon. Happy as a clam is known as a simile. Whenever we use similes for some reason, we always use animals. And I'll share what I mean. Say a man's an animal trying to pick up a girl at a bar. Just to show his strong as an ox, slides a fox, memory like an elephant. Girl can also become slippery as an eagle, regular snake in the grass. A girl like that just going home with them, they snap his 2 bucks in a row. So they go home, they hump like rabbits. Of course, he's quick as a bunny. Sees the bread, she goes right to the refrigerator, she's hungry as a pig. Eats like a pig. He goes to the liquor cabinet and gets drunk as a skunk. He drinks like a fish, he's blind as a bat. Casino, he's out on the street naked as a jaybird. He's pissing like a race that goes, screw her, I'm hung like a horse.
And you have the Earth basically crushed your wrist, rotate that way while it's spinning. I can't imagine unless maybe you're in an airplane.
Well, they say that. So this is the pseudo part. But they say that because of the winds, let me just be clear. I mean, it's a scientist difference. Jimmy Cliff said he says it totally wrong. Really? Yeah, they responded. Here's something that I think is really interesting. So I had shared that the ViralRabbi podcast I did with the reason why Earth civilizations feel and I shared this because I shared what was considered ancient science and what wasn't, but lunar methods, which was kind of like world source, did it in the week following this. And I'm like, why is Media Matters doing a hit piece on Jimmy Corsetti, the YouTuber, talking about some ancient conspiracy theory, which I made clear isn't based on total science. Some parts of it are. But like they did a hit piece on it. It was actually awesome. And I'm like, that makes conspiracy deals go to no limit and say it was a dream. And I'll tell you why they look at it. It's because it contradicts, or at least throws a wrench in the man-made climate narrative, which is that if there are things happening that are so much worse than anything we could do on our surface,
New York City. Central. I've been traveling. I was just vacationing in Amsterdam.
They say we're not being
Thank you.
They say that
Where prostitution is legal. Let me rephrase that. I was just vacationing in Amsterdam because prostitution is legal. Great being back in Manhattan. I forgot how expensive this town is. Checking into a hotel this morning, I literally had to give a bellhop $10 just for taking my tip. Sorry if I seem a little pissed off, but I ran one of those new photo-enforced intersections, and I got the ticket yesterday, and I looked at it, and I went, yep, no doubt about it. I need more hair plugs. There's this drug called Proscar. You heard of this, young man? Proscar, it's a prostate medication whose side effects include hair growth. And I think it's beginning to work because last month during my colonoscopy, my doctor told me I had the hairiest prostate he's ever seen. So what I'm doing is I'm growing the hair on my prostate very long, then combing it up and over. And as long as there's no ill wind, I think it looks pretty good, don't you, ladies? Huh? No, ladies? Yeah, there's a good career move, mentioning my colonoscopy on stage. See, a lot of comics are afraid to get old. Not me. I welcome my golden years, because I think it will give me time to do the things I could never do before, like getting very sick and dying. We've been living in Los Angeles for a while. When we first moved there, we agreed no philandering, unless our wildest fantasy could come true. She picked Kevin Costner. I picked Cindy Crawford. Well, after a couple of years went by, I said, honey, Why don't we update the list?
So they can say that none of this is
So she picked Vin Diesel,
nothing's going to happen.
and I picked our babysitter.
We'll go down.
I won. I hope I'm not offending any of the women here tonight. Very hard to be a man these days, because no matter what we say, you ladies are ready to slap us with a sexual harassment suit. That's why at the office, I don't even talk to women. I just rub up against them. Because what constitutes sexual harassment? If you wink at your secretary, is that sexual harassment? Suppose you do because there's something in your left eye. Suppose it's her right breast. What are you moaning about? How can I be sexist? I just had another daughter, and I kept her. And I tell my oldest daughter that she can grow up to be anything she wants to be. She can be the wife of a doctor, the wife of a lawyer. She can even be the wife of the president, because this is the land of opportunity. I empower my eldest daughter. I tell her to be proud of where she came from. That's why I named her Uterus. Uterus Feldman. She's named after her grandmother. We have to treat our co-workers with respect. And yet now they're going to pay Bill Clinton $11 million to write his autobiography after he disgraced the presidency. You know, I would like to be able to watch the evening news with my family and not have to explain what oral sex means to my wife. Next month, we celebrate our 9th wedding anniversary. Thank you. A lot of love in the room tonight. Thank you. We have a mixed marriage. I'm a blood. She's a crip. We like watching old movies together. Last night we were watching A Decent Proposal. Great movie. Decent Proposal. Robert Redford, Demi Moore. Halfway through it, I turned to her. I said, "You know, honey, I don't think I could get $1 million for you. But I'm pretty sure I can get $50 20,000 times." No points in my being home right now. She's breastfeeding and I'm lactose intolerant. And I was a good sport during the gestation period. Because I don't know if you've ever been with child, young man. As you get into that 9th, 10th, 11th month, you gotta be creative, if you know what I mean. You gotta try different angles. Like her sister. You know what? I hear a couple of hissing and a little moaning here tonight, and you're absolutely right. I'm disgusting. I don't deserve to play in New York City. Turn away. Don't look at the young lady. I don't deserve your love, your pity. That's all I ask for. I've had a very tragic life. My father molested my imaginary friend right in front of me 3 weeks ago. My father is a man's man. Stormed the beaches of Normandy during the Vietnam War. And I know I sound like a sexist pig. Let me tell you something, gals. The minute a man has a baby daughter, and I've had 6, turns him into an instant feminist. Because I know what men are capable of thinking. And the thought of my little angel going out on her first date, when that guy comes to pick her up, when she's 32. Now I gotta straighten this guy out. You treat my daughter with respect. You buy her breakfast if she puts out. I wish women ran the world. I really do. If women ran the world, there'd be no wars. There wouldn't be a moment's peace. There'd be no wars. I think God is a woman. Now, do you like me, ladies?
Gobekli Tepe is essentially,
God is a woman. How else do you explain all the pain and suffering on this planet? Thou shalt not commit adultery. Now, you know no guy would have ever dreamed that one up. God is a woman because women are better than men in every way. Right on, sisters. Especially because you can give them a wedgie from the back and the front. Did I mention I'm getting a divorce? I got 7 kids out of her. I'm done. I'm not paying child support. Ladies, are you with me on this?
As of right now, I think it's responsible
I am not paying child support. You know, everybody talks about deadbeat dads. What about the kids just aren't worth the child support? Am I right, ladies? Deadbeat kids. Why can't my 3-year-old get a job? My sneakers are made by a 2-year-old in Burma. You may not like me, young lady, but you will respect me. As I served this country while you were still cutting those teeth. That's right, Persian Gulf, Air Force, F-16, stewardess. I'm a good person. I am the Lord's work. Did you know that about me? Every weekend I'm down at the Braille Institute describing pornographic pictures. I'm working on a vaccine for polio.
Which is super.
I know we already have one, but I don't like it. You got to give something back. That's the problem with your generation. You just take. Not me. Have you heard of President Jimmy Carter?
And so since there's
Have you heard of his Habitat for Humanity?
T-shaped pillars,
They built my sun deck.
all of which similarly to fitness, sometimes support. Some people suggest that it's
I give. Usually this is between me and my maker, but I'll share it with you. 28% of what I'm earning tonight, I am giving to the United States government. You're welcome. See, I'm like a motivational speaker. Notice how much better you feel since I've been up here. Anything is possible, young people. But first you must dream the dream. My grandmother, 86 years old, just entered medical school. She's a cadaver. She is living death to the fullest. I'm not sick. Society is ill. We live in a very hypocritical culture where a man can kill a sheep, cook it and eat it. He's a gourmet. But fall in love with that very same sheep. And the child welfare office wants to take away my kids. Why? For loving something, isn't there enough hatred on this planet? Anything that's pleasurable, they want to take away from you. Remember the good old days, young man? You're in New York City. You're from New York. Remember the good old days here when they used to let you smoke at the cockfights? Anything that's pleasurable, they take away from you. You can't smoke at the cockfights. Can't do drugs. Not that I would ever advocate drug use. Believe me, being a stand-up comic, I know firsthand how easy it would be to turn to drugs. I don't do drugs. I just think there's a little hypocrisy in this insane war against narcotics in this country. For example, right before coming out here, the producer said you can't make any jokes that portray drugs in a favorable light. Now, where the hell does television get the gall passing judgment on drugs? TV is the most lethal opiate in our country. Hello? The average teenager watches 6 hours of television every day. At least with drugs, you're out, you're singing, you're dancing. You're meeting people. You're breaking into homes. You're networking. I would never tell you to do drugs, but I do know how we can wipe out drug addiction in this country. Legalize all narcotics. Let crack and heroin be manufactured by the pharmaceutical companies. That way, nobody can afford them. 3 million homeless? I don't mean to bum you people out. And a dog can wander around Manhattan, not belonging to anybody. You call the Humane Society. They'll come and get that dog. A human being? Nobody to call. Now, maybe I'm a bleeding heart liberal, but I think we need a humane society for humans. I think these people should be rounded up, given shelter, and if, after 6 weeks, what are you laughing at? Give them more food and shelter. What did you think I was going to say? You understand the point I'm making, don't you, young lady? You spend more to feed your cats and dogs than you do to feed poor people. You spend more on your pets than you do on the homeless. That's why I say make the homeless pets. You can have a real German Shepherd. A real boxer. Oh, you're so lucky to live here in Manhattan. Trying to give my kids an education in Los Angeles is a nightmare. The guns, the gangs, the drugs. I'm homeschooling them. Which is still better than the alternative, the public schools, which are falling apart. And it's not because of the teachers, it's because of the parents. There are no values in the home. I'll give you an example. The bones of a Tyrannosaurus Rex were just sold at auction for $2.5 million. But I go to the cemetery, I'm thinking of the bones of my old violin teacher. I can't get a penny. We have to treat teachers better in our country. We live in a culture where a prostitute on the street can earn more money than a school teacher. That's disgraceful. We have to start paying prostitutes as poorly as we do school teachers. And I, for one, am doing my part. Block by block, city by city. Because all it takes is one teacher to say one thing and it can change your life forever. I'll never forget Mr. Don Della in 7th grade cornered me after class. He said, Feldman, if I could slit your throat and get away with it, I would. They're teaching sex education now in our elementary schools. I am sorry, I'm against the teaching of sex education. I don't need some pervert coming into my daughter's classroom and teaching her how to wear a Trojan. If you want to wipe out teen pregnancy, it begins at home. It's the parents' responsibility to sit your children down and teach them shame for their bodies. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Our greatest weapon against teen pregnancy is instilling in our children a sense of self-loathing. Because we have an epidemic of young Americans who see their naked bodies and don't know it's the work of Satan. American teenagers are 6 times more likely to get pregnant than French teenagers. And what does that tell you? It tells that American teenagers are better looking. But I say let's learn from the French. Don't hand out condoms to high school students. take away their deodorant. I don't mean to offend any Parisians here tonight. I know we have a couple in the audience I can smell. I've been all over this great land of ours, all over the planet actually. I just want to say we live in the greatest country in the history of civilization. What is this, a fundraiser for Al Qaeda? I said this is the greatest country in the history of civilization. I don't read the newspapers, but apparently there's some funky stuff going on. And just want to remind you that if you persecute somebody just because they might look a little different, then you are no better than our country's founding fathers. Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, these syphilitic, slave-holding, pot-smoking, cross-dressing, male chauvinist pigs who believe that women and African Americans should be denied the right to vote. And that's just wrong. African Americans should be allowed to vote. What they should be allowed to vote? You liberal racist. Women, of course, women should be allowed to vote. Never repealed prohibition. Had it not been for the suffragette movement. That's right, because once you start a vote, everybody said, you know what? I need a drink. Well, I promised myself I wouldn't cry because I'm a pretty aggressive bastard up here. And I promised myself that the eyes wouldn't start tearing up. But it's great to be back here. And there are only 2 towns in America that I ever look forward to coming home to.
Constructed by people, or I don't even, we have that's a side note. I'm like, we got to for somewhere else. It doesn't, where the farm is done.
Some guys watching me in a Motel 6. A half-empty bottle of Jack Daniels, a fully loaded pistol. These are 2 or 3 of my jokes that gave me the courage to pull the trigger. Thank you very much.
Studying that stuff with genetics, and
kind of dip right now, are we? Yeah. Yeah. You know, and I always like to bring up this here. This is tropical paradise up until 5,000 years ago. Imagine how much differently the region of Turkey would have been as well, which isn't all that far north of it. Like it's geographically, if you're looking at the globe, it's kind of right there. It's not right there, but it's not far. Like, what we see in Turkey today being pretty barren, at least in the region of the back. Like, who knows what that was like 12,000 years ago? You know, and as things erased whatever was there. I don't know. We are you right. From New York City.
How do I look? I'm good. Ladies, I just bought this jacket at Marshall. I don't care if one city's more longer than the other. I actually went to buy this jacket at the Versace store. I went to the Versace store. It was $4,200. I go, it better be the one he got shot in. $4,200. 2200, I want a bullet hole, okay? I'm so glad we're doing this in New York. I love, is New York the best? I just, say that for the cheap applause. Just because LA stinks. New York is the best. New York will make you tough. New York will change you. I swear to God. You can get the sweetest girl come here from the Midwest. Some little 5'2" little blonde hair girl. She drink, do drugs. After living here for 2 weeks, she's a 6'7" black transvestite. Okay. And let me tell you, you never see a high school shooting in New York. That can never happen. The kid will walk into a classroom here. He's got a gun. Yeah, well, so do we. Okay. What's wrong with these high school kids? They're out of their minds, too. And whenever they snap, they always say they hear voices in their head. How come the voices never tell them to do anything good? Go to the library. Stop doing that into your socks. Where the Middle East? Are any Middle Easters here? Let's talk about that. You gotta see them in New York. They're really trying to fit in now, huh? Dyeing their hair blonde, taking baths. You're not American. Yes, I am. What's your name? Frank. I just got back here. I was in Hong Kong. Anybody been there? Yeah? Hong Kong sucks, okay? One, there is a lot of Chinese people there. All right? And you talk about a city that needs a dental plan? I thought I had big teeth. I tried to lure a girl up to my hotel room with carrots. I was also in England. Anybody get from England? Yeah? England sucks. Let me tell you something. England sucks. If it wasn't for your airspace, we wouldn't talk to you, okay? And we don't care about your clock. Any Canadians here? Yeah? Canada sucks. Canada said if we attack Iraq, they're not going to back us. Oh. Why don't we get Nebraska to attack Canada? Canada's not going to help you. I was in Amsterdam. I liked Amsterdam. I spent $2,000 window shopping. I went to a couple museums. I went to the Van Gogh Museum. Talk about a guy that was into a girl, huh? Vincent Van Gogh. This girlfriend left him and he cut off his ear and mailed it to her. What an idiot. I think he was sitting there going, what does this bitch mean? I don't listen. Let me tell you, if I sent a body part to every girl that dumped me, I'd just be a finger, okay? Get some brother suits out. I know the struggle. We got some sisters. How do you ladies doing? Checking me out, huh? I'm not like the brothers. I'll the coochie. Black guys aren't coochie unless it's fried, huh? Where's the hot sauce? I went to the Anne Frank house when I was in Amsterdam. I went to the Anne Frank house in Amsterdam. They kind of commercialized the Anne Frank house. Because you go to the fourth floor where she hid from the Nazis, then you come down on a water slide. If you grab the diary, you get to go twice. Loosen up, folks. I'm a Jew, okay? Stop being a Jew, huh? Where the Jews at? Oh, the big hair Jew? I'm sorry, man. What kind of business you own? What do you do?
Some people, it doesn't happen.
Oh, okay. Well, this is going nowhere. What do you want to be when you get out?
At least say a prayer.
Politics? Hopefully not communication, you stuttering up. It is, it's tough being a Jew, huh? The black man holding us down. Tell him if Moses would have walked 2 more miles, we'd have all the oil. Catholics, you guys have some weird holidays, man. Good Friday? Good Friday, isn't it the day Jesus died? I don't think that was a Good Friday for him. I don't see my big old, whoa, party! Thank Dad, it's Friday. I'm coming back Sunday. Now, when I get back, I want a lot of chocolate bunnies. You guys are a smart crowd. New York's best crowd, smart. I'm telling you, people are dumb. People are dumb. Not here, but in general. My last name is Voss. V-O-S. 3 letters. How hard is that to spell? V-O-S. No one can spell without screwing it up. V-O-S. I was booking a flight. It's too late to spell your name. I said V-O-S. She said V-L-S. Yeah, my last name has no vowels. My first name's Rich. R-Z-K. Do the world a favor. Drink a bullet, stupid. People are dumb. I'm pretty dumb too, though. I asked my 10-year-old the other day, I said, "You want me to help you with your homework?" She started laughing and said, "Daddy, I can fail on my own." My 10-year-old, her teacher is hot, man. Oh, I'm going to bang her teacher bad. I tell my daughter, do whatever you got to do to get me in the classroom. Curse, disrupt, eat, raise your middle finger, anything. Daddy, my teacher wants to see you. Good going, team player. I'll handle it from here. I need to meet a girl now. I'm single. Any single girls here? One in the back. 300 people. One. Oh, yeah, just me. Hi. The one with low self-esteem. You can't meet a girl anyhow because you're usually with like 4 other friends, and you know there's always one block at the table. There's always one, right? There's always one to screw it up for you. No, you can't go with him. Get his number. We came together. We leave together, right? It's always the one with the hump on her back, right? You can't leave with him. You said you're going to go to the tower and ring the bell with me tonight.
Throwing up gang signs.
I would never do that to a friend.
But gang line.
We came in the same car. One of my friends is getting late. I told him to call me and leave the phone off the hook so I can listen, okay? And drop a batch on my stomach. I'm the only one? Girls got too many excuses. I tried to pick up a girl the other night. She said to me, "You don't have honest eyes." What? I just want to sleep with you. I don't want to borrow $1,000. The best relationship I ever had, I used to have with a homeless girl. Yeah, it was great because after sex, I could just drop her off anywhere. We're home. I'll call you tomorrow. You be by the phone book? My idol when it comes to sex was that 14-year-old kid in Washington State. He got his teacher pregnant twice. Remember him? I couldn't get a teacher to help me with my spelling, okay? You think he had an attitude in class? Tommy, you do your homework? I feel sorry for that lady's ex-husband, huh? Talk about ruining your self-esteem. How do you handle your wife leaving you for a 14-year-old? You know they're trashing him at work. Hey man, I saw your wife out of the day. She's on the handlebars of his kid's bicycle. I'm divorced. Surprise. I'll be talking to you later, Buttercup. I try to save my marriage. I went to counseling. Spent $5,000 to have 2 women call me a loser. My ex-wife said 5 years of me, she turned gay. Oh yeah, it only took me 2 years. I'm not gay. Calm down. I would go gay. I just couldn't handle a guy breaking my heart and leaving me. That would suck. Bruce, where are you going? Put that back. That's my his towel. Let me tell you, after 5 years of marriage, it's devastating to have a person with good credit move out. My bills are so high. I don't own anything. My bills are like $3,000 a month. $3,000 a month. I don't own anything. 30 days a month. That's like $100 a day. That's what it costs me to live. $100. I wake up in the morning. I open my eyes. I owe $100. I try to wake up with one eye open like that. Stink. I got 2 daughters though. I love them to death. I tattooed their names on my arm. My 10-year-old. You got to see my 10-year-old. She is so beautiful. Both of my kids are beautiful. My 10-year-old has like blonde hair, right? The prettiest angel face. She's the most evil thing that walks this planet. She should have been born in a cornfield. I'm not lying. She almost got me beat up in the supermarket. This guy's walking down the aisle. This guy had to be 500 pounds of muscle. He walks by us. He just looks at us. And my 10-year-old says, "You got eye problems?" He looks at me and says, "What?" I go, "Hey, I didn't say it. She did." Okay? You're going to whip some ass. I got your back. My 10-year-old knows how to push my buttons, man. Mommy's new husband put my bike together. He put my bike together. He's not lazy like you. Mommy said he has bigger feet. The other day we're getting out of the car. Right? My oldest daughter didn't have her coat on. I said, "Just put your coat on before I tell your mother." My 10-year-old says, "You're the father, you deal with it." I go, "You know what? You're just like your mom." She goes, "No, I'm not, because I can still tolerate you." Now, my 12-year-old is like a thug. She has the baggy pants and the coats you need air pumps with, the language. I don't understand it. She picks it up from TV. You were sleeping in my house last week. I wake up at 5 in the morning. My 12-year-old was frying eggs. I go, "What are you doing?" She goes, "Yo, he's got to eat." I said, "Shaniqua, go to your room." She's like, "Yo, don't front me. I'll bust a cap in your cracker ass." Get your sister Sinead and go to bed. Take that golf out of your mouth. I'm only kidding. My 12-year-old's not a kid. I have good kids, man. My 12-year-old's going to play pro basketball. She's good. I go to a lot of games. I get so excited. I was almost kicked out of the game because I was in the stands yelling at the ref going, "You stink." I was screaming at the top of my lungs, "You stink." After the game, the coach is like, "You got to calm down. Your daughter's here. Have a good time." Like, what? What good time is my daughter going to have when her daddy loses $1,500? I stink. Let me tell you, folks, I haven't been dysfunction. I really am. Gambling, sex, spending money, anything. Obsessive compulsion, you name it, I've got it. But one good thing I know I'm a great father. I know it. I know I'm a great dad. I don't do that because, and I know because that's what has meaning in my life. And all, if you're a parent, and if you're not, all kids need is affection and attention. That's all kids need to grow up to be good kids. You know, you show me love. I didn't get that growing up. Look, I come from a broken home. right? I don't blame my father for leaving because I'm going to move out soon myself, all right? I did everything for attention as a kid, everything. And it was always negative attention. My first armed robbery, I was 9 years old. I walked into the drugstore with squirt there. I said, stick 'em up. The guy raised his hand and said, what do you want? I said, just a hug. He took me to the back room and touched me. And now he's a priest. Actually, I just celebrated 17 years without a drug or a drink in my body. 17 years. And I don't need to get high. I don't fall back on. I know the worst game on the planet. My oldest daughter turned 7. I do her birthday party at all of track betting. All the kids are crying. I'm going, calm down. I'll pay you back. Any crack addicts here? Mom, you do drugs? Come on, it's still soft every now and then. Crack addicts are trying to sell you anything. You know, man, I got a washing machine door. I was a crack addict 17 years ago. 17 years ago. I would have done anything to get high. Anything. Well, I never with a guy. One time I just kissed it like that. I was crazy when I got high. We were out of our place to party with my friend's funeral home. That's where we used to get high. I swear to God, we were nuts. We get all whacked out. We stick the dead bodies up around the table. Yeah, and we put little party hats on them. We smoke a joint and we want something and punch him in the head. You didn't have it. You're dead. Sometimes I take them up to the roof around rush hour and yell, I can't handle this. I think my therapist took advantage of me. Were we supposed to sit there naked? In his van? I was in therapy. I had anxiety and depression. Let me read this. He prescribed a drug for anxiety and depression, right? This is the side effects. The side effects to one drug for anxiety and depression. Side effects, one drug, anxiety and depression.
No.
Side effects. Dizziness, drowsiness, diarrhea, constipation, gas, loss of appetite, nausea, fatigue, headache, dry mouth, weight loss, anxiety. Decrease sexual desire or ability to perform. That's always good for depression, huh? Trouble urinating. Flushing. If I can't urinate, well, I gotta flush. Hold on, this isn't going right here. Seizures while taking this medication. A seizure, although rare, word of weight gain or bloating may precede seizure. You know, when I'm on the ground, flapping up and down, swallowing my tongue, I'm thinking, did I gain a few pounds? Anyhow, folks, listen to me. If you learned anything from my show tonight, really, stay in school. And I mean this with all...
Are you suggesting that Christ wasn't? No, I'm saying. Are you saying that he wasn't? Are you saying the text says that Jesus? Are you saying that this was a based upon what you think the text said? What are you saying? He doesn't believe it. That's the text. I want the real Jesus. Not the Jesus intellectual dishonesty, and you know it.
Sorry, if I offended anybody in any way, shape, or form, you have no idea how much I don't give them. Okay?
Christ did that. There's no dialogue that we can have. I'm still ready to meet with you in private. where there's no need for you to have to play to an audience, and no need for you to do anything to do with that. If you actually get done, you're just a broken record. You honestly don't possess the intellectual latitude to move outside of the music reference.
From New York City, Comedy Central presents.
They don't have access to that
You sound good. I'm celebrating. Today is 9 weeks and 3 days, no cigarettes for me. Not a puff. That's right. No sense clapping. You don't know what else I do. I just quit smoking. I didn't stop smacking kittens. That's a different addiction right there, man. I just love it, the look on their face when I smack them, man. And their brains are so small, they don't realize from day to day that it's going to happen again, you know? I don't even care if my fingers get yellow. It's just got a hold on me and I'll taper off. The cigarettes are gone. How did I quit? With willpower and nicotine gum. I recommend the gum if you want to quit. It helps. The taste. I would rather eat a tobacco plant out of the ash of a pilgrim in front of people. Where do you get a pilgrim? The gum's at the store. You know it's time to quit smoking when you see certain signs, like some old guy walking around with a canister of oxygen in tow on a little dolly, right? 35 years old. He's got a cigarette in this yellow hook over here, like he don't make the connection. I wonder why I'm dying slow. When do you learn, Papa? Put the cigarette in the tube.
The canons of the scripture, all the counsels of the church.
I went to the store, I'm on the cereal aisle where they have the cereal. And I see a box of Captain Crunch. It's just the crunch berries. There's no crunch. Have you seen that? It's just a box of crunch berries, and that is the problem with kids today, right there. They don't have to work for nothing. When I was a kid, you had to eat around the berries for half an hour, and then you had a berry finale at the end. You had a berry surprise, and you earned it.
Why didn't anybody reply to me?
Told me, son, you give a man a fish, you leave for a day. You teach a man to fish, and you got 6 a.m. run a boat. I'm not buying the beer. Who is this guy? Where is he? Did he touch you? I'm sleeping. Where is he? Show us on the doll, boy. He didn't touch you. Then get out of here, you little. Get out of here. I call my mom all the time, not because I love her or nothing, but if I don't invest a call to her, I'll get these embarrassing mom Muppet messages on my machine. I don't need it, dude. How you doing, baby? It's your mom, honey. How's my puppy? How's my little puppy? One night she got cut off, and I explained to her certain voices will trigger the remote function in the machine. Well, now it's worse. She called it trying to fool my machine. That's what I'm getting now. How you doing, baby? She's doing the deed. I know it. I like to keep in touch with my folks, but there's a line. A friend of mine was telling me about this sexual exploit he had. He slept with this girl. I said, was she cute? He says, nothing to write home about. Which is a terrible thing to say, but then it got me thinking, did he ever? Dear Mom, you should have seen the piece of chippy I got last night. Normally I wouldn't write, you know, but this was some exceptional tender vittles. Just legs up to her nook and cranny. A little jump, little junk in the trunk, but offset by a nice ragamuffin 500. Just heavy upstairs and work ethic, Madre. When she clocked in early, stayed late. She earned it, Heinekens.
Can you tell me what that
How's Pop?
maybe the epiphany was? Yes,
Dear son, Brent.
Dear
son, stop writing us. We can't stop vomiting. Using out the mother. Dear son, keep the letters coming. Pop.
I want to make you a personal standpoint. That's what you claim as a winner. That's your vortex. But I want to know what practical
I was in the Army for 3 years. U.S.
decision was fixed to walk away from your faith and to deny Christ to the extent that you thought. To call it, how did you get from here to here? What you done now?
And all the brothers who are soldiers. Give it up for them, too. I don't want to kick in my ass. My first choice was the Air Force. I wanted to be a pilot, but apparently you have to have an education, and you can't have a criminal record. You can't make faces like that all the time. And I wasn't going to join the Marines because I've seen their commercials, and I know there's a big monster in their boot camp. And I don't want to fight no monster after I've climbed a volcano. You ever seen a Coast Guard commercial? I haven't. It should be the Coast Guard. Sure, we burn all those drugs, but we stand really close. I learned a lot in the Army. I learned how to masturbate quiet. So that you may be free. I was killed 5 times in simulated battle. One with a suicide. Well, they sent me to Texas for 3 years. I wanted to go elsewhere. I wanted to invade Hawaii, man. You know? Texas. Jesus. We bombed Libya when I was in 1986. We blanket bombed a tent city in the middle of the desert, and we missed Gaddafi with bombs on tents. Even if they had the good tents, our worst bomb should go through that, right? I mean, you could send one guy with a baseball bat and get a better ratio than we got. Just walk up to a tent. Gaddafi?
I stand by the offer that
2
I
tents
made,
down. Thank you.
and I think it's a good offer.
I should be an advisor. That's the problem with the military. No leadership. First thing we do, we get rid of the damn Blue Angels. What's their purpose in a combat situation? Why do we spend how much money on them flying around setting off car alarms? Is that their function? We must crush Americans, they're evil, and they must die for killing Iraqi people. I am so angry, I will scratch and punch my own face. Scratch and punch. Is that the Blue Angels? Throw your weapons down. It's a perfect diamond. Surrender before they loop-de-loop and smoke comes out. I've seen this. Grab your flip-flops and let's run for it now. Snap, 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 snap. The Thunderbirds and synchronized swimmers show up and all the snap, snap, sand, snap, turd, snap. I want to go to Hawaii. I got out of the Army and went to Hawaii. Eventually, I went to Hawaii. I never forgot. It's beautiful. The travel agent told us to stay off the beach a ways and save some cash. Yeah. Give you an idea how far off the beach we were. We were in Jersey. And you know what? They're a little rude in that part of Hawaii. Hey, take your flippers off in the lobby there. Hey. Hey there.
The gorgeousness of
I'm ad-libbing. Hey! I got to Honolulu. I'm in a knick-knack shop, and I got my eye on a hula girl for the dashboard in my car. The woman working at the knick-knack shop, she grabbed one of the hula girls. She looked at me and she goes, "Hey, $14 you," which is awesome salespersonship. I mean, hey, $14 here. That's got all the elements of salespersonship. It's aggressive. Hey, it's bargaining $14. And it's personal. You don't teach that, boy. You get that when you're born. You don't have it. I tried talking her down. I said, what about $10 me? She said, no, $12.50 you. I eventually said, screw you. She said, $200 you. I said, okay. And she said, I'm just playing with you, honey. I've been around the world, folks. I've been to Kentucky. Flew in, first guy I talked to, I said, very nice here in Louisville. He goes, it's Louisville. Where are you from? I go, Florida. He said, what part? I said, Florida. Don't you sound down, you country ass. I said that part to myself. Because I'm fragile. I have my own style of martial arts. It's called That's Okay No. I've been to El Paso, Texas. So dusty there. My sinuses were overloaded. I think El Paso means in Spanish. Where are you from? What part? Okay. I've been to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Representation. I will tell you right now, guys, Baton Rouge has hands down the hottest, sweetest, youngest women with 4 kids anywhere in the country. I don't know why I say hands down like that. You're going, oh, what about Mississippi? Hands down. I've been to San Francisco. It's so great. There's a street called Polk Street and a street called Bush Street. They intersect, and on the corner is a porn store. I kid you not. A porn store on the corner of Polk and Bush. Now, right next to In-N-Out Burger. Is that coincidence or is there an agenda? In Tulsa, Oklahoma, you can't rent hardcore porn. You can only rent softcore porn. That's legal, but hardcore is illegal. I don't get the logic. I guess what the lawmakers are saying is it's okay to walk in on somebody having sex. Hey, what the hell? All right, stay back over there, son. But you can't walk around and see the activity. What are you doing, boy? Get back behind me. It's Tulsa, son. It's more Christian this way. I live near Van Nuys, California, which is the porn capital of the world. They make a lot of the porn there. You may recognize the name, sir. It finally happened. I was in a restaurant having breakfast, and sure enough, there's a popular porn star in the same restaurant having breakfast with me. And it was very strange because for some reason I thought she might recognize me. It was weird. I didn't know what to say, or if you say anything. So I just walked over to her and went, "You know what you did?" That's what you said. Exactly. Okay. This girl told me one time when she first met me, I looked like the loneliest guy she'd ever seen in her life. That's harsh. I mean, ever? Her whole life? Where'd she see me? Was I in the park pushing an empty swing? I'm not lonely, I just don't like people. You know who I hate the most? Others. The others. I'll go in the hot tub at the gym, but I bring a snorkeling mask in case someone starts talking to me. There you go. Talk to the hose. It's not people who make mistakes that piss me off. It's people around them who don't say anything about it. What do you normally do? You see a guy with a mullet haircut. You point and giggle, right? You got a mullet. Mullet. No more of that. You call him over. Hey, Mulletino, come here a second.
Oh, Tom Cocktail. Can I talk to you a sec? Martin Moe, come here. Cut it off, dude. That's for lesbians only.
Come on, somebody bring fucking Discord.
So what have we learned from me tonight? We've learned that I'm self-important and I lack patience. That's the problem in the world right there. Lack of patience, self-importance. Remember those words for a moment. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Sir, what's your name? Rob, let's say you're driving down the road in your car, having a good time minding your own business, when you look in the rearview mirror and you realize some jerk is tailgating you really close. Now, what's the first thing you do? All right, Rob, you hear these people answering for you? Why? Lack of patience. Self-important. You see that? I asked you a question. I'm looking right at you the whole time. But you didn't answer fast enough for some of the others. These are the people who are tailgating you, Rob, right there. The barber shop, the guy goes, how you doing there, Red? I said, not bad, psoriasis. You sure you want to play this game? So we got this haircut. I think he spent a lot of time up in there, dude. You know, I didn't ask for all that off. I wanted it feathered. And I got plucked. Look at this. I'm crowning. I'm giving birth to my own head again. Why? And it can't go from front back. No, I gotta have a moat for several years. It's a moat. It wouldn't be any more ridiculous if there was a castle sticking up in the middle with a bridge going over and a little troll sitting there. No, for me, Ted. Tis I, Billy Goodgruff. I know he's blind to me. Maybe we can be friends. No, you gotta be tall. And they'll make that spray in my color. So I date short women. Come on, little lady. Where you going? Back there, relax. I'm tired of taking girls out. You spend a good $9, $10, $11 on them. You get them home, and they lay there like a lump on a log. Excuse me. You better get up and... Where were you when I was buying the pizza? That's right. And I gave you a bite with crust. What's going on here? Give a hoot and hug me root. I gotta do everything. I gotta make sure you've got enough foreplay so you're turned on. I'm responsible for my own boner. All right, I got it. I'll take care of it. Relax. And guess who's got condom detail? Me, of course. I'll get the dishes, I'll mow the lawn, and I'll grab the condoms. Don't worry about a thing. Now, can I have an orgasm? No, not till you're done. Well, you let me know when you're finished. I'll just be a piece of beef jerky sitting here when you're finished. I'm all dehydrated. What, 2 or 3 of them? Okay, no, go ahead. Otherwise, you're going to talk crap about me for the rest of my life. But I'm not done yet. I have to cuddle and say all the right stuff or I'm an ass. Cuddle, get off. I'm hot from doing all the work. Go get me a bag of ice or something I can cuddle with. You have the thermostat on 176 degrees, all bundled up in blankets. I got my face before looking for something cold. Is that a penny? Steam. Tic Tac? Steam. Rub my shoulders, rub my... Let's see what happens when that happens. If you're laughing, great. If you're thinking, yeah, dude, then you're all screwed up. You don't act like that. What the hell's wrong with you? I've had it with people, man. And I'm tired of shutting up about it. The older you get, the harder it is to shut up. If you want to sing in my car, go ahead, sing. Sing the whole trip, I don't mind. But do me a favor, don't try to sound like the artist on the radio. Just use your own voice. You're not going to trick me into thinking Dave Matthews jumped in the car when I was getting gas. I'm in the car one time, Dave Matthews is on. My buddy's in the passenger side, all bold in my ear. Fleas and tilly, and ants and tarantulas and centipedes and bugs and stuff. And I'm like, well, it's a good thing you're here because he's sure screwing it up. Why do people do that?
What do they expect your reaction to be? Nito, Frito Bandito, man. You sound like a kinda in a roundabout, half-ass, backward kind of way. If he was having a stroke, being stuffed in a tuba, and being beaten with a bag of kittens. How do you manage it, you talented thing? You mean you're not the guy from Creed's third cousin, second removed? If he had Down syndrome, lived in a burlap sack, and was beaten with an whore every 5 minutes? Well, you could have fooled me, man. He died. Let's kill him. So you can go on tour, I can be your roadie and get all your throwaway trim.
About those questions, I have. I've asked him. You asked him to be on your show. This is off the show. This is people always suggest us to do that. So as I understand, you dismissed from Dallas the 11 of 7 this is your offer. He said, I know that. Right? Yes, your Greek program is
You guys, thank you very much.
okay, but I would suggest so it is a waste of time. I would suggest you take that question to a conservative seminary of Dallas.
I want to take that to an unbiased source, because by definition, somebody who's in a seminary is going to be biased.
You're taking this from the bias.
I agree.
God, somebody mentioned me. Starting to get worried. Yes.
Julius Caesar and crucifying the way states.
Let's do it.
And they can agree on that. They don't necessarily agree with his theories, but they do agree on that.
From New York City, Comedy Central presents Comedy Central in New York City. 1,000 of my best friends in the house. Now, I'm happy. I mean, this is you too, baby. I'm happy to be here. I gotta tell you, this is my first Comedy Central presents, and I'm digging it. And I'm happy to be here. Not only because I'm doing comedy, which is what I love, but I'm a husband and a father, new millennium. I gotta be happy. We're not allowed to be mad. We have some fathers and husbands and stuff out here. You're not allowed to get mad. See, I grew up in the 70s. My father got mad. He threw a shovel through a friggin' wall. Whatever we did to make that happen never happened again. Now I get mad. I'm on Prozac, Zoloft. I'm in anger management classes. I gotta go to therapy and relive the event 14 times. So it's not control of the delicate harmony of my family. Even if it's a legitimate freaking reason to get mad. Now we got a new carpet in the house. Now my wife's the carpet mafia. You walk in the house, you gotta take your shoes off, you gotta put it on the like a hotel disease. And who brings his dog? He go in the backyard, crap, come back in the house, put his ass on the carpet like that.
I don't think that's me. Maybe. Who knows? I'm Discord Rabbi, if anything. I'm YouTube Rabbi, definitely.
Because the rules have changed, ladies, and no one told us that we would change. We watched our fathers. You have the wife and the husband, you buy a house, and you supposedly lived the American dream. Well, those rules have changed. My father never had a minivan and a 68 Chrysler vinyl seat. He made a turn my brother out the window. He didn't care. He was trying to lose us. Now my kids are strapped in so tight, with the seatbelts. We remember those big metal buckles we had? It was like Roman gladiators in the backseat of my father. My father was smoking, drinking. There was dogs in the backseat. He didn't care. My kids are strapped in so tight, Daddy. Are we there yet? No, we're to scratch my nose. I can't move back. I can't take it. My wife can take it. She took my son to Costco. Bought 14 pounds of Oreos. Saved us money somehow. I don't know how. The coupon queen worked that out, but as far as Oreos is concerned, oh boy, did she get it over on that. She buys 14 pounds of Oreos, brings them home, puts them in her refrigerator. Next day, my son wakes up, he wants cookie for breakfast. I'm not going to hurry, he's going to say no. She comes to me. Now he's 7 years old. He's not going to approach me, but Dad, I thought it over last night. I really like a cookie for breakfast. How do you feel about that? He's 7, he gets my face and says, I want a cookie! She's really nuts on me. You can't give a cookie for breakfast, you moron. I can't give him one cookie. And an hour later, she gave him waffles, butter, syrup, whipped cream, some strawberry stuff from a can. If the one cookie that I gave him is going to ruin the metabolism, she created this kid's life. For 7 years he's on the planet, and my brother-in-law is a freaking ass. So now everybody's telling me to lose weight. Watch your carbs. Watch your carbs. Don't eat the carbs. All the protein, have your vegetables, and don't. Why are you doing that? You do that. Well, why do you do? Everybody's got advice. Hey, kiss my ass. I don't know if the same planet you are. I hear the same crap you people hear. I don't want to lose weight. My tongue and my taste buds are the only friends I got. I love chocolate. And I'm going to eat all the chocolate I want. You only get a little bit of time on this planet. Nobody knows how long it's going to be. So you might as well enjoy yourself. I'm saying put a ball in your head. I'm saying we give you enjoyment a little time. You'll give it on this planet. Lose weight, lose weight. I tried losing. I was on Sunfish, but that's not gas in a can. How do you know? But you put more than you swim fast.
A million, as you well know, from your culture, always designated something spiritual of the passion.
You know what pisses me off more than anything else? The space program. I hate it. I hate everything else to do with space. I'm like the only person. Everybody's enamored with space. Ooh, space, space. You guys realize a couple of years ago we lost a $40 million satellite. Everybody see it? Everybody see the satellite? Everybody see it? You see it? You see it? You see it? You see it? Nobody saw it. Nobody saw $40 million gone. Nobody saw it. And nobody says anything. And the price of gas goes up. Stamp goes up. We're all going crazy. I can't believe it went up. But CNN pops a picture of Mars on one day, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, honey, look, Mars. Ooh, let's give more money to the space program. They just lost $40 million. Yeah, we don't say anything. Honey, in space. Give me a while. How much you need in space? Honey, they need money in space. Yeah, I don't know. They're doing something Mars. They found water. Who cares about them? Who cares? There's people in hospital beds with their asses hanging out who ain't got money. Yeah, we waste money on crap that we know there's nothing out there. There's nothing there, you friggin' morons. There's nothing there. And we gotta...
We
haven't been back to the moon. Technology's better. More money now. Why isn't a big corporation jumped on that, gone up to the moon, and used the moon for advertising space? Everybody sees the moon. You could be in the middle of the Rocky Mountains, far away from every other human being. Look, honey, the moon. The moon is there. Don't you think Nike would have shot a rock up there with a big switch off? Just do it.
That could lead to the anti-culture a lot of things. But really, that's what all of the lines here. You're not interested in renouncing the devil and renouncing the path
I think too much.
to receive an exorcism.
That's my problem. I was going to listen to a little crappy comedian. I got all the answers to everything. I got her. I'm married to a Long Island girl. Long Island girls. Couple right there, they put on makeup in traffic while they're driving. You ever seen that? Get down out of my way, you jerk. I can't go so far. I got a target. Bring it over in a minute. I was just down south. Women are like that in the south. They have the whole nice little hospitality thing going. When you drive down there, it's like, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Everybody go ahead. Get behind me. Come on, go ahead.
Sports news.
I'll tell you what, not just a moment. You're all done
Faster than the referee's whistle.
It's nice down there.
129,000 fucking posts.
Florida?
It's great,
Hey,
dude.
Florida, looks like a big limp penis hanging off the front of the country. Even the palm tree is such a wimpy tree. It's got no branches, always getting its ass kicked in a hurricane. Ever see footage of a hurricane? It's always the palm tree. Somebody help me, please.
Listen, play this song.
The wind is horrible. My coconuts are falling off. Real trees up here. Driving our expressways and our parkways. Every once in a while, through the cement divider, there's a tree growing up through that thing. That's a real tree right there. You give me a tree to live over land, cigarette butts and pebbles, that's a real tree. Not this I need sunshine crap, no way. Our trees come up, the branches are in the shape of middle fingers. Sap on people. As they like birds land on. Get the hell off my branches, I'm trying to grow here. So a lot of this country is scary, man. You ever go to Kentucky? Evolution is passed over Kentucky. Teeth are optional in Kentucky. You don't need teeth. Pizza sucks. I went to a pizzeria. Can I have a slice? Can I have me a can of soda? I said, no, not slice the soda, you idiot. Slice of pizza. You know what he said to me? We don't sell slices. We just sell a whole pie. I haven't figured out how to cut the freaking thing yet. I'm in the backyard chopping a stick and slice the damn thing. It's a wheel. The slicer is a wheel. First came fire, and then the wheel. Tell me which part is confusing there, Jeff. Isn't this a cool theater? I want you guys to learn something from my act tonight. I do. I mean, I want you to laugh, you know, but I want you to learn something from me tonight. This sweaty little guy in front. I think I can teach you something. We can learn from everybody, right? I want you to learn.
Come on.
One thing I want you to learn is how to merge your cars. Now, I know 90% of you people are good drivers. Every audience I play, 90% of the people are good drivers. There's always that 10% of the people, and you know who you are, who give me this crap. I can't get over it, Alan, in the end. I'm stuck here for the rest of my life. No, you're not. There's going to be me behind your ass one day going, go! Go! Just friggin' go! Would you go? Damn it, go!
Why isn't anybody replying to me?
I'm a husband, I'm a father. I'm a pet is all I am. That's why you ladies marry us. So I can carry your stuff for you. You get the groceries in. You get the groceries in, lift the couch, take the garbage out. I'm melting. Look at my body. I used to be a gymnast, okay? Now I have no idea what my genitals are in these pants. I got no button, a pair of breasts now. You know why? Because I don't exercise at all. I don't want. Why exercise? Why? All the fat, flabby people up in the audience, I see. I can't drink this, I can't eat that, I can't do that. What do? Eat the right foods, exercise, live to your 97 so your relatives empty your urine bottle every 5 minutes. Oh, that's for living so long, Grandpa. All I want to do is tend to your bodily fluids. Not me. I have diabetes, hot temper, I'm 65, and I'm out of here. That's it. My tombstone's will be shaped like a cannoli.
Now they're on the greatest
I don't want to speak cruel or anything like that. I don't want to sound mean or cruel, but nobody's living their lives anymore. You know, you got to enjoy your life. Just enjoy it and enjoy the relationships you have with people while they're here. Which is why I come to this next part, which I'm hesitant to talk about. Men and women. Men and women will never understand each other. That's what every song is written about. That's what every book is written about. We'll never understand each other. It's always conflict. We're not satisfied with what we got. We always want more. And we'll never understand what each of us really wants. I'm going to dispel all the rumors here tonight. Ladies, I'm sorry I'm being so blunt, and guys, I'm sorry I'm giving up our secret. But all men want in life are four things. We want to eat, sleep, poop, and have sex. It's one of those four categories, ladies. We really don't care about it at all. And ladies, if you're hearing a guy who's telling you anything different, he is lying to you to get to one of those four things. And at this time of night, it's not eating, sleeping, and pooping. He wants to have sex with you. Do me a favor. For me, just have sex with the guy, please. I'm begging you. If you do it right, it takes 3 minutes. Please just do it. We try to seem like we're interested, but we're not. We don't care about the same things you care about. We don't care what the wallpaper matches the drinks. We don't care what kind of potpourri you just put in the bathroom. We don't care what your new slippers look like. Unless you're wearing them while you're having sex with me. Such as humans? Don't blame me because I'm a human. It's every male species on the planet. You want to learn about life? You watch the Discovery Channel. Right? The male bull elephant is a solitary creature, only joining the herd for mating and courtship. That's a direct quote from the Discovery Channel. So other than that, he's over here eating, sleeping, and pooping. And the rest of the herd is fine with that. They're just scared of making them go into Home Depot on a Saturday and get a hand for Kevin that's been broken for a year and a half because your brother-in-law's an ass. The male silverback gorilla eats 60 pounds of vegetation a day. That's all fiber. Did you imagine the wonderful, beautiful poop that this thing must have? That's when he beat that chest. I mean, beat my chest too, like 60 pounds of crap coming out of me. I'm like, yeah, look what I made. It's another sacred place that men and women will ever understand. The bathroom. You ladies are ringing around one toilet paper for the guys. That's it. You don't need to even spray when you're doing it. But I'm done here to send the carry there to see if the air is breathable or not. Just walk on territory. Men like to sit in there a long time, right, guys? You know what I'm talking about. You sit there, you're sitting there so long, your legs are numb, your ass is sweating, you're focused on that one tile above the tub, you know, and you're at one with God. It's like, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. I lost that experience when I had kids. The kids don't care when you go to bed, they just want to come in and out. You just want to run in and out whenever you're in there. I'm sitting in there one time, I'm on the bowl, and my daughter comes running in, the kids are running out, they don't care if I'm there or not. And my daughter comes in and wants me to sing Mary Had a Little Lamb. And you know you take a rock bottom in life. When you're on the toilet bowl going, Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow. I'm watching you guys now. It's mostly the men applauding because women run away to the front show and be like, it's not. It's the funniest thing on the planet, ladies. It's hysterical. Every year in here, they're laughing their asses
every man in here, you won't even know we're doing it. How you doing? And we'll laugh right away. You won't even know what we do because it's hysterical and it's coming from God. It is. It's a gift from God and it's coming from God. Let me tell you why it's coming from God. He could have chose, take that air, pass for any part of our body, our eye, our ear, our navel's doing it. When it came out, nobody would have known. No. But no, he chose like this much air and this much moisture and pass it to the two biggest flaps of ham we got in our body. And it's a result. And if you don't laugh, you are disrespecting the Lord. Good laughers. We need laughter now. Don't we need some laughter now? And you know what? Not many comics say this, but we all get our starts in the comedy clubs. And if you're lucky enough to have a comedy club in your town where you live, go to it. Go to your comedy club, support it, because that's where comics start out. Nobody mentions it enough, but that's where we all start out. And it's a fun place to go. And if you want to laugh, go there. But no scary laughing, no. Make sure you laugh normally. My grandfather, very scary, big Italian grandfather, very scary laugher. You don't know if he's going to black out, cave in, and throw up on you when he laughs. You ever see the old guys laugh? I do your mouth. They stand in front of us, they go, oh my God, he's going to die right here. There's always some man going, hey, no, kids, he's having a good time, he's having a good time. I got to go. You guys have been a wonderful crowd.
And from a religious standpoint, I have just become a Christian. It's sad that how much about the faith has not always done it. And the amount of time, self-mutilation, ritual terrorists don't know these people with suicide with knives and skewers and beat themselves bloody. But whenever they would go through these rituals, they would always need to assign them to invite the spirits to come and look at me. So they would go through these circles. And the time taken for the spirits to enter in, they would go into these catatonic seizures, scream, yell, thrash about, roll around the ground. And I said, what's going on? And they said, the spirits have entered into us. They give us the power to go through these rituals. Well, that sounds like demons. And so I thought, does that happen in America? So I came back to America, and a few years later discovered that indeed it does happen.
How much of that do you think is psychological? You know, there's a tribe in Haiti who practices a ritual similar to that. It's a drug ritual. They get high on like toad venom. And then they bury themselves in this like zombie ritual.
Yeah.
But the problem is with like how much of that is drug induced and how much of that is psychological belief.
You're talking about the rainbow serpent.
The rainbow serpent, exactly. Yeah, maybe you could. I probably butchered that. Maybe you.
Well, I've been to Haiti,
Okay.
and I've been to the voodoo ceremonies, and I've interacted with the priests. It's part of the research I've done all over the world.
And for people that aren't aware of the
Throwing
rainbow
up a
serpent,
gang
the rainbow
sign.
serpent ritual, can you explain what that is?
Well, it's
Right, like eating panty lines.
there are numerous rituals in Haiti.
Come on, you
Called
little
spirits,
bitch.
but generally, they make what's called a veve. Which
Look at
means
this
they take
move.
some sacred powder that they've done their thing over, and then they make this drawing on the ground. And the nature of the drawing has to do with the kind of
Yo, dog.
spirit that they're going to
What's
call
up?
forth
And
for possession.
we got it on tonight.
Very
Yo,
fascinating to
dog.
watch.
Me too.
They make
Word
the
up.
drawing,
We got
just
it
like
on
that. The
tonight.
spirit comes and takes over the people who are there, who are part of the ritual.
Yo, dog.
Now,
What's up?
they've also
Me
learned
too.
that
Yo, baby, let's work.
if they can make
Yo,
zombies.
dog.
So they learned
Coast to
psychotropic
coast
ways,
official.
like with toads,
Throwing up gang
put
signs.
people into a temporary coma.
Shit ain't working like a motherfucker. What
And
the
then they go
fuck?
out in the dead of the night and dig them up.
AI
And
save.
people say, "Oh my God, they just-
What is this garbage?
And then they were dead, and I saw them buried, and there they are." However, I have talked to other voodoo priests who disavow anything.
This motherfucker said he talked to voodoo priest.
What they're doing, that they believe really is
Motherfucker full of shit.
and the voodoo spirits
Yes.
that
Why, you little bitch?
are bringing about this miraculous.
Yo, dog.
I don't know. Could the devil do it? Absolutely.
Come on, quit sucking dick.
But sometimes the devil needs a little bit of help.
Just play.
So, who's to say? I think it happens both. I think it's both a psychological and a psychotropic phenomenon as well as a spiritual phenomenon.
Yeah, I think so.
This is the worst.
So, for people that aren't aware,
Loop, play,
you're a proper
the worst.
Yes.
and you've done how many exorcisms?
Well, I need to update the stats, but it's been over 50,000 and counting. And those are documented cases. Those are cases of which we have files. And I've been doing this for 5+ decades.
Now, is there like a
Coast
protocol
inside of my
for doing this
ass.
where you have to like file this with the church?
No,
Or, like,
you
submit
don't
to
have
the
to
Vatican?
file it with anybody. But I do it for my own benefit, for research purposes.
Okay.
Also, sometimes people come back for a second or third, a fourth exorcism.
From coast
You don't always get all the demons all at
to
once. So
coast.
then you have to go back and look at the notes and say, well, I dealt with this.
Abductions.
Now there's something else here. There's another layer of evil. Different levels, different devils.
Different levels, different devils. Okay, so
Coast
you were,
Insider.
just talking about how you were in your 20s, you went to Africa,
Fuck
and you witnessed these tribes
that.
partaking in these rituals.
Shit.
And how did that lead to you becoming an exorcist?
Beyond belief.
Of course, what I saw was unfettered by the constraints of the cultural eyes of a Westerner. The real thing. In the Western world, we've been overtaken with scientism, with philosophy and logic, and all the sort of things that say there is no supernatural world, there is nothing out there that's metaphysical. It's all imagination. And even though I was a Christian and I believed the Bible, that there's a lot of supernatural things in the Bible.
Dude, who's my boy?
But I'd never seen it with my own eyes.
Ryan.
So it kind of shattered me.
To he.
What do you mean never seen it with your own eyes? Like the
Well,
stuff that Bible
I'd never
talks
seen the supernatural of Satan. It's there in the Bible, many instances, but I'd never actually seen it until I got back to England. Because my eyes now were attenuated, if you will, to the possibility of it. In a real, very distinctive way.
There's magnets in the basket. I gotta listen to this one. Yo, dog. DEFCON 1. Yo, baby. Magnets in the basket. Magnets in the... Oh, fuck. Magnets in the basket. I love that. I love that theory. That's maybe my favorite theory of all time.
Songs, travel, played in bars when I was 13. And
Yo, I want these.
kind of what I wanted to be until family said,
DEFCON 1. I don't even know what that means, son.
That was my plan. Then I radically
Magnets in the basket.
and
radically.
So here we are, brother. Another classic session to digest.
Look at this move.
this.
Dog, look at this move.
Actually, he's like an esports.
Look at
Right.
And so over a period
I'm
of
excited for this
time,
one.
Dog,
decided
look at this move.
The title that I saw was
and this
Look at this move.
kind of was
Come on. Let's round.
My dad's a big sports fan. My friend's a big sports fan.
Look at this.
Of course,
This athleticism, folks.
Is from the Amazon rainforest. I had a gentleman out here named Mike Corey,
computer
who he travels all over the world and visits uncontacted tribes.
like trying to help me out.
And this was a specific tribe in the Amazon who cuts off heads and shrinks them. They're famous for the little shrinking heads that you see.
And I've been using to, try and sway people into thinking that sports is fake or fixed or whatever. It has to do with some numerology shit that I covered last year from a page that would post about that type of stuff. So, I want to tell you about it too. This is super crazy. LeBron last season was about to break Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record after the record had been standing for 38 years. And LeBron was 38 years old last year when he was doing this US. It was on the 38th day of the year, 308 days after the 38th year anniversary of that record. To break the record, LeBron would have surpassed 38,388 career points. Wild guess scores Wild guess says LeBron scores 38 points.
When you're an
How many
exorcist,
fucking
you
points do you think LeBron scored that game?
take chances to save souls.
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes it's about more about the soul than it's about yourself, right?
And then LeBron was born 38
Yeah, that
weeks
came
after that
from.
record.
I think they used to burn that, so this comes off the top.
I know. So I don't know what I guess is a
Put
numerology.
bodily fluids and
I know
fluids in there,
this is
and
mostly
blood's
on,
in there,
you
and
know,
they would burn it, and then
how
that would be
sports
part
are
of the
fixed.
ritual.
Well, if
Ways
this
that
was
they could
actually
be fixed.
used for
I
that,
don't think this one.
Yeah,
This,
probably
this is just
yeah, the jury's
souvenir.
I think that's just so nuts.
but even so,
Dude,
it's
that is fucking
representation.
one of the craziest things
It's
I've
an
ever
idol.
heard.
It's a representation of a
Sports, I
belief
mean,
system
I've seen a lot
of the
going on,
demonic
or going
supernatural.
around,
Okay,
talking about
so
how every year the Super Bowl
doesn't have
logo
any power
has like
in
two
itself.
shades of color
It's
on it,
impossible
and it's
to
the teams that end up inevitably being in the Super Bowl.
An
That's
idol
like
is just an
I
idol.
don't know, a foreshadowing or a
It
nod to a new
represents
fixed.
things.
And even Aaron
And
Rodgers
Paul
was talking
said,
about it,
when
which
you
is
worship
crazy.
idols, you are worshiping
Anything
demons.
past, I mean, okay, nothing is
So
sacred.
that has
I heard him when I was
been
doing
an
some
object
research
of
for
demon
this episode
worship,
for the session.
even if it's
I
representational.
heard Brian too
Trace
say,
it back to the origin. That's what's
listen,
done.
there's corruption in
Yeah,
everything.
what if he's just like
Corruption in
hanging out?
politics, government,
He's just hanging out,
there's
like
corruption in the school
serving
system,
gifts from a friend.
there's corruption in
No,
the
that's
Fortune
not
500
right.
It
companies,
could be a
and everything.
Really?
Why would you
Of course
think
you can.
that sports is the one exception?
Well,
When you put it like that,
you
it's
will
like
probably
it
get
really
Christian saved by
clicks,
the
even
blood
for
of
the
Jesus.
people that kind of want to think that sports is like this sacred
Okay, so
domain.
you could be affected.
You know, yeah,
Okay.
there's corruption in all those areas, but
You
not
need
not
to become
sports.
You need to get
Not
saved.
billions of dollars
You need to
entertainment
renounce the devil,
business.
then you won't have to worry about that thing. In fact, what you'll do is
Well,
you'll take it out and smash it.
Yeah,
Really?
housekeeping.
Yes.
Everybody, if you're digging what we're putting out there,
But you're not
follow us on all
worried
the
about
social medias, whether it's Twitter, X, Facebook, Instagram, Patreon,
This
YouTube,
interview
all
is
that good
amazing.
stuff.
It's
You
true.
can find the podcast on YouTube. However,
So,
episode number strike.
Type of
Yeah,
people
session
do you
9.
use
The most recent one that
from?
Tom and I did, we got a
Are
little
they-
strike and we removed it
Are
from
they
this
all
because of
of us
misinformation.
faith?
So I
Oh, no,
wanted to
no, no, no.
Christian?
re-edit
They're all over
that
the
part out,
place.
try to repost it and see if
first of all, there's
YouTube will accept that.
immense
But either way,
gratification from the
still
social
get
economic
that
standpoint.
session number 9 available on all
Who
the
gets
other
different,
streaming
who doesn't
platforms.
get
So
demons,
check that
strikes
out.
all
Patreon, we're
socioeconomic
working on
areas.
to get that up and running, but you can be one of the very first civic
I
members.
have
Yeah, any show
Harvard
ideas,
graduates,
questions, concerns,
doctors,
comments, whatever.
lawyers,
Shoot us an
especially
email.
lawyers.
Conspiracy
Oh,
show.
yeah. But
Yeah,
they
we
got
got
lawyers.
We know what Shakespeare said.
Got anything else, man?
Kill the lawyers in case you
Not
don't
gonna
know
lie,
the quote.
consider
Isn't that
that,
exactly?
that strike
It's a joke. It's a
after just
Shakespearean joke.
24 hours
It's a
of
joke.
a bit of a badge of honor that we're doing something right.
And I deal with
Powers that be
people
are
in
already putting
Hollywood.
the censor ban on us. Not even 24 hours.
Okay.
Okay, so yesterday,
I deal with
I
pastors,
applied
priests,
for
nuns.
a YouTube
I
podcast.
see.
license.
I
accepted. It said
made the comment, I'll go to my
within
grave.
24 hours or so that will tell me,
Never
or that will shoot
say
me
the
an email,
names of
basically give me the go ahead that I'm okay to post podcast. Well, the guy that emailed me sometime in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
I woke up this
My
morning
point
with emails
is,
there.
anybody
So we got to work this morning.
We're talking about
Breakfast
all
and
aspects
shortly
of
after that,
education
about
of
7
life.
o'clock. I proceeded to work my way through all of the
Demons are no respecter
I had
of
to do to get the
of
podcast
who
on
a
my
person
YouTube.
is or what they
And I would say
do.
maybe around
Demons simply
30
want to
is when
possess the soul
podcasts
of
were
a human
uploaded to
being.
YouTube. So
And
you're
destroyed.
talking roughly 4 or 5
Okay.
hours.
How, when
It was
somebody
up there,
comes
bro.
to
Yeah.
Algorithms
what
out
do they
there
say?
already.
What's
I
when they
mean,
reach out to you? Hey,
shit.
Bob,
We really didn't even
saw you
hit
on
any crazy.
YouTube
You
or
know,
Dr. Phil or whatever. I heard you're a great
I
human.
want to get this
World's
one
top exercise.
but you know, we just talked a little bit
How
about
they,
some of the,
what do they respond to?
the
Do they
fuckery
think
that went on
they have a
in the year
demon, or do they think that they
if you know what I'm saying.
are having
So
some
want to
sort
stay
of
up on YouTube? We're gonna
crisis in their
we're gonna
life? Is it a
get some
psychological
code
issue?
words
All the
Oh,
above.
absolutely.
All
Yeah,
the above.
we have to figure that out. Or we could just do like I said, the
Most of
Mario.
them have a kind
Mario
of
jump noise.
haunting feeling.
Yeah, I like that.
It's always a good one. I
Something
can't really think of anything else. I guess should we just
everyone's the
let him hear the conversation we have with Brad
that
Toohey?
says,
Yeah, welcome to the show, man. Conspiracy and Chill. When it comes to sports conspiracies, man, you're pretty much the guy.
As far as I know, yeah, I think I'm the only one doing this. So, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people on YouTube.
now, there's good and bad about the age in which we live, because
But
this
a
is
lot of
the
them
age
copy
of
what
occult
I've done,
supernaturalism, witchcraft,
and don't give me credit
these
for it.
things are on the rise.
And at the same time, a
So
lot of them
people
just throw
are thinking more
anything and
in
everything
terms
up
outside
against the wall,
the
just
box,
kind of assuming
spiritually.
it sticks.
That's
And
bad,
so
because some
what I
people
try
go
to
down
do,
that road.
what I always try to do
They
is
don't. They're thinking,
prove
well,
my
maybe
point
there is
through
a
research.
real world
And
supernatural out there.
and
Maybe
talking
my
to people
problem,
and gathering as much information as I can,
and there
trying
may
to connect the
the other
dots.
people
So
who come to
different
me
way
with
of doing things. And
legitimate
I wasn't
reasons.
for scholarly way of
So
doing
we
things,
always
but
ask
it's a
the
more legitimate way of doing things
Are
than
you
just say,
under
oh,
treatment?
this is such
Psychiatrist,
because.
therapist, what
And
kind of
not having
medications are you on?
evidence to back up what
Has
you're
there been
saying.
a clinical diagnosis?
And anybody who has read any of your books, whether it's The Fix Is In,
But then there
Arsenic
are the people
Is, Season in the Abyss, and
who
The
can
Fix
tell you
Is Still
exactly what it
knows that is that's
And these are
It's
people
not just
who are
words you're saying, that's
the new
really
age, the occult,
the approach that you take.
types
You
of
are really all about evidence. So,
naturalism. And they
I do
know
appreciate that.
when that's
Yeah,
spirit
it's
in it. They
like I
feel
say,
it,
it's
they
one thing to
sense
just
it.
say it and expound on the
Now,
like and
many
suspects
different
because
types
but
of
it's another thing to
psychological
actually
ways.
prove your point through like
Whatever
say,
the
through evidence
case,
and research.
they come to me
What got you into wanting to study and research
they have
sports
a demon?
conspiracies?
because many of them
Kind of
actually
happened by
invited
accident,
me.
to be honest.
They've gone that
Funny.
far.
I went
You know,
to school to be a
Kind of
screenwriter,
stupid moment.
and I tried doing that for a long time, and I had minor
Maybe
success.
they were
Although I never had
drugs.
anything produced,
Maybe
but I
they
had
were
a
high.
manager out in Hollywood. And so,
Maybe they were drunk. Maybe they
Well, my wife
just were so
was telling me
bitter
this,
and
you write a
angry at
book,
God, and
and
that's a big category. People
the
who are
first kind of
mad
idea I had in my
at
head
God.
was this sports conspiracy idea.
So,
It was a
they
book
go
like
easy,
I wanted to read,
and
but nobody
they
had
find
read
out,
it before.
whoops,
So I
should
kind
have
of took
done
it upon myself to write
So
this
all
book
these
of that
people,
book.
it's a mixture. But when people come to see me,
And I kind
in
of started
person
doing some
or
promotion
virtually,
and that sort of thing up
virtually,
into it.
they fill out an intake.
I realized
form.
nobody was talking about this stuff.
That
Nobody was
intake
talking
form,
about
very
game fixing
specific
or the
questions.
possibility of game fixing, whether it's from
And I can
an entertainment standpoint or from a gambling standpoint. It
questions
seemed to be just
like,
a big void, and so I kind of stepped into
what was your
that
family life like?
open hole and did what I could to
List
fight the
your
good fight.
instances
And there's so many things I want to ask you and talk to you about.
Have
Tom
you
comes
ever
from a wrestling background,
thought of
not a pro wrestling, but like I said,
What kind
a
of
catch
drug,
wrestling background. And I come from a mixed martial arts journalist
what type
background.
of
There's no
alternative
shortage
religious belief
of
systems that you've been
conspiracies and
involved in?
avenues we can take, but the one thing I wanted to
Well,
ask you right off the
not
jump
Christian,
is
essentially.
recently,
Is that a
couple days ago, you
red
had
flag for
retweeted
demon possession if they're not
a
Christian?
still frame
Can be.
from
Not
a
necessarily.
broadcast that
Many
somehow
people with
already
faiths
knew
who
who was
have
going to be in the
a
Super
good
Bowl. What is going on with
conscience,
that, dude?
Well,
about
that's
moral
one of those
values and the sense of a
weird
higher
things that
being.
could just be.
That's not necessarily
one-off
going to keep you from
accident.
the demon, but it
It just so happens
better
that whenever
than
the
the
newscast was, I think it was
person
actually
who
somewhere in
is
Canada. Although I think
reading the book of Satan
tweet
and
that I referenced that
checking
it
out
was
some
in
local ritual
Memphis or
group
something like that.
where they can drink
But basically,
blood with a nude on the
The
altar.
news broadcast, they said the halftime show for a Super Bowl is going to feature Usher and other artists,
So
and the
it's
Super
all
Bowl is
over
going
the
to be
place,
played
but these
between
people have a sense
San Francisco
something's
49ers
not right,
and
and
the
there's something
Ravens,
evil.
which
So they'll say
is
things
no,
like,
it's for talking right now. That hasn't happened yet, although both teams are still alive.
and a very
And
common
so a lot of
one
people
now,
jumped on that. I had a lot of people
I first
send that
encountered
to me
this
either through email or my Twitter account or what have you. And say, hey, did you see this?
I mean, there's been other cases where, you know, things have jumped the gun and they said, oh, you know, this team is the champion or whatever. And sometimes it proves to be right, sometimes it proves to be wrong. It could be just one of those things where, like, whoever was doing the news broadcast had to fill in the blanks, and they didn't really think about the blanks they were filling in when they did that.
They often approach me and say,
Maybe they know.
I'm going to
We'll
tell
find
you
out
something
soon
I've
enough.
never told anybody before.
It was tweeted before. Yeah,
You're crazy.
Won that week too. So
Oh, who's going to believe
I
that?
know you had some stuff.
But they were both the number one seed, so I
In
mean,
fact, one of the books I wrote
you know,
Jezebel,
I try not to see those are the kind of things I try not to
ago,
read too much
included
in,
a chapter.
you know,
I think it
because
was the
that's
first time
that
anybody
could be a
religious
coincidence
community
that, like I said,
forward
one-off
printed
happenstance
form to
thing,
talk about
but
this.
you know, when you dig into the subject, there's more to it than
So
just
this is
something like that.
somebody says this is happening to me.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure you've seen the talk lately of people citing the logos, how the logos will have like a tint of two colors, and be like, oh, this is foreshadowing which teams are going to be in.
It
This
happens.
year features
I
red
wake
and
up.
purple. So,
It's happened.
yeah,
And
that's
I say,
another one
this
that's
is tactile.
the
You
last two
feel
Super
it?
Bowls that did seem to play
Yeah,
out.
yeah, I have an
That is the
orgasm.
interesting thing with the logos, is that the colors within the Roman
So when
numerals
somebody
did
tells
seem
you
to
that,
actually
so they like
them on the plane. Like last year, it was kind of green and red, and we had the Chiefs
But it's
playing the Eagles, and I forgot. Was the year
almost
before.
always starts out, how it is. It almost starts out in a kind of sleep paralysis.
You know, and that's almost one reason I
They're
think
immobilized.
almost for
Now,
sure
not
that's
all
not going to
sleep
be the Niners
paralysis
and
is
Ravens
demonic.
because
There is a psychological
it
one.
became, again, that was another thing that kind of
There's also
trended on Twitter for a while. Like before, I think
So
the playoffs
it
started,
starts out that way.
and I think the
They're
NFL, I
asleep.
know the NFL
They
was
start
aware
waking up. They're
of what I've
immobilized.
done,
They
and
can't
I know
move.
the NFL was
And
aware,
they will say things like,
really aware
something
of
is on
things
top
like
of me.
hashtag NFL
I can
Brandon
feel this
Twitter.
pressure.
I
Sometimes
will
they
say
can see.
this much: I can remember a
Sometimes
game
it's visual.
when Peyton Manning was on the
And
Broncos,
then
and
they,
it was like it was
seems
either
like good.
the AFC Championship or the game just before,
Have all the
and they were
symptoms
playing
of
the
that.
Ravens, and it was like the final play of the game,
Now, this is not
or
one
what should have been.
And this is not
Broncos threw
merely
like a
to
Hail
screw
Mary,
people.
and the defender
I'm
like
talking about
used it obvious, and I was like, it couldn't get any more obvious than this when I was watching it at the time.
normal
The quarterback was
But the door is
barely
open
covering
to
the guy, like he should have been double,
That's
triple covered. They were throwing a Hail Mary.
generational incest.
The guy like
It could be
botched it
incest.
so bad, he like
Practice things like
jumped
this.
way ahead of the time.
Going
There's
back
no
to
way the
Egypt.
guy misjudged it to that level. I was
Going
like,
back
holy
to
crap,
ancient
that was
Canaanite civilization.
completely
Like
like,
genetic
that's just one of the
trauma
moments I can recall. I don't know if either of
thousands,
you guys
hundreds of
remember
thousands
that
of years
exact
ago.
moment, but
Well,
that was
now you're going
extremely
down the road of
suspect.
epigenetics and
I don't remember
the
that
idea
one
of heritage and
distinctly, but
psychological.
there's been so many
And some
plays
it
by
is
players,
that.
calls by referees.
So
I mean, I started
a properly trained exorcist
some years ago.
medic, frankly.
There's so many of them, and that's the
We try
part that I
to
think
figure out the
fans should
difference
wake up
with
to.
God's help.
It should often happen once
This is
a year or once every 2 years. Say, okay, well, that's
something
been
that an
helpful. When you
ancestor
see it
has
week after week,
or
and
whether
it seems to
they
benefit
are
certain teams
experiencing
over other
the
teams all the time, and those same teams are tied to the main storylines.
Right,
So
but
the
you can also do the same
broadcast
thing.
partners are
They are
pushing.
experiencing it in real
That's
time.
when you
Like
start
they're
going, well, wait a
experiencing something
second,
that
is
came
this just
through
a happy accident, or is this controlled? Is this
then
being
you have to deal
manipulated?
with things like
What
this
the NFL and the broadcast
Right.
networks
They
want,
are
because
very
that's what's going to drive fans to the game.
like the
That's going to make everybody money.
explain
Just like when they had Ray Lewis's last season
what has
in the
happened.
Super Bowl, they had the Harbaugh
Well, you
brothers
said if they have the symptoms
perfectly
of it,
lined
then it
up
has
to
to be
be the
physical,
Super
right?
Bowl.
So even if this is something that is
yeah.
happening allegedly
Hey,
in
Manning
your
go out on
mind,
top,
but there's
right.
physical
He had
manifestations, is it real?
home Super Bowl in
I think
Detroit,
so.
you had Saints after Hurricane Katrina. I mean, you can go on and on. There's so many storylines that have come true that, that's why I started doing this. I saw too many coincidences that seem to benefit the league. And
This
it
is
said,
more than
I don't believe in coincidences when it's tied to $1 billion.
but the power
It's no longer a coincidence, it's a business plan.
God from eternity.
One of my favorite storylines, and I predicted it too, was
On command.
it was September 11th, 2001, that horrible day that we all remember. But who won that year's Super Bowl? The Patriots. And they came out of nowhere because they weren't like this juggernaut powerhouse team. As a matter of fact, they beat the greatest show on turf.
Maybe not
They had no business winning that game. No. So yeah,
Well,
that
that
story
was
just
interesting. Well, because it was interesting too for that is because of what happened on 9/11 and how America
If nothing
changed.
responds,
Then people forget that the NFL changed the logo
that
of
this
the
person
Super
is
Bowl
having a psychological.
right after that to become a more patriotic thing. You know, it all became about patriotic, and the Patriots were the first team in NFL history that wasn't introduced. You know, like had their starting lineup introduced, they all just came out of the field as a team. So it was like this whole, you know, it sounds like conspiratorial, but this whole like, you know, psyop thing where they were trying to, you know, push this message on the American people through the NFL and through the football game, which is the most watched, you know, television program of the year. And, you know, that is one of the things that, you know, makes you stand up and go, wait a second, was this planned? Or was this, you know, just lucky on the NFL's part? And again, I don't believe in luck when it's tied to $1 billion. Honestly. I believe the Saints also won the Super Bowl after Hurricane Katrina.
Tell you how old they are.
Yeah, it took them a couple years to get there. But the first year, immediately after Hurricane Katrina, they made it to the NFC Championship game.
Within reason, how much information do I need to know to help this person?
Colts
No
was kind
more
of odd
and no
because
less.
when the Saints did
This
the
is
Super Bowl, they again played
the
Peyton
only
Manning.
infallible
So it was almost like it was supposed to happen, but it didn't happen. And then to me, it's like Peyton Manning threw that Super Bowl to make sure.
So when you get into an
I
extra
was going to say Mike and I are from Chicago, so don't like. Well, I would be here nice. I was the Hurricanes fan and plenty of stuff. I was a Bears fan. I was also a Bills fan too.
it may not line up
No, yeah,
exactly with
exactly. I don't
what
really watch football much
Scripture
anymore,
says,
and I know
you
that
have to
the
make
Bills
a
are kind of good
determination
now.
of whether or not
But
there's
something I
deception
noticed
going on,
back a long time ago
or
when I
there's
was
just
a
something
Bills fan,
about which the
I was
Scripture
kind of noticing like they were
doesn't
getting
get
screwed.
into
They put a
specifically.
complaint in with the league
Case
one
in
year,
point, what
like
we just talked
that
about.
they were facing more
Now,
teams with
the
extra
Bible
time
does
off
tell us
by like a massive disproportion. Like they would have a bye week, or they'd be playing a team coming off a bye week.
where there
They'd be
was
playing a team coming off a
demonic
Thursday night. Like they just had a disproportionate amount of teams that had extra preparation. And I guess
But now
I
that gets
believe
another
it was only
whole
the
issue,
Browns
another
owners,
that's another
Bills
whole
owners,
show.
who voted no for Commissioner Goodell to like
Sort of
approve
thing,
him
which
as
is a
commissioner.
hot topic
And we
today.
saw how well
And as to whether
those
it's
teams did for
appropriated or
however many years. I don't think that's a coincidence.
ended.
No, I think one of the things, you know,
But
people
then,
always like to look at
Are they
starting
still
lineups
trying to
for
do what they can't do?
sort of thing for
That's
the NFL, but I think it's
As you
who
can
has
see,
the power
exorcism
within the ownership.
it's
of the
much more
NFL. Because, you know,
complicated
people
than
think, well,
Hollywood
Roger Goodell
has
runs
with
the NFL. No,
everything.
he doesn't.
How do you define
The owners run the NFL. They employ Roger Goodell. They didn't like what he was
Well,
doing.
again, they're very
They get rid of him. And it always cracks me up because, you know, Roger Goodell comes out of like
But the
the NFL
historic
draft after
position
the Super Bowl, and all the fans fool.
Christianity,
You know, it's like Vince McMahon coming out there.
from the
Goodell's
early church on,
crazy. He
has
kind of
always
smiles
been
and he plays their role.
consistent.
And it's like he was doing that bad of a job.
Those who
The owners should get rid of
rebelled
him.
with Lucifer
But
and
he's
God
making them
and cast
billions of
them
dollars and they love him. And so those are
And
the
then
guys
Jesus
who
and John
worry about the
10
owners.
define
They're the
the
ones who
mission
control. I
as
think
Satan
certain owners
comes
like
to
Robert
kill,
Kraft of the
steal,
Patriots
destroy.
have more power
Doesn't get any more
within the
basic
league
than
than
that.
other owners do because
So
Robert
these are
Kraft
just
has a lot of
human
ties
beings
to the broadcast
who
television
roam the
networks
earth
and getting the media rights for
looking
the league.
for ways
And I think that's one of the reasons why the Patriots
to
did
bring
so
about the
offensively
purposes of evil.
because he brought a lot of money to a lot of people. And I also think it's one of the reasons why the Cowboys continue
is that
because Jerry Jones doesn't share his revenue
all
like the other
spirits
NFL owners do. But Jerry Jones built that
So the
billion-dollar
devil
stadium
is
down in
a
Texas, the new
time
one.
space
Certain revenue
place.
streams from that stadium and from the Cowboys he keeps himself.
So he
doesn't
gives
share
the
like the revenue from
appearance of
buying
omniscience
merchandise like
by
Cowboys hats
sending
and T-shirts
forth
and
his
that sort of thing. All the other
demons,
teams do. He
highly
does not.
regimented
And so I think
and
a
his
lot of the
hand to
NFL
go out
owners
and
don't
do
like it.
these things.
They're not happy with him. They can't get rid of him necessarily because he hasn't done anything wrong.
So they
But
have
at the same
specific
time,
assignments.
I think they can gang up on him and be
Protect
like, yeah,
souls,
you're
protect
not going to give us
souls,
money.
do
Guess
this,
what?
do
You're not going to
that.
get the calls.
There
You're not
is
getting the Super Bowl without calls. So
It's going to be
if you
political.
want to keep your money, keep your
It's going
money.
to be cultural.
But you're not going to be a Super
It's
Bowl
going to be
contender.
100%.
And they sure haven't been
And
for
then
a long time.
They seek to bring
I
about their
think
plans, and
that
they're looking for
most
victims.
people
And the
who
question is,
don't want to hear
does
that
someone
their beloved
like to be
sports
innocent,
could be
or
fixed
they
or
want
are
to be
fixed. I think their biggest gripe
That's also part of the
would be,
exorcism process.
okay,
How far back?
who's fixing it? How are they doing it? What do you think? You think that the quarterback's just out there purposely?
Every
So my question would be,
has some
How are they doing it, and
of ritual
who and
and
how?
belief system about
Well,
expelling
the
demons.
first thing is
It's a new year.
you know, so there'll be too many people involved. Everybody, if there's so
This
many
was
people
not-
involved, everybody will know about it in the sequel.
The Christianity, it was certainly
Well,
not
the
new
fact of the matter
Judaism.
is you don't have to fix every
And
game.
it's there with every
And I
single
don't think
religion.
every game is fixed.
And,
I don't think it is professional wrestling. I think
take
if
the
there's
most
certain
basic
games
ones
that
of
tweak,
Hinduism, Buddhism,
I think
and
certain
Islam,
games are
and they
manipulated
have
to
rituals
keep
for
close to the
expelling
very
demons,
end.
and they
But I
believe in
don't
the
think it's every
cosmology
game
of
is
demons.
scripted at the beginning of the season. They
Okay,
say, oh,
so
Team X is
that's
in the
not
Super Bowl.
unique to
Here's how we're
Christianity.
gonna do it. I don't think that happened.
It was not unique to the
But I think
Jewish
in
faith.
order to do it, I think the easiest way to
What
do it
amazed the
through
people
most of
in
the sports,
Bible
be it
times
football, basketball, hockey,
is
is
how
officiating.
Jesus cast out demons.
Clearly,
Isn't
certain
that
calls
obvious?
benefit certain teams,
Complex
hinder other teams,
rituals
affect the
that they
play,
went
and affect the outcomes of the game.
So it was about what
And most
you
of the calls
did
that are made in all those sports are
to get
highly
the demon
subjective.
out. Jesus
Because,
came
you know,
along
we've all heard it, we've all been
and said,
watching football
"In
games,
my
basketball
name,
games, or what have you, and heard even the
by my
broadcasters say, boy, it's a really
authority,
lethal play out
you
there.
will cast out demons."
Well, it's a really lethal
And that's
play,
why
that means they're not enforcing the
Jesus
rules.
dumbfounded. He said,
So
"Who is this
what
man?
are they
He
out
must
there
be
doing?
leagued with Beelzebub."
And
That's
if
not-
and when they do enforce the rules, when
So
they call
they-
holding or pass
They were trying
interference
to
or what
wrap
have
their
you,
heads around
why
it,
do
so
they
they
suddenly
couldn't
do
do it.
it now?
I mean,
Why is it suddenly
this
now
man
that it's egregious enough that they get
just
flagged?
speaks and demons
You know,
leave.
the other 10
He
times
tells them to go and
beforehand,
they go. We
they
can't
didn't
do
bother
that.
to call it. So I
Wow.
think
This
officiating
threatens our
is the
whole
easiest way to
political
manipulate a game
and our
and fix
religious
outcomes. But you can get
So
the
in
football
antiquity,
so because the players make so much money, but you can
We're
get the
talking
players and get them to
millennia,
throw a game,
Right.
4,
to
5,
fix a game,
6,000
to shape point.
years before Christ.
And
This
then
was
I
going
think it
on.
happens
Okay,
way more
but
than
when
people
Christ
assume,
was
because the
performing
players don't make as much money as people assume.
he was
And
doing
even
it
if
to
they do
people
make a
that
bunch of
were
money, I mean, you have guys like,
involved
especially
in religion,
basketball. The NBA have got like
involved,
Antoine
there was
Walker
medicine
for the
involved.
Celtics. I think he made
No,
over $110 million
He wasn't
in the
involved with
NBA. He's
people
bankrupt.
that have
He blew it
religion.
up.
Some of the people,
So just because a guy makes a lot of money doesn't mean he doesn't go through it. Doesn't mean he doesn't lose it. Doesn't mean there aren't taxes taken out and
There was, for
lawyer fees
example,
and agent fees
the
and that sort of
daughter
thing.
of Abraham.
And certain
which
players,
is big
especially in the
chance.
NFL, on
She was
rookie
involved in
contracts,
Joshua,
aren't getting paid that
and had a
much.
demon that
So I
entered
think
her
there is way
18
to
years
blackmail
prior to the
players
time
even
Christ
through,
met her.
you know, performance and anti-drug
She
testing,
was
that
God.
sort of thing. There's
He
ways
was
to
the man
get
in the
players. There's even
synagogue.
ways to get the head
Well,
coaches. Because how many
he
times have
was
you
a
seen a
godly
head
man
coach
too because he was in
who's
the
3 and,
synagogue. So there were those kinds of
15 or whatever with an NFL team?
But Jesus did countless exorcisms we know
I mean, with
nothing
an
about,
NFL
let
team,
alone the ones that are
He
recorded
loses
in
his job,
Scripture.
and 2 years later,
It just
he's
said
coaching
Jesus
for another team.
went about
You know,
doing
these guys
good
can
and
recycle so
healing all
much.
who were
Maybe it's
tormented
because
by
they're
the
company
devil.
players and won't do
They
what
knew
they're told.
nothing with these people.
And
They
again, it
didn't
doesn't
know
have to be
what
every
religious
game.
system they came
Just
from.
certain
They didn't
games
know
here
what
and there
culture
that
they
they have
came
to
from.
throw.
But he
I think
cast
you're
out
right
their
on.
demons.
I think you're right on with all that. It only takes,
And what,
you know, it only
where
takes
is
one
this? This is all
call
in
at
Bible.
a certain particular moment of the game
the purpose
to
was to
completely
demonstrate,
change the outcome. And it reminds me of a saying, you know, you've
but
never
also to relieve
never met a bookie
human
that has a
suffering.
part-time job. You know, they
So
somehow
he came along,
always they
upended
always
the
know
system of
just
belief.
where that points line is going to be, and
About
they understand they're good at their job.
You know,
But
I'm
how
fascinated
good
by
can you
New
really
Zealand.
be?
Like,
You mentioned basketball.
well,
One of the things I wanted to talk to you about was,
especially like the
you know, we mentioned we're from
And you
Chicago.
would go through
In
things.
my case, just outside, like you
Look at
mentioned, outside. It's just a lot easier to tell you're from Chicago when you're from, like, Longhorn, you know. But exactly right. With basketball, you know, we had the Southern, the Derrick Rose. We won the Derrick Rose lottery in the 80s. The Knicks won the Patrick Ewing lottery, and then LeBron gets traded, but then miraculously the Cleveland Cavaliers get the #1 pick a few years after that. So can you talk a little bit about the NBA, if and how they fixed the draft lotteries?
Well,
So, in
well, the early draft lotteries are very easy,
science
especially
and
the original
technology
one
was
with
never
Patrick Ewing in
as evolved as
1985.
it is today.
When they came out,
So
there
when
were giant
people were
envelopes thrown in a
psychotic,
hopper. And even if you watch that, I mean, if you pay
epileptic
attention, you can
seizures,
see how they fixed
any
it
of
to
these
make sure
things that
they
we
should have the number
understand
one
and have
pick.
studied
But,
today,
you know, again, it
wouldn't it
goes
make
back to
sense
the
that
fact
they would have just
the
attributed
owners
this to spirituality or some sort of ethereal beings, demons,
so
angels,
if they
whatever it
decide,
is?
hey, we're going to benefit this team over that team,
Undoubtedly, there
and
was
we're
a
going
lot
to
of
let this team win the
misdiagnosis. There
lottery.
always has been a lot
What are
of
you going to do?
misdiagnosis, and still is today.
you know, what kind of recourse do you have as a fan to prevent this sort of thing? Now, supposedly they have this, you know, big ping pong ball hopper thing now where they simple basic can't be fixed.
Or one of the common questions I ask people is, have you seen a therapist?
Whatever team, but guess what? You know, it's like a magic
They say, I
trick.
have this.
Of course you can break it if you
Is that
want.
clinical
Now, do they want to rank
diagnosis
it
or a
every year?
self-diagnosis?
Not saying that they do in certain
So
years.
when
They
somebody
want to
says
rank
to
it.
me it's a
I think they
self-diagnosis,
definitely.
I'm highly
And I
suspicious.
think, again, they have the
And
control of the
it's
ability to do
sometimes
so. And
I
especially if they
know
don't make it
because
now,
I
they don't even make
forecast
it
out
public.
their
They have a couple of trusted
demons.
journalists
In
that
other
are
words,
in
I
the room to
will
watch
not
what happens. Yeah,
solve
okay,
a
sure.
problem
Trust the
they
journalists.
don't have.
Here, you guys want to keep
But they
reporting on the
think
NBA and not lose your access to
They
the
want it to be a
locker
demon.
rooms and to all the inside
Because if
information
somebody
we
can
dish
come
out.
along and there
Guess
are
what?
plenty of
You'll do
preachers out
exactly
there
what we said.
you do
You'll
business
tell
out in the name of
fans
Jesus and
exactly
you're okay
what we
now and
want
you
them
go
to
your
hear,
way.
right? Right.
Doesn't work like that.
And that's all it takes.
And so they want that
Do
to
you feel like
happen.
basketball is probably
understand
the
that.
easiest team sport
You know,
to break through
if you're
officiating?
psychotic and delusional,
I mean, one player
you
can make a
don't want to
massive difference in basketball on a
that
team.
you live in a
Oh yeah, just the calls that they make at the right moments could completely shift the momentum of a game versus
that
like
means that somebody else
obviously
is
the
going to
officials
take
could
control of your life.
rig any game with their
Somebody
calls,
else is
but
going
to
to
me it seems like
drug you.
basketball
You
might
might have to
be
be
one of the
institutional.
easiest team sports to kind of get the
And
result they want.
they don't
Well, I
want to
think
intrude
yeah,
so
I agree
they
with you.
can build an
Almost
alternative
like football is
religious
a game where almost every
fantasy of
play, every
demonization.
possession
That's very possible.
potentially
I see it all
sells
the
the
time.
rest of the
And if someone
game.
comes to you and they believe
You know,
wholeheartedly there's a
traveling
demon inside of them, they're
you get
possessed.
with the whole
And they
NBA
just come to you
schedule all the
and you're
time.
like, Bob,
They rarely call it, but every once in a while,
diagnose me. Do I have a demon? Can you get rid of
you know,
that? How
was
do
that
you
a
know
charge or was that a
that
block?
they don't have a demon?
Well, I've got a checklist in my brain.
I mean, there's a lot of ways
So
that
I
they
ask
can
the basic
tweak these
questions.
things,
I've already
especially
said
for point shaving purposes, for gambling
Have you seen a
purposes,
medical
for the outright outcome of the game. Yeah, there's a
You
lot
don't
of
have to see a
things
medical
we get
doctor
to
when
hear
you have a demon.
players even talk
No,
about
but
it. Of course,
have
you
you-
can't talk about it as a player. It's
Have
fine.
you
But at the same
have you had a
time, your
physical
players
lately?
talk about, well, we not
The
only
brain
had
does
these
strange
five guys on the
things.
court, we had to get the other
when
officiating the
yeah,
game.
people have hormone
You hear that,
imbalances,
sure.
or
Because
they
they
have
know that
infections,
certain referees
people can become delusional from infections.
to do better.
So
One thing about the NBA
have you been
is
sick?
the NBA
Have you been to a doctor?
basically what
Yeah,
I
and then I
read
get this
about
typical
for
anti-elephant
all this time
attitude who says, "Oh, they're just in it for the money. I don't see it."
is a
Go
real
see
thing
a
in the
doctor.
NBA. For some
Just for
reason,
my benefit, get
the
checked
press
out.
just lets it go
So
on
the doctor
and
says
acts like it
everything's
doesn't
kosher.
matter. It's no
Okay,
big deal.
well,
But you
now
literally
you
had
need
Mark
mental
Cuban,
health law.
the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, twice,
So,
two different seasons,
have you
publicly
seen a
saying,
therapist? Have you seen
I
a
told my
psychologist?
team
You
it's in the
work
best
through some of
interest
your
of
issues.
Hoopers. And so
So,
you had the owner of the team
at the age
basically
of
funneled
6,
this
at the
information
age of
through his
15.
GM, through his head coach, to
And
the
the common
players, told
answer
them, don't
I
win
did
basketball
is,
games. We need a better
I've
draft.
never told anyone.
And if that's not exactly what I'm talking about in
Because
terms
people
of
are
fixing
afraid
games and
of
breaking
these
games,
things.
I don't know what else
Well,
is.
they're
And
terrified
that's the
of
proof.
calm.
And if they can do that in a regular season game, they say, well, that games don't matter. Well, then what games really do matter?
I would say
The regular season games don't
cases
matter. Really, all playoff games matter? Or should they say, hey, look, we want this to go instead of a 4-game sweep?
So,
We like it to go to 6 or 7
if a
games
person
because
is
we're going to
just
sell more
for the
tickets,
very
more hot
first
dogs,
time
more
getting
parking,
that
more
off
t-shirts,
the
more
chest,
whatever. You know, and maybe we
I
take
try
a
to
couple of
determine-
playoff games, take a couple of games in the finals. I mean,
it doesn't
what
mean they
games
don't
doesn't
have
matter?
a demon.
But that's
But it may
exactly
mean
proves
that
my
they've
point
not
100%.
worked through
And
this.
I've had,
They've not
I've had
really
like
had a
journalists
process
argue
of
this
Christian
with me.
community
No, it
called
doesn't.
this inner
Like,
haven.
well, what else do you call them if they're not fixed
And
games?
the
If
deliverance
an owner's telling the team
community
to lose,
that does
fixed
understand some
straight up.
of the truth.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Go against your owner and not have a
So
job?
I just
Come
think being
next
a
week.
good
Yeah,
friend,
you don't never really have a choice.
kind-loving
One of the
Christian,
things that
to
kind of blew
listen
my
to
mind,
people's stories
Tom
and
has
try
really
to
made me
help
into
them
numerology,
Okay.
and
But the majority
he
of people
brought
that
up
come to
this
me have not done that. They've not done
I guess you
anything.
could say
This thing has been buried like a time bomb inside them.
maybe you could call it that.
So my
Tom,
job,
you tell them this crazy
with God's help,
thing
is
with
to
the number 30.
diffuse that and determine whether
yeah,
it's
so
just
I'm
another
no expert on
issue,
it, but
or is there a demon?
this being
And
a
if there's a
conspiracy
demon,
show, we go pretty deep
within a
into
matter of minutes, I'm
conspiracies. And this guy who, that is his
How
specialty,
often is
is
it the case
numerology.
that you
Last season posted this about
but the person
LeBron, so I'll kind of sum this up here. And this is just too much coincidence. I try to, use this as a glaring
well, the question is,
example
why
to
would
try and
you
show
come in the
people
first
like,
place?
nah, sports are manipulated, they're
That's a great
rigged, but this is like another level of
they
it.
wouldn't
So
come in as they actually
last
believe
year,
it. They believe it.
LeBron
most
was
cases,
about to break
in most
Kareem's
cases,
record
Now, sometimes this is sent to me by somebody,
Ron was
a husband, a
38 years
wife,
old
a parent,
during that.
and
It was the 38th day
oftentimes
of
in
the
those
year
cases,
where he was having the gang rapes,
I end up upsetting them
which was
because I
308
say, look,
days
you're trying to
after
get me
the
to solve a problem that's
38th
not there. This
year
is
anniversary to break that record.
and
Ron
that
would have
happens
surpassed
with a lot of the
38,388
problems
career
today, like
points.
the worry of
And then to
autism.
follow up, that guy said, well, guess says he scores 38 points.
Spectrum
How
of
many points do you think Ron scored
and
this
so
year?
on. And people
38.
jump to a
And then
conclusion.
the guy
It's
added
the
after that, after
Now,
the
it
game
can be
ended, the fact, he said,
partially,
said that
but almost always
Kareem set the record in the 38 NBA season.
secondary
And LeBron
offensive
was born
line,
38 weeks after that record was
and
set.
maybe the team is taking advantage of that. But the real problem isn't the team.
Is that just a case of looking into things way too much and trying to find, coincidences where there really isn't any? Or
Manifestations all day
I think,
long,
I don't know,
every
man,
day.
that kind of sounds like,
Have you
you said that's a little much.
Has one ever tried?
It is a little much, and
Has one
that's
ever
hard
tried
to say.
to
I
enter
mean,
you?
I know
Who
there's a
thinks
lot of
that you're,
people
who thinks you're battling
Mantry or
whatever, say
whatever.
we got to get rid of this guy?
Well,
I mean, I used to be good at math back in high
Or
school.
Satan would just kind of like conjure up his
It seems to me like a lot of
You know
times
what?
when they're cherry picking numbers and
I'm a
cherry
child of
picking,
God.
what gets divided by
The
one,
Bible
what
tells
gets
us in
multiplied
First
or
John,
added, or
greater is Christ who is in
those numbers
me
that
than
get
Satan
some
who is in the world.
kind of contrived result, at least in
Jesus
my opinion.
Christ,
I know some
presence
people
in
supposedly
my
are
life,
able to predict certain things that happen
the
based off those numbers.
not
I
as a
haven't looked into it enough to say one way or the other, but
That's the first
there
thing.
are
The second
certain,
thing is, what
like
I've
say,
learned through the
coincidences that
years
seem just way too coincidental to
is
be
the
actual
safest
coincidence
place
and not like a
to be free
pre-programmed
from the
idea
devil
that they're trying to get across.
is to be running at him.
Before
In the
we
name
get
of
into
Jesus, running
some MMA and some UFC questions, one last football question I wanted to ask you about. There is a group of people who believe that, well, first off, a few years ago they put this rule in play where they have separate footballs for field goals, I guess.
That
Right?
is referred to,
And
yes,
there's a
but
group of
not
people
in the
that
same
believe
sense
that maybe
that
there's some
Satan
kind of
was the star.
magnetic
How is it different?
device or something in these footballs where
Because Christ is God from eternity
turn
past,
them
and
on
the
and
devil was
then
a created being.
makes the field goal swerve to the left.
created.
Yes, like he was number two in heaven, so to speak, in the realm of the heavens. And he had great power and he had great brilliance, great beauty. It was the originator of all music, originator of a lot of human intelligence. But then he rebelled against God and got kicked out of heaven. Because he wanted not only to be like God, but to be above God. I will exalt my throne above that of God, he said. And the scripture says, you will be brought low like a rotten carcass trampled underfoot.
God said that?
Yeah. Isaiah says that. That's not very bright and shiny. But the devil wants you to think he's bright and shiny. He wants to think that he can offer you all the things this world, every pleasure, every hedonistic impulse fulfilled. He tried this with Christ and failed. And he still does it today. But his biggest temptation is, as C.S. Lewis famously said, is to get you to think he doesn't exist. That he's not real. It's not a presence that's looking to enter your life, to any door that he can find. And if you don't believe that he can do that, you've taken the first step toward self-destruction.
There's a famous quote, I forget who the quote's by, that said the devil was the best friend of the church because he kept it in business.
That's Anton LaVey's quote.
Anton LaVey.
Well, but that's ridiculous. The devil isn't a club. The Christianity is used to get people into a position of faith. It's just plain stupid. It's a stupid statement. It's not true. Now, in times past, there have been eras when the church was not as rigorous as it should have been on its faith system, in which there were particularly during the Middle Ages times, like plenary indulgences and other things like that, where people were coerced by a belief in the devil into clinging to the church. That error has been made from time to time, but it's not been consistent with faith throughout the ages. No. Jesus is the best friend the church ever had. He died for her. He gave his life for her and for every individual who becomes part of that church.
And you've been on like a lot of good shows, like Anderson Cooper and Dr. Phil.
Bill Maher.
Oh, you on Bill Maher too?
Oh yeah, I used to be a regular on his own show, Politically Incorrect.
So you have a lot of people that criticize you.
I used to tell Bill Maher, you just bring me on as red meat Christian patrol before the rules of the world. And he just laughed and he said, yeah, you're my token Christian.
You're my token Christian. What kind of What kind of things do these skeptics or these critics of you just like to say? What are your biggest critics say about you?
You know, I don't pay much attention how about live most of them. They're
How old are
dead.
you?
They're dead.
How old are you?
What do you think? You know how old I am?
I would say
I'm not going to pretend like we're desperate for that.
60s, mid 60s.
Thank you. You know what? Fighting the devil is the elixir of youth. I see every kind of doctor medicine, and I know best is just to make sure that everything's working perfectly. By God's grace, I'm absolutely perfect health. At 80.
Great, man. Sharp as a tack.
At 80.
80? Stop it. You're not 80.
I'm 80.
Wow. You look great, brother.
Thank you. Good living.
Yeah.
Wonderful wife. Great children. Incredible friends who love God and fighting the devil all day long.
Fighting that damn devil.
That's right. Well, let's see, he's damned.
Damn.
All day long.
So you won't drink liquid death?
I will not drink liquid death, and this is another thing that's kind of interesting.
You made it so before we started the show, I offered you liquid death and you refused it, so I went and got
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Let me tell you a story about that, which will right at home.
Yes.
I had knee replacement surgery about 12 years ago. And I came home from knee replacement surgery and walked in the house the day after and collapsed. And I thought, wow, okay, I'm just weak from surgery. So my wife helped me get in bed. And I was the sickest I've ever been in my life. I woke up in the middle of the night and I heard the voice of God. It's the only time in my life I've heard God's voice. And the voice said, "You're dying of a heart attack, call 911." And I yelled out to my wife in the other room. I said, "I'm dying, call 911." Next thing you know, the paramedics over there checked me out. They said, "No, he's fine. Just let him get some rest." I looked at them and said, "I am dying. Get me to the hospital." Took me to the hospital, wheeled me in. I did an MRI, did the echo, did all these things. And this doctor, very serious, walked into the room. And I'm laying on the gurney. He said, "You are dying. You full of blood clots. We need to perform immediate surgery."
Full of blood clots.
You have one.
And that was from the knee replacement?
From the knee replacement.
Oh, God.
They hadn't properly thinned my blood. Okay. So he said, "We're going to wheel you into surgery." My family, my 3 daughters, were sitting outside. And he said, "I'm going to bring them in. I can't guarantee you'll make it till the morning. I would encourage you to say goodbye to your family." So I'm laying there, and my wife and my 3 daughters. I might say I wouldn't be who I am today without my wife and my family. Because they have helped make me who I am. By God's grace. They're all crying. And I said, they said, "What's going on?" I said, "The doctor says I'm dying. They have to do surgery immediately." And the nurses said goodbye to you. And there's this long pause, and my middle daughter looked at me and said, "Dad, I don't understand something. If God woke you up and spoke to you to get you to the hospital for surgery, why would he let you die here?" Yeah. I said, "You're right, I'll see you in the morning." The surgery was successful. Just before that, I had climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. I'm in excellent shape. Climbing Mount Kilimanjaro took my life being at risk, just within a space of 6 months. And
sometimes that can do too. The elevation changes. A lot of people die from that.
So my point is this. The doctor said to me, I'll never forget these words. This is what I'm getting at. While I was laying there, he says, I just want to ask you a question. Do you ever drink alcohol? I said, never. He said, do you ever smoke? No. Ever do any drugs? No. He said, you have a chance to live. He said, if you did any one of those things, your body would be so compromised, I'm not sure we could save you. Back to your question. One of the reasons I don't have any demons is because even when I wasn't a Christian, I did my best to live a clean life. I'm not saying somebody who's spiritual things, whatever. I'm just saying, you want to live long? Stay clean. By the way, if you want to know if I have demons, I have it. I have the proof right here.
What is that?
This is, I thought I'd bring it just to show it to you. Thank you. A 1733 edition of the Ritual Romani. Hand clipper. The Ritual Romani is the Roman Catholic ritual of exorcism, which was established. We can talk about that. That's kind of interesting whether the Roman Catholic Church did this in 1614. So this is about 100 years later. This is the original in Latin with the proper songs and everything. And it's all hand done. Signed by Father Gabriel Amor, who was still alive that time. They recently did a Russell Crowe movie about him, who was known as the Pope's exorcist. They sent everybody from the Vatican who was believed to be possessed to him, and he did exorcism all day long. So I went to the Vatican, spent a day with him. I brought this with me. It's signed Father Gabriel Amor, one of the greatest men of God that's ever lived.
Can you Google him, Steve? Pull him up. Do you mind if I?
Yeah, the page is kind of loose here. All the way.
How do you spell? How do you spell his name? A for Steve. How do you spell his name? Father
Gabriel Amor. Amorth. He was the most famous Catholic exorcist.
Yeah.
But here's my point. This is why I'm telling you that story.
Oh wow, this is
So during the time that I was with him, my wife and I were in his private exorcism chambers, where he does with a group of nuns exorcism that he did all day long. Every day. That's the guy. Father Amor. Great man of God. Wonderful, wonderful. I said to him, Father Amor, I would like you to pray over me to see if I have any demons. So he spent some time praying over me. And then he looked at my wife and me with a big grin on his face, and he said, no angel, no demons, only angels.
no demons, only angels.
So my point is, I have it from the highest authorities. I don't have any demons.
Il Creator Quiz and Quiper Sacramante.
Look, I studied Latin, but I've long since forgotten Latin. I've never stayed up with it. And I don't know
Latin is for those undwelling Romans, they say.
But I have a complete English translation of the Ritual Romani, and I've read it, and it's incredible. The language is very classic language from 1614. And it was revised again in, 1999, I guess it was, in Vatican II. But when you read this, I'm going to tell you, these old monks knew what they're dealing with, and they were dealing with real demons. In fact, that was the period in church history when there was a major shift in this whole exorcism thing with the Reformation. And not too many people know about it. Want to hear about it? Of course. Well, the Reformation which started in 1517, when Martin Luther nailed his thesis on the Wittenberg door, his grievances against the Catholic Church. Before then, there were what was called the Reformers. Throughout Europe, there are various theologians who were starting to depart from the Catholic Church, because at that point, the Catholic Church was all you had, basically. Right? So they broke away in these splinter groups, the Anabaptists and so on. And Martin Luther congealed all of that with his theses, which formalized the beginning of the Great Protestant Reformation. But what most people don't know is that much of the battle that was being fought was not about theology, was not about plenary indulgences, was not about the papacy and the infallibility of the Pope ex cathedra. It was about exorcism. They were fighting about exorcism, because if you could cast out demons, then that proved you had the truth. So there was this exorcism competition going on. The Catholics were casting out demons. The Protestants were casting out demons. And they were saying, our method's best because we're Protestants. Our method's best because we're Catholics. And the Catholics said, oh, that's why they finally codified this. They said, wait a minute, this is getting crazy. Yeah. Everybody's got their own idea. We are going to commission these monks to do a deep study of this and come up with the theology of exorcism, which this book contains. And that's where the battle started. And then gradually, Martin Luther believed in exorcism. He instituted this part of baptism. He cast out demons. He believed in evil spirits inhabiting people. Now, it's gotten away from that over time. Even the Catholics have gotten away from it over time. But there's a resurgence now. My point is, I want you to understand this business about exorcism. It's not an individual like me coming along with some kind of spiritual entrepreneur deciding, well, nobody's casting out demons, I'll cast out demons. Dr. Phil will talk to me about it. Come on, that's disingenuous. What I'm doing is what many today are trying to do, is to get the church back to the reality of what humanity has known for 6,000 or so years, what the church, both factions knew during the Middle Ages, is that demons are real, the devil is real, we have a battle on our hands, and we have to go fight it in the name of Jesus Christ.
Whether it's okay, so a moment ago we were talking about drugs. Do you think that the use of drugs is directly related to demons? Or do you think using drugs opens portals to demons entering you? Or what are your thoughts on that? On drugs in general?
You are kidding. You are kidding. You know my answer.
No, I don't.
Yes, of course.
If I knew it, I wouldn't ask you.
I understand. Of course. It's one of the main factors that I deal with in getting rid of demons. And
how do you distinguish between the drugs is a very broad term. There's all kinds of drugs. There's drugs that can help lower your cholesterol. There's drugs that can help you enter another dimension. How do you distinguish which drugs are related to the devil?
Let's just talk about street drugs. Well, weed used to be a street drug.
Okay, but weed is a plant. It's grown out of the ground.
I cast more demons out of people from smoking weed than anything else. You want to know why?
What makes weed so demonic?
Google Shiva and marijuana.
Okay, let's look it up, Steve. Shiva and marijuana.
So there's three main gods in Hinduism.
Correct.
Rama, Vishnu, Shiva.
Lord Shiva is
is
associated with marijuana.
destroyer.
It's associated with marijuana because he consumed bang to alleviate the pain after drinking the poison hala hala during the churning of the ocean. He was using it to alleviate seasickness.
But there is a multi-millennial tradition in the East, particularly in India.
Okay, here it says Hindu festivals such as the Shiva Ratri devotees consume marijuana as a form of praising to Shiva, or as a form of praise to Shiva, symbolizing their love and devotion. So where is the evil stuff here?
Shiva.
Shiva's evil?
He's the Lord of Death and Destruction.
Oh, really?
That's what he's known as. Now, of course, philosophical Hinduism has ways to try to.
So it's like the Hindu devil.
Nomenclature to get around that, but he is the Lord of Death and Destruction.
Okay. So Shiva, Steve, can you find out like Shiva's what is the Google call Shiva? I'm assuming it's the Hindu devil.
Well, no, Shiva is a Hindu god, but you will see pictures if you look far enough of Shiva smoking ganja or marijuana or cannabis. He's the god of destruction. See it?
Known as the destroyer within the tree. Known as the destroyer within the Trimurti, the Hindu Trinity.
Do you remember what Oppenheimer said when the first atomic bomb went off?
Destroyer world.
I am become Shiva. Now,
that was a Shiva quote.
The film changed it a little bit. They didn't tell you the truth.
That was from the Bhagavad Gita, right?
Yeah. But his exact words are, I am become Shiva, destroyer of worlds.
That's what he actually said?
That is what he actually said.
Who changed it?
Huh?
Who changed it to I am become death?
Oh, they political correctness.
Really? Fine, we gotta find this.
But you can find it.
I didn't know this.
Okay.
Scroll up, Steve. It's telling you the AI. Oppenheimer did not actually say, I have become Shiva, destroyer of worlds. The quote is known for I am become death, destroyer of worlds. The phrase comes from the Bhagavad Gita, the sacred Hindu text. Oppenheimer recalled thinking of this verse during the Trinity nuclear tests. The first detonation of a nuclear weapon.
But the point is, I'm becoming death. I have become Shiva. Shiva is the Lord of Death. Same thing.
Right, but he didn't write I have become Shiva. He wrote I have become.
Yep. Oh, some say that he did, and I don't know what text you're pulling from there, but there's a bit of a dispute.
This is AI. This is a Google AI.
Okay, but my point is, when someone comes to me and tells me that for a long period of time they've been smoking weed, I'm going to say over 50% of the time I can call forth the demon Shiva.
But what about all the,
I'm just telling you,
what about all like the people that come back from war with PTSD and all these mental illnesses and these hypervigilance, these issues that they're having, and they're literally prescribed weed and it alleviates weed, CBD, all these things that alleviate their stress and bring them back to normal and save their lives.
You're talking about the difference between somebody who's under medical care, medical supervision, who's being administered a drug. Should be any kind of drug.
It's a drug that comes out of the earth.
It's not
God-given plant.
Well, no, wait a minute. If it's used properly by the proper people for the proper purposes. Okay? So if you've got a doctor,
does it say that in the Bible?
If you've got a doctor who is administering any kind of drug, which has psychotropic qualities, and that doctor is administering certain dosages under his supervision,
right,
that is very different than a 15-year-old kid buying stuff off the streets that is laced with God knows what. And that's what I deal with. Okay? That's a very different scenario.
Okay, but there's a difference here. You're talking about a 15-year-old kid buying something off the streets who is most likely is involved with crime, bad parenting. There's a lot of shit going on here.
Exactly.
You can't cherry pick the marijuana out of there and say the marijuana is demonic, because there's all kinds of other influences going on here.
I ask the demon under penalty of judgment by the Holy Spirit to tell me, how did you get there? And he laughs and he says, weed.
He says weed?
Yeah.
Then why did God throw it everywhere? Wait a minute.
But by that he means the illicit use of it. So, heroin as a narcotic used in a proper derivative form, that is an analgesic, as some form of medication. What is morphine?
Same thing.
Yeah. Okay. But if it's under a doctor's care and supervision, and the quantification of it, and the regularity of it,
what if that person doesn't have the access to a doctor?
They want to play Russian roulette with their mind? That's a very dangerous thing to do.
Is that the devil? If you don't have a doctor prescribing it?
It could just be them. It could be a lot of things. I'm just telling you. I'm an exorcist. This is what I deal with. This is the ugly truth about what's going on. And this is where the devil works in the lives of a lot of young people today. And I see it every day.
What about psilocybin mushrooms or DMT? Because DMT is a molecule that we make inside our own bodies. It's in our lungs, it's in our brain, it's in every plant, every living organism that exists on this earth. It's in this table, it's in the wood in this table. People can take DMT and have an incredible psychedelic experience where they quite literally leave this dimension and enter another dimension. It's like, it's been described in antiquity as dying and being born again. Like they're literally, their soul leaves their physical body and they enter another dimension created of light. So they think, and they come back.
You don't know that happens. That's what they describe. But they're describing it in a drug state. They're not rationally analyzing this from a biochemical standpoint. They're telling you what they see and feel and experience.
Correct.
The devil is the angel of light, the Bible tells us. He loves to give people these experiences. I deal with people all the time. They come back from Peru, and I dealt with a lady the other day. She made 6 trips to Peru to do ayahuasca. You think that woman had demons? Yes.
Really?
Lots of them. Of course. I'd love to do an exorcism on Aaron Rodgers.
You think he's possessed?
How many times did he?
I mean, to be honest,
how many times
Let me give you this.
How many times did he take ayahuasca?
I don't know, but I'll give you this.
And look what happened to his career.
The second he started taking
Ask the New
ayahuasca,
York Jets if they think this guy.
it directly correlates with his downfall in his football.
I don't know that. I'm just throwing that out there. It's kind of interesting to speculate.
No, I'm with you on that. I think you might be honest on that. I think Aaron Rodgers might be possessed by a demon. I would love to make that happen.
I did not say he was. I just said some strange things came out of his mouth and brain after he did those ayahuasca. And ayahuasca,
What did he say?
Ayahuasca is shaman direct. We spoke glowingly of ayahuasca. That's the greatest thing that ever happened. Changed his whole world. And then he did this whole hermit go in a cave and do the silent thing in darkness for a week.
Meditated, right?
He meditated. I don't know what he did. It didn't help his throwing arm, eh? It didn't increase his passing accuracy, eh? I can tell you that much.
That's hilarious.
But Satan is a multifaceted evil being, man. He's coming at you from every which direction. The Bible tells us in 1 Peter 5:8, the devil is like a lion who is roaring, walking about, seeking whom he may devour. Here's the bottom line. As an exorcist, I want to stay as far as possible away from anything within reason that might open the door to the devil. Why would I leave that done? Why would I want to walk into his lair? Why would I want to give him a shot at me? Why would I want to go try ayahuasca, let a shaman give me a guided journey into the world of whatever? Of course not. The Bible says in Philippians 4:8, Paul said, think on these things which are true, just, honest, lovely, and have a good report. True, honest, just, and loving. That's what our brains are supposed to be on, not floating around in the ethereal consciousness of some metaphysical reality. No. Doing good in the world. Being pure, being honest, being just with our neighbors, with our friends, with people we do business with everybody in our life. Loving God and then loving your neighbor as yourself. Why don't we focus on that? Let's just love everybody the best that we can.
That's one of the best. That's one of the best things you can discover on drugs, especially psychedelic drugs, is love. That's what you get out of psychedelics.
This is what you get.
What is this?
The Bible.
This is the Bible.
This is what will give you what you're looking for with a poor substitute that runs the risk of getting a demon.
What did you just say? I don't understand what that means.
I just said, this is the real deal. Everything you're looking for is in Jesus. Everything you're looking for is in the Bible. It's not in psychedelics.
You don't think Jesus used drugs?
If you're arguing from an empirical basis, you need an exorcism.
Can you diagnose me? Do you think I'm possessed?
Have you done psychedelics?
Yes.
The possibilities there. You could be the nicest guy in the world, and you are genuinely congenial. Pleasure to be with you. But the devil buys his time, so he worms his way in. He's having an open door, he gets there. You're a nice guy now. I'm talking about your wife and kids, or you seem to be a reasonably decent individual. I don't know you, but I assume you're a good dad and a loving husband. Okay?
Thank you.
Right. But if a demon got in through psychedelics, he doesn't have a strike in him. Life is long, friend. Many years ahead of you. No, as the Beatles said, there's a long interview road. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know.
I think psychedelics made me a better person.
You don't know what challenges you're going to face in your life. You don't know what bad things might happen. You don't know what type of crises you may face. Morally, spiritually, mentally, physically, with yourself, with your family. Like, I'm just saying, he's going to look for a number. I'm not saying you have demons. I'm saying if you had it, they could easily be hiding, and they wouldn't be shown now, because you're not making yourself available for that kind of intervention. But if somewhere down the road, Satan sees an opportunity to strike you, he's got this card he can play. So what you need to do is renounce it, having opened your mind to that realm of transcendentality through the psychedelics and ask Jesus Christ to close that door, and that if anything came in through that door, that it has to go through the power of Jesus Christ so that you can continue to be the kind of husband and father you're going to be. Just that simple. But you have to put faith in Christ to do it. Because it's Christ's power that accomplishes the banishing of the devil from your mind. You don't want him there. You don't want to take the risk. What if you were laying on that hospital bed and the doctor said you're dying? And you said, oh, doc, I did psychedelics. And he said, that could be a problem. Psychedelics kill people. Alcohol kills more people. You're absolutely right, but not directly. You know, and we are, it's like Timothy Leary has risen from the dead. What's been happening in the last few years. There's been a cultural shift in this whole psychedelic thing now. Now it's coming into guys, and John Hopkins is doing all this research on it and so on. And so now there's a certain legitimization taking place.
Legitimization.
I am an exorcist. I cast out demons. I have the track record to know how demons get there. And it would be amiss of me, the dereliction of my spiritual duty, if I did not give you this warning for your children. Because the devil always wants the next generation. He might not strike you. He might start pulling some stuff off with your kids. And you might be calling me 10 years from now, and I'll still be around casting out demons by God's grace. Who knows? This is a divine appointment.
So, a lot of historians will claim that, especially I've had people on here who specialize in the Dead Sea Scrolls, who specialize in the Hebrew history, who specialize in the Greek pharmacology. I've had, a wide spectrum of biblical scholars and classical scholars on the show. And pretty much all of them agree that there were ancient pagan drug rituals going on. Yes. And that Christianity borrowed from these drug rituals. No.
Session for everybody to digest. This time we
No.
have Ace.
Didn't happen.
Conspiracy
I'm
expert.
good.
Actually, he's like an esports conspiracy guy, Mr. Brian Toohey. I'm excited for this one.
That's being ignorant of church history.
The title that I saw was
But they're taking that's
Scholarly
the
Authority
smears the name of every martyr thrown to the lions in the arena.
My dad's a big sports fan. My
Died
friends
for
are big
their
sports
faith.
fans.
Got
Got into it with them.
They
Say how fixed everything is.
gave their lives for the sake of the gospel, not because they were in some secret Gnostic ceremony getting high. Come on.
Computer and microphone
No,
setup.
that is not true.
Despite
That is a
weeks of
manufactured
trying to help
lie.
me out, I think I finally
There were subsects. There were subsects.
Are you saying that there were none of these pagan religious drug rituals going on?
Oh, no.
You're saying that they're not at all
That's true.
connected to Christianity?
Not with authentic Christianity. There were all these sects,
last year from a page
heretical sects that the early church had to deal with after the first century,
crazy.
especially after the fourth century. And there were these groups claiming to be Christian who did these things. And that's why they had a series of church councils to roundly condemn this and to show its error. And they developed the creeds, which were not the result of secret rituals, initiation ceremonies, and all that other qualities actually destroyed. No. That was dealt with by the church, and that was thrown out. There were people who did that. Only been knows people who've done stuff like that. They do it today. But it's not authentic Christianity. It's not biblical Christianity. I don't care what anybody tells you, what they think their credentials are. Measure those credentials against the larger academic community in the Christian world and see how that measures up.
Yeah, but here's the problem with it. Why does the academics, why can you only look at the academic scholarship in the Christian world? Why can't you look at it outside of the Christian world? We have our history, right? And then we have all of our history, and then we have this narrow lane of Christianity. It's all part of history, but some of the scholarship only stays in the one lane of theology, and they don't look outside of the theology and all the other texts that existed at the same exact time. And everything, they don't take the context of everything in history, right? They're only taking into account what the Christian history is.
This is the canon of Scripture, and it was declared to be the only infallible word of faith.
When I was doing some research for this episode,
When we move away from that, it's a free for
heard Brian Toohey say
you can choose what you want. Throw in what you want to
there's
throw in.
corruption in everything.
Right.
Corruption in politics, government,
Does it say it in the Bible?
school system,
Does
corruption
it say it
Fortune 500
in
companies,
agreement
in everything?
in the original
Why would you
languages
think that sports
with a
is the one exception? When you put it like
cross-section
that,
of
it's
respectable
like it really
theologians,
clicks even for the people
all
that
of
kind of
whom
want
are
to think
accountable
that
one
sports
to
is like
another
the secret.
in terms of the translation?
You know,
So,
there's
Yeah,
corruption in
that's
all
according
those
to the
areas,
translator.
but
Huh?
According to the translator, according to people who read the text, they say yes.
do you know anything about the translation process of the Bible and translation of Scripture? No, not really. I know a little bit. But you don't know much because it's incredibly rigorous.
Twitter,
It's letter by letter, word by word, and it's not just one person. It's a large group of people, and they're not outside of the framework of the commitment to Jesus Christ. Now that's what it really all comes down to. The person who says these things, the Gnostic who did this or did that, are they worshiping Jesus Christ is creator of God, God from eternity past, from eternity future, the only hope of salvation for the world, who died on the cross, who defeated the devil in the wilderness, who crushed him with his heel by Genesis 3:15, and who rose again from the dead. The people who believed that gave their lives. They sacrificed everything. Peter said, crucify me upside down. Paul said, I live, but yet not I, but it's Christ who lives within me. That's really what it's saying. And do you think I just cast down demons? I didn't believe that? Are you kidding me? Wow. I would have been toasted.
Within 24 hours or so that will tell me
You face demons.
email basically give me the go ahead and I'm okay to post podcasts. Well,
Sometimes when you do what I'm telling you to do, once in a while you see some videos, I just smack them with it.
I ate breakfast not sure about 7 o'clock.
Because that's
Proceeded
sort
to
of spiritual psychodrama in the sense that I'm taking a physical
to get the
word
podcast up on YouTube, and I would say
and treating it as a spiritual word.
is where the podcasts were.
Not just a boom like that.
So you're talking
Cry out. Don't quit that thing near me. When I lift up my cross and doing an exorcism, they do everything they can to get away from it. Get that thing away from me. I hate that thing. I hate that thing. I hate Jesus doing it right now. This is my real world. I am an exorcist. I see this happen all day long, every day. So
If we want to stay up on YouTube, we're going to
I would not be an exorcist. We couldn't get rid of any demons.
Oh, absolutely.
And the marriages were fixing, the families were being restored, the people who are happy now, off drugs, out of their pornography,
It's always good.
and
I
living
can't really think
good,
of anything
decent,
else. I
godly
guess should
lives.
we just
None of that would have ever
let
happened
him hear the conversation we have and
unless
to it?
I believe this.
Yeah, welcome
Yeah.
to the show.
I think there's probably a huge contribution that's from that.
Pretty much.
But my point was, I think there's also a lot of people who really benefit the same way.
I mean, I'm sure there's
drugs,
something
from
wrong.
things like ayahuasca, psilocybin mushrooms, these things that come from our
A lot
body
of
that
copies
God
of
created.
what I've done,
Just
and
remember
don't give me credit
what
for
I
it.
want you.
And at the same time, a lot of
It
them
may not
just
be
throw
next month.
anything and everything up against the wall just kind of to see what sticks.
God
And
makes
so
no
what I try
mistakes.
to do, and what I was
There's
trying
no
to do
moment
is
of ever
prove
lost.
my point through research
And
and through
someday,
books and talking to people
sometime,
and gathering as much
you will
information as I
be
can,
looking
trying to
at
connect the
and
dots,
seeing these
different ways
things.
of doing things. And
And you will have an
I
oh
won't say
my
it's a more
God.
scholarly way of doing things,
Why
but it's a more
did you
legitimate way
listen?
of doing things than just saying,
I don't know
about
that.
this
I
because
think we need to get
and
you
not
a
having
class
any
with
evidence
Give
to
me
back
what?
up what you're saying.
I guess anyone who's read any of the books, whether it's the fixes
Fixes
in
and
varsity
games, season in the abyss, and the fixes still knows that is
You will
that's
meet the devil.
that's not just what you're saying. That's
That's
really
God.
the approach that you take. You are
Okay,
really
you
all about
won't meet
evidence.
God. You're
I
meeting God
don't
face to
appreciate
face
that.
now. Not with
Yeah,
me,
it's like you say, it's one thing to just say it.
but with His word,
I think this is
with
fixed
who He
because,
is.
but
He
it's
is the
another
logos.
thing
He
to
is the
actually
living
prove your
word.
point.
And as I speak that word to you, you are
Without
fixing.
even wanting to study and
But
research
as
swords
Billy
and
Graham
spirituals.
once said,
And it kind of happened by accident, you know.
people don't have intellectual
I really have been
reservations.
a screenwriter.
They have
And
more.
I tried doing that for a long time, but I had minor success, although I never had anything produced. But I had a manager out in Hollywood and that sort of thing.
True, I've seen it.
It's
not
but my wife
intellectual
People that don't
was
want
telling
to
me that she was
associate
writing
with
a
the
book,
child
and
and stuff.
None.
the first kind of idea I had in my head was this
They've read more.
conspiracy idea.
There's a more.
Like I wanted to read it, but
But
nobody had
they
written
have
it.
more reasons.
So I kind of took it upon
So
myself
not
to write
one.
that book, and that book became the fixes
That's
in.
not an accusation.
And
I
then I
don't
kind of started
know.
doing some motion, that sort of thing.
I don't know what's in your past, but if you
I
go
realized,
through
you
an
know, we've talked
exorcism,
about
I
this
don't
subject,
know,
nobody's
they
talking
do
about
12
game
minutes,
fixing or the
and I
possibility
could
of game
get your
fixing,
demons
but
out unless you told me
from an entertainment standpoint,
you might not want to tell
from a
me.
gambling standpoint, it seemed to be just a big void.
And
And so
well, I
I
would only go to
stepped into that
exorcist.
I was really, if I believed in God and I believed in the devil,
And
if
so
I was a
many things I
religious person,
want to ask you and talk to you about.
I would believe exorcism
You know,
was
Tom
real and
comes
would
from
work.
a
If I
wrestling
wasn't
background.
that kind of person, I probably wouldn't. I would think that exorcism was bullshit. So why would I come
from
from
a mixed martial arts
kind
journey
of what you kind of pointed that out earlier.
I guess it comes back to
conspiracies and
the
avenues we can
What
take.
is your quote? What is your
One thing I wanted to ask you right off the jump is recently, so you had retweeted a still frame.
I am the king. I am the Lord. I am the
that
Lord. No man
somehow
comes to God
he
but
knew
by me.
who was going to be in the Super Bowl. What is going on with that,
You
dude?
can argue any way you
well,
want.
that's one of those
But again,
weird things that could just be
I see the real evidence of truth such as that every single day. I have no power over you. I can read my Bible, wave my cross, but unless I am doing this with faith in Jesus Christ, as the Son of God, well, back from death to life and living eternally, no good is going to go into this. Everything's going to collapse. But you see, I'm going to laugh at that special.
Most teams are still alive.
And the deal is
There's a lot
open
of
to
talk about that. I love people.
I'm going to come. It's
Send
going
that
to
to
apply.
me
I've already got
or
it.
my
I've already got it.
Twitter account or
I mean,
whatever.
these people have already had suicidal ideation, cutters, self-mutilators, done all sorts of things that are self-destructive in nature. And the devil's
Sometimes we're wrong. It could be just one of those things where, like, whoever was doing
Well, I would
gets it
have
in
said,
the
well,
likes and they didn't
maybe
think
they call it by the
like
wayside.
filling in when they did that. Or maybe they don't.
Have they at least once in their life put their faith and trust in Jesus Christ?
It was
Yes.
then
Then you're sure
either of those teams had won that week too. So yeah, I'm a demon. That's crazy. I know you guys some stuff, but they were one of the exorcisms on YouTube.
Real exorcism.
I try not to see those sort of
That's why
headlines. I try not
fuck
to
you here today. Why don't you exercise the man in the other ring?
That could just be a coincidence.
This was originally, that was the plan.
I know that. I would exercise you.
And when you dig into the
You do?
subject,
But I can't do it.
something
Why?
like
Well, because you're
yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure you've seen me talk
Yeah,
with
that's okay. You're not there right now. That's fine.
That's the part I can't get past. Why do I have to believe in this? Why do I have to believe in the devil and God to be having to exercise the demon?
How can I cast other demons you don't believe? If you don't believe that the demons, if it's not an existential reality to you, you're not going to get rid of anything.
like last year's was kind of
But
great.
if it is, and if you've got some dark secrets in there, I don't know them, but maybe you know. Most everybody does, but and if any of those are I open door to demons, you've already told me some of them, you likely have some demons, very congenital ones, but sometimes they are. Doesn't mean you're a bad guy. I just told you, these demons are the priests, out of nuns, out of pastors. Because there's been an open door in their life. And oftentimes it's the ancestor. What's your ancestor?
What's my ancestor?
Yeah, what's your ancestor?
I am like, I think I'm like 80% Norwegian.
Uh-oh. Case closed.
Devil worshippers.
Case closed.
Please tell me. I want to know.
I'm a quarter Norwegian.
Are you?
That's my disclaimer.
So I'm good.
You can read
And the defender, like you said, obvious, and I was like, it couldn't get any more obvious than this when I was watching it at the time. The cornerback was barely covering the guy, and like it was
So this going.
triple
So
coverage.
it's over. And if you have Norwegian ancestors,
Watched it so bad, he like jumped way
I
ahead
would
of
say
the time.
there's a
I know
high
the guy
probability that
missed
somewhere
to
in
that
your
level. I
blood.
was like, holy crap,
And
that
if you've never
was completely
renounced
fixed.
those
Like,
gods,
that's just one of the moments I can recall. I don't know if either of
you
you
know the
guys
history of the
remember that
world.
exact moment, but that was
It
extremely
was
suspect.
destroyed.
I
They
don't
came
remember
into the
that
British Isles, they burned the churches,
There's
they
been so many
killed the priests.
by players.
The Norwegians did?
Yes, the Vikings did. You're Norwegian, you're Viking.
There's so many of them. And that's the part that I think
That's metal.
fans should wake up to.
It's bad.
They should only happen once, like
I'm not joking.
once every 2 years.
And so you got that in your ancestry. It's in your
Maybe
DNA.
every week. And it seems to benefit certain teams over other teams all the time. And those same teams are tied to the main storylines.
But what did they do?
Broadcast partners are pushing. That's what's terrible. Wait a second, this is just a
They're the
happy
Huns and the Mongols
accident.
created the German civilization. Look at the German civilization.
Yeah,
Not half German.
The Nazis wanted to recruit. They wanted
They were into Nordic stuff.
Yeah.
Just like when they had Ray Lewis's last season.
Okay, that's where Hitler got his power.
And the Harbaugh brothers perfectly lined up to make it to the Super Bowl.
Douglas got his power. They knew that stuff.
Peyton Manning go out on
And they
top
knew
of
the
the
history.
50
You can think of the history of Germany is very fascinating.
Saints after Hurricane Katrina. I mean,
They know
you
the
go on and
influence
on.
themselves,
There's so
but
many
then you just
stories.
hold us around.
And the occult stuff that they were into, a lot of dark shit.
I saw too many coincidences that seemed to benefit the league, and I said, you know, I don't
I
believe in coincidences
deal
when it's
with
tied to
looking
$1
for
million.
Odin, Fenrir, Freya, Balder, like Sirens.
One of my favorite storylines that I predicted it to was it was September 11th, 2001, that horrible day that we all remember. But
they
one day your Super Bowl, the Patriots,
were characterized
and
by
they came
these
out of
various
nowhere
names.
because they weren't like this juggernaut powerhouse team. As a matter of fact, they beat the greatest show on turf. They had no business
The
winning that game.
Pharaoh, the wolf
So
manifest.
yeah,
I've seen it happen.
It was interesting
It
too
was
for
one of
that
those vicious
is
things.
because of what happened on 9/11 and how America
The
changed
person
after.
becomes an
People
animal.
forget that the NFL changed the logo
Yes, absolutely.
of the Super Bowl
Growl,
right after
snarl,
that to
come
become
out,
a more patriotic thing. It all became a patriotic, and the Patriots were the first team in NFL
They
history
become a
that was introduced. Like at their starting lineup introduced.
We're not talking about after the year.
It was like this.
Wolverine, no, we're talking about the real deal.
Psyop thing.
Like the heritage. A quarter of that was my heritage. So what did I do about it?
The most watched television
I said,
program of the year.
Lord Jesus Christ,
And that is one of the things that
all the
makes you
evil
stand up
of
for
my
the ways that
Nordic ancestors,
plan.
I canceled. I cut myself off from it. I renounced their evil deeds.
I don't believe that a lot
I'm
of
passing on to me, my family, and my children.
honestly. And I
But
believe
that
the
was not
Saints also won the Super Bowl after Hurricane
I'd also
Katrina
did
too.
that with my Irish
Yeah, it
blood
took a couple years to get there, but the first
Don't
year
tell me
immediately
that.
after Hurricane Katrina made it to the NFC
No,
Championship
no
game
agents.
and lost to the
I'm
Bears.
not joking. I'm dead serious.
Right, no, yeah, I believe you.
And
It's kind of odd because
the
the
if you
Saints didn't
read the
get to the Super Bowl.
characteristics, again, not the Marvel comic series kind of organization is, read the real thing about what these guys were like. It's you, somewhere back there, your ancestors were that.
Mike and I are from Chicago, so
So you need an
well, I'm the
exorcist.
year guys. I was the Bears fan and plenty suffering as a Bears
That's
fan.
what
I was
people
also
don't,
Because I don't believe, right, because I don't believe in
Well,
legit. Yeah, no,
yeah, there's a
I
triangulation.
accepted Christ into my heart.
Bills are kind of
Yes, but there's a
So I
triangulation.
noticed back a long time ago when I was a Bills fan,
Me,
I was
you.
kind of noticing like they were getting
That's
screwed
where
up.
the
They
exorcist
were
is.
playing
The
team with the
exorcist,
league one year, like
the
that
supplicant,
they were facing
and
more
God.
teams with extra time
There
off.
has to be
By like a massive
triangulated
disproportion. Like they would have a bye week,
And we know
or
God.
they'd be playing a team coming off a
So I
bye
need
week.
wants you
They'd
to
be
be
playing a
free.
team coming off
God
a
wants
Thursday night. Like
every
they just had
person
a
to be free from the
disproportionate
devil.
amount of teams that
I
had
want
extra
you to be free
preparation.
from the devil.
And I guess I believe it was only the Browns owners and the Bills owner.
So
who didn't know
God
who Commissioner
cannot and
Goodell
will not enforce
to
his
like
will
approve
upon
him as
man.
the commissioner.
We're a free
And
moral
we saw
agent.
how well
I
those teams did
cannot
for
enforce my
however many
will
years.
upon
I don't
anybody
think that's a
who
coincidence.
doesn't want to get
No, I
good.
think
They're
there's, I think
demons
one of
with the
the things,
possibility to get my
people always
heart.
like, it's starting
But
to
they do so with the measure of faith they have at that moment.
has the power
I mean,
within the ownership.
You don't have to be
Of
a
the
lawyer.
NFL. Because people think Roger Goodell runs the deals. No, he doesn't. The owners run the
So
deals.
after what,
They employ Roger Goodell.
Right.
And like what he
and stop getting high inside the
Thank you,
devil?
What is
and it
God?
always cracks me up because, Roger
Oh,
Goodell
now we're going far
the
afoot.
NFL draft grafter Super
Do I
Bowl
want
fans.
God? Is what
It's like
people
there's
check
like
me God is.
crazy
Right,
guys.
I think you can find God on psychedelics.
And it's like he was doing that bad of a job. The owners
You
would
don't
get rid
read
of
it.
him.
I never
But
thought
he's
of that.
making them
So
billions of
I don't.
dollars.
That's my New Year's resolution.
And
Is
so
read the Bible.
those are the guys you
I'm serious.
Good.
I think
Very- I've heard it's a very hard read.
Patriots.
Depends what translation you pick. Variable.
What one do you recommend?
Because
I
Robert
like
Kraft had a lot of time.
I like the New King James version. It takes the lofty the language of the original authorized King James version. It takes out the P's and vowels, but it keeps it very close to the original. That's because that's what I tried to put it out.
Because
I
Jerry
said,
Jones doesn't share his
For
revenue.
student ministry,
Like the other NFL owners do.
you had to pick a
But Jerry
version.
Jones built
That's
that
when
$1
we
billion
did our
stadium down
versions.
in
That's
Texas.
the one I picked.
Right.
Certain revenue streams from that stadium.
The essence is the same. The basic truth is the
He
same.
doesn't share like the revenue from
translation.
Right.
buying merchandise like how we're buying t-shirts and that's what all the other teams do. He does not.
Look,
And so it
Chris,
creates a lot of
all
translations.
you're just at that. You haven't even swung yet. You're going to start swinging in the right direction.
But at the same time,
And
I think they
open
can
up your
gain
heart
more
to the possibility that God is there, Christ died for your sins, that demons are real, and you don't want demons. You look at that. I don't want demons. This priest is trying to get rid of them. You know, that's
They sure haven't been for
I'm good way to look at it.
I think
The sacred heart of Jesus is stopping those demons, and they're gone.
don't want to hear
their beloved sports could be fixed or are fixed. I think their biggest gripe would be, okay, then who's fixing it? How are they doing it? What do you think? You think that the quarterback's just out there purposely? So my question would be, how are they doing it? And who's keeping it?
Well, the first thing is,
I think they make it look. Exorcism
everybody
is winning people of evil entity, evil spirit, which seeks to take over psychological every part of the mind, the nervous system, psychopathology of the person. They want you to emote, respond to things the way they do. They want you because they don't have any other way to express themselves. No matter how evil they are, they can't pull the trigger of a gun and shoot somebody. They have to be in somebody to do that. Okay. So, if there's a woman in the subway, the fire's going to be lit, burn her alive, and sit there and laugh at it. Well, they can't do that, but they can be in the guy in the subway and be able to do that. And much of what goes on in our society is not all this, and it's just fallen human, depraved nature of people who are indecent. But much of it is demonic. And that's why exorcism is needed to help people who are driven to do worship. I can't wait to get to heaven, and the Lord tells me about all the people who would have killed themselves, who would have killed somebody else. I remember one night when we were in the empty store. I was in Christchurch, New Zealand, and I was speaking in the public forum. And this guy starts screaming in the audience. And I go back and say,
You're going to talk at public talk or something?
yeah, okay. This guy starts screaming, so I go back to him. And I said, what's going on? And he said, I feel with me. I'm going to kill my father. I hate him. I said, why? He said, the whole childhood, my father loved me. I want him dead. But he said, I'm a Christian. I know I shouldn't think this. And he said, what are you going to do? So we cast the demons out of him. He was a murderer. Hate, etc. When it was all over with, he said, can you come outside of the car?
These guys get recycled so much. Maybe it's because they're company
people
players.
in the dark and out going out to the car.
And again, it doesn't have to be every game. It's just certain games here and there that they have to throw.
Yeah, I think you're right on. I think you're right on with all of that. It only takes one call at a certain particular moment of the game to completely change the outcome. It reminds me of a saying, you've never met a bookie that is a part-time job. They somehow always know just where that baseline is going to be. I understand they're good at their job, but how good can you really be? You mentioned basketball. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about was, we mentioned we're from Chicago. In my case, just outside, like you mentioned, outside, it's just a lot easier to tell that they're from Chicago. But exactly right. With basketball, we had this sudden Derrick Rose, we won the Derrick Rose lottery in the 80s, and the Knicks won the Patrick Ewing lottery, and then LeBron gets traded, but then miraculously, the Cleveland Cavaliers get the number one pick a few years after that. So, can you talk a little bit about the NBA, if and how they fixed the draft lottery?
Well, yes. The early draft lotteries were very easy, especially the original one by Patrick Ewing in 1985. When they came out there with some guys that with a hopper. And even if you watched it, you pay attention, you can see how they fixed it. They made sure that the Knicks got the number one pick. But, again,
God says in the word, vengeance is mine, says I will repay.
So if they decide,
human beings
hey, we're going to benefit
they're
this
going
team
to
more
take
than that
things
team,
into their own
and we're
hands.
going to let this team win the lottery,
what are you going to do? Cry about it? You know, what kind of recourse do you have as a fan to prevent this sort of thing? Now, supposedly they have this, you know,
but I can tell you something about the farm, but I learned to be an exorcist. You know why he did that?
Can't be fixed.
His father did
You
it.
can't predict the outcome because of this random way
And
of
so
choosing
on.
a team.
And that
Guess what? You know, it's like a magic trick. Sure, you can. Of course, you can rig it if you want. Do they want to rig it every year? Not saying that they do. In certain years, they want to rig it. I think they definitely do. And I think, you know, again, they have the control to do so. And especially they don't make it now. They don't even make public. They have a couple of trusted journalists that are in. Sure, because the journalists, here you got money recording on the NBA, not with your access to the locker rooms, which will be inside information. We did
Extraterrestrial civilization.
Absolutely.
Tell the fans exactly what we want to hear, right?
What?
And that's all it takes.
What about that?
So try to explore that
Basketball is
possibility.
probably the easiest team sport to rig through
They're
the machine.
exploring what it's about,
One player can make a massive
but they're not
difference in
exploring
basketball on a team. Oh, yeah,
the
there's
idea
the
that
calls that they make, the right movements
the
can
Bible is pretty
completely
clear.
shift the momentum of the game versus obviously the officials can bring any game with their calls, but to me it seems like basketball.
But you're listening to
For the
people who are
easiest
not
teams
in
for us
the
to
Vatican.
kind of get
Yeah, the guy's in the Vatican. He's like the guy who's in part of
You actually talk to the guy.
No, I just, you know, I read it online.
Well, okay, well, you read it all night. But let me finish. Why?
What does this say? Here's the report right here, says Steve. From somewhere. What's the source here? We need the source. We can't just be taking anyone's word for it. Go up, scroll up. Let me read it. Let me read it. The Vatican has shown interest in the possibility of extraterrestrial life, but does not seem to be actively searching for aliens. In 2009, the Vatican held a conference on astrobiology, which included discussions about the implications of alien life, solar religion, and science. The Vatican's chief astronomer, Father Jose Yunes, has stated that if aliens exist, they can be considered part of God's creation and might not need redemption.
Wrong. Wrong. That right there. That's it. That's the core of it. Wrong.
It's wrong.
I'll tell you what.
Please. The NBA is the NBA.
Want to why?
Yes.
Basically,
The
what
Bible
I've written
teaches
about for all
that the
this
fall
time,
of Adam and Eve was
and
caused
that
by
game tanking
it was
is a real
not
thing in the NBA.
per
For
se.
some reason, one press just
The
lets it go out and
entire
acts like it doesn't
creation.
happen. That's no big
The
deal.
Bible says
But you literally
groans
had
and
Mark Cuban,
travails.
the Dallas Mavericks,
It's an
two
agony
nights, two
of
different
waiting
seasons,
for the
publicly
completion
saying,
of God's
I
purpose for
told
the
my
world.
team's best
So
interest.
all of the
And so he had
universe,
the owner of the team
all
basically funneled this information through his GM,
outside of
through
it,
his head coach, to the
was
players,
affected by the fall
win
of
basketball
Adam and
games,
Eve.
need to
Sin
better draft pick. And if
has
that's not
corrupted the
exactly
entire
what I'm talking
universe.
about in terms of fixing
But
games,
particularly
breaking games, I don't know what else is.
Christ
That's the proof.
came
And
to
if they can
earth
do that in regular season
The Bible's
games,
very
then
clear
those
about
games don't
this.
matter. Then what
to
games really
die
do matter?
for the sons
The regular
of
season
Adam.
games don't matter. Really, all playoff
Who
games
have
matter.
been
If they say, hey,
affected by
look,
their
let's do
original
a
sin.
7-4 game sweep. I feel like they go to 6 or 7
If there are
games, those are
civilizations
some
in other
tickets or
planets,
hot dogs, marketing
dead
t-shirts or whatever. You know,
They do
and
need
we take a couple of playoff
But
games,
then
take a couple of
we
games
have
in
a
the finals,
philosophical question
games
or a
that matter.
theological question. How many planets did Jesus have to repeat going to and die and rise again from the dead over and over and over and over? No, he did it
What else
once
do you call
on
them?
earth.
They're not fixed
And
games.
citizens
If an owner's
of
telling a
earth,
team to lose,
the descendants
fixed
of
game.
Adam and Eve,
Straight up.
we
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Go against your owner and not have a job come next week?
And so,
I mean, you don't never
what
really
are
have a
these
choice.
things? I deal with
One
them
of
all
the
the
things
time.
that kind of blew my mind. Tom is really big
What do you
into
think's going on?
technology, and
Look,
brought this
the ones,
crazy.
the
I guess
beings
you could say
who
I'm with you.
are
I
not
believe in
figments of
humans
people's
either, but
imagination.
maybe you could call it that, Tom. Why don't you
Like
tell us
the classical explanations and accounts from, for example, Professor John Mack, a Harvard psychologist, who interviewed hundreds and hundreds of people who believe they were about to die and took up to a spaceship and had their sperm and their
I've heard the same story.
What do you think's going on?
Kind of sum this up here, and this is just too much coincidence. I try to
First of all,
use this as a
the devil knows the transmutation of
try to show
everything.
people like, no, sports are manipulated, right? But this is like another level more. So last
He
year,
knows how to manipulate.
LeBron was about to break
If you go back
Kareem's record
to
after
when
38
Moses became a
years.
servant, they were
LeBron was
sorcerers and
38
magicians.
years old during that
Moses drew down the water area and drew into a snake.
where he was having the egg raising attempted,
What
which was 308 days after the
they threw down their rods and turned
year anniversary to break that record.
although God
Surpassed 38,388 career points.
they did know how to change matter.
Wildcat says he scores 38 points.
Animated life of some form. There was no illusion. They were real snakes. Wow, that's pretty good. If the devil was how to do that, what can he in the skies and hands? Whatever. Change everything. That's what theories are about. Create and justified sense of reality that defies the laws of thermodynamics. Do all sorts of places.
Coincidences where there really isn't any.
Now that
That
send down here,
like you said, that's a little.
it is so disingenuous, it's almost laughable. And so I knew these people. I talked to them. I was abducted. I went to the spaceship. Oh, yeah, they impregnated me. They did this. It's possible. It is possible in the interdimensional reality that could have taken place. I don't deny that. But it's not a permanent physical reality. It is a temporary phenomenon designed for deception. That's my belief system. Because if it was a common phenomenon, it would be everywhere with the same justified forms of materialization. But it's always different. It's very similar, actually. Read the writings of Jacques Vallée.
Oh, yeah.
He said these things were extra dimensional.
Yes.
That was his ultimate conclusion. Okay.
Well, he thinks they're not only extra dimensional. He was obsessed with the devil. And he was obsessed with the story, the medieval stories of angels and demons. He had a book. I had a woman in here that Jacques had, which was his house, and she showed it. She actually gave him the book of Satan.
They have
I didn't know that.
It has 666 pages. Wow. And he told her, he said, if you want to know what these beings are, he's like, you need to understand this book. And it was where the devil.
They can turn them on and then make the
But the point is,
swerve to the left
so
or the
they
right.
got to
We
clear
just
this phenomenon because while
this last
people
weekend,
are
Buffalo
fascinated
White Right.
as
And
are
he
many
kind of
this
like
and
the
reviewers,
made a very
by all of that,
turn. Do you think there's anything to that at all? Do you think they'll turn doctor and these field balls at all?
their time is spent wondering thoughts about what might be there and who it is. I have a slight interest in it.
I think it's a very similar thing. I think it's a very similar thing. People like to fill the gaps of knowledge they don't have with things like God and aliens, right?
Very well. On Whitley Street is a good example. You had him on.
Oh, yeah, because Mary Willick.
He told, I'm debating him on Oprah.
Oh, really?
Yes. He told you he had a chip in his head.
I find that interview.
Why didn't you follow that up? I'd like to know where that chip is and if it's medically proven that he has an implanted chip in his head by aliens.
Yeah, he gave us a video. He gave me the video.
Well, then that's interesting.
Have you seen the video?
I haven't seen it. I've seen your video, but I haven't seen anything else that proves he's actually got an implant.
It's in his ear.
But what's interesting is the thing that the demons do to people is consistent outside of the whole spaceship thing. What they also do to people, we started out talking about incubus and succubus and demonic sexual experiences. Well, this is just another form of it, in interplanetary mode. You know, they're either having sex with these beings or whether these beings are probing sexual. Almost every person I've talked to claims to have an alien kind. There's some sexualization connected to it. I'm not saying all of them, but the ones I've talked to, it all comes down to something sexual. Well, that tells you something. It's not bad. It's evil. If it's evil, is it a manufactured material reality from another realm? And just loving it. Sit back and laugh at this. Like we're all so fascinated by all this. I'm not. And meanwhile, we're forgetting Are we forgetting there's a war in Ukraine and people are dying? Are we forgetting that the international order is being upended and we don't know where things are going to go? Are we forgetting about human trafficking? Are we forgetting that there are kids overdosing on drugs and the admissions to emergency wards in the hospitals because of psychosis from psychedelics and weed laced with fentanyl is exploding? Are we forgetting this is the real problem? Homelessness. The hurt and the pain of people. That every day somebody's being damaged for life because of an evil individual. Get our eyes off of that and get our eyes down here and let's do good in the world in the name of God and change things. That's my mission. Because every person that I can save through an exorcism, through Christ, of course, it's going to be a changed life. He's got the potential to be a loving human being and make somebody else's life better. That's exorcism. That's Christianity.
I think going back to John Delay, I think whatever people were seeing or witnessing back then that are described by their biblical texts as angels or demons, things like Ezekiel's wheel. I think John Delay believes that those were UFOs and was the same thing going on back then. Throughout history, people have either seen them as biblical ethereal entities or
Are you trying to channel or
dead center of the ring.
No,
well, sure, it's not.
Right, I'm familiar with this book, but that's
Yeah,
not great.
I mean, this is, what is the point? What is the point? If our neighbor next door is a neighbor, if the people in our family are going through some kind of a crisis, they need our love and care.
Yeah, that looks extremely suspicious. Sure.
Look at what's going on. The emotional breakdown of people today, the amount of institutionalization, people living in the streets because of alcohol. Why are we doing something about these things? It's easier to worry about what's happening than to roll up your sleeves and do something about what's wrong down here.
Well, it's that is no different than any other sport that is walk around New York City, you find somebody overdosing on that fights are fixed. You think that it's more so the fighters will just walk right over the judges. Somebody gets in a car accident, they're bleeding, pulling their child out of a car seat, and just walk by. There's people are psychopaths. They're losing their connection to the community and to other human beings because of technology, because of population, because of urbanization of cities.
But right even as we speak, where is God? He's with those firefighters in California who are risking their lives to save other people. They may not be Christian, but they're doing good in the world. They're doing something that changes another person's reality.
We just had a recent example of this too. It was James Krause and his group of fighters.
That's my job as a
exactly. Where people would, go and pay him for this.
But I am fighting fighters.
And then one of his fighters supposedly was fixing a fight by going down. Did you hear about the James Krause circle?
Into somebody who is no longer in blood.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was maybe last year that he got totally banned from the UFC. His fighter that was associated with his gym is banned from competing in the UFC, and because of him now, fighters in the UFC can no longer
figure or somebody in politics
because
somebody that everybody knows who is that the person that has
Oh, and you have that minute pocket just waiting to split.
Yes.
I guess a guy was going with the guy he injured, so he knew he wasn't going to win, and his coach was running like a big bet scheme and was making money by giving these big advices to people. So somewhere along the line, they were like, wait, pull into the fight, you'll still make money. Like, I guarantee you money if you just go in and lose.
get people to bet against you.
A man, and the spirit of Leviathan, and the spirit of pride,
Took a kick,
runs
or he
politics.
threw a kick,
I
and then he
know how
pretended that the
desperately
kick hurt his leg,
we say
and then he
yes,
went down.
relation to Bernie
I guess the UFC was suspicious because the betting line just got flooded. It was like a random prelim.
Maybe Trump's
Didn't
better.
matter either. And
Maybe.
a bunch of people started picking like,
Anyways,
okay, round one finish against this guy.
and
And then he
some of
goes
those
out there and
people
gives a very suspect performance
override
where he
those
kicks with his
impulses
own injured
by
leg and
trying
then
to
takes
do
a
the right
dive.
thing with the
Yeah,
belief
that's
system.
what resulted in
It's
that.
good.
Now no one wants to be affiliated
But
with James
What I'm
Krause.
really getting at is
They, you don't know how they sleep at night,
Yeah,
and you
that's the
don't
way
know
you
what
get
they
caught.
like
That's
behind
the way
closed
of doing it.
doors. Never.
I mean, that's just
And
happens.
that's the
You
thing.
know,
It
in
isn't,
tennis a lot.
it isn't how
Tennis is
we
mixed
act
all the
at
time.
tennis, it's how we treat our
And a
families,
lot of times the people that
our
they
innocent
caught
children,
mixing tennis and
our
starting a
spouses,
person who's 179th ranked in the world playing whoever's
Jesus said, greater love has no man than this, and will lay down his
maybe
life
it's going
for
to be,
it.
you know, a $500 bet on the first set. What's a
That's
really
pretty simple, isn't
$20,000 bet on
We
game
don't do
two of the second
Sure.
set,
A
and
few
only
do.
$500 bet on the third
Few
set.
break
And
soldiers,
something weird happens in game two of the second
emergency
set.
workers, people like that, that's kind of obvious stuff.
I wonder if something went on there.
But I
It's the same
think
kind
we're
of
in a
thing
broader
that, like,
sense.
you
We
know,
lay down
some
our
prelim
life for
fight that
somebody
we
else.
well,
We
there's
give
all
up
this
of
money
ourselves
for
so that
one side
somebody
or
else's
the other.
life is better.
It's enough to raise
That's what the
suspicions
gospel of
of
Christ is all
that's
about.
not the way of doing
Jesus
this.
said,
If
if
you
you
want to get
deny
food,
yourself
I think that
and follow
matchmaking
me,
is obviously
you're not fit.
a way that you can argue they're fixing things.
The rich
They're
young
like
woman came
building
to
up a
Jesus
star
and
in
he said,
a
I've
guy's
done
career.
everything right. I've kept all the laws. I've been a moral man. And Jesus said, there's one thing you haven't done. And he said, I want you to sell everything you've got and give it to the poor. Follow me.
The name sounds familiar, but I don't know if I
We
can
don't
put it
ever
on
know
Facebook.
whatever happened to
Well,
them.
Charles Farrell, he managed five
It's this
different world champions
impulse of pride,
throughout their career.
of power,
So I mean, he was in the fight game all
of
the time. He
wanting
won,
something
like,
you ought
whatever.
not to have.
And I
Whether it's some
remember how he ran into the guy.
experience or whether
Long
it's
story
some
short, he basically told me
orgiastic.
he's fixed hundreds of fights.
When
Hundreds.
Jesus
And he
said,
knows of other managers, trainers who can fix them. Enable them on fights.
follow
Fights
me,
are fixed all the
I
time.
am the way, the truth, and the life.
All the time. And when he explained
And
it
when
to me,
people are
when I was
beset by
been here,
demons, they say
it makes
something
perfect sense as to why it's like he said,
I try to read
fighters
my Bible.
basically, he said,
I
trainers,
go to
managers,
church and I get sick.
they've been around long enough.
I try to receive
They
Holy
recognize
Communion. I
talent
feel like I want to throw
really
up.
fast. Really fast. They can tell this guy's got it, this other guy doesn't have it.
Most times
If
it's
they have
not.
a guy
When you get that
they
much
think
evidence,
really is talented, really
it's
has
like
it,
you because they're trying to
they
do
don't want to see
something
that guy
holy
get
and
beat
good,
up on his way
and
to
the devil
total
does his
championship
work.
fight. So what they do is
So,
they take this fighter, this up-and-coming fighter,
to get rid
and
of the
basically
demons.
put another
We need
manager who
more
has
demons.
their own stable.
Or out there fighting
It's just
the demon,
average,
out there fighting down the
ordinary
devil, looking down
They
the
say, hey,
devil,
look, my guy basically
taking it head on,
cold dog,
aggressive,
hey, look, my guy needs 3
with
rounds.
determination, saying, I'm
Give me 3
not
rounds.
going to allow,
He says, yes.
by
And
God's
fight,
grace, any more evil in this world. I'm going to fight evil with everything that I have.
Have you ever encountered somebody who's great possessed and smells like sulfur?
You'll see a guy get to a championship.
A couple of times.
Because I've heard through many people, including Alex Jones, that Hillary Clinton smells like sulfur.
I really like bottling 2 real fights, but he didn't knock anybody out in.
I'm serious.
And now he's in the
Okay,
title.
I would not
And so
think
all those
Alex
matches
Jones
fixed
is a
along the line to build
paragon
this guy
of
up to get
Christian
to the title
virtue
fight
to make that
He's a
determination.
Christian.
He's
He's
just got
very
the
devout.
Christian.
Well,
Training.
he's
He
devout
hasn't
in
been
his
injured on
own
his way
kind
up
of
to the title.
way, but I
And that's the way
think
things are
he
really
sounded
working
like
out.
fame.
Wow, and it's probably the same, you know, in mixed martial arts, the UFC.
Yeah,
I don't want to go there. I would not
When you
come
think
out.
for sure. And when you think about it,
I'm not concerned
it's
with
not
that
the
because
real
she smells
possibility
like
for
sulfur.
managers
What's the relevance of
Because
that?
she's so high up in politics. She has so much blackmail and so many people because she's related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Children from a pizza parlor. Yes, been there, heard that. Again, what are we doing? We're focusing our attention on the odd, the strange, the unusual, the chaotic. No, we're going to go jousting windmills. No. People want to meet around us, the people who sit in front of me on a Zoom monitor every day of my life.
Right.
4, 5, 6, 7 a day.
Exorcisms on Zoom.
Yes.
Probably all set up.
I remember when I started doing that on Skype. going back some years ago.
Back to the Skype days.
CNN said at that time it's going to be their number one reporter. And even Comedy Central, what's his face? He used to host the show. He used to be part now, got a beard, and he's a political pundit.
On Comedy Central?
Yeah, okay. Noah, whatever his name took over.
Oh, Noah?
Yeah, no, not Noah, the guy before him. Of course you do. I just can't remember his name. John, okay.
John Stewart.
Stewart. Yeah.
Is he on Comedy Central?
Yeah, he's Comedy Central. So anyway, he said, we quoted it, and these the news media, the word we got out. I was doing Sky Festival.
Something like that this last weekend.
This is like
UFC. So you had a middleweight title match with the current champion, and then he was the current champion, Sean Strickland, and he was defending his title against Dricus Plessis, a South African fighter
but there's a point
who
here.
had previously
It's
had
better
a
if I'm
lot of
physically
beef
here.
with
It
the
would be better
champion,
if I could catch the Zoom
Sean
right
Strickland.
now, but I can do a Zoom with you later.
Long story short,
Okay?
Sean Strickland lost his title via a very close,
All you have to do
controversial
is
decision
face-to-face
loss.
with that person
Personally, I believe he won. But now
to
that
see how
sets
they
up
respond to
this
certain
dream
things. And I do it all the
fight
time.
that has been
All
hyped
day
and,
long.
talked
5,
about
6,
for
7
months and
days.
months and months. Israel Adesanya
And
versus
what's
Dricus
amazing
Plessis.
is happening.
Funny how
It's
they
just
work out. Oh,
astounding.
and by the way, they're talking about making that fight
people's
in
and then all
UFC
the
300,
50%
the
of what I
biggest
do
event
with people are outside of the United States.
That's just not great.
They're in
Luck for
Bangkok.
UFC.
They did a major exorcism of God Goodbye this week.
And the thing is
So,
but I don't a lot of people.
The way I learn about stuff on this podcast is I have people come in and explain to me what they've studied throughout their lives, and what they believe in your case, about the Bible and Christianity. And on it, in the other room, when he came in, you heard the podcast that he did with me. I can't get anything. I can't get a Bible scholar, I can't get a classicist, I can't get any kind of religious person who studies this stuff or has a PhD in this stuff to combat the stuff he talks about, to combat his theory, and dispute what he says. Well, so how I can't get an alternative or a reasonable pushback to any of the theories he has. Other people that tell me, listen, he's wrong, and really bullshit, he's blasphemous, but no one will actually step into the arena with him and confront what he's saying face to face. So someone like me, when that happens to me, what that tells me is he's got to be right. Because nobody can come up with a reason to push back. Where did you get that? Because nobody can come in here and debate him and prove to me and let me and the audience make the decision to what is actually real, what's right. You just constructed it. A logical fallacy. You gotta battle ideas with better ideas, right? That's how you learn. No. So, as far as this particular individual is concerned, yes,
It's a very interesting
the people who come to want to forsake, put behind them the life that they have been living. They are which means godly desire that people have done.
Yes, I understand.
They want to stop that evil. They want to quit immediately.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
get rid
way fortuitous,
so that a person stops
Being,
sinning.
being from Chicago,
They
or
stop
just outside of it, gotta ask
so
you
they can
about,
get rid of it.
Michael Jordan conspiracy.
In fact, people who have the greatest success
Yeah,
are
but that
the
is
people
the question.
who fast
Personally, I think he
before
was
they
first
can see
retired for gambling issues. What do you think?
practice and prepare them spirit for what they're about to receive. And there's a difference between someone who questions the faith, someone who is unsure about the faith that they have, and someone who has become accustomed, which means a clear departure from truth. They have once known the truth. Christ speaks of this. Peter speaks of this. Paul speaks of this. There are some who, having known goodness and the grace of God deliberately turn against him, and they become enemies of the faith. There's a difference between an ambivalent person and an enemy of the faith. When someone is an enemy of the faith, that is not the basis for a reasonable discussion, nor is it definitely the basis for an exorcism.
He's going to go play baseball and disappear. And immediately after it happened, media dropped their investigations. The NBA dropped their investigations. Basically, everybody forgot about it. They showed back up 18 months later.
People forget that his father, who was murdered, when they arrested people in connection with it, these people had, like, I don't know if it was the people that killed his father, but there was criminals that were arrested that had checks, personal checks from Michael Jordan in the amount of like $10,000. And Jordan even had to admit after denying it, said, yeah, you know, so yeah, there's no doubt that he was indeed with,
and remember something else. When someone comes to me,
One of the guys he got busted
The form they fill out.
was an
I want to know everything about them,
he owed him $57,000.
the deepest, darkest secrets that
That's what he got
contain
busted.
about
He got
what
busted by the
they've
IRS.
done
And
as moral
the guy
transgressions.
said this thing was
Because all that sounds like what?
I think it was
That sounds kind of like what happens in
I said,
Scientology.
Michael Jordan
They
gave
get
him
their audience
$57,000
I'm not having somebody hold a couple of tin cans called a
and just
meter.
having
This is not about a galvanic response. No, it's not. It's about due diligence to understand where to open the doors of the devil are.
You know, he had
Well, I
to
think someone's
driving your kids up and dark. They're back up. And initially, the
Well,
judge
Their deepest, darkest secrets. They
and then
are
they started looking into it and said, wait a second. And then
if they're going to trust you with
There's
that,
something to God.
Then
There's some right.
there's a guy
I
named
am
Eddie
the
Dow.
instrument of God in human form, bringing them to that place.
okay, you're telling them that. Simon, at the same time that they're telling you, honestly, their deepest, darkest secrets, they are submitting everything, every fiber of their being to your power.
It's not about power. It's about honesty before God. They're asking me to bring them to a place with Christ where He will set them free. So if this person, let's just take a simple thing, they are a serial adulterer on their life, okay? And they're living that life and
You hear
seeing
stories like that he's
prostitutes,
such a degenerate gambler that he'll flip
going to
a
strip
coin
clubs on a regular
$30,000
basis.
on heads or tails. I mean,
And
it's out of hand.
Well, they're
It's
going to
crazy.
hell. And then you can say, and they need an exorcism, and you have my phone. Okay. And I'm serious. So let me give you an illustration. I had a lady who believed her house was haunted. And so she flew halfway across the United States to be there. Took another Christian friend with me. Walk in the house. We go through the whole house, praying over it. Take the holy oil, we put the oil everywhere. Put the sign of the cross
You
everywhere.
were lying about him
Put
being
the whole
the
house.
face of the
And then
NBA in the 90s. I mean, people forget. People forget that they don't remember or they weren't around to remember. But I'm 43. I got to live through all the glory years. And let me tell you, in the 90s, it
after
wasn't
all of
like it
this,
is now. Where
just
there's
as
4,
I'm
5, 6
literally standing at the door, she
every
says,
team's got a no. It was
you
Michael
suppose I should have told you that
You
I'm
know, I mean,
currently having a
he was
sexual affair
everything.
with the pastor.
You're right, the entire NBA and all those
I
other
said,
companies,
well,
they
I'm late to catch a plane. I can't do anything about that right now. But yes, you could have evil spirits in your home because of that. Oh, he said, sorry. It's late to the plane. See what I'm saying? She's just, I understand if it's such a painful, horrible thing that she couldn't bring herself to confess that, to bring that into the open, to break the bondage of Satan in her life. She waited to the last minute. Well, no wonder she had everybody back. No wonder that she had demons in her house. No wonder there were spirits haunting her house. She had opened the door to them. So this is the point. If somebody has something It is the open out of the devil, and they don't tell me. It's not that they have to bear their soul to me as a human being. They're doing this to God.
So
everybody should be held to the same
the
standard.
thing that frustrates me the most is you have a guy who grew up in Christianity, studied the Bible his whole life, developed a ton of and started reading the ancient Greek literature, the classical literature, the stuff that's surrounded the Bible, all the medical stuff, all the legal stuff, all the philosophical stuff, all the comedy, the arts, and all this stuff that was happening at the same time.
It really doesn't matter as much.
The gospel was written,
Whether
before, after, and during the same time. And devotes his life very similar to the original sources in Greek. And it pulls him out of Christianity.
Just constant entertainment.
He almost studied his way out of Christianity to go control his life to Jesus. Well, that's what he did. So somebody who has so freaking educated like that, right? That's his story. Look, even if it is, let's just say it's a lie. Let's just say it's a lie. If he's lying, right? Why can't another scholar come in here and talk about his lies?
I don't know how hard you try to find the appropriate scholars,
But I've seen like 18 Harvard scholars turn it down.
I can't speak for them, but I don't think they have a problem of intellectualism. I don't think it's to do with the veracity of scripture, nor its credence with respect to religion. I don't think that's the issue. That's Billy Graham. Most people have a moral reservation. Now that doesn't mean that I'm sitting in judgment. It just means that if I don't know the whole story, it's like a doctor diagnoses a disease and you don't tell him where it hurts. You don't tell him the problem you really have. So, any individual who comes to me for help, and I've had it happen many times, and then they come back again a second time and they say, I just didn't want to tell you about this, and it could be anything, but usually it's a moral discussion. It's pretty serious. Anything, you just think that's often the case. Or theological, they experiment with Satanism, or some metaphysical cult, or some sorcery practice, that opens them up to a demon, and that demon, of course, is a highly intellectualized demon. Most of the demons are in academia, they're not on the streets. Really? Yes. Of course, what do you think's destroying this country?
It's Sunday and they say
Yes.
ritual.
Look at the kids that are coming out of that. Look at their thinking about the country, about the society, about the culture.
Their political ideologies.
Huh?
Their political ideologies, I mean.
Well, they're political ideologies, but they also become doctrines or devils. Okay? Which means the people who walk out of academia and they say, let's blow up the country, let's destroy it. It's worthless, it's hopeless. And they're all young academics who are saying that today. You well know that. That's just demonic as anything. But more to the point is,
So do you think there's a distinction between good and evil when it comes to political parties? Like the left wing or right wing?
Oh my God!
it has to do with the moral qualification of the belief system. But the belief system says, I want to burn it down, I want to destroy it. That conflicts with what the Bible says about proper order in government. That's another whole discussion. Okay. The point is, the individual who wants to be delivered from the demon has to renounce and break the curses of all the things they have done that open themselves up to demons, which have created the intellectual delusion that has them see things in a way that don't.
And the first story would be about the Packers. The second story would be about the
Jesus
Packers.
died on the
The third
cross.
story would be about how some guy
He
shot
rose
by
again from the dead.
three of them. Then they
they would go
That's
to
the
other factory
teaching
stores,
story.
the weather
The
report
church, that is the
factory,
teaching of
on Sunday, then there were sports. And that was like the 10
Is
o'clock
that
news
the
game.
same person who
Yeah,
could
there was other things that
possibly
went on in
be
the world, but all they cared about was the Packers. And it's like, oh my God, that's why, like I say, I want them to lose every game because I can't stand listening to that. Because
what kind
again,
of
it's so many
intellectual
people's
honesty is
steps are
that?
so
And
God
what
awful
basis
about it
for
that
dialogue
nothing else seems
is
to
there?
matter.
Grounded.
It's been like to watch sports with this mentality that you've had for the longest time.
That doesn't
This research and stuff. Does it feel like you're more so watching
I want
WWE
to
or
cast
like
the first
just
stone,
trying
or
to
does
decode
that mean
and like
that
see
I
what
want
they're trying
to
to
not be
narrative
friendly?
they're trying to
Even
push?
the enemies
If
of the
you
friend.
take your fan hat off and watch
I've sat down with, with Satan.
if you take the fan hat
Shayla
off and
LeVay,
watch it,
back in the day,
completely
she was
changes
trying to get out of the
how you
church of Satan. I
With his
mean,
daughter.
I've sat down with neo-Nazis who were accomplices of murder. I've sat down with
nearly like I used to.
dozens of Satanists who debate
I mean, I can't tell you, I don't find it
because
interesting.
they're an enemy of faith. They know they're the enemy of the faith. There's no pretense about this. There's no intellectual argumentation whatsoever. We hate God, that's it. Okay, I'll talk with them. Because they're not departing from the faith. They ain't got it. They don't want it.
Right.
After 49ers, I knew the 49ers.
I'm not sure why that's a block. But that does create a different dynamic. The paradigms are not the same. If that individual or anybody in that position comes to me and says, I want to turn,
by how certain games start to play out, you can just tell how it's going to
I
go.
want to come back to
I
Christ.
mean, but you have to be willing
I
to
want
say
to put
to
my
now
trust in
be
his
bad.
death on the cross, the shedding of his blood, and his resurrection from the dead.
And that's a hard thing to do because
And willing with
there's a lot of times
sorrowful
where I'm talking to you
repentance.
about this, and a lot of times people say,
For you
I can talk to
to
somebody who's
fall
like an NBA fan.
and
I'll talk to them and say, hey, NFL
for what
does
I've
this,
been
the NFL
done
does that to manipulate games.
to
100%
fame.
me. And I'll say, but in the NBA, when they do it,
And the scripture says to
well,
lose
they
the
don't do that in this one. That doesn't, not my sport, not my sport, not my team. It's an instant pushback because it is
Understood.
partially psychological. It's kind of like a drug.
Thank you. This has been a pleasure. I really enjoyed
And you
this
can't
conversation.
start talking
This has been
about
fun.
This has been fun for me too. It's been very interesting.
I really appreciate you taking the time to travel down here. I think I'm gonna get themselves to the chair shop.
It's not happy to be fake.
I would love to.
I'm gonna not be fake. You know,
Hardcore.
Think?
Well, that's the real question. I was just taking a look here at your website, which is
You know what? I believe
fixism.net,
every
which is
meeting I have
and just a great
is a
resource.
game Bible.
And as well as you can find a lot of your work or all of your work in books. There's two signed books. So
You know,
everybody should check that out.
all started
One of
out
the
killing.
cool things I was looking at here was you have
Did he
the
really?
10 fixes, the games, and then the
What
streaks. And
changed?
number 8 right here is
Jesus.
Ronda Rousey's UFC career. I
Jesus
just I
had
think
to
that's
knock him off his feet
very
and appear to him.
How do I get in?
going back to making the fighter's path a little bit easier by picking and choosing their opponents. Right?
yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not saying, it's not like a lot of this stuff. I'm not saying like she was a talented. I'm sure she could get my
I'm
ass
interested. I want
every
to
now
know.
and then. It could back in the day. I wouldn't deny that one bit. And it's the same with like, you'll see that things like LeBron and Jordan.
See, I was going to read you what's called a sinner's prayer, and your bladder is
We're gonna do that.
here.
We're gonna do that. Talk. I'm gonna use the restroom.
They're contemporaries and everything. Look and see it, and it's obvious. And I think, the leagues aren't stupid. They know those superstars exist, and they just basically say to the officials, like, look, you create a bubble around a guy like LeBron James, where basically you can't defend him like you defend other players because they're going to come down. It gives them an outrage. They're going to do better. They're going to score more points. They're going to win more games. They're going to get to the playoffs more. They're going to get to the finals more. And potentially win the championships more. But it's not bad for the league if one guy dominates like that. If a top grade dominates like that, because what? Everybody in the league is benefiting from that. I mean, with so much revenue shared amongst the teams and coming from the broadcast rights from major media outlets, everybody wins. So when you create those bubbles around those star athletes, to allow them to almost overachieve because of the bubbles,
makes perfect business sense. Why wouldn't you do that if you ran such a business?
Yeah, that's why Vince McMahon didn't want to get into the UFC business because he couldn't determine the outcomes. So, the last thing I want to ask you about, Brian, if you don't mind, is
famously accused of
probably the most widely accepted Finn's name in Super Bowl 3. Would you agree with that?
Due to the highly disturbing nature of this
out there
episode,
on just why people think that is probably
I
the
know
most Finn's
you
name
can
ever.
handle it, but if you really want to see the parts that we cut out and avoid the ads, it's available on Patreon. Hammer that subscribe button below and enjoy the show.
No, but basically what it was.
All right, kiddos.
What people look at, and you have to know a little bit of history of football, is there's two rival football leagues. I mean, there was the AFL and the NFL, and it wasn't like the NFL or the XFL or the USFL or the UFL, now they made it into. They were pretty much legit rival leagues where they would fight, the star players coming out of college, and it was costing everybody money. So the leagues decided to merge.
Of course.
The only ground
My pleasure. My pleasure.
NFL fans out there, the AFL fans probably at least were one. And it's funny, the AFL brand of football was seen as inferior despite the fact that it actually wasn't in
Some of the tests that we're going to go into today,
receiving a lot of high scoring.
so I brought
But
my
a lot of fans were receptive
The Greeks were
to the NFL and
the Greeks were nasty.
to the merge.
Yeah, so was Jesus. I've got a text for you today about Jesus. That we're going to go with him.
Raiders. NFL fans were
Is that Dallas?
Now, takes her up into the woods.
Okay.
And so your games
And I'm going to show you a text. It's going to
and the
make this
NFL
game
is represented by the multiple goals.
This is
the
the
one of the best teams in football history to this
We
day.
had
I think
we've been trying to set up a proper
game.
debate
It's only recently beat
with you and a biblical scholar, and we can't get anyone to step in here and talk to you. I think people are afraid of not just what you're saying, but your performative behavior. I think really confuses and terrifies people.
Oh God, I love it, don't you? Doesn't that make it special?
I think it makes it great. It makes it so much more fun.
Why do you think they run?
Like I said, I think they run because they don't know. I think they're terrified by the performative behavior.
Well, I'll tell you, it sure does look like it was fixed.
Theatrical
You watch
in the
almost
way
the
that
quarterbacks
you
thing for the Colts.
translate this stuff and the way that you teach this stuff on your YouTube channel. It's fun. And it's
They said they were in the red zone, I think,
it's
4 or 5
cinematic.
times, and
And
3
it's,
times they
it's
came with interceptions
thought-provoking.
or something like that. I mean,
Yeah, no, you're very generous. That's why I like you, Dave Jones, because you're very generous. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. The thing that really draws me that I want people to understand is the souls. The souls of the people actually show you the reality.
He wasn't getting $3 million from the NFL for his team to switch to the AFC, the NFL teams. That's on the Colts.
And the basis of that text, and the reason people are afraid is, this beautiful, beautiful thing that we have called ancient Greek. This mother who's so sexy. You have to really know what you're doing and have experience and training in the language. And all of our evidence from antiquity. I wouldn't just sit here and make up stuff with you, Danny. I wouldn't. All of our evidence from antiquity, that's what I handle, and people are afraid of that. Right? People are afraid of that. So, good. I'm going to. That's why I'm going to show you that Jesus engaging in sexual, drug-induced cult with Mary. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. It's just a text. People ask me, Dan, I want to say, that's one of the things I put on the interview, misconceptions. People have misconceptions about me. They do. I don't have any opinions or judgment. I'm not selling you a theory. I have nothing. That's why Lady Babylon on YouTube is not monetized. I have a contract with the devil. Everybody knows that I'm open. I can't make a cent on this. So that scares people too.
That does scare people. And I think that's metal that you do that. Because explain why you don't want to bring money. Do you think that bringing money into the stuff that you're doing kind of poisons the well?
Yeah, beautifully. I'll put that back down, but beautifully. I need to participate because you just poison the well.
Tell me this certain things just aren't highly suspect, and if you question why,
The minute that you take that
I came to a long time ago is that it's being controlled.
the material loses its attachment to reality by quantum physics. They call it the
Amazing, that's the funny thing. Business are corrupted by
you
money.
have to keep that well pure.
Religions are corrupted.
And that's why the devil's writing into all the contracts. You can't get what you want. You can't get that esoteric knowledge. You can't get that vision of what is that quantum reality. Right? Without the integrity. The Greeks said it this way in a chorus of furies. They said your greed stains your soul with the stench of ruin. So the process of all the Greek original process of purification, those are all purifications. That's one of the traditions. So that's why I can't monetize Lady Babylon. And I don't want to make any money. She's not a, I'm not hooking. You know what I mean? It's brothel. There's a lot of brothel. YouTube smells like a brothel, doesn't it? A lot of brothel. And that taints the material. The muses are going to speak to you, baby. Stop it. That's it.
No, and you're not holding it. Anything like that. You're like you said, you're watching you're completely detached.
It gives me a freedom. Some of the stuff that I'm going to tell you today, some of the stuff that I'm going to bring you is I can only bring you because I have not been a professor. And I'm not in any academic institution.
To people that maybe didn't watch the first episode, tell us your actual academic.
Just really quick, classics, PhD, right? Master's for classics, but also bacteriology. We got a little molecular biology background, lab work. Oh, God, I love those heads. Brains. Give me brains. By the way, Dave, can I just say, you are saying something gorgeous here. Bringing people together really, look at this material. To be able to engage in this knowledge, that's better than journalists. That's the beginning.
Great guy, super cool. I love his work. Like I said,
so last time you were on here, the first show we did, I made it clear up front that I wasn't prepared for the conversation we had, although I read your book and I listened to your podcast with Hamilton. But like going back to like how I started the conversation to explaining your formative way of teaching this stuff, it has inspired me to be fascinated in these things and continue to dive down this rabbit hole. And I've invited like half a dozen people on the show since to either corroborate what you're saying or shut down what you're saying, or at least show some sort of counter evidence, or give me some more context to what you are saying, because there's nobody else that's saying what you're saying. You can, or at least I can't find it. Right. There wouldn't be. So, and that's like a common thread on the show. I will typically have people on here that will say something, right, that people won't agree with. And then other people will reach out and say, hey, this guy's full of shit. Let me come present my evidence. Right?
Which is good. That's a gymnasium. That's an ancient Greek gymnasium. Wrestling.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people can make videos kind of like responding to what you were saying, like edited videos, calling out bullshit on you, saying that you messed up, you were lying, you were taking stuff out of context. Yet we, so people know, we quite literally reached out to, I don't know, Steve, what was it, 2-3 dozen scholars? Yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot. I asked an AI to give me like a list of 50 and have them. A few of them were from Harvard. A few of them classical philologists from Harvard, theologians, biblical scholars. All of which said they would not be comfortable to come debate me.
Let me tell you again.
So I gotta keep rolling with this until I can find somebody.
Yes.
To prove that you're wrong.
We just want to talk about the Bible. You've got to bait them, Danny. You've got to bait them. Look, if this is going to work out as my place of feasting, you've got to bait these people better. Right? They know. Here's the problem. What makes them afraid? What makes them afraid? It is that old reason that sits in our brain and tells us, you know, I don't believe in fairy tales, I want some science. And they know that that's what classic philology does. They look at the science and when you look at these texts, it's going to blind you. Your whole mind.
Did you say on the last podcast, or have you ever said that you're the only one?
No, of course no. Any class is this. And there's a few who have started studying Caleb. Right? Any classes can come to you and say, hey, you know, the sources we were talking about, like Nero's arch-physician that's in England, that talks about the drugs that are being used in the death rites. Him. And they can look it up. They can go to their classes. They can look it up. They can check the Greek out. Now, classical departments have been falling behind. And that's why it's particularly new. That's why you don't have hundreds of people come out and say, oh my God, did you know Christ is a drug? Right? You know people doing that. So your guys at Harvard or Yale, those people are smart enough to know that I'm just talking text. And they can tell whether or not I'm a classical scholar, right? What you call it, philologist. If that dude a classical philologist, they can tell. And unfortunately, the fakers and the phonies can tell as well, and that's why when you invite people and they don't come, it's because they're unable to. One of the people that you invited is now on a big show.
Oh, yes. Yeah, because he did the debate somebody that blew up.
Right. And he's not here now.
No, but in all fairness, he's a very busy guy. He had a lot of stuff going on in his life. And, you get a call from that big show. But yeah, that's sad. It's a shame. But the way I understand it is there's like the Bible and then there's Christianity. That is like this veneer that people don't like to look through. They don't like to look past that. But behind that, there's this whole nother universe of history with all this other stuff, from poetry to comedy to musical stuff to philosophy to medical texts. That is just like once you can penetrate that veil of Christianity and the church, there's so much more to learn.
You got it. Listen to that. You just crack the ages. You know what I mean? Right? When you see through that Christian filter, I don't want to say Christian, it's a modest filter because people, the same thing happened to the Egyptians like in the 14th century BC. They had a monism that came along, one God, everybody else has to be ignored. Forget her, Lady Justice, and that was those were the followers of Aten, right? And anyway, whether it's Optimism, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, those are monist traditions, and monist traditions follow patterns in history. And if you can penetrate that monist lens and get back down to the classical civilization, you can explain what those very earliest Christians were doing. Because their writings at the same time, here's the big problem. This is why the world is so screwed. And why the history that you think you know is not the accurate history. It's not the factual history.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you.
There's so many strikes that
because you're looking through a lens of theology. You're looking through a lens, and it's distorting the way that you're perceiving the world. And the reason you're doing that is because the focus was narrowed to the biblical Christian monist text. So outside of that world is an entire other world. It's what surrounds it and makes it all Christ. Jesus didn't show up and become the first Christ.
The first Christ was laid
The first linguistic reference we've got to an historical person, the Queen of Babylon, Medea. She is first portrayed as Christ in herself. But when Jesus is there, 1,000 years later, when he's doing his thing, that word is going to be very important. It's history and everything about it. People, here's what I mean. Let me crack the lens a little bit for you. There are 5 words in Greek, ancient Greek. They're the most prominent words that you're going to hear in Christianity. And those 5 words are all drug terms. They're all drug terms. Are you ready? Christ, Savior, baptism, mystery,
distraction once in a while too, especially when you're constantly flooding your mind with this type of shit. It's not bad too.
Oh, God, where's that? I need some more pills of tobacco to jog my memory. But all of those, gospel, see, it works. Gospel. People don't realize that's the beautiful kind. Tobacco, yeah. What is the
give us a follow, like, subscribe, share, do all that good stuff. Appreciate all your listeners all over the world. And welcome away.
Gospel. People don't realize that the word gospel is the word that you use when a drug is given to a person. It's the drug's efficacy. The gospel is what brings you salvation. Salvation. Right? Remember, there's no clear delineation between drug use and religion and medicine. Those are all part of the same world. This is why the prophets, anybody knows, and this is what I'm going to rock the world with this. Are you ready? How can you say that? You're going to tax people. The only thing the prophet designates is somebody who sees visions via drugs.
And the prophets were people who were bombed on drugs.
Yeah, not just bombed, but like integrated into their whole.
They were like shamans.
Repertoire. Yeah, that you could touch their clothing, and everybody knew you're gonna get some kind of blessing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, a vision, perhaps. A vision. I'm sorry, am I yelling?
No, you're fine. That's great. What do you say to all the people online? There was many of them who said, when you're, and people that I've had on this podcast since, that say there is this semantic range, and the word Christ had many different meanings. And just because that you say it was a drug term doesn't mean that that's the only meaning it had. There were many other readings, and you're broad brushing the word Christ to mean what you want it to mean.
Those people don't read classical Greek. All of those critics, right? None of them actually does classical Greek. If they did, they wouldn't make such a stupid statement. Right? The role of the classical philosophers, the job is to find that lexical reality. What does that word mean? And so what you do is when you read works over a period of 1,000 years, because remember, that's what we do. We read stuff that takes place over 1,000 years. Okay, so it's not just like, this is not, I tell my students, you're not just learning English.
It's a great way to watch sports. Even if you're not into sports, it's a great way to root for a certain team or a certain player.
You're not just learning English or German or French. Right? You're learning over a millennium, 2 millennia. You're following the track of the Logos. I love you, Mr. Fox. You're tracking the arc of the Logos, right? And that's why those terms like that, there's a whole physics behind it. And the classicist is actually a privilege. Is they're good at reading everything around, right, over a 2,000-year span. And then when somebody comes to you with a text, for example, the Bible, you've got a broad context of where that thing sits and where the meaning has drifted or not drifted or augmented or changed. Because that's what meaning does. That's why it's a semantic drift and whatnot.
The meaning changes over time.
Yes, right, because they're living. They grow and they develop, they age and they die. Right? Language is living for anybody who didn't figure that out.
What is the semantic drift of the word Christ?
Yeah, it starts out as the bite. It's the bites, it's the fly. The gadfly, right? Which brings you the oestrus. Now, wait a minute. You say, what? Stop. It's the culture. What are they using? They're using arrow poison.
When is this? What year?
So, say late Bronze Age.
Late Bronze Age.
You can say like 1600 to 1000. Right? Just talk about that period of the Bronze Age. Right? This is where all this tech is coming about. It's all coming through arrow poison. The very words in Greek are what betray us. Right? In addition to all the references. Right? You can say, okay, I have a poison. That's Black Sea stuff, baby. It's Black Sea stuff. And it's coming from combos of venomous combos. Which is incredible.
Multiple
venoms mixed together. And they're blending it up. Even the midwives are using it to deliver children and stuff like that.
And the Medusae would shampoo their hair in this body.
Well, I said they carried the venom in their hair. I don't know if
their hair around
shampoo it, but I'd probably just oil it up. I've never had the pleasure of oiling up the Medusa. I can imagine, that hair is the container for the EOS, they call it. So do you understand why I had prophets and oracles? Because they were using the EOS. Now, this is something that are we using it fresh? Because I know that's all material, man. I told you that, baby. What's the fresh stuff? You know that rod? You know what I brought you today? I have brought to you the rod of Hermes. Oh, God. It's like that guy's rod. Yeah, they knocked them all off Alcibiades. Oh, I'm sorry. You know.
That's okay.
plays by players.
Yeah, and they. Anyway, the rod. Oh God. This is something people don't know.
And that's the part
The
that I think
serpent.
fans should wake up to.
Two serpents wound around a rod. Do you know what that?
Population.
No, no, God damn it, no.
Well, I heard Russ talking about this. Carl Ruck said, when you see a serpent copulate, it opens a portal to another dimension. And also, when you see a serpent copulate, you have a sex change. What the fuck?
Because he knows in the cave of time the entrance is global. He knows that. So he knows that's the snake to a consume. So, that he's talking about. He definitely is talking about that. Oh, God. Earth Mother, first oracle. Definitely. Now, why is it between the rod? What is it separating? The rod is separating two. It's separating two snakes.
Right.
It is dote and antidote. Right? Yeah, no, I didn't explain that last time because I just blurred that. It's dote and antidote.
By the way, it is kind of a terrifying image, the image of two snakes having sex. Have you seen it?
I'm not having sex.
When you look it up, Steve, just type in snakes mating.
Do they have their anal flaps
It's
open?
crazy.
They have dual ratings. What do they call those?
Dynasty?
Well, because it was interesting too for Matt.
Snakes have
There's images, not
penises with
good images.
two heads.
Forget that the
Two-headed
NFL
penis.
The snake does?
Yes.
Really?
Oh, God. I massage my snakes.
Look at that. Look at that right there.
What?
Oh, this thing, yeah, look at that. How wild is that? They're like braid themselves together.
Like they're starting lineup.
Make sure they bite each other.
Oh, God. Look at the comes out. Where's the henny pin? Show us. Give us. It's dual-headed. It's dual-headed.
What does that mean when you see a snake? Look at that.
And, that is one of the things that
How crazy is that?
Just enjoy snake.
Yeah, we're watching snake movement now.
Love that. It's a dance, huh?
Watching a snake
I don't believe in
is like opening a portal to another dimension.
Yes, honestly. And I believe the Saints also won this Hurricane Katrina. Yeah, it took them a couple years.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Rock. Appreciate it.
So the semantic drift, the semantic drift of the word Christ.
It's kind of odd because
Christ starts in the Bronze Age, late Bronze Age. That's the first time we ever see the word Christ.
No, it's the first reference to an individual who was from that period.
It's the first reference to an individual.
Yeah, it was Christ's day.
Who is that individual?
That's the oldest one that we've got. So we know that the
That's the
concept.
first time we ever see the word Christ.
It's the first time we ever see a replica. It's the earliest reference. It's the reference to the earliest Christian historical person. Reference. First time we see someone with, somebody got Christed.
But was the time ever, do you find that word any time in literature earlier than that?
No. Oh, in literature earlier. Oh, yeah, no, there's a whole bunch. Like Euripides is earlier. That's a historical reference. Right, so that's a historian. A Greek historian. Remember, the Greeks invented history, right? It's all a language. He's using the same way. He's using it to a expert. Yeah. No, it's never different from the fact that it's a drug. It's always a drug, people. Right? It's always this drug.
It's a new year.
So, I don't, the only reason that people say, dang, you get bamboozled, right? How does this one guy come up with this thing that nobody else knows? You know why? Because I read the medical literature. Right? The first time I saw it, it kind of excited me too. I was like, wait, did I just say something that Christ did someone?
And it's like if he was doing that bad of a job, the owners would get rid of him.
Surprised me.
And it's the first time
Billions
it
of
is.
dollars, and they love him.
So,
those are the guys.
starting, it goes, Euripides talked about it before Medea.
Yeah.
And then,
Euripides talked about it before the historian who wrote about it.
before the story.
Before he wrote.
God,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
This is hard to navigate the history. We're talking about things that happened, and we're talking about what was written
It's
about.
over 2,000 years.
Right.
God, it's so confusing.
Yeah. So,
And I also think it's one of the reasons why the Cowboys.
when is the first time the word Christ is used in a different way? That's not a drug term.
It's never used in a different way. It's not a drug term. I'm sorry. I can stop the response.
When did they start saying that? It was something different. It was what did Dan McClellan say? Dan McClellan said it meant a revolution. When did that come about? When did they start saying it meant a revolution?
They're smoking a.
Oh, no, never mind. He said race days meant revolution.
But at the same time,
That's the same. That's the same drug he's using there. It's the same drug he's using. Right? You put up a boundary. Here's what happens. You said in the very beginning, which is James, there's you reach a point where Christianity took over the writing of the history and the analysis to education. And when they did, you lost something, right? And we're looking at that, but we haven't penetrated yet that yet. That's still theology.
Yeah.
That you're it's always a Christ thing.
There's always a Christ thing to tell the church.
Yeah, until it becomes a tradition in the church. And then they define what this thing is.
well, the first thing is
It's fantastic.
So Bible scholars wouldn't know that. Bible scholars don't read medical texts. They don't read philosophical texts. They stick to the gospel.
I can bring any Bible scholar in here. I have to say this clearly.
I think certain games
I'm waiting. I'm so today.
This is an open invitation for anyone, and I think it would make it better if we got two Bible scholars to debate you. So it's 2 versus 1. The table's a little lopsided.
Yeah, no, it's
or classicist, Bible scholar, anybody.
Yeah, any classicist guy come sit here. Let's talk about it. Isn't it wonderful? We're talking about it. You know what I mean? Hey, classicists drawing like flies. You know what I mean? They should love this stuff. Yeah, classicists.
Is there any reason they would be afraid to do this? Not in the aspect of getting it wrong or getting quote unquote steamrolled by you, but like. Would they get any sort of backlash from the universities? Or they like lose tenure for engaging with you and talking about this stuff?
Traditionally, I don't know about the atmosphere right now, but traditionally, classicists still mingle with biblical scholars. Right. Why?
I'm talking about
because it was their text, right? And they don't want people saying things about their text. You can get yourself in big trouble if you start talking about what's in it. Right? You can. It's very easy. I'm telling you. There is stuff I'm going to show you today. A new one. You guys are going to love this. Oh, God. Eat mine. Revelation says Jesus Christ.
And certain players, especially in the NFL, rookie contracts, are getting paid that much. So I think there is a way to players
yeah. We actually read about this on the previous podcast with somebody. Remember we like read through this on a recent podcast. The guy, he's calling it it was a something
the greater letters of Mary.
Greater, yes, that's no, he was calling it the greater questions.
No, that's it. It's question. Yeah, it is. God, what do you do? It's a clear reference. And by the way, one thing I can do is I can unlock for you the fact that when Jesus talks at that moment about bringing the woman's down his side, people always think, you think presentation
can you really make?
except to
You mentioned basketball. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about was,
if they're not a Hebrew,
you mentioned
never was.
from Chicago.
And
In my case, just
think
outside,
about,
like you had mentioned, outside, it's just a lot easier to tell
what he
people
did
from Chicago when you're from
brought a
like,
woman out of the side is
but
a process.
exactly right.
Or I can show you text. There's a process of
With
sexual
basketball, you know, we had the sudden Derrick Rose. We
and
won the Derrick Rose
engaging
lottery
the
in the
flanks.
80s today. The Knicks won
Have
the
you ever
Patrick Ewing
engaged
lottery.
a woman
LeBron
in
gets
the
traded,
flank?
but then
You
miraculously,
understand what I'm saying?
Cleveland
Put that
Cavaliers
energy
get to
into
their
the
fourth
flank.
computers after that. So
Boom! Bring it
talk
from
a little
both
bit about
sides. Shoot it
the
right in.
NBA
Both sides.
and how they fix the
Boom!
draft
Just
lottery.
shoot it right in. You know what I mean? And it's the sex cult. It's that's the thing that's so cool about this. Is there's a lot of sex cult stuff going on.
Made that clear.
Yeah, and it says in the text, in the Greek text. Now remember, people, how is this person getting this stuff? How is Alma getting this stuff? It's just text out there in Greek. And you can look at these people, and this one says something beautiful. This one says something beautiful. It says the kids were afraid of the drugs. They were afraid of the drugs that Jesus was talking about. Yeah, because he wanted them to eat his fillet. That's what it says. He engaged Mary sexually out in the woods. And then he said, you've got to eat. That's my question. Drink my Heimlich. And he was like, Heimlich, oh my God. Just look at the text people. It's very cool. I'm sorry, Dan. It's wrong. Yeah. I don't know.
Do you feel like basketball is probably the easiest team sport to read through officially? I mean, one player can make a massive difference.
Yeah, we have a text, but who knows?
Well, yeah, just the
He
calls,
wrote
they
it
make
originally? No, who
completely
knows?
shift the momentum of the game versus like.
Does it matter? Like, this is biblical scholars. They're saying, hey, you wrote this. Oh, God. It doesn't say.
So when you're
Document is the evidence.
But when you read the document, don't you consider where it came from and when it came from? Or no?
You do, but you determine that through the language.
You know, I mean, traveling is ubiquitous.
So by reading the Greek, you can figure out who wrote it and when.
You were trained as classical philologists to be able to read Greek from the late Bronze Age, right? Oh my, into the right that goes into the linear beat. From that period down, starting with Homer, working your way all the way forward to 1,000 Anno Domini, where you're reading Homeric scholars who are writing ancient, who are writing Byzantine explanations, commentaries of Homer. Because Homer, remember, Homer is the way that we teach grammar. Okay? It's a science. And you program somebody. That's why the second thing on that little thing is, why are we so far behind the Greeks? Right? Listen to their education. It's music. It's in three branches. Music, grammata, grammar, and gymnasium. And you and I are going to make it together. Steve's going to want it.
That's not exactly what I'm talking about in terms of fixing games and breaking games. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're going to get naked together. And
With the candle.
no,
Really
not the gymnasium. Not the gymnasium.
really
We're going to get naked. We're going to get oiled up. And you and I are going to slug it out. We're going to put some bands on, right? To prevent any serious damage.
Oiled up, butt naked, boxer, and
right. Wrestling. We're going to practice submission. And taking somebody down, submitting them. So their education, the standard Greek education is 1/3 music, 1/3 grammar, the spoken language, and 1/3.
Is crazy. I guess you could say, I'm with you, I don't believe in coincidences either, but maybe you could call it that town. You're talking about this crazy.
Yeah, you get everybody sitting in the stands, you know what they're doing.
I'm no expert on it, but
Reading the
this
fact
great conspiracy show, we go pretty deep into
these are great.
conspiracies. And
Where do you think
this
libraries
guy,
come from? They didn't come
that is
from.
his specialty,
They didn't
is
come from
numerology.
any
That
civilization
season
that won't
posted
last.
this
That
about.
was the greatest
I'll
language.
kind of sum this up here, and this is just too much coincidence. I try to,
Language.
use this as
And everybody's sitting looking at the
example.
pyramids,
Try
say,
to show people that
everybody's
now
sitting looking at the
it's
pyramids.
but this is like another level. So last year,
Deal.
LeBron was about to break
Deal.
Kobe's record
Here,
after
The
38
pyramids.
years.
not pressed.
Not impressed.
38 years
Rocks,
old.
piled upon rocks, that bunch of sweaty slaves. And do you understand why we can't figure out how they built the things? Because they weren't smart enough to develop a language that would allow them to describe it. And down to us. If you read anything, any sort of translation from Egyptian, read it. I had to read the medical stuff, right? Because I was looking at the technical level. You read the Book of the Dead Man, you read the, by the way, the whole Middle East thing too, all you scholars out there, the Middle Eastern thing, you know that their language is garbage.
What language?
You know, it's all of them, the Assyrian, the Akkadian, and all. The
Is it just a
Assyrians
case
have
of
most
like
language.
looking into
Right,
things
read the
way
Epic
too
of
much and trying to
Gilgamesh.
find
Oh my God!
coincidences where there really isn't any?
Set this up.
What is the Epic of Gilgamesh? That's written in Sumerian?
Yeah,
Like you said,
it's
that's a launch.
yeah, it's some, there's several Sumerian,
That's hard to
Babylonian,
say. I mean,
Akkadian,
I'm not the guy. I know
Syrian.
there's a lot of people.
Right, Middle Eastern languages we're talking about. They got it from the
I mean, I
library.
used to be good at math.
Archipelago. Rise, which is mostly a bunch of laundry.
It
Anyway,
seems to be like a lot of
the
times.
master work that they came up with was this Gilgamesh, and I just want to read to you. What I'm going to do, audience, this magic trick that I'm going to do, is I'm going to flash before your eyes two things. The first thing is Gilgamesh, and the second thing is Aristotle. Oh, God, this guy's good.
I haven't looked into it enough to say what we're in, but there are certain, like you say, coincidences.
That is the purpose.
Do you want to hit the lights for us? Do you want to,
I think I can do it.
okay.
This day on Stinky Doo, dreams came to an end.
We get into some
Yeah, and he
advanced
lay stricken
questions.
with
One last
sickness.
question I
One
wanted
whole
to ask
day
you
he lay
about.
on his bed.
There is
His suffering
there was a group of people
increased. He
that,
said,
well, first off,
Gilgamesh, the
a few
friend
years
on
ago
his
they
account, he had left the
put this
wilderness.
role in play where
Once I
they
ran
have
to,
separate
but
footballs with
his
field
house
goals
of
against no
kind
rifle.
delusion.
And there's a group of people
Fevers
that
is
believe that
for
maybe there's
the
some
water
kind
of life is that the water of life.
device or
And
something in
I
these
now
footballs
have
where
nothing. The second day he lay on his bed and Gilgamesh watched over him. But the sickness increased. The third day he lay on his bed.
This last weekend, Buffalo White Right.
Called out,
You know,
rousing him up. Now he was weak in the eyes. His blind was weeping. In 10 days he lay in his phone. Oh my God, is this ever stopping? Gilgamesh wept over his dead. My God, I'm so happy. Right? Right? Okay, now think about the language that it takes to express that. Just linguistically. Right? Do you hear the repetition? Do you hear it's very simple verb, very simple actions? It's very, repeated. That's what languages that don't have many words do that. These repetitions are cut. Think of it as like a kid developing his speech. Developing his ability at speaking. Okay, now let's fast forward to Greek and let's compare it to Aristotle. Harmony is celestial, since its nature is divine, noble, and wonderfully wrought. Being in its operation naturally quadripartite, it has two means, arithmetic and harmonic, and its parts and magnitudes and excesses are manifested in conformity with number and equality of measure. 4 melodies are given their form in the range of 2 tetrachords.
And then you had a magnet inside.
Do you feel as dumb as I do?
Yeah.
It turns into after a while it turns into Okay, that's Aristotle. Right. If you look at what he does with the language, it's miraculous. It's like watching a gymnast with a routine. They're just able to reach out into the ether and grab something and pull it in. Oh, God. Oh,
The ability to put it in the puck because they used to have for television back in the days.
And the earth was tohu wabohu. And you're going to say what? Tohu wabohu is the Hebrew. It's the Hebrew. Right? It's not the original. The Greek is oratos
No, that's not too far-fetched.
scale stuff. Those are two very different terms. Very, very different. And Hebrew can only translate them into empty because Hebrew only has 7,000 words vocabulary. Right, so as you're looking at languages, as you're looking at people who are analyzing those languages, realize what you're dealing with. Languages are like I was saying.
Maybe that was a test. Maybe you've seen a lot of some weird shots like Kyrie Irving basket.
So you're
just kind of chucked it over the corner and all still went in. You've seen stuff in the field goals where they look like they're going in. You say make right or left in terms of air.
Yeah, there is. Yes. Yeah. Instead, they're calculating. Okay.
Maybe you got like a half a point for that. Who is he? Oh, John Scarborough.
No.
Directly on
he's a dead long he was a scholar. Great. The Brunel was like they
dead center on that little 2-inch flat part between the very center of the rim.
Because the language, you can't go. The language has to
just got stuck dead center right there.
Yeah, and he said, hey, origin.
That looked extremely suspicious.
Yeah.
He's the only other one who's been dead long.
He said that a portion, right, of the Septuagint at least, there's no way it's a Hebrew. There were several books. Yeah, Daniel, this is examples from Daniel and from Genesis.
UFC MMA. I heard you say that
Now, so we had Gab Barnett.
That's fixed. Using that comes mostly.
He said it was like
Jewish. You think that it's more so the fighters or the referees or the judges?
I wonder if it was like Keon Greek. I wonder. He didn't say that. He just said it was Jewish Greek.
That doesn't exist. You should know that. It doesn't exist. There's no Jewish Greek. What's Jewish Greek? What do? You take one of
Should we play the clip?
Jewish authors and children. They have a whole separate Greek. Give them equality.
They're gonna love this. Let's bring him in. Let's bring him into this. What? Oh God! The full podcast. Are you gonna find it? You know where it is? You know what spot?
Where does he date? Where does he date Judaism to? He dates it really second century.
I'm not sure, but he did say that the Septuagint was Hellenistic, and he said that he believes it was written in the same time frame as he said that translation happened within
No,
That might be myself, but I want to say within 30 years, 20 or 30 years.
I want to say it was
So
maybe
it's
last
year,
year
around the
that
same
he
time.
got
Or,
totally
we're still
banned from UFC. Him, any fighter that was
we're gonna have to look.
associated
You
with
can find
gym
it.
is banned
I
from
have this
competing in
clip
the
right
UFC
here.
now because of
Yeah,
fighters in the UFC can no longer bet on fights.
No,
Because
another really important point that a lot of fighters miss is that the Septuagint is not written as such. It's not written.
Because people for people who are new to this stuff, can explain what the Septuagint was.
So the Septuagint is this translation of the, especially the Torah, first five books of the Bible into something that is
giving these big devices to people.
and the reason I'm saying Greek is because it's not actual. It's kind of oh my god, because it doesn't exist. So I come from classical studies, and so I studied Greek classical studies. Oh, so for me, he's making it up to his own coming from classical Greek. No, to read the Greek because it's not, in some cases, some of the terms that he's using don't make sense to me. Give me an example, dude. It's really not very much a lost people listen to this know about Yiddish. So Yiddish is dude, she was German. What is that from? Yeah, but it's so Yiddish is Jewish German. Okay. It's German. It's
game 2 of the second set, and only
it has a lot of words. Also, some kind of sprinkles. And that's the same thing with the Greek of it's not that at all. So for the common law, or any definition of work, that would be written in English.
It's enough to raise suspicion.
Yeah, why would you create a Jewish Greek? Why wouldn't you just write it in the real Greek?
Right, so that was probably the Greek that was spoken by the Jews of Alexandria. Probably, because you can figure it was so that's the language that source they have for their source. What is he saying? Bullshit. That was bullshit for a second.
Try to elucidate or clarify his position and what he's saying for people that are listening to this and they're confused right now.
His position.
Can you clarify his position?
Yeah, it's not right. There is no Jewish Greek. Just like there's no Italian Greek. There's no Turkish.
Why is he saying Septuagint? How is it different?
I don't know, because he's trying to hold the authority. Right? He's trying to say you really can't read this text because it's not Greek, it's something else. Oh no, it's beautiful.
But it is Greek.
It's beautiful how it is Greek, and I would put it at the level, compared to people like Cleopas time because it's so elevated. Right? The prophets, the prophetic writings that are there, prophetes is a big term, right? The prophets that are there. They're reaching I'd say a mid-level 5 or 6. I'd give it 5 or 6. So it's not up to the standard of the museum.
It's not up to the standard. So we were talking started about the Koine Greek is like McDonald's hamburger Greek, and then you have Aristotle, which is like a wagyu fillet or a tomahawk ribeye, like a prime rib.
I would put Aristotle just a little higher.
So where on that range, on that scale, is Jewish Greek?
About a 5. It's somewhere in
about halfway.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very stylistically. It's like, I'd put it at 5.5, 6. Yeah, she's not going to the Olympics or anything, right? But
there is considerable drift from Alexandria lexically. The meanings of the words getting out there, right? That's why we talk about the guy. So you can see that influence from Alexandria. And that gentleman just said that this is
without even the fighter really
there's Greek and there's some other kind of Greek.
Jewish Greek.
It does not exist. It does not exist. If you want to track that,
Learn about Jewish Greek classes program.
Why would you get why would you get Jewish people writing things that in Greek if they have this other language that this whole book was made up of? It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
Okay, so we can kind of apply that to today, right? So a great analogy would be like English, which is English, right? But then you have American English and UK English, right? We don't really differentiate that, but there is a difference, especially in words like color, C-O-L-O-U-R versus America's C-O-L-O-R. They put a lot of O's in there. For instance, aluminum is our word, but aluminium.
Yeah. So it's not quite, wait, you're halfway there with that, because that's dialectical difference.
Do you feel
that's one level of how language can change or evolve, right? It's through dialect. I'm talking at a deeper level
something like that this last
with
weekend.
the lexical capacity of the language. What is the language able to describe? And the difference between Koine Greek and some kind of gorgeous Attic state, like Ascalon, is a drop in its lexical complexity. Right? It's a complete, it's a dumbing down. Koine is a dumbing down process. And Koine can happen across dialects. Think of it that way. It's like a virus, dude. Once you've been infected with Koine, you're in trouble. And the Greeks try to revive their own standards back up to 5th century Athens, because that's when Greek is its most definitely its most elegant. Yeah, when all that democracy stuff's going on, all the tragedy, comedy, all that kind of stuff, all the civilization happening, it's when they're developing it. I just don't start because I said I wouldn't put Aristotle in the top. Because there's Aeschylus at the top, and he's using this old Dorian chorus. And it's like, God, it's like, it's a beating heart of civilization. Once you penetrate that monster thing,
and then when they, after he won the title, about 6 fights, the very next fight, that heavily against him, he got knocked out. Lost the heavyweight title, he flashed forward. It's the 1950s, and there was a guy by the name of Frankie Carbo who was organized crime, no copper. I think he could have been the guy who killed Bugsy Siegel.
The price is I already know what it is today.
Literally ran boxing. It's organized crime. This mafia guy literally ran the sport of boxing in the 1950s, and he decided
I suppose I could
fight, where they would fight, when they would fight,
and I could stand on this table and provide you the seed, the blood that you need. By bombarding them with text after text after text of Christing. And turning people into sex games. Satyrs with
it's a very interesting
medical treatments. Do you understand?
Boxing was huge in the 1950s, and now what the UFC is huge today.
So Koine Greek does intuitive.
No.
Let's face it,
it's in an intermediate period when stuff begins to degenerate, right? But no, it's very much got the Hellenist. Still got a little bit of a twinge of the Hellenistic intellectual stuff that was coming out of
being from Chicago, or just outside of it, gotta ask you about
great artists.
the Michael Jordan conspiracy.
Danny, that's another point for the paper. Look, people, the problem is you're not ruled by musicians, right? You people are ruled by musicians, and that's the problem. And people don't recognize either. Society.
I don't think the problem is
No, but the musicians were. Right? They can't drink from the enemy's rectum.
I talked to a former bull who basically said, yeah, Jordan was kicked out because of the I have a friend whose mother was Jerry Reinsdorf's first secretary, and she was present for numerous meetings between Reinsdorf,
The society is coming up with things like democracy and scientific method. That society is going to still advance. They're founded by rock and roll people. Right? They're founded on the backs of lion players, men and women. And for those of you who don't know that, check it out. You're going to find a whole lot of playing people. And they, this is the first founders made quite case with this really, and that is mother.
They concocted this whole he's going to retire thing.
That's how it's translated. Excellent translation.
And immediately after it happened, the media dropped their investigation.
Why? Who would give us such a thing? It's iambic poets who give us such a thing. What is iambic poetry?
You forget that his father,
it's satanic thing.
when they arrested people in connection with it, these people had, like, I don't know if it was the people that killed his father, but there was criminals that were arrested that had checks, personal checks from Michael Jordan in the amount of like $10,000. So, and Jordan even had him admit, after denying it, said, yeah, he was from gambling. So yeah, there's no doubt that he was in deep with, with who knows who.
All kind of people. Well, yeah, one of the guys who got busted gambling with,
just like you said, something
right, that's what they do.
It's that film with
$57,000. The guy had $57,000.
That's what we got busted.
He got busted by the IRS, and the guy said,
excavate the truth of antiquity and what was going on, the mystery, the drugs, the sex,
he said that Michael Jordan gave me $57,000
they were roaming around. There were no cultural sanctions.
Said that Michael Jordan gave me $57,000 to tell the judge actually
Christians
said,
control and make laws, right, in order to manipulate, to control and seize the states, like they tells us this. Says the goddamn Christians, they've broken onto the estate and they're claiming we're violating laws by burning this incense. You've got to get rid of it, because fumigation is a big deal.
Yeah, they would walk through town and burn marijuana.
Yeah, that was the one actually. Yeah, and just fumigate. You just fill the air, right? What does that do? It cleans people. Clean this person up with goddamn emotion. You can purge the population that way. I'm sure the CIA should be a step ahead of us on this, right? But using drugs to control a population is a very ancient practice. Only the best culture does it.
He'll flip a coin and bet $30,000 on heads or tails. I mean, it's out of hand. That's crazy.
How does that
The person of that. Yeah.
Are you mean purging them psychologically?
Yeah. Imagine if I took you and Steve and 12 of your best friends up into the mountains and drugged you there, and gave you drugs to induce a 24/7 that can last for 7 days before you fall dead. Which, by the way, that's when you get your tattoos that you were talking about, motherfucker. That's when you get them. Do you understand? You know the guys in the cult, if you can pull it out and it's full full attention and read something. Right, a message that disappears. You understand?
It wasn't like
Yeah.
it is now.
It's not a joke. It's not a joke at all. That's where the language is taking us. And it's gorgeous, man. The real history is actually more beautiful than the fairy tale. Let me give you an example. You think of religious writing. You think, oh, wonderful, wonderful. Let me give you a religious writing, a modest one that will crack open your head. Ready? This is from the Talmud. The Talmud says,
why were the Jews not Christians?
why was it Jews?
Does that make sense? Why weren't the Jews Christians? If the Christianity revolves around this figure who died on the cross who was Jew, what's going on there?
Pete Rose was, everybody should be held to the same standard.
I agree.
Mary with her fingers
$1 billion industry is sports. It is a business. It's an entertainment business.
Now, what'd you say? You articulated
The conspiratorial take on it is it's
He's like this, oh, it's like, what is, oh my God, modern culture, how the hell are we so stupid? Why the hell is it, why the fairy tale so different?
It's just another way to keep them fighting
The one
against
about
each other.
Jesus.
So it really doesn't matter as much rather than, other issues.
He was an exotic figure who was
just keep them busy.
Hellenistic,
Beer, gambling,
but based on Dionysus. Is that right? His story is based on the story of Dionysus.
No, you've been fingered by an academic.
That was Carl Rush who said that.
No!
It was. I listened to it this morning.
It doesn't matter, you're still been fingered. What do we have to? I cannot go to any interpretation. I have to stick with this text. What does this text say? You know, it's the dude is trusting.
So Jesus would have nothing to do with Dionysus. There's no connection.
No, Jesus had a lot to do with Dionysus because he is performing a mystery. He is involved in baptism. Who the hell is involved in baptism in antiquity? Right? It's religious extremists who are going through mysteries. But when I say extremists, you go through the big one in Athens, like everybody in Zimri does, right? And you could be born again, right? So, but it is what we would call, what most of us would call religious extremism of what's going on in the religion. Now, if you want to know, baptism is a drug term. Baptism is a drug term.
You know, like saying to other things than the stuff they should be
Bombard. They need to bombard scholars with all of the
And Ruck, who you hold in high regard.
admire for the world. The man is such a seasoned narcissist.
One of the first classical scholars to talk about the use of drugs.
Yes,
Here in his book, How to Use This.
He held the breach when nobody else would.
Yeah,
and I think it's
and he
pretty telling how they use
doesn't believe that Jesus was an historical figure.
symbolism.
Yes, that's correct.
What do you think about
Can you
that?
imagine all these
I
people in
think
the
it's a
stadiums
cop-out.
going nuts? We're united and that passionate and
Because he
put their differences
knows
aside and just get behind one cause about
He's
something
a
that was more
mythicist by definition.
what is that? He's a human being.
So many other things.
He's a mythicist are people that don't believe Christ ever existed.
No, he's not a mythicist. Bullshit. He's a superhero. That means he's out in public. He draws people to him.
Fanatics and
It's good.
it's very
Dogs love to help him.
cultish.
Ask him. He won't admit it. This is why he won't come on Lady Babylon. Because I'll force him. Right? He knows. It's okay. Copulating turtles, too. He and I watched 2 turtles. Copulate in Thrace. And then we went and drank some Red Sea.
Have you really seen Carl Ruck naked?
So hopefully you're still happy.
It was an accident.
That's why I'm
No, it was. I was prepping. I don't care if it's a positive story. I'm going to tell you the truth. From just my experience. We were staying at the same place for a conference. And I was sitting there and going over my notes. And he had got in the shower just then. And he walked by and his towel accidentally, it was a total accident, because I could tell by the way he reacted. But he had to bend over. He had to bend over. And suddenly in my mind, I saw that bullhorn altar. And I was like, oh my God, I get it. I get it. It's like the sometime. Right? It's those big ones. It's those big ones. It was like glory. It was like I was like, the Priapus is right there.
He's got a pet iguana living in his shorts.
No, no, it's, I wouldn't say that. It's just, he's ample, and he's a great ample man. Just full of talent and incredible kindness, tenderness that he's being constant. Stop. No, it's the ungrace of not being blind. Again, so negative. He stood in the breach, but people said, people used to tell Carl, oh, you're talking about drugs, and you must have a drug agenda, and, it was scary, man. Dude could lose his job for that kind of thing. He held the line because he loves the text, and that's where he's truly strong.
I think he believes that the reason that he got smeared the way he did by his university was because he was coming out with this stuff was the same time as the psychedelic renaissance, right? Yeah. And the academics didn't want to prop up any of this hippie bullshit. They thought that we don't want our ancestors and the ancient Greeks to be these hippies that we see today protesting the Vietnam War. Like they weren't the same.
I see right through it all.
It's the same resistance. He wasn't interested in what their ideas were. He was interested in what the text said. He had read all that stuff. He'd see ecstatic stuff, calling the word entheogen. Right, that's Greek, baby. That's what he's doing. Exactly. So I think it's a little bit of an excuse. Jesus is around all this drug activity.
So you think it's a cop-out that he thinks that he says Jesus is not a real person?
I think I don't think he even thinks it's a story. I wouldn't dare think it's in that James blind of his. But I know this. He's got to stay with the text. And it doesn't matter whether Jesus was real or not. If the text is saying that Jesus was arrested, I would make it
and you can't start telling Santa Claus is real because it really wasn't. That was like when I first found out WWE wrestling thing. No, it's not. They take chair shot.
I think he should. If he wants to believe Jesus is fake or real, is irrelevant, right? He knows that. He's a philologist. So I challenge you, my great master and
Just a
Lord,
great resource.
call it up,
As well, you can
please.
find a lot of your work.
Please say something about Jesus.
Two psychos. Everybody should check that out. One of the cool things
Please say something about
you have
Christ. Tell us,
attempted fixes,
it's
the
such
strings, and number 8
Another hair you would like to say
I've seen
is
for
that he
I think that's
boy was
very apropos.
I don't see a big deal. I don't see a big deal.
The difference is the community.
Path a little bit easier by
It's not a near-miss. A young man is a near-miss. A near-miss goes to the East Coast, Southwest is a negative. It means, you take the thing and you make it smaller. You make it younger.
my little
Pisces. Their contemporaries that they're playing against. And you can see it. And I think, the leagues aren't they know those superstars exist, and they just basically say to the officials.
Where should we take the time machine? Yeah. Also, Steve, do you want to turn the lights on, or is this good enough lighting for us?
Let's stick with what we got. Okay. Let's do it. Then I'm going to tell you. What I'm going to tell you, I'm looking at the word. I'm looking at the word for hat. Somebody sexually, and who's referring to Jesus and he gets questions
Mary.
Yeah, and it says that he wants her to receive his
everybody wins. So
and beautiful thing about it, look, because she has parasites. Look, you just done the things that are epi.
It makes good business sense. Why wouldn't you create such a business?
And that's why Vince McMahon didn't want to get into the UFC business because he couldn't determine the outcomes. So
for that,
the last thing I want to ask you about, Brian, if you don't mind, is
but it is things that are
probably
based
the
on
most widely accepted, fixed game is Super Bowl 3. Would you agree with that? And if so, could you lay it out there on just why people think that is probably the most fixed game ever?
Of the city band that uses the arrow poison
Top 5.
to give them inspiration to play the lion. She's the huntress who is the sole deity. She is the earliest savior. Mystery.
There's two rival football.
Mystery of all.
There was the AFL and the NFL, and it wasn't like the NFL.
That mystery is what Jesus is reflecting here and saying you gotta eat it, or you're not gonna have salvation, lady. And he's like, you don't believe me because you can't think on things that are absolutely uranium. Lady, who's uranium? She's sexy beast.
NFL
What do you think Mary Magdalene was for? You need a vagina because there are purple flowers in the world, people.
Football was seen inferior despite the fact that it mimics today's football league.
Oh, by the way, the apostles didn't want
receiving a lot of high scoring. But a lot of fans weren't.
He didn't want to eat his.
To the NFL.
And they said it's his ice cream. They acknowledge everyone wants us to eat directly his seed.
Why?
I don't know. If you were a kid, would you want to eat?
No. But what was there? He obviously wasn't an antidote because he wasn't a eunuch, right? So
it was going to give. What was the final occasion?
I think they had the biggest
Whatever
differentials like 18
I don't know. We'll find out.
It's like the second most differential per game.
Bring these guys to justice.
And how could he have any sort of chemicals in his that would get you hot?
Because they're using the body to process drugs.
Yeah, but he didn't. He wasn't a boy though. You said the boys were born. They had to be young so that they could create the antibodies to be the antichrist.
But he's with Mary. He wants her to eat his. He uses very specific terms like fellatio. It's through the fellatio that he's getting.
I tell you, it sure does look like you what was the quarterback's name?
I mean, just say you want to blow. You have to pretend like you're likely to Da Vinci Code. Just ask for a blow.
I think that's why the apostles were around. And so that's why we're asking. You gotta think of it. She said that's why you understand heavenly things. I'm sorry.
He's trying to. This guy just wants sex and drugs, and he's trying to paint this mythical, this cosmic, godlike connection that he thinks he has to make people follow him, so he can get more sex and drugs.
So they was in the AFC, the AFL teams. That's how the Colts followed up in the AFC. And 2 years
I
later,
don't know because we haven't been this year.
quarterback.
I have a hard time sometimes parsing through the poetry.
2 years
So
later,
I really actually
Yeah,
he's a devil.
yeah, he's baptized
and
in
then
it.
coach for the Colts did.
Oh yeah, so he got into drugs. He performed the ritual of mystery.
When he did the baptism, he saw Uranus.
Or
When he's Uranus,
so everybody
So he got high.
uranium.
He got high and he met the devil.
Says that what still happens today.
People that you hear people talking about all the time. I got too high.
Do you think there's something to that to preserve Miami being the only team to go undefeated?
Concerts wise,
Seriously?
Like it's very strange that
not when I was in Jackson. And they were coming out of hell or before I sending down into hell. I participated in rituals, but
No, you gotta suck those gates, man, or it's gonna kill you. That's why he's walking around telling you know, Jesus encouraged people to use drugs. And I say that people like, no, absolutely not. Encourage people to use drugs. Where are you cursing? You're gonna hold up snakes. You're gonna drink the son of Simo and just deafen you. It's a cult compound. Nero's got the freaking formula for it. Do you understand? It's the big deal in antiquity.
yeah.
And he's involved in this stuff. Jesus Christ is involved in this stuff. He's even got the poison garments. Right? He does what those who Christ did do.
And to just watch games like
Cast out demons.
So you also said on the first podcast, you mentioned that when Jesus was caught in the park, he was she was tripping balls. He got captured and he was crucified 8 hours later. Chapter 4,
I don't know if
crucified
it was full 8. I don't know if it was full 8 hours, but by like 3 o'clock. So I think it's humanity stuff getting
he died early, right?
He died prematurely.
And they offer, and he screamed. He was screaming out. Some people say he was singing. And somebody offered him, his followers were trying to give him a sponge or something full of vinegar. And you say that Nonus wrote about that vinegar being an antidote to the horned African viper.
He says it's an antidoton, so he used the Greek word antidote for the deep sass, which is identified as the North African horned viper.
Okay, let's put a pin right there.
Because of its symptom that it causes, that is extreme thirst.
Right.
When he's on the cross, he's screaming, I am thirsty. And there is a document. The reason that Nonus is telling us this is the Geoponica also shows that the word that you and I are translating vinegar is the word for the antidote, commonly for the specific snake venom that is used in their religious rites. Jesus is pushing those very same drugs in the Gospel of Mark.
When was Nonus? Who was Nonus?
Fifth
Anno Domini.
AD, and he is an author of a work called Paraphrase of John, and he's an expert in Mary. We don't have these anymore, but they're called and he's able to reproduce this ancient form of how Mary because they would bring it down because it's the cold weather that brought it down to the fifth into the sixth. And
he quite literally wrote about that vinegar being the specific word for the antidote for the viper venom.
He actually wrote, you can look it up, it's again in a work called The Paraphrase of the Gospel of John.
Paraphrase.
Where he goes through the whole Gospel of John and he explains to you what's going on. He writes it in his
but he's
own
making
beautiful,
millions of dollars in the level. And
lofty
so those are the guys you work up the owners.
group.
They're
It's
controlling
not addict,
certain owners
it's
of Robert Kraft,
homeric.
Patriots.
And the fact that he could master their vocabulary on top of his own
Robert
is
Kraft had a
quite
lot of ties
impressive.
to the broadcast
Yeah,
television networks.
but he says it's an
Media
anecdote.
rights for the league. And I think
Which
that's one of
the
the reasons why the
geopolitics,
Patriots
which is a
did so
Byzantine
well,
farming
because
manual,
they brought a lot of leagues to
it
life.
actually has the
And I also
recipe
think it's one
for
of the
it.
reasons
And
why
it,
the
it
Cowboys
says the
continue to win.
vinegar and
Because Jerry
just
Jones doesn't
the
share
treats for
revenue
dip sauce and blah blah blah.
like the other NFL
So I'm
owners
not
do.
making that up.
But
It's
Jerry
in
Jones
there.
don't.
And
So is anybody else who's read that? I imagine Rock has read that, right? He's read Notice?
No. He doesn't share like the revenue from
Is that not a common thing for publicists to read?
He has t-shirts and that sort of thing.
Where did you find it?
He does not.
Dr. John
And so I think
Scarborough
a
put me
lot of the
onto it.
NFL owners don't like it.
He said,
They're
hey,
not happy with him. They can't get rid of him necessarily because he hasn't done anything wrong.
I was like,
But
what's
at the
that? He's
same
like,
time,
full
I think they can gang up on him and be
good.
like, yeah,
So, yeah.
you're not going to give
And
us
it
money
has
just
the
look,
whole
you're not going to get the goal.
explanation of what
And you're not getting the Super Bowl calls. So
what it does.
you
So
want to give your money, give your money.
oh, I'm so
But you're not going to
thirsty.
be a Super Bowl
But
contender.
so
So,
he was reading, he was translating John's gospel.
I think that
And the way John wrote was not complex.
don't want
It
to
was
hear
very primitive, right?
No.
sports could
And
be
what
fixed
John
or
wrote it in what
fixed.
language?
I think
Greek.
their biggest
Greek,
It's Greek. Was Notice's Greek better than
Then
John's?
who's fixing it? How are they
Notice's
doing
Greek
it? What do you
was
think? You think that
more
quarterback
more
just a
detailed. Think of it as if it's two
And so
guitars
the
that
question
somebody
would be,
master.
how are they doing
Was
it?
a master guitar.
I know.
First thing is,
Compared to
there would be
somebody
too many
who
people
is,
involved. Everybody, there's so many people involved. Everybody would know
you know,
about it.
proficient and able to perform at
Well, the
bars.
fact of the matter is you don't
Was
have
never
to game
going to
fix every
take
game.
the
And I don't think every game is
stage
fixed.
group
I don't think it is professional wrestling. I think
infatuated
there's certain games that are
1,000,
tweaked. I think certain games are manipulated to get close to the very
because
end.
of their
But
level
I
of
don't think it's
artistic.
every game is scripted from the beginning of the season. They say, oh, team
That's what you get. You're dealing with somebody who's, you know. And you get that. There's all sorts of dancers. Some of them, I'm sorry, you read the Aristotle. It makes you feel stupid, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not as smart as Aristotle. I'm not. I don't think anybody else around us is, to be quite honest. So, you see that reflected in this. The language gives them that sword, that sharp sword to be able to use.
Because, you know, we've all been watching football games, basketball games,
Yeah,
what have
to
you.
be able to
And heard
create
people on the podcast
something,
say, boys,
some
we're really
kind
good.
of ecstasy.
They're really
Right? Why are we so far behind? Why are we just hearing about emperors on drugs? Why are we just hearing about the sex industry? The gateway antiquity. You know what I can do?
Why is it something now that it's
This is what the word is.
the other 10 times before?
Give me a unit. What do you do with units? You don't even know. You don't even know.
So, trade them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can buy some if you buy some. If you and I go outside with Steve and I, let's get 2 units. Okay? What are we going to do with those units?
Don't make as much money as people. And even if they do make a bunch of money,
No, what do you want to do? I don't know.
I don't want 2 units.
It's your idea. If you're going to do this and commit, I don't want to be there. You're like, oh,
I'm not committing to 2 units. I'm not going to do that. I don't need an answer.
But let's say that. Let's say it's a word, just a thought experiment.
Okay.
Thought experiment. Yeah. Yeah, 2 units.
I hope somebody clips this out of context.
We're going to bring these 2 units back here. Right? And I have some things I want to do with them. Right? What would you like to? Just as a, we're producers, we're going to bring this thing forward. Right? Now you know why performing mysteries was highly illegal. Right? It's only a priesthood to allow it.
You know, these guys get
That's
recycled
why
so
it's
much.
protected.
Maybe it's because they're company
Clear
players.
recreation.
No,
Because
it turns into a
here and there that they have to throw.
child.
Yeah, I think you're right on. I think you're right on with all that. It
Remember,
only
you're
takes
protecting
it only takes one call at a certain particular moment of the game to completely change the outcome. It reminds me of a saying:
Yeah.
"You've never met a bookie as a part-time job." You know, they somehow always know.
Some of them, but before you don't just jump in
understand they're good at their
to
job.
extracting body fluids.
Can you really
My God, man.
You mentioned basketball.
Romance
One of the things I wanted to talk to you about was, we mentioned we're from Chicago. In my case, just outside, like you mentioned, outside, it's just a lot easier to tell people from Chicago rather from like.
Okay, picking on the castration. Fine, so you castrate a
exactly
unit,
right.
their body becomes a
With
vessel
basketball,
nectar.
we
And
had
there
this
are
sudden
ways you can give
Derrick
people
Rose, before the Derrick
drugs and
Rose
have them
lottery hit in the
produce
80s,
certain
the Knicks won the
substances
Patrick
that
Ewing lottery.
can then be harvested
LeBron gets
from the
traded with
person.
that miraculously.
Right? Drugs straight out, right? And
that.
the
So,
unit,
can you
you can
talk a little
collect
bit
from
about
the unit is milk.
if and how they
Right?
fixed the draft
When I
lottery?
say it looks like milk, they don't. They describe it as syrup. Just like that. Girl, grape-sized breasts that Galen talks about. And the serous exudate that comes out of the breast that they're using. Right? That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. They're talking about transform. Can you capacitate? Look, I have this down here. Right after Jesus' ascension, I was going to talk about, can you capacitate somebody with drugs? You've got to remember the societies that we're talking about, we're also base what they're doing on the idea that you can use drugs to take yourself to a better state. Your mind, your soul, everything. So the drug is very much the understanding. It's very much the mystery. So much so that Galen didn't realize something. There's mystery. Right. So the word mystery is that drug. So I think that's the only thing I can add to Dr. Blood. Understanding
Sure, trust the journalists. Here, you guys want to keep recording on the NBA and not feature access to the
in his fingers and his linguistic display.
Guess what? He'll do exactly what you say. He'll tell them the fans exactly
What about the Nero's
right? Right. And that's all it is. Do you feel like basketball is probably the easiest team sport to rig through?
First century.
First one player can make a massive difference in basketball. Yeah, just the calls that they make at the right moments.
And
Completely
he was
shift
a
the
little bit,
momentum of the game versus like
did some strange
obviously the
things.
officials
Like,
can
he got the power, he's like, he did, I'm totally taking it out of everybody. Everybody was going to pay.
Well, I think
You know what I mean? And he managed.
almost like football, but as a game,
Yeah,
we're almost
that's I'm sure you looked that up. But his arch position is theory. Because the drug is the death inducer, the pharmaceuticals, paired with the Ghislaine, its antidote. He's got the whole
Was that a charge or was that a block?
Is it similar to the Theriac, to Galen's Theriac?
Yeah, it is. It's not Galen's one of
especially for
it's Theriac. Talks about it's not the one that's got
players even talk about this, where you can't talk about
people are going to research this stuff.
but at the same time, you hear players talk about, well, we not only had
Because people just read the document that talks about Marcus Aurelius Theriac that he was taking, the drug combo that he was taking. Right? It's written there in Galen. Galen's talking about he's doing a lot better. So people are going to read that. Yes! Regenerative.
And that game taking is a real thing in the NBA. For some reason, the press just lets it go on and acts like it doesn't happen. That's no big deal. But you literally had Mark
Now the Theriac has like a bunch of different microvenom, microflash, opium, all kinds of animal and plant products. It's supposed to be like a panacea, right?
Yes. But most importantly, people think, oh, the Theriac is a drug that you take that makes you invincible, gives you that ultimate health, gives you that fountain of life. No, it's not a Theriac. It's one half of one circle, and the other half of the circle is death ray. And together they work to open up that portal to get you to the other side and back. So that's where the cold finds knowledge of yourself.
And I've had journalists argue this with me. No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
What else do you
So
call
what was so special about Nero's death producers?
Straight up.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do? Go against your war and not have a
Yeah,
job?
from Galen's perspective, what was special is the fact that the formula
Kind of blew my
is
mind.
written
How
in
does
this,
being
it's a
numerology
dactylic hexameter.
he brought up is
So this thing is
crazy.
coming from a
I guess you
genuine
could say that
source.
I'm
Right, you talk about who the sources that preceded
maybe
these
you could
people.
call it
You
that.
talk
Tom,
about
why did
people
you
at
tell this
cancer.
crazy?
There's that priest.
The
People
number
don't get
30.
used to the ancient priest.
Yeah, so
They don't know
no expert on it, but
right?
this being a
Here's
conspiracy
where
show,
they
we
go
go
for
pretty
all
deep
else.
into conspiracies. And
Guitar players,
this guy,
baby.
that is his
Guitar players, the
specialty, is numerology.
sexy guitar
Last
players.
season posted this about
And
LeBron,
they
so
are
I'll
going
kind of sum
to
this
be
up here,
able
and this is just too much
to
coincidence. I try to, use this as a glaring example to try and show people that how sports are manipulated and rigged, but this is like another level. So last year, LeBron was about to break a Kareem's record after 38 years. LeBron was 38 years old
shut it down.
during that.
That's the type
It
of
was the 38th day of the year where he just had the game where he was getting attempted, which was 308 days after the
Do you think there's something
year
about this
anniversary to break that record. LeBron would have surpassed 38,388
something through
That
evolution
guy said,
that
well, guess it's
wired
over
the human brain to
how
be
many points
dependent on
LeBron's
higher power? Something deep inside our brain, something
wanted to add that
that has built this dependency on a higher power.
LeBron was born 38 weeks after that record was set.
I think definitely. I think definitely. Proof is
Is it just a case of like
Proof is
looking
in the side.
into
If
things
you can
way
go
too
into
much
the
and trying
human
to
body,
find
this shocks me.
coincidences where there
You
really
can tell
isn't any
part of
more
my
history? I
awakening
think
when I was
man,
a
that
graduate
concept, like,
student
you said, that's a
at
little much.
Madison.
It is
And I was taking
and it's hard to say.
molecular
I mean,
biology courses.
I'm not the guy. I know
And I
there's a lot of
realized,
people into
oh my God,
entry or whatever.
there are receptors
I mean, I used to do
cannabis
that back
in
high
your
school.
brain.
One time since high school. I don't think I'm that good at
It
that
makes
thing,
no
but
sense.
It seems to me like a lot of
It's
times
completely
those things
contrary.
they
Unless you
cherry pick
should be
numbers.
having cannabis, it makes
One
no
gets divided by
sense
one
to have a
or
receptor
one
for
or
it. It makes
these
no
numbers,
sense.
but not those numbers that get just
And I realized in
gotta
studying
try
that
and resolve,
inner
at
part
least
of
in my
the
opinion.
that inner
I've
part
also
of the
got
system that
some
carries that
things
fluid, that
certain
water of
things
life that I
happen
talked
based
about
off those
before,
numbers. I
sitting
haven't
right
looked
there
into
above
it
that
in a single
high
one way or
balance,
another, but
dreaming of
there
those
are certain,
chemicals, just dropping those
like I say,
chemicals in it.
coincidences that
I
seem just
realized
way too
that
coincidental to me.
there's something that's controlling. There's
And not
something in the
like
culture
a
that controls
pre-programmed idea
that's what
that they're trying to get across.
apostate said.
For sure. Before we get into some MMA and some UFC questions, one last formal question I wanted to ask you about. There is a group of people who believe that, well, first off,
We're
a
drugs.
few years ago they
Drug
in the Roman way
that
where
are constantly
several
fluctuating
people
down. We're never in a
there's a group of people that believe that maybe there's some
one
kind of
particular state
magnetic
or state
device or something in these
always
footballs where
going up and down like waves,
they
like
can
depending on
turn
what
them
our
on and
cortisol
then
level is, our hormonal
means a
level
the
is,
field goal swerve to the left or
and
to the right
every
like we
plant
used
and
to.
animal and human
this last
being
weekend
is a producer of these. We all have, everything has DMT in it.
kind of like
Everything. Our brains, our lungs.
very abrupt.
First of all, how do you make
You think there's any
something
something that
illegal
isn't
that
determined
is
these field goal balls at all?
I kind of almost think I started that idea.
It seems like it should
I
ever
could
be
be wrong.
wrong.
I could be taking
It's like
credit
making
for credit.
H2O.
Yeah.
Do that,
But
dude.
I
Right.
talked,
We're all based
and
on
this
it.
is, I can't even tell you how long ago.
So your
The
higher
guy who
power
was
is
the ball boy,
your higher power
the
is
chemical, and he told me,
Definitely.
he was
Oh,
yelling
I'm
at
so
magnets in the
glad. I don't know
basketball.
if I'm capable of receiving such an honor to say
He
that.
said, yeah,
You
there's
know, the
magnets in the
earliest
basketball
temples,
sometimes.
those
We
Greeks
talked
with
about
the
it was
gorgeous languages.
They have most
Coming
magnetized,
to
so
paint
magnetized, so the ball
temples
goes
they
through,
built.
it automatically resets the shot clock. I said, I
It
don't
took me a
know
while
about
until I
that.
saw
And he goes, yeah, and he
it.
goes, they can also
Cellular
push the
biology.
ball away from the basket.
Until I
If
saw
they run the
her
ball to
like
go
the
or stay
story
out.
of what was going on.
And I started thinking about it because there is, if you go online and research it, there is technology that you can do
I
that with.
love
You
it.
can
You gotta
put
dance.
magnets in like footballs and have
That's
it
all it's
magnetized.
good. Well, why
And
else
you
are
can
you
make
really,
one-handed
Danny? Why are
catches
you here?
all day long.
Ron, she's the one
It's real
pushing
things that you
you.
can actually buy.
You know what I mean?
Find it
Well, I
online.
mean,
And I
seriously.
started thinking about it. I said, well, basketball.
Another one I threw out was totally good.
The NFL in dollar terms, that's net. In hockey,
First, comes in, that's pretty good to start with. But next thing you know, he's got senators up on the table, and he's sticking his hand up to his elbow in their anus. Why would you do that?
And I don't know.
They say it's because he had a
Scientific facts behind it. I don't know how much of it.
It's like you do get COVID. Next thing you know, it's fisting senators.
Potentially swerve something out of the way. I think it's a very real possibility. And if they have the ability to put that in a football, but they have the ability to put it in the baseball, the ability to put it in a frozen puck, because at least they have, those little
he took a dive, and when he came back, he was using fisting. Some people might think, Tiberius had little boys who were talking about units and what we could do with it. They can swim. I would like to get swimming. I would like to design Tiberius.
I'm crazy to think it.
No, that's not too far-fetched.
And on that,
I think there might be something to it, to be honest with you. I guess there's something to it.
Grottos on the island, and there's 9 to 13 boys there. And the same age girls.
About 6 inches before it got the cold line, they made a 90-degree turn and did not go into the net.
And they will do
Nobody's ever been able to
what it
explain
would
how that was
take
possible.
to
I thought maybe that was a test of the system. It's just an emergency broadcast system. That was it. But you've seen a lot of
somebody
weird shots that grab your urban basket.
You know how they
We're
do
just
it,
kind of
people
chucked it
on
off
the
that
island?
water and bounced to
Yeah,
stuff
what do
like
you do when she gets pregnant? Because this is the big deal. He's got to staff this whole island. He's thinking Epstein. This is Epstein is backwards and tiny.
I don't think so.
Not
I've seen it.
compared to what Tiberius was doing.
You know how
He
basketball
supplies
games
his
like
island
in the halftime
full
or
of
the game or whatever,
kids
the
of
fans
all
a chance to make like a
ages.
half-court shot or
It
a
says
free throw
that
for
he has
money.
a penchant
There was
for
one where
babies who
the
have
guy
not
did it,
yet
and
stopped
all got
drinking
stuck
from
directly
breast.
on
And the
the
reason
dead
for
center
this
on the
is
rim
because it's going
in
to
the
take
backboard. It wasn't like wedged on the side. Now you see where the ball would get stuck. Like that was like basketball's got the ball stuck like wedged between the backboard and the rim. But no, it was dead center on that little, like, I don't know, like 2-inch flat part between the very center of the rim.
This is when Jesus is alive, baby. This is who's growing when Jesus is alive. That's why the kid is such an important connection. When Jesus says, I'm not trying to be a kid, he's trying to separate himself. Right? He's caught with him. He's caught next to the kid. But SWAT team.
I don't think there is science behind that that could explain it legitimately.
But he's
There's no science. What kind of science?
Yeah, right. It depends on the expert that you're going with.
Yeah, I'm gonna go swim.
The
And every
UFC
time I go
MMA,
swimming,
I heard you saying that that's no different. You know, that you word that's
and I
fixed.
want you
Do
to
you
go
think
in
that
and I want
comes
you to take
mostly
the nibbles of
when the fights are fixed? Do you think that it's more so the fighters or the referees or the judges?
And little nibbles is what I tell you. You know, the Baptists are doing it at the same
So
time.
take your pick. Depending on the fight, depending
You
on
are
the
getting
fight,
people
why they're
across
fixing
the
it.
world
And the history of boxing, plus your history of boxing, you had all you had
used to
judges
the
that were
idea
private, you had
of
referees that were private,
performing
you had fighters that are private. You know, that even with any one of those three now, granted, having a judge, if the guy gets knocked down,
There's a reason they have to do
referee
it.
might not help you too much, the
Tiberius
guy
takes
gets
it
knocked
to
down.
the nth degree.
But
To
it
where
has and it can be done.
he's staffing a whole island full of
We just had a recent example of this too in the UFC with James Krause and his group of
on this island.
fighters
You're
and
of the men. That's your thing.
yeah, exactly.
That's
Where
your
people would,
thing.
go and pay him for this gambling advice, but
And
and then
there's
one of his fighters supposedly was fixing a fight, like going down. And did you hear
So
about that?
let's
The
have
James
a
Krause
party with all
No,
of the
at
senators.
least I did it. Doesn't
Let's get them
bring
all
with
here.
it.
Yeah, I think I want to say it was maybe last year.
This
That
is
he got
attack.
totally banned from the UFC. Him, any fighter
It's
that
power, baby. You
was
keep it the
even
same.
associated with his gym
Trump thinks he's
is
powerful,
banned
right?
from competing in the UFC,
Right.
and because of it now, fighters in the UFC can no longer bet in fights because of it.
I remember that.
Yeah, you don't see it, but you're
Yeah, that's what it was.
the
Let
betting
me say
line
this
changed like dramatically, like within 24 hours of the fight, because I guess a guy was going into a fight like highly injured, so he knew he wasn't going to win, and his coach was running like a big betting scheme and like was making money by giving these fake advices to people. So somewhere along the line they were like, wait, so don't
in
pull
front
out the
of
fight.
the entire
Just to make money, like I guarantee you money if you just go in and lose. Like, people bet against you. The guy in the fight went out and he took a kick, or he threw a kick, and then he pretended like the kick hurt his leg, and then he went down, and I guess the UFC was suspicious because the betting line just flooded. It was like a random prelim fight that didn't really matter either. A bunch of people started thinking, like, okay, round one finish against this guy, and then he goes out there and gives a very suspect performance where he kicks with his own injured leg and then takes a dive.
Why?
Yeah,
Because
that's what resulted in that. Now no one wants to
when you start to
James
interact
Krause.
with the outside, apparently you get some kind of knowledge. That knowledge
Yeah,
can be
it's really
cataloged
caught
over
the
years
way of doing it.
of
I mean,
people's
this is also
experience.
you know,
That's what the
in
priests are
tennis,
doing. And they're creating a pathway for you to be able to navigate.
and a lot of times the people that they've
So,
caught
I don't know, maybe there's
starting
something to it. Maybe once you blast off of it,
ranked
you
world,
whatever the hell it is, combination shit, give you scorpion venom, get the stuff going on, die, and come back. Maybe it turns on some kind of observational power you've got. Maybe that's where you're supposed to be. Maybe like that. Maybe that's it.
It's the same kind of thing with it, like, some prelude fight that who cares about when there's all this money flooding on one side or the other. It's enough to raise suspicions of this. It's not the way of doing things. If you want to get moved, I think that matchmaking is obviously a way that you could argue they're fixing things, or
which is
like building up a star in a guy's career.
Shattering
Chasing
experience. It sounds just like a DMT or a mushroom trip. And if you can put a wall guard if I can't put a face on this,
Well, Charles Sproul, he managed 5 different champions,
goat or whatever, sacrificed it to be able to come
So
to
he was in the fight game one time, he won people in the fight game, whatever. And I remember how I ran into this guy, how I met him, but
convince
long story short, he
that they
basically
are
told me he's fixed
the gods.
hundreds,
Hear the voice of God.
and he knows
Because that's exactly what it is. Unless you have some sort of scientific explanation,
fights are fixed all the time.
you know, where you, like we have today, where people try to explain. I mean, we still, even today, we don't know what's happening. There's theory.
Trainers,
Of where, some people say that it's the brain, the brain is filtering out what's really here in our reality, and it's the brain is filtering the things that we need to be able to perceive in order to survive. And these drugs break that down and show you what's really there. That's the theory that people think that's what's going on. I mean, there's people that are trying to study things, try to figure out what exactly because we don't know. Is it inside of our brain? Is it just some sort of chemical thing that's happening inside of our heads that is giving us this experience, or is it outside? We still don't know today. So thousands of years ago, it's totally plausible. They thought that they were going to hell or going to heaven and being initiated into something spiritual. And if you can have some sort of a structure around that, some sort of cult structure where there's a leader who decides who is able to be initiated.
And that's the way things really work.
Especially
But it's probably the same, in mixed martial arts.
Yeah,
Sure.
Especially if you're doing something. I mean, I don't know if that,
When you think
even
about it,
when
it's not
that
a
was
real
happening,
possibility for
was
managers
that the sexual stuff?
fix
Was
fights
that
without even
frowned upon?
really consciously knowing.
It was contempt. It was there was a contemptuous thing.
Yeah, the
It makes sense. It makes sense.
It's basically
I mean, it makes perfect sense if you stop and think about it.
Yeah.
Step back away from the bank.
They're
Say, oh my God, this
line
looks
in
nice.
line with
It makes perfect
Christianity.
sense what they're doing. But yeah, exactly. The fighter, the upcoming fighter, you
It's
probably
why
get
Jesus
single
was frowned upon. I mean, they were like, hey, you want this murderer? Get that thing up. Alright, and people don't see that. The history is way more. That's why I'm calling it bluff. On any ism that anybody's got.
And it's funny too, because actually
I don't believe the stories. Go to the text. What did the text say? Look at that.
I'm pretty sure it's a third Rocky fight.
This one says Jesus was giving
that he said
his has to marry.
That's kind of funny.
What was that?
But I mean, it's a real thing, and I'm sure it has the UFC and the MMA because it's the same thing. It's the same.
Breast milk and gloves together.
Female vaginal protein.
Can you find that, Steve? The title just came out from the University of Tampa about the Egyptian.
That's jar. He was visiting them. He was looking at it. They did some chemical analysis of vaginal protein. Oh, God. Give me some of that. That's jar.
I believe we just saw something like that this last weekend in the UFC. So you had a middleweight title match with the current champion, or then he was the current champion, Sean Strickland, and he was defending his title against Dricus Duplessis, that South African fighter who had previously had a lot of beef with the champion before Sean Strickland. And to be short, Sean Strickland lost his title via a very close, controversial split decision loss. Personally, I believe he won. But now that sets up this dream fight that has been hyped and talked about for months and months and months. Israel Adesanya versus Dricus Duplessis.
Recently, just like they did the hair.
They're talking about making that fight at UFC 300, the biggest event ever.
Yeah, I love the photo.
That's just luck, right? Luck for UFC.
There you go. October 29, 2023.
And the thing is
and supposedly they did the chemical analysis on it, and people are surprised. So it's got vaginal stuff in it, body fluids. Love it, baby. Why do you think you drank out of her purple flowers? That's what makes you a god. They say about it. You can take it. Let's do it. Let's just go ahead and do it. You can take it, and you can turn it into a reservoir of water of life.
And then when they, after one heavyweight title, the mob stopped fixing fights. The very next fight, bet heavily against him, and he got knocked out. Lost his heavyweight title. The mob made a ton of money. He flashed over. It was the 1950s. And it was a guy by the name of Chris Scarlett, who was organizing crime.
Oh, purple. Nice. Good. Good. They're using it. They're right, baby. Those purple things. You know what happens when you get purple? You hear voices. You want to hear voices.
In the 1950s, and he decided to fight. Earlier was fighting, but they would fight, and a lot of times
Here's another next one.
the things are still in. I make a comparison between what Frankie Garfield does and Dana White. And it's a very similar how things are operating, just don't know exactly that,
It's amazing. What do you do?
Dana White is fixing matches, but he is determining who fights who, when they fight, where they fight.
Market.
Oh yeah,
it's a very
everybody went running, and they offered Mary.
Boxing was huge in the 1950s, and now we're seeing today. Even with their game, potentially.
They auctioned her off.
Let's face it,
Dudes are willing. They want it. It's not auction. Put it in your raw. There's ever raw gifts or whatever.
How do you keep getting
Yeah, it's a raffle, right? It's a raffle. But they're doing a lot of raffling. They do that in the Temple of the Prophets. Do it. You don't know this.
Yeah,
you see the temple and Septuagint. You don't really read Greek. All these pikers and chemicals.
From Chicago,
It's outside bullshit. You don't
gotta ask you about,
I can tell by listening to you.
Conspiracy.
Right? There's you think a lot. So you can call circus in the temple. Whenever they want to figure out what God's opinion of something is, they go cast lots. Yeah. It's a way of reading God. Right? So when they give him, who should we give the virgin to? Or should we give it? It's not just God, right? With God's baby. Who do we give her to? They call her Mary. Who do we give her to? We have a lot. God ultimately tells us. We have prophets who do this in the Septuagint. They go into the temple, and it says in the text that I entered into a state of ecstasy. And I heard the voice of God saying X, Y, and Z. And God wanted me to do this. How do I know? Because I cast the lots. And that's what he says for me to do. It's just not Moses. This is the reality of the anthropology. This is what the text shows. Imagine, we're not talking about you. We don't have any units to do that. Right? You can tell they're still. So we know how they were using these guys. But through this guy, Jesus Christ, who's walking around telling you and your children, listen to everybody forgot about that until they showed back up 18 months later.
People forget that his father, who was murdered, when they arrested people in connection with it, these people had, like, I don't know if it was the people that killed his father, but there was criminals that were arrested that had checks, personal checks from Michael Jordan in the amount of like $10,000. And Jordan even had to admit it after denying it and said, yeah, it's really good. So there's no doubt that he was in deep with
if I get through a week without reading, at least
one of the guys he got busted gambling with
2 or 3 books of
traffic.
Right, that's what I'm thinking of.
He owed him $57,000. The guy had a $57,000 check. That's when he got busted. He got busted by the IRS.
and I love to read it backwards. The best way to read the apocalypse is to read it backwards. Because it was
Jordan gave me $57,000 to driving backwards. And that just having said that Michael Jordan gave me $57,000 to drive range, the judge actually said, "Oh, okay, well that's probably legit then," and let it go. And it was like 2 weeks later, they were like, wait a second.
Puncture yourself into your nose, you know,
to back it up. But initially, the judge said, "Oh, well, Michael Jordan gave me
why are they doing these things?
And then they started looking at it and said, wait a second, and then it came out, no, it was for gambling.
The Greek magical power,
There's guys
and they
named
have
Eddie
these
Dow.
words
This kind
that
of
will mirror.
Bill Boston,
And all of a sudden you're reading backwards. You're reading forward
and
and backwards.
it was a robbery, but in his briefcase, they found
The people who are involved in all of this high-tech drug stuff,
$1,000 under Michael Jordan that was all related to gambling losses.
that knowledge to be able to castrate you, that same, you also have to have that knowledge of which drugs to what,
because he lost all this money.
Yeah.
how you can
So he
manipulate,
owed money to 7
how you can manipulate, what was,
I mean, who knows what's
oh God, how you can manipulate somebody's, what you and I would say is their mind.
You hear stories like that he's such a degenerate gambler that he'll flip a coin and bet $30,000 on heads or tails. I mean, it's out of hand. It's crazy.
Tradition, because they're able to, think about the people who travel. Pythagoras goes to Egypt and to Persia just to learn the drugs that they're right? And think about the clout that you have, the dictators.
And I mean, he's constantly gambling. So I mean,
have entire
some shady stuff.
boards of magi they can salt. And one of the favorite things that you and I can talk about, salt, is the chief eunuch is Daniel. Because
So you are lying about him being the face of the NBA in the 90s. I mean, people forget or they don't remember, or they weren't around. But I'm 43. I got to live through all of the years. And I can tell you in the 90s, it wasn't like it is now. There's 4, 5, 6 sports stars. Every team's got no. It was Michael Jordan. He was everything. If he fell,
so if you're there, you understand. Sit here. Breathe it. Oh, God. Were there any stimulants
Did they have cocaine, heroin back then?
Yeah.
They only have psychedelics.
You know, the cocaine is not there. That's a new
They didn't have coca?
No, that's in a right? That's a new but very famously,
And he should have. And I don't even know how they loved him.
he was named he walked around like still, but he got and graded it really fine. It was like a powder, and he would very famously snort the stimulant. He kept it in his favorite cold.
Rose was, it should be, everybody should be held to the same standard.
I agree. With the whole millions of dollar industries,
I definitely come alive, man. I'm looking at this tiny PV. He kept it in a husk from a cold.
Distracted, keeping people entertained,
Yeah, I think so.
to be excited about, so they don't get passionate about other issues that might be important. It's just another way to keep them fighting amongst each other over something that really doesn't matter as much, rather than other issues like the one of the Roman emperors was getting them right in circuses. They were both like just keep them busy.
People would end up getting older.
Gambling.
You get lifespans. If you don't believe me, you check out the lifespan of Pythagoras. Pythagoras was going in the caves and traveling through time. It's the cave.
Pythagoras?
Yeah, there was a famous grottos and all that. What's that?
What the hell? No way. 75 to 100. 75 to 95? He lived that old?
No, he lives way longer. Yeah.
What was the average lifespan of people back then?
200 years. Average lifespan is no different than yours. The
lifespan was insane.
No. The life expectancy, right? So statistically, more of us are likely to get killed off just for childbirth and war.
Right. Well, the
Right.
mortality was like 50%.
Right. So there's a higher chance that you're going to die off before you reach your golden years. But that lifespan doesn't change.
Best case scenario.
There's still 80, 90.
So if you're not dying from famine or war or plague, if you're going to live the same.
Wow. You're not one of the statistics.
Did they have cancer back then?
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's
a great way to distract you.
Not as much cancer.
not as powerful.
They do have other things than the stuff they should be.
Did they distinguish like different types of cancer? Like what? Like, were they removing? Did Galen ever do tumor removal?
He didn't do a tumor. He did abduction. So he opened it up and then he took his Hebrew Jew together and blah, and put it in there. And the next thing you know, it was reduced. And I know that
Honestly, and I think it's pretty telling how they use
the stuff that he was getting from the priestess of Limbo.
Can you imagine if all these people instead he was doing nuts, reunited and that passionate, and putting their differences aside and just get behind one cause about something that was more important, like any of the issues you mentioned, or so many other things. Other things like it's almost like a religion to something like that. It's the thing they care about more than anything in the world when it comes to the NFL. It's Sunday and they say things like, "Oh, my game day."
A liar player playing guitar.
A liar.
Sexy guitar playing prophetess.
Cultish.
And she makes drugs. And one of the drugs she makes, Galen and I drugs, like 20,000 pills for it. Everybody was good. It wasn't just Galen.
The members of Congress who
Galen constantly doing
you were doing drugs from the time that you were a baby and you have a earache. Notice the one we give them all over.
And I just want to see the whole thing get depressed every time.
Your body is the way it is because you can't. If you were raised on it,
I slept so soundly Saturday night after they lost.
You'd be different. And they describe this phenomenon. Right? You become
See, I'm afraid of the border, so it's kind of that mixed today where
you're taller.
So you get
it's amazing the thing is cutting a body. studying anatomy and studying pharmacology and drugs. At the same time, he was a philosophical writer. He wrote 10% of the text that we have. 10% of the classical text is Galen, right?
Yeah, now that's been an estimation. I don't know if they figured it out or something like that. If it is 10%, okay, yeah. That's apparent to any classicist because we use research tools. They're all marked by Galen. We figure out what a lot of words are because he's so fucking word. Thousands of pages, baby. Over again. So, imagine this, David. Imagine a classicist ignored Galen. And they are, which they traditionally do, totally ignore Galen.
There was you sent me a research. Does it feel like you're more dissertation from a guy in Europe?
Actually,
See what they're trying to,
he did a translation of the Theriac device. She describes the
if you take the band hand on and watch it objectively, it completely changes.
You think they're freaking stories
the names or the fights.
Right, they make all these movies, Gladiator, right, they don't even know the real stuff is so much more interesting.
I mean, I don't find it interesting. I don't find it entertaining. I get bored by them. I mean, I can still go to a baseball game. I can go see a hockey game. I can watch it. But I can't do it nonstop every night, every weekend. But they have to just keep like say, you see right through it all. And you can just tell them, like, every game, every 49 game. I knew the 49
see how it runs.
I knew it was on the floor. I mean, I saw like the writing was on the wall. I saw
this guy in here months ago, and I asked you
I mean, there's certain things
Plato.
You can just tell by the hype, by the storylines, by how
this guy was a Greek. He had a little bit of classical knowledge. His name's Flint Dibble, and
you have to be
archaeologist in Athens.
And Greek stuff is rational person. And that's another thing to do because there's a lot of times we talk to people about this.
No, not dumb. I don't mean like smart. I don't mean to say, I'm sure there's a hell of a lot smarter than I am. I don't think that people understand that Plato was a liar. He's a huge liar. And his Socrates is not even a real Socrates. They have to constantly tell you that in these courses that take on Plato. Right? They have to constantly go, well, this is Plato's Socrates.
Partially psychological.
So it's like they're insinuating things like they're insulting Plato.
It's Plato. He's a liar. And he made up the whole
Was he a liar, or was he just like coming up with like abstract thought experiments?
Devil. It's a devil. It's a you've got to knock that definite outlet.
Yeah, right. That's
Atlantis stuff is made up. The sources are made up.
The fix is in .net, which is a great resource, and as well as you can find a lot of your work or all of
there
your
is no
work
Atlantis
goes to
people. Stop looking for it.
Check that out.
It's a lie of Plato. Do you see how you got fingered? You went into the background of history and Plato's
I think that's
so nothing he wrote was historical. Nothing at all.
He's a philosopher, dude.
going back to making the fighters.
A lot of, like you say, thought experiments. You know, if you're into that thing, dude, go for it. Right, go for it. It's good stuff. And you know, it's got enough facts about Socrates. He's a great person. And you can pick up kind of the background of who this dude was. And it really got to matters about Socrates. And I will refer to my colleagues. Let's do it. The only thing I like about Socrates is nothing that Plato said. It is what the oracle Delphi. She said Socrates was the wisest thing. Because he knows that he knows nothing. It was
around the guy like LeBron James, where he basically you can defend him like you defend other players.
Intellectual establishment.
He gives them more room to operate.
And it pissed them off, and what they do? They fucking killed him. Yeah. Why is that? Because Socrates was the gap flash.
Didn't they get an ultimatum?
Get one guy down, like that, the top rating down. everybody
just
knew
moves
his
all that
benefit
stuff.
because there was so much revenue shared
Yes, they're always like, why
and coming from the broadcast rights from
this
major
right? He's
media
old,
outlets.
dude. Seriously?
Everybody wins.
You know,
So
the
you
hemlock's
create
not
those bubbles
bad,
from
baby.
the
That
star
stuff feels
athletes
pretty quick.
to allow them to
You know what I mean?
overachieve because of
He
the
had his thing, but he was there as a gadfly,
Why wouldn't you do
and
that if you
from
ran such a
the
business?
Oracle of
That's
Delphi,
why Vince
she
McMahon
was
didn't want to
his
get into the
muse.
UFC business because he
She
couldn't
said, listen,
determine the
you
outcomes.
rich
So,
bastard,
yeah, the last thing
you know
I
nothing.
want to ask you
I'm
about,
going to
Brian,
send you to
if
one
you don't
who
mind,
has
is
everything.
one of
That
probably
guy
the
said,
most widely accepted fixed game is Super Bowl III. Would you agree with that? And if so, can you lay it out there on just why people think that is probably the most fixed game ever?
I don't know if it's most widely
what else can we
accepted,
do with the
but
universe?
Top 5.
Once you cut off their testicles, they've got to be useful for something. Do you know what they can be used for
younger guys don't really
outside of
realize
that?
it's an unmade in the 60s.
There's district.
No, but basically what it was is when it came down to
There's boys.
what people, again, we have to know a little bit of history of football. Is there's two rivalries.
Because there's something.
And there was the AFL and the NFL, and it wasn't like the NFL and the XFL or the USFL or whatever the UFL they made it into. And they were pretty much legit rival leagues where they would fight over the star players coming out of college, and it was costing everybody money.
I want to adopt today. This one
The other
I
problem
really
was that
I
NFL fans outnumbered AFL fans
to the
probably
voice of Lady Babylon.
and
I'm telling you,
funny, the AFL brand of football was seen as inferior to like
when Hoff ran away, I was sad because I looked at Hoff and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna drag this guy. You know what I mean?
You want to watch his response to you, and we can break it down.
The audience will know.
Chiefs and the Raiders,
Turned
NFL
out to
fans were like, this league's gonna suck.
Yeah.
And all these good teams.
before the crucified that guy and after.
And the NFL represented by
Baby Bill Tartt.
Yeah, oh, he was.
You got to start around the 6.5 minute mark.
I think they had the biggest point differentials, like 18 some odd points a game.
There's a lot of people online
It's like the second most point
that
differential.
really want this guy to be.
NFL history.
So let's listen to what his response is to your translation of the word Christ.
The culture was going to be phenomenal. It was going to be another terrible.
And the second person is eternally stepping into
And
humanity.
now the version was really big.
But if you were to say to someone after this, if someone said like, hey, you memorize how much it has, like a concept, you would be talking about
just
consciousness,
win. And
right? Because that word has a different meaning in its different context. And part of the problem with something like what Ammon says is that he's taking terminology that exists within the parameters of a specific field, and then he's applying them in areas where there's an entirely different contextual meaning and
They said they read the red zone, I think, what, 5 times.
So part of
Three
what
times,
I
interceptions or something like that. I mean,
he says that the word Christ comes from the Greek word "theo," which it does, right? Two points. And in ancient Greek medical texts, there is a usage of that, which he has capitalized on with applying drugs to your eyes. Now, more broadly, "theo" does mean to rub, particularly liquid ointment or substance on your body. So this relates to everything from bathing to ritual practices in religious circumstances. But you could likewise say if you were an ancient Roman and you had a bath and then put on skin to dry, because that was an example of you were applying well. Within the religious connotation of Christianity, it is the translation of the Greek word Mashiach, Messiah, which likewise means anointed. Right? There were multiple anointed ones in the Old Testament. It's just a word
obviously,
that
85 years were one of the best teams ever.
And had a very specific connotation.
Do you think there's
the
something to that to preserve Miami being the only team to go undefeated?
And the Greek translation of that, which both the Greek translation of the Old Testament and in the New Testament, both use is Christ. Why? Because it means anointed. So Hamlet takes that and he says, well, in this very specific instance, in this stream of classical medical literature, it means to apply a drug to the eye, specifically related to not the ball fly. What does he say?
This was
It relates to a fly.
This was awesome. I appreciate you doing this so much.
Well, and if you guys really want to get more on even particular instances, but this is their semantic range. Is very semantic range.
Oh,
And this is the problem. He's almost there.
Basically, two things is
All right, fast forward to the part where he plays the clip. We don't need to play that again.
And so the police have their best business.
But you're saying that, like,
have certain
he's stretching some of his knowledge on
and to just watch games like you say
of language and pointing at it to say Jesus is
when you have
let's
like
how he says things. Yeah, so there's two sort of terms that are used specifically in biblical studies, but this applies to anything like other terms and translations derived. The first is there's a discipline called hermeneutics. Hermeneutics is interpretation. It's the methodology of interpretation of the before hermeneutics is exegesis. And exegesis is a Greek word that literally means to bring out. Like the opposite of exegesis is to bring into.
fingering me.
You're looking at everything else. We're trying to get authors by different levels of contextual application. So there's
Stop. You're trying to stop. I can't take it. I can't take it. Steve, stop. You're trying to get to the intention of the author. You're reading an ancient language.
I was on this radio show with John Ritchie.
specific context in game of medical text and trying to apply it to everything across the board, which is intellectually bizarre.
Here's the problem. I'm not
John, would you use the game for putting on enough money? And he actually didn't say no. In my mind, he was actually
It's a sex drug. It is a Christ. One of the characters acts as a Christ. This is not from the medical. This is from everything Wes Hopkins.
But it's funny that he didn't. I mean, the easiest thing to say is no. God,
yeah, this is why he wouldn't face me. I can tell you right now. I can tell your audience.
That's an interesting Super
Your
Bowl too.
audience must know. This man is not really great. Finishing his PhD. He's finishing his PhD in biblical studies. You know what that means? Probably see that season great. Yeah, he was able to say the name Jim. Does he read ancient Greek? That's why what comes out of his mouth is theological bullshit. This is not a storyline. This is not a story.
So you think you're onto something. So I mentioned you got here. I know. Do you see that stupid dance that shit everybody doing?
And that's why I wouldn't Facebook. That's why I wouldn't.
Stay out of football.
Let's read some Greek.
Stay out.
Let's look at where it says Jesus.
The Fix is in.net. That's your website. You're also
suck it down.
The Fix is in.
So, who are the other authors that say that Christ is applying drugs to your eyes besides Galen?
John, the apostle. This is what you. God,
like I said, can't wait to
this is
share
the
this
heart of
He's saying it's only in a few places, and you're saying it's literally everywhere.
Yeah, but focus on it. Here's some Greek for you, Wes. You idiot. It's in the book of Revelation, you moron. God tells them you've got to Christ your eyes, so they'll be open. You're not, Wes. You don't know what you're doing. You're a second-rate biblical scholar that would go down every time to a class and say, why, Wes? Because I read those in text.
That was a good one, man. I really, it doesn't ruin sports for me, but it makes me,
Sometimes I think feel the products.
I'm passionate about this, you know, and all
Well,
sports.
it's what the devil gives you, man. It's what the devil gives you. Look, he's been pumped up in his pride. He's actually something now. Because he's wanted somebody who was making stuff up. Well, guess what? It's amazing.
My paradigms and beliefs shattered and challenged so many times. So
you'll be taken away by somebody who knows.
Can't count on anything being
You're talking consistently. Loves to
maybe I will say I'm first getting into
start reading.
back in the day.
Texas, you know, Princeton just got rid of their big program.
I still remember UFC.
Yeah, they did. You know why? Because can I just say, right off the bat, Jesus did not drug children for Jesus sucked the antidote out of underage boys. There's a big difference. He's balancing. He's balancing by using a fairy act.
He wasn't getting joy out of it. He was just doing it to survive.
No, did you hear him? He's like, oh God, take this cup away from me. He's standing there looking at this naked kid. He's like, oh God, take this cup away from me. I don't know. You know, he may have felt bad for him or something, but he knew that if he didn't get that. It's milky. Okay, what comes out of it now is God, I'm so thirsty. It starts rhyming off magic names, saxophone. Oh, God. And then it just chunks off dead.
His work is super good.
Looking at the guy with the antidotes, looking at
right with UFC 75 champion versus champion.
And what, you mentioned this briefly on the first one, what is the hard evidence that two gentlemen crucified next to him were
decision?
It says that. It says confirmal lace ties.
All of that. What I find crazy is
it's in that
it's either also I went back and checked. It's in Matthew too, I think. But it's between two lace ties.
John Jones has the word
It's
contest, and that was
after
for
51,
a fight.
52 when he
I remember watching this fight
And
live.
by the way, these people like Wesley, they're trying to say that the kid was not actually naked.
He was wearing a linen that fell off when he ran away. So the logic behind that is, why would it fall off? If it's a piece of clothing, it's tethered to you, it's tied to you, it's wrapped around you, so you can navigate, you can walk around, and it will stay on. So if I run away, my pants aren't going to fall off.
Correct. And explicitly, it uses the expression equilibrium, which is just a preposition that's able to give you the positioning of something. So it's literally positioned on his nakedness. It's on the part itself. It doesn't sound like he's a mummy or something. You don't turn him into a mummy, or you take this cloth and wrap him up like a mummy.
The words they use, the word that they use for the linen wrapped around in Greek is the medicated bandage.
It's a medicated bandage they're used all over the place. So, for people to mistake this, it's like it doesn't make sense historically. You can just follow the fairy tale, you can follow the facts in the document. Right, so Jesus is out there. Where's Jesus hanging out? He's hanging out with demoniacs. And they're all coming to him, right, for their cures.
Totally outclassed.
Right?
I think I've done a good job of that so far.
Hardy face was at the top level or something.
Touching on the 12 to 6
There was some feet washing going on. So why?
My question is,
seen guys break boards and break ice with that.
What?
We can't
I
let
don't
that
know.
happen.
Why would you? Why would
That's
you?
exactly it. Some fucking some chat was up at 3 in the morning, and then decide to move the party out to a public park.
Blocks of ice
What's the necessity to see a public park? And why not just stay in jet and chat?
because that asshole saw
Why
that.
not just
But
take
in reality,
him
you can
yeah,
generate
you're
much
following
more
him.
power
and it
by
ends up
throwing like
naked?
an
Why not just take
you
him
know, like,
in the upper
yeah,
room?
it just it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, John McCarthy tells that story, and I just think it's so fucking silly. These
If
guys
you'll
know
notice,
nothing.
the only, I think the only answer, I mean, I don't have an answer to that. The only way you can approach it is a thought experiment. What do you do with evidence? Okay, say we're before a judge or a jury.
We're talking about if you're listening.
You have to present evidence. What's the evidence?
You're bringing your elbows
Time
straight
you're
down from
on
the
it,
ceiling
you're
and just straight down
stumbling
onto
around
that
and
was
confused and
If
angry
you throw it
in the
with
park.
any other angle, like if
In
you're
the
on your
park.
back, the guy's on top of you,
And
you're throwing the exact same
three
straight from
of his students standing guarding their subjects, they couldn't stay away.
But I guess since you're not
They
vertical,
couldn't stay away.
so you're
Why?
the guy's
Because
on top of you
Jesus
and you're
at
guard,
this
you're not
party
walking on the top of that. It's the exact same
eucharized the
strike.
cup.
Sure, you don't have gravity on your side, but
Do you
that becomes
understand?
like a, what would you call it?
Jesus
Like
eucharized, and everybody gets the fairy tale. Right? That's when he adds the drugs.
and
That's
so
when
many
he
strikes
makes the
to
drink.
destroy someone.
They're
Like,
gonna put it on the bread. The shit is still potent. They're gonna put it on bread, and they give it to
A
you.
short elbow from the ground where you don't have a lot of room to wind up. And
Or that
the strike
unit.
that
Why
they were
does he have
talking
to go
about,
to the public park?
breaking the
Because
boards,
he's not there just
you know,
to
the ice and stuff.
those
They're standing
boys.
straight up. They're
Jesus
like
gets that
jumping
all
and
the
dropping
time.
and
He doesn't
holding
need
down.
it.
Probably pre-cut.
Oh, they're pre-cut.
Boards like that strike is just not going to happen. Sure, if you blast someone in the eye with that, you're going to do some damage, but
You see, when
realistically, like,
Tiberius makes his
back
island,
to the old
his
UFC
brother,
days or
he's
days where
meeting
maybe
it,
that
and
wasn't legal or even just like street fights or whatever, you're not going to see people get devastated by that straight down elbow strike on top. There's just a lot of better options to do damage.
There's a lot of drip rainbow too. When you see somebody do that, they've done that thousands of times. There's a technique. There's a there's a trip to it. It's like a carnival trip. It looks like
he had a prep on
there's
his
a little something to it, a little gimmick to it, a certain way that they do it. So yeah, if you think about it, if you're on top of something, you're gonna throw
John's
elbows.
sitting on his lap.
The 11-5 would count. This is the most amount of damage you're doing. Like, think of Kenny Florian. Like, when you're throwing those crazy elbows, you're throwing them across your body. You can't generate the power. Like you said, it's a silly thing. Glad they're changing it. Yeah, sports are fixed.
That's why the female
Straight up, Red Circus.
Doesn't matter the sport.
Including us truthers and truth seekers,
Nobody
conspiracy
found
seekers,
that
as
to be
you
historically
we
important.
need our
Yeah,
escape
it's
and
the
distraction once in a while too, especially when you're
Maybe
constantly blood
scholars
revives type of shit. It's not bad
just
to
think it's better than we need
have
this
a
one.
little sheepness.
It's not going to benefit
Well,
us.
I still enjoy it, man.
I'm sure
I'm not
every
really
class
watching
is
the other sports, but
rights
I'm
they
hanging out with my
have.
dad or whenever I'm at a family party and they got a fucking game on or something like that. Sure, I'll watch it. I'll do what I can to try to enjoy it, but yeah, I kind of watch it with the same perspective as
They actually have ways of getting rid of me. Okay, I don't know how it is now, but they got rid of me. They would just charge you with making somebody uncomfortable. I've made somebody uncomfortable. Interesting. Do you know who I've made uncomfortable? Every person sitting in my audience who have been involved. Every one of them that got chorus, beauty, college, virgins.
Those right, those
And a lot of shit going on, man.
Watch out, guys. My tech skills are leveling up. Watch
For
out.
a minute.
Oh, Jesus, I'm sounding like shit. So
And then they fired me.
thanks for tolerating my technical difficulties.
Which I'm pretty sure I had something
There's a
to do
topic they
with.
want us to cover. They didn't want to be
I also
guests
hadn't
themselves.
realized
If you're an expert on something that you got to guess,
fired.
reach out to us, message us.
That
Just
was
have a good chat with us. We want to hear some feedback from you guys.
what they call window originally, which you wrote before or after the time?
Actually,
You wrote that after the time.
yeah, so
That's what I'm
that's,
saying. They probably got wind of that book and decided to get guys canceled.
they didn't probably. There's no probably about it. Monsignor Thomas Melvin came to me and said, "We know about your book, and I've been to 5 meetings about you." I was like, "Why? Did you read the book?" And it goes from there. And people want to deny that there was a healing, some kind of inquiry into my state of possession. People want to poo-poo that. If you don't talk to them, no, he'll tell you. He'll tell you. He's a vicar general now, I think. But yeah, Monsignor Tom. No, he's a great guy. He's one of my students, and he was Catholic, former Navy. And he had morals like any soldier. I mean, he was, what is it? Oh, God, he was it was a donkey. They call him the donkey. When the helicopter comes over the carrier, listen to what this guy did. He ran out with what they call the donkey and attaches the cargo nets, and it's the bottom of the helicopter. That was his job. Oh, wow. Right? While the boat is pitching and stuff, right? So it's pitching, you can't see it when you're on it. So that helicopter, he said, that thing's going up and down a little bit. Yeah. You know what I mean? So he said it can be quite dangerous. And anyway, he went to a meeting. Tom, I'm going to tell him because you're a good man. I used to give confessions to Tom. I loved it. It was good. Tom said that he was involved. His position, just to give you a little bit of history, he was a punisher. He was the one who investigated the priests who had gone astray. He knew everything. Servers and all that kind of stuff, we watched. And when the stuff got bad and people got involved and stuff, he had to go in and be a punisher. And he was mad. He was mad at the attitude. Flippant. More angry about being caught than being wrong. And he said he came in one day, Tom, I'll never forget this. I looked at him sitting there across having a coffee in the school cafeteria. There was a shop and there was burritos. And he's sitting there and he goes, I want to take a baseball bat to his head. I just got the energy on this priest is sitting there. Thinks he can get away with it. He's pissed off that you're investigating. Like he has some right. He has some right. They do. They have a historical right. They've been doing that since Jesus was doing it.
And these people, some people online have gotten a hold of your deposition, some sort of deposition where the lawyers were interrogating you about some sort of dream molesting that you were doing. You showed me some clips of that where they were asking you about, you claimed that you were like hand people, all this weird stuff.
7-hour deposition.
7-hour deposition.
The guy was yelling, "Are you the God man?" Like, objection, right? But in a deposition, there's no proof. You just get to enter. It's no objection, right? So they want to know about my cult, and was I running a cult, and were there goats involved, and drugs involved, and virgin Catholic girls. That was the good part. You guys are sick, right? But it's making good fiction, right? And that's why the objection, right? Oh, God, people were saying I was floating.
Yeah.
Right? So, okay. Anyway, that was the dirty part of the sense. Dirty part. These dirty things floating around.
Yeah, apparently you did. Allegedly.
Dude, that's inadmissible. You're right. It's the perfect. You got the perfect alibi. If you can harness that incubus, fly across time and space to ravage the maidens and sororities. Oh God, who would not? Steve, come on, man. Let's go. Let's go tonight. I'll show you. And you and me. You'll teach me the ways. I will.
All right. That's all, folks. Thank you, Amin. That was fantastic.
Danny, I want to thank you. I want to tell all the people in the congregation of Satan, please, from Lady Babylon, please, tell Danny thank you. Put it in your comments and tell him, Danny, you're so sexy. Why we want these. No, it's important, Danny, because the people who've been telling me, they hunger, just like I do. They hunger for the feast. Please bring the New Testament's calling. Please bring me 2, Danny, if you can. Bring me a couple. Right? And it will be absolutely delicious. And it won't just be me feasting, it will be congregation feasting as well. I want you to know they've been harping on me. When are you going to do it? When is it coming, Danny? Right? We need it. And by the way, people, they used to do this in antiquity. Right? The Christians and the leading pagans of the day would have debates. And they would talk about Satan, and they would confront.
Yes.
And that's what's so important. Any of these scholars that doesn't want to confront, it's because they're trying to cover their ass so they can make some more money to buy a bigger boat. And we got to tell these people themselves. That's it.
So much so that we know Tom Brady came to his house, which I wouldn't have done that. Like, I'm a very nice person. But I'm gonna get you sermons and like a medical professional to be in there, mental health care professional, all that. So, as far as him attempting to off somebody, I don't know. I can see the video because it said he was in a fight with several people. And so for me, if it's one-on-one, depending on how I feel with you, somebody else jumps in, cool.
I don't care about attempted murder. Tell me about the governor's
I think the government might be sitting at home, okay.
There's a phrase we call attention is strict.
All right, Dennis. Thanks for coming, man.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, I'm very excited to chat with you.
It's a pleasure. I've been looking forward to this ever since you contacted me.
So have I. Your book is absolutely fascinating. The way it just like walks people through you and your brother's childhood and growing up, and essentially like how you guys were incubated into this world of psychedelics and the whole like 60s counterculture movements. And I thought it was really cool how it was a very grounded backstory of how you guys came to be and how you guys are also so different, but also so similar.
Yes, we were very similar. Of course, my brother was 4 years older than I was, and he was interested in all kinds of things. So being the older sibling, he got all the attention. Right? And I was sort of in the background. But he was such an interesting person. I wanted to be involved in everything that he was doing, and just the pesky little brother, sort of tagging along. But sometimes, it synced. And we had, since you've read the book, and by the way, I should mention with the book, the copy I sent you is the original edition, 2012 edition. There's a new edition available now.
The Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss. My Life with Terrence McKenna.
Yeah, there's a new edition from Synergetic Press, and it came out a couple of years ago. And it's exactly the same as the old edition, except there's a 50-page addendum, which kind of updates it. So if people want the new edition, they should buy it from Synergetic Press.
Okay.
You get one of the rare original copies. There's only about 15 of these copies left in the world. So this is probably worth something. It was $35. Maybe it's worth $50 now. But anyway, it's a special gift to you.
Well, very honored. Thank you.
But the book was, I wanted to tell my side of the story, basically, with the book and recount our whole lives. Many people are familiar with Terrence's book, True Hallucinations, which was published about 1993. And that really focuses on our trip to La Chorrera, that whole adventure that we had down in Colombia, which we're more or less famous for, in some ways more infamous for. With this book, I wanted to tell a broader story about our lives, our childhoods, how we got interested in all this, and sort of what that ensued to, what was the sequelae of that. And of course, as siblings do, we squabbled constantly. You know, when I was a kid, and my brother was very creative in finding many ways to torture me. You know, I mean, he was a master of psyops and all that. And he was, you know, I mean, he didn't actually physically beat me. He was more subtle than that. But he could scare the bejesus out of me. And he did.
He took psychological torture.
Psychological torture. He took great pleasure in doing that, you know. But eventually I became sort of immune to it, and then I would sort of, you know, push back. And, you know, but, I mean, we had this relationship, which actually, we became closer after he left home. He left to go to high school in California when he was a junior. And so all of a sudden I was effectively an only child. This was early. This was like 1962. Well, I had my own room. That was great. But I was lonely. And I was sort of, at that point I began to realize what a true sort of soulmate he was, you know, how much I loved him, even though, you know, there was constant fighting. But when he was away, I began to appreciate him, and I began to really look forward to his visits back at Christmas and summer and so on. And we discovered that we had these mutual interests, and one of the main interests that sort of fascinated us as a continuing current was science fiction. I mean, that was the thing. We were serious science fiction nerds, you know. And when psychedelics came along, or began to come along in the 60s, you know, we were fascinated by this because we were both like nerds, you know. We were fascinated with weird shit, basically. When psychedelics came along, we knew about it, we were fascinated by it. But a lot of people who became interested in psychedelics in that era they approached it from the standpoint of traditional use, or shamanism, or therapeutic use, or, you know, that sort of approach, you know, that it was a spiritual thing. We were science fiction nuts. We approached it as an engineering problem. We thought, especially DMT. I mean, DMT quickly rose in our pantheon to be the ultimate psychedelic, you know, and we thought, this is not a drug. This is a portal to another dimension. That was the way that we thought of it.
What was the first psychedelic that you guys came across? Because psilocybin mushrooms weren't easy to come across in the United States. That was in the future. Right. So was it just LSD mainly?
There was LSD, there was mescaline, and there was DMT. There wasn't much DMT around, but it was there. DMT is a very simple molecule. It's very easy to make. There were underground chemists making DMT. And when my brother was living in Berkeley, originally in Los Altos, where he was going to high school, he had connections. He had actually one of his closest friends was one of his classmates, a fellow named Rick Watson, who was another super genius weirdo. And Rick Watson was a chemist, and he was actually an amateur chemist, but he had some connections with the Stanford Research Institute. And the Stanford Research Institute was working with DMT, as it turned out at that time. So he was able to get DMT, and through that connection, Terrence was able to access DMT.
What was Stanford doing with DMT?
Good question. Nobody knows, you know. But a lot of the people at the Stanford Research Institute were interested in psychedelics. Well, they were interested in psychedelics in many different ways. For one thing, for solving problems, for creativity, for enhancing creativity. And in the 60s, the whole government program with MK Ultra and all that was all in full swing.
Right.
Nobody understood
The height of the Charles Manson stuff when he was doing that free clinic in Haight-Ashbury.
Exactly.
Jolly West.
Yeah, that's right. And at the time, psychedelics were just this thing that the government felt that they needed to know about. So there were secret ops programs at the Stanford Research Institute.
Right. Yeah, the Cold War was such a crazy time, and the fact that it collided with the psychedelic movement is just crazy.
Yeah. One of Terrence's other good friends, a friend of this fellow Rick Watson, a chemist, another good friend of his was a guy named John Parker, and he was another, amazing person. And he was the son of a big mucky muck at the NASA AIDS Research Center, which was in Mountain View, next to Palo Alto, next to Los Altos. And John Parker Sr. was the head of chemical operations at NASA AIDS Research. So he was doing a lot of research on materials science. He was looking into, materials to make spacecraft out of that were fire resistant and all that. But because he was a very, very peculiar person, shall we put it that way, he had side interests, and side interests included psychedelics. And John Parker John Parker studied everything esoteric that he could get his hands on. Alchemy, chemistry, esoteric traditions, all of these things. He became a very good friend of Terrence's. And then he came back to Paonia, this little podunk town that I was stuck in going to high school. But one summer, John Parker came back with Terrence, to Paonia. And he took a liking to me for some reason. He thought I was cool. And I was totally in awe of this guy because he was so weird and yet so obviously brilliant, and he knew so many things. So he became a major mentor of mine. And we entered into this correspondence that lasted years, in which he introduced me to all of these amazing ideas. And it's really, that was, I guess, a major influence in my sort of esoteric education. And of course we knew a lot about drugs, and we all were wanting to learn about drugs. So DMT was there, LSD was around.
And how did you take DMT back then?
The way that usually what you got was very impure DMT. It was probably made in a bathtub somewhere by some crazy chemist. It was anything but pure. It didn't really matter because it's a free base. You put a little bit of it in a pipe on top of an organic substrate, like maybe parsley leaves or something like that, or cannabis, and then you just smoked it, in a pipe. 3 or 4 big hits. It's very hard on the lungs, but we were smoking cannabis to our lungs were, endured to that anyway. That's how we did it, And when you do it that way, maybe is sometimes it's a lot more gentle than taking DMT by a pint because it is so fast. It just comes at you like a freight train. It's like, this just the world dissolves in this world of hallucinations and apparently strange entities, and all these things just opens up. But it's the same thing. It's a 20-minute outside, very, very short experience. And we were totally impressed with this. I mean, who wouldn't be? We were fascinated. We thought LSD is interesting, but DMT is the ultimate. metaphysical reality pill, we thought. Although it's not a pill, but Terence used to call it that. It's the ultimate metaphysical reality. The problem we experienced with DMT was it was too darn short. By the time you got into it, it was over. You know, by the time you got into it, you sort of started looking around, you were already on the way down. So we thought, well, maybe if we could find an orally active form of some kind, it would be more prolonged, and we'd have more time to look into that dimension, which is what we thought of it as. We thought of it as a place, not an experience, but an actual place that our minds were teleported to or something like that. We thought if we could find another form that was orally active, it would absorb more slowly and go away more slowly. So that's what led us to look for an orally active form of DMT in South America. This was all around 1968, 1969. And we didn't know about ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is an orally active form of DMT, but no one understood that pharmacology at that time. You know, what we did find was a paper by Schultes, the famous ethnobotanist from Harvard, that was a major influence on all of these psychedelic inclined ethnobotanists. A paper in his own house publication called the Harvard Botanical Museum Leaflets. And he published many things on the South American psychedelics. He was the pioneer. In those days, they called them hallucinogens. But he published a paper in that journal called ViralRabbi as an orally active hallucinogens. That was the title. And we stumbled on this paper. This is it. This is what we're looking for. It was this Watoto drug that they use. Varroa is a genus of trees in the nutmeg family, and in many tribes in the Amazon, they make stuff out of it. The sap of Varroa is loaded with DMT and 5-methoxy-DMT and related tryptamines. And various tribes, they extract the sap and they powder it, they mix it with ashes, and they make a stuff out of it. So effectively, it's DMT. But this, and it's short acting. But this one tribe, the Watoto, had an orally active preparation. They made, instead of a snuff, they made a powder out of it. And they made a paste. They made a little. They didn't dry it down completely. They made a sticky paste that they rolled out in ashes, and then they ate it orally. And the reports were that the effects came on very quickly, and that you saw the little people, the big intimacy of the little people, and we saw little people on DMT, so we thought, this is it, you know. We got to go to South America. That is what led us to go to South America in 1971 to La Chirera. That was the cultural, that was the ancestral home of the Watoto. So we thought, we got to go to La Chirera, we have to find this thing, you know, because this is it, because it may be the ultimate mystery. I mean, you know, you got to understand, I'm 20, my brother is 24, we're both fanatics, we're batshit crazy. You know, we're going after this quest, you know, which we thought of as the secret of the time. So that's what led us to go to La Chirera, you know, was in search of this drug, which was called Bukume in Watoto. And we got to La Chirera, and, you know, the whole adventure of getting there is recounted in the book. We got to La Chirera. And on the way into La Chirera, we encountered this anthropologist who was working with the Watoto. And we knew he was probably going to run into him. His colleagues at Bogota had said, you know, Dr. Collier is out there. You'll probably see him. This was, you didn't send texts to people or anything. This was 1971. So we thought, okay, we'll probably encounter Dr. Collier. Well, we did. Saw him, ran into Horatio Collier, which is a different name than in the book. That changed his name. But we ran into him in a village downriver from La Chirera called El Encanto. which is coincidence enough for this to be enough, because El Encanto means the enchanted, and we were on this whole hippie quest to find the secret. And we talked to Dr. Collier, and when we got up there, we have to understand, we were very much in the hippie mode. We dressed like hippies, beads, bells, all that. So when these people, these crazy people show up in the village, Dr. Collier is like, who the fuck are these people? And what are they here for? Why are they here? And when we said, we're here for Ukuhe, then he really freaked out, and he's like, you can't just go in there and march in there and start asking for Ukuhe. He said, this is their biggest shamanic secret, and they will probably kill you if you start talking about this. Well, so we said, okay, we understand. We'll be cool. We'll be discreet. We're not just going to, ask for it. Dr. Collier, I should mention, he was a good example of someone who had a problem with coca. He chewed so much coca. He was a little paranoid. He was paranoid about everything. But we said, okay, we'll be careful when we go, and to get from El Encanto to La Chorrera, we had to go overland from the Rio Ibarra part, which is where El Encanto was, to the Cara. There was a 4-day trail that we had to travel to get to this parallel river where La Chorrera was. And it was a trail that had been made in the rubber boom days to transport rubber out of this area, and built up slavery and very, very dark history of that period. But we went over that trail and we got to La Chorrera. And we thought, well, okay, so here we are,
They didn't have any landing strips in La Chorrera. You couldn't just fly with a plane there.
There were no landing strips. There were seaplanes, river planes. But we're poor hippies. We can't afford planes. So that wasn't an option. But we got there, and at the time we got there, there were, it's a mission. Capuchin mission was there. There's a church and a little mission school where the Watoto kids would come, basically to have their minds poisoned with Christianity, and but it was between semesters, or it was on vacation, so there were a lot of empty huts in the area. So they just said you can stay in one of these huts, while you're doing whatever you're doing. And by the way, what are you doing? And we were sort of, we're botanists, we're looking for plants, and so we got settled into this place. Thought, well, we will respect what Dr. Collier said. We'll not just go out. We'll hope somebody shows up. It looks like maybe we could ask about this Ukuhe. Well, as it turned out, it was the rainy season, and for the first around this mission, around a couple hundred acres had been cleared, that rainforest had been cleared, and they brought in these cattle, white humpback cattle, right? And the shit of those cattle happens to be the preferred substrate for Psilocybe cubensis, the pan-tropical psilocybin mushroom, which is big and robust, and it was raining. Probably there were huge clusters of these mushrooms growing out basically out of every cow pond. We thought, wow, and we knew what they were. We had no experience with them. We had one very brief experience on the way in at a village along the river, but just a very light dose because it was a dry day. By the time we got to La Chorrera, these things were everywhere, and we had done our homework. We knew what the mushrooms were.
but experience-wise, we were very naive, and we thought, well, that's great. We could enjoy these. We were completely casual about it. We were completely cavalier. We'll have a good time with these while we're waiting for this ukune to show up, waiting for the secret to surface, from some informant. So we began eating these mushrooms, and we began eating them rather frequently at rather high doses. For one thing, they became part of our diet, because there wasn't a whole lot to eat. And the mushrooms quickly.
So you were just eating these for like breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
Well, not breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but daily or every other day, and quite substantial doses, and like 10, 15 mushrooms at a time. And these things are potent, in that environment. They're extremely potent. But we loved this. I mean, it was a fantastic thing. And but the mushrooms quickly made it clear that they were a real secret. They were what we had come for, not knowing it. The ukune wasn't the real secret, as it turned out. And later we did access ukune, and ukune turned out to be fairly disappointing in terms of its effects. But the mushrooms were like, this is the most fantastic psychedelic we've ever experienced, and you have no experience with psychedelics.
I have no experience with psychedelics.
Okay.
Other than DMT.
Other than DMT, and that's
time recently.
Well, DMT and psilocybin is very, very close.
I've heard, yeah.
Right.
Like my only experience is cannabis and DMT.
Right. Well, DMT is dimethyltryptamine. Cannabis is 4-dimethyltryptamine. So it's the perfect genetically engineered, orally active form of DMT. It's easily absorbed, it's orally active, it doesn't require monoamine oxidase inhibitors to be active, it's non-toxic, and it's a kick-ass psychedelic. And it puts you in about a 6 to 7 hour intense psychedelic space, depending on how much you eat, of course. We were eating a lot. Full visionary hallucinations and all that. One thing that psilocybin does, and other psychedelics too, ayahuasca for example, but one thing psilocybin does, it sets up what you might call an I-thou relationship with you. It's like get the impression that you are dealing with an intelligent entity. This isn't just a drug. This is, our interpretation was it was some sort of, it either was an alien or it was a connection to an alien. It comes on as very in your face, and it has stuff that it wants to tell you.
Like a chemical doorway to another dimension.
Exactly. And it has a lot of knowledge, and it's eager to impart it. People get this on DMT too. In prolonged DMT or intense DMT states, people encounter entities. And it's not that they just encounter entities. The entities are happy to see you, and they have stuff to tell you. They want to teach you things. And the psilocybin is that to the max. And our encounters with the mushrooms quickly became a series of encounters with this entity, which we called the teach. We called it the teacher because it presented itself as a teacher, and it had knowledge that it wanted to impart. Now, I told myself I wasn't going to go down this rabbit hole with you, but I guess we have to. Since
plugged in.
We have time, we have time, and this is maybe essential to the story. So we were in this place, eating these mushrooms, and more or less in constant dialogue with this entity, the teacher. And in that state, the mushroom really stimulates verbosity, and quick thinking and linguistic expression and all this. We were very verbose, language-oriented bunch of folks anyway. We were very much interested in language. For example, my brother's favorite book of all time was Finnegan's Wake, if you've ever heard of that.
Finnegan's Wake?
Yeah, by, I forget who, Jesus, I can't, call it.
What was the book about?
You have to look it up. James Joyce. James Joyce. James Joyce, that's right. Oh, yeah. That's it. It's nice to have Google right there. That's good. Yes, check out. Terrence was obsessed with James Joyce and with Finnegan's Wake particularly. I've not read it. I have to honestly tell you that he read it, and very few people can understand it. That it is the sort of ultimate instantiation of the English language.
Interesting.
Yeah. But anyway, so that was sort of the background we were coming from, and so the mushrooms had all this information that they wanted to download, and I particularly began to get effectively a message from the mushroom. Well, one thing that we noticed with the mushrooms when you take these high doses is that at high doses you can hear this interior sound that inside your head, and it's hard to characterize. It's kind of like an electrical, lively sound. You heard it on DMT, right?
I was not expecting this,
right?
Because I didn't know. I had no conception of what to expect when I was doing this. My only expectation was the closest I've been to this on edible marijuana, right? Which is not even in the same universe.
Right.
And as soon as I started to effectively, as soon as my soul left my body, I don't know how else to put it, I had this pulsing wow, like very vivid auditory sensation.
That's it. Some people describe it as like crackling silhouette or something like that. On DMT, you get this. Well, mushrooms at high doses, not so much at lower doses, but at high doses, you hear this thing, and not only can you hear it, but if you can sing it, you can try to imitate it with your voice. You can make this meow, 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 meow song, and at a certain point, your voice will walk onto this thing. And so then you're not trying to imitate it, it just pours out of you. And it's a very powerful sound. I mean, it's like the kind of sound that can, shatter glass, that kind of thing. And we experienced this with the mushrooms and also with DMT. But we experienced it. You could make this sound, and it just seemed to have a certain resonance that actually, had this effect. And so we thought, well, what is this? The mushroom, and the mushroom is saying, well, what this is it's a frequency that can activate the DNA in your neural system and actually create a standing waveform of your DNA to create. I mean, I'm skipping details here, but the basic idea was that if you project the sound at a mushroom in the right circumstances, you can actually activate the DMT, the DNA in yourself and the mushroom and create an external standing waveform that you can actually see. So it is an artifact that you're making out of your body and your mind and your brain and your DMT, your DNA, and the mushroom. And this thing in religious tradition if there's any analogy to it, it's effectively the resurrection body. We wanted to create this artifact. You would both see it and be it at the same time. You know, it would be something external to you that you would observe. You would envision that it would be, you know, a purplish, violet, glowing disc, basically. But it would be telepathic, and it would obey your telepathic commands, and it would be the ultimate object. It would be, in fact, what Terence has said called the transcendental object at the end of time. You know, and we thought that this was how you could create this thing. Well, you know, 50 years from now, downstream from all that, I understand that we were just nuts. Because obviously it didn't happen. I mean, we tried to create this thing. And the prediction was that once we created it, it would propagate through basically space-time and would collapse the space-time matrix. And it would end history, and, you know, we'd all move into the singularity, you know, pretty much instantaneously. Talk about messianic inflation, you know, this was messianic inflation on steroids. The mushroom was downloading all this stuff, like the blueprints, how to do this, you know, to me. It was like, and I was writing furiously, this is the procedure, what we must do. We must take mushrooms, we must include ayahuasca in there, because there needs to be harmony in this mix, because harmony is the resonator. Harmony actually, in ayahuasca, it's the MAO inhibitor that activates DMT, but in this particular instantiation, it was the interpolator. Harmony interpolates into DNA. And this is known, this is scientific fact. It intercalates into DNA, so harmony became the resonator, the antenna effectively, that could set up this standing waveform. And the instructions were downloaded, and it was like, this is what you have to do. You have to sing to the mushroom in this way, in this very, very controlled situation, and you will create this artifact. I don't normally cop to this, you know. I mean, yeah, you're looking at me like, gee, should I call somebody? Hold on. I mean, I'm sane. I can't. This isn't the craziest thing I've ever heard. At the time, I was. Well, so we did this, right? And I performed this experiment, and the prediction was that this was going to happen. Well, obviously, it couldn't happen. It would violate every law of physics. No, you know, if this has happened. But
now, would this thing hypothetically only appear when you're under the influence of psilocybin mushrooms or DMT, or would this actually appear when you're not under the influence?
Our supposition was that once it was there, it would be there. Yeah, it would be something that would be controlled by thought, and it would have access to all information, and it would have access to all. Effectively throughout the cosmos, it would be a standing waveform, like an electron in some ways. You know, the electron doesn't have a boundary. Its boundary is space-time itself. This would be like that, but there would be a physical part of it that we connect. That would be the time. A time everything machine, a time machine, a UFO machine, the transcendental object at the end of time, the ultimate technology, you know, that would be made from our brains, our nervous system, our thought, and that of the mushroom. And that, you know, this would be it. Well, that didn't happen. That couldn't happen. We did the experiment. And at first, doing this in the dark, in the hot, and there's a light, you know, on the mushroom in front of it. And after I made the third scream. You probably read about this, right, in the book. After I made the third, then the light from my Ruana, my Serapi, fell on the mushroom and exactly bisected it. And I was looking at it, and I looked at Terrence and I said, "This is our world. This is what we're looking at." And it did. We had this idea that this was all being controlled by, dome-headed beings from 22,000 miles out in orbit that were directing the whole thing, And I said, "This is our world." And so what happened was, because what we projected couldn't possibly happen, but what happened was that I basically detached from reality, for about 2 weeks. And Terrence detached from reality also, but in a different way. It was like in a complementary way. This was about taking a template, kind of a reverse negative image of each other's DNA, because we were brothers, right? I mean, it was an opposite. It's very hard to articulate. It was articulate. It was hard to articulate it even then. But even more so now, because I'm so distant from it. At the time, it made perfect sense. It made perfect sense to Terrence and me that this had happened. And at the end of this experiment, we thought, we have succeeded. We succeeded, but the timing of the appearance of the stone, we thought of it as a stone, as in Philosopher's Stone. The timing for the appearance of this artifact, basically we were correct, incorrect about when it was going to manifest. It wasn't going to, it didn't manifest immediately, so the question is, well, when is it going to show up? And our companions who were there, who hadn't participated in this experiment, were like appalled, totally appalled. It's like, we need to get these people airlifted out of there and into a psychiatric facility as soon as possible. But it wasn't possible. And it's good that it wasn't possible, because that would have aborted what was happening, and that would have, I have no doubt that if that had happened, that would have left me at least insane, probably for the rest of my life, lost in this delusional place. I don't know what it would have done to Terrence, but the fact that we could not end it gave it all the possibility of the opportunity to play out. What played out over about the next 10 days or so was that Terrence, I became adrift in the cosmos. I was basically, I felt that I felt, well, there wasn't even I anymore, but this entity that I transformed myself into felt like I was, my circumference was identical with the circumference of the universe. I was, you've heard about being one with the cosmos. Well, man, I was one with the cosmos. I was the cosmos. But over the next 10 days or so, I began to condense. Each 24 hours, I started falling back together. And each 24 hours, I was a little more condensed. Like it started with the circumference of the cosmos. The next, it was the galactic cluster. The next, it was the galaxy. The next, the solar system. The next, Earth. The next, and each one, I was sort of coming back into my body and into my mind, and Terrence simultaneously. So I was 3 sheets to the wind. I couldn't look after myself.
10 days you had this was.
I forget the exact time frame. It was about 10 to 14 days.
Did you have any relationship to physical reality back on Earth? It was like, how did you get through the day?
Well, people had to look after me, and because I was jointing everybody, like my companion, for example, if I wanted to smoke a cigarette, I would ask Sarah to smoke a cigarette, and I could enjoy the cigarette that she was smoking. Or if I want, because I was connected to everybody, or if I needed to take a shit, I could ask somebody else to do it. They would do it, and that would, in my mind, of course not in reality, but in my mind. And so I was really divorced from what we would call reality. My brother, simultaneously, was hypervigilant. He did not sleep for 14 days. And he was constantly keeping an eye on me. He was looking after me, That's probably why I wasn't sleeping. I mean, it was probably, I've often joked, you've been trying to drive me crazy all of your life. Now you finally succeeded, so don't you feel guilty about that? And in fact, I think he probably did, because he was looking after me. He was making sure that no harm would come to me. But at the same time, he wasn't sleeping. And he was wandering the pastures day and night, mostly at night, just wandering the pastures, and he was thinking about time, thinking about cycles, thinking about the timing of this event related to the death of our mother, which had taken place like 6 months previously, and projecting time in the forward, and he was making all these diagrams on the ground with sticks about time cycles and all that. And eventually, those ideas became condensed or evolved to what became his theory about timeline zero, right? The time map effectively based on I Ching, but it took years to get to that point. But the kernel of that idea,
he thought something was going to happen in December of the year 2000.
In December of 2012. And where that date came from came out of our expectation of when was the stone going to appear. And in the early days there, when we were both still completely batshit and all this was happening, he used to take me to the pasture every morning and he'd say, "Give it to me. Give it to me. Make it happen." I don't know. What am I supposed to do? But it was like, we were trying to force the condensation of the stone. Eventually, I came back more or less to normal, and he did too. During that period, he also had this encounter with the UFO. I don't know if you've read that part.
No, I didn't read
the book. I mean, in one of these early morning wanderings, he was standing by the river and by the Choro, which was this waterfall. That's what La Chorro's named for. Looking across the river, and there were clouds across the river, and they started to boil and boil, and then this UFO condensed out of the clouds, and I didn't see this, so I can't vouch for it happened, but I believe it probably did. It came out of the clouds, and he was obviously terrified, and it became the usual flying saucer noises, and it was one of those things. It was an absurdity. It was the exact, other UFO researchers, people like Jacques Vallée and so on, have always talked about how there's an element of the absurd in a lot of these experiences. And this was that, because the flying saucer was an exact representation of Adamski's flying saucer, which he talked about, which he actually made a photograph of, which was shown to be, a fake made from a Hoover vacuum cleaner.
Really?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Adamski, George Adamski. He was a famous UFO nut back in this time, talking about UFOs and was probably just crazy. I should talk, right? But it was George Adamski. There you go.
The picture of his UFO.
Yes, that's a picture of his UFO. Yes, it was that UFO.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. God, the internet is a wonderful thing, or maybe not. But yeah, it was that UFO, and it was coming at Terrence Lowe, and it was humming, and it was very threatening. And he was like, "Fuck." He was terrified, and and then it just went over, and that was it. And I don't believe Terrence made this up. Why would he? Unless just to tell a good story, and it's possible. I mean, he was always happy to tell a good story. I can't verify it, but why? Why would that happen? So this was just one of many anomalous things that was happening. That was happening during this period. We were telepathic. We could understand each other. Our companions, like I say, were appalled. But Terry and I were in telepathic communication. What we were doing made perfect sense to us. We understood. And so a lot of what we were trying to do was to manifest not only this artifact, but this thing that comes out of the sound, which we call translinguistic matter, a new kind of language, where to say something was to see something. It's the unification of visual and auditory energy, so that if you spoke in this translinguistic language, you could manifest something, like casting a spell, effectively. To say it was to make it. Crazy stuff, and so that was it.
During that time, that whole entire period of 10 days, roughly, were you guys constantly taking mushrooms?
No, this was, we stopped taking mushrooms.
You had stopped. This was just like an after effect of that.
This was whenever we triggered. Yeah, we weren't taking mushrooms anymore. We didn't have to take mushrooms. This was not about being on mushrooms. We'd done the mushrooms, and maybe at toxic levels, maybe they were continuing in our system. Their half-life is short. They don't last days. They last hours. Right? And so, no, this was some... If you want to look at it biochemically, go the reductionist route for a minute. What did we do? We took a lot of mushrooms. We made it sound. We may have jammed open some system, in the neural system, maybe prolonged monoamine oxidase inhibition or something like that. If you want to reach out for a reductionist explanation, it could have been some kind of serious neural disruption of our neural chemistry, and eventually that re-equilibrated and we came down more or less. It took a while. So to continue this story, and sort of how it played out. I was pretty much dissociated for a long time. Terrence was looking after me. All our companions were worried. and he was, and I wanted to wander off. I wanted to go wander off because I needed to be out there healing people, right? And that was my thing. I had this messianic desire to share my powers, and heal people. Well, one day I got away from it, and I climbed the bell tower of the mission. And I started ringing the bell, and the whole community was alarmed. I mean, they already knew that these people were weird, and there was very strange stuff going on. But we hadn't really disrupted the peace of the community. But I broke that. And they was like, "What the fuck? Who is this guy? He's clearly gone bananas." And so they said, your friend is not in control, and for his own good, we're going to confine him. The police, it was a police outpost as well as a mission. We're going to put him in this room here and keep him there for a while. Hopefully he'll fall down, he'll calm down. Not in any way, just trying to be helpful, basically, not unkind. And I could care less because I wasn't really connected to it. And at the same time, about that time, one of our companions who were not participated in that, she was concerned, and she was thinking we needed to get out of there. And she also sprained her ankle rather badly. So that was sort of a trigger. It's like, okay, enough of this nonsense. We're going to call in a plane, have you guys airlifted out of here. We're going to get airlifted out of here, which we couldn't do. There's radio, there was a Bush pilot that would come deliver mail occasionally to La Chirera, like about once a month. So we put in an emergency call to him. And he took us out, and we went to Leticia, and we ended up in this hotel for a while. And I'm still, really pretty shaky. And Terrence, because he's hypervigilant, he was, looking after everything. Spent a few days in that hotel, and eventually, continued this condensation process, and pretty much returned to more or less my baseline. And then we went back to Bogota, and I arranged to come home. And at this point, I was like, I don't want anything to do with this. I just want to be a normal guy. I just want to get my feet on the ground. I don't know what. But whatever it was, I'm glad I'm functional, and I want to go home, and I want to study, return to the university, and just live my life, and so I did eventually go back. I changed my studies from what I had been studying. It was basically anthropology and religious studies, that sort of thing. After I started studying chemistry, I started studying harder sciences. I studied biology, pharmacology, chemistry, all that stuff. And part of the motivation for that was that Terrence was saying, even before he'd done the experiment, but afterwards, definitely he was saying, science will never explain this, And I was saying, well, wait a minute, we're not scientists, so you can't say that until we know how to do science. You can't really dismiss science. And so I thought, I'm going to study science. And that was kind of what put me on that trajectory. Terrence, on the other hand, was convinced that we had succeeded. And the timing of this, that effectively that the timing of the appearance of this, or this anomaly in the cosmic space-time stream, we just didn't wrong about when it was going to happen. So in some sense, I mean, it sounds cruel to say it, I don't mean it to, he persisted for years with the idea that we had succeeded. And he built the timeline around this idea, and he built a career around it. And he was such a persuasive speaker that he got a lot of people to buy into it, you know. And I was pretty much a skeptic at the time. I've always been kind of a skeptic of the time wave. I think the time wave was a beautiful mathematical construction of around the I Ching. It is not a picture of, it's not a map of time. It doesn't have any predictive qualities. It works very well as a calendar, and if he left it at that, we've gotten a lot of recognition from sinologists and scholars of the I Ching, but not much else. But by insisting that it predicted, you know, this eruption of this anomaly in the space-time, and there were many dates along the way that were identified, you know, with like cometary passages and this sort of thing, kept revising the dates, and eventually settled on this date of December 21st, 2012, you know, which didn't hurt that. He arrived at that date independently by looking at all these maps of 384-day cycles based on the I Ching. 384 days is 6 times 64, right? I Ching is all about sixes and multiples of sixes because of the hexagrams. So he settled on this date of December 21st, 2012, and then it came to his attention that that was actually a very key date in the Mayan calendar, the end of the 13th October, in which the, you know, another one of these world transitions was predicted in the Mayan calendars. Not the end of the world, but some people interpreted it that way. So we thought, well, that's affirmation that, you know, we're on the right track here. So we'll set that as the end date. And it should happen at that time. And you know, he didn't live to see it, you know. But there was a lot of excitement about that date because of the Mayans, and largely because of the memes that Terence was had released into the memosphere. A lot of people were excited about that date, and they expected something to happen. As you know, there were, you know, watch party people going down to, you know, Palenque and places like this to wait for it, and so on. I remember. Nothing happened. You know, it was like the biggest non-event in human history. You know, so that was, to my mind, that was the definitive, you know, invalidation of the time wave. I mean, Terence and I used to argue about the time wave, or so we say have lively discussions, because I was a skeptic, and I was saying for all sorts of reasons, this doesn't really, it's not really a map of time. You know, I mean, the idea was that the wave described the progression of novelty into the continuum. And this is a concept that goes back to Alfred North Whitehead. Alfred North Whitehead talks about novelty as something that appears. Novelty is basically that every day something happens that never before occurred in the history of the universe. You know, novel events, right? And the time wave is an attempt to chart the ingression of novelty into the continuum, the aggression of novel events, and to quantify them, you know, and that was what it supposedly did, it charted. And the end of the time wave was the ultimate ingression of novelty, when this would all collapse into a singularity because the cycles were in a spiral, getting tighter and tighter all the time, right? Going back really billions of years or even trillions of years. But in the last nanoseconds of the time wave, everything was going to just collapse. Just it would be a complete transformation, you know. And so that was the theory. That was the idea.
Spiral makes sense because he talked about time speeding up, right?
Right, and the fractal nature of time. All of these cycles were fractals of each other, getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
Right.
Until finally they're basically nanoseconds and even less. So it's like you know, how a black hole is a singularity based on mass. And if it's small enough, you get a singularity. Well, this was a temporal singularity. You know, this was the collapse of the temporal continuum, you know, into something that could not be described by the laws of physics. And Terence and I used to have these conversations, and I would say, well, Terence, the problem with the time wave theory is that it can't be disproven, right? You cannot define the criteria that would disprove it, you know, and so it's not a theory, because this is what science does, right? Science constructs hypotheses, it constructs suppositions, essentially, very highly structured suppositions about a phenomenon in nature or some process and so on. And if you practice science honestly, you construct a hypothesis, and then you say, you try like hell to demolish it. And you try to say, what data does this not account for? What are the incompletenesses? What are the deficiencies of the hypothesis? And then you either try to answer those, you elaborate the hypothesis, you revise it, try to account for the data that it doesn't account for, or you shit can the whole thing and replace it with something else. This is like the transition between Newtonian mechanics and relativity. I mean, Einstein came up with relativity, and in a normal experience of reality, that we experience on the macro level, Einstein's Newtonian mechanics works perfectly well. But at these relativistic dimensions and speeds and so on, that all falls apart. And it's real. And Einstein came along and said, well, this experience, this relativity explains this. No, it doesn't appear to make sense because we're not in that relativistic places all the time. But this does actually explain it. And so in science, this happens. One paradigm gives away to another as new information comes available. And that's what we were postulating or what Terence was postulating. Well, so the time wave failed its definitive test. December 21st, 2012 came along and nothing happened. And that was kind of the ultimate test that he postulated.
Does that ultimately mean that it means that it failed, or is it possible that it could happen sometime in the future at another date? And that's the thing about Terence was, I think, self-admittedly very slippery with his ideas, right?
You got it. Well,
just going on these psychedelic voyages and downloading this knowledge and being able to form it into a coherent idea that you can articulate with words. Some of these concepts and these ideas, almost by design, cannot be measured and weighed scientifically, right? They don't necessarily pass scientific method muster, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they're not useful, right?
No, they are useful. I mean, all of this. I mean, here's the thing in science: you never prove anything. You know, all hypotheses, all scientific concepts. Science is simply a way of asking very structured questions about nature. You know, you never prove your hypotheses because there always may be data that comes in next week, next month, 50 years from now, 100 years ago that invalidates your hypothesis. So all you can say is based on the data that we have, what we know now, this hypothesis, whatever it is, appears to be valid. You know, that's the way science works. And that was what was lacking in Terence's construct. He was arguing, he was trying to prove it. And you don't arrive at proof. All you can do is say what we suppose, the hypothesis that we constructed, we can't disprove it. And I guess you could say that, but the thing is, there's not enough. The time wave in itself doesn't have enough data to really be able to say that, because in some ways there are holes, there are big holes that you can drive a truck through. For example, it does not take account of relativity. It does not take if it's a model of time. There, you know, like the work that the guy that you have on the podcast, time is not something that applies to the entire universe. There are regions where time is different than where it is now. That's why the idea of time travel is actually a possibility. You know, but the time wave is like, nope, this is it. This describes the entire space-time continuum, and it didn't, obviously. And there are other things that, well, actually, again, it's you know, I don't want to feel like I don't want to sound like I'm putting my brother down. I mean, I have tremendous respect for him, and he was a brilliant guy. But the way he was trying to prove the time wave, the time wave was more about him than it was about time. It was about his personality, his understanding of history, which was, you know, deep. I mean, he was an incredible scholar of history, and it was about, you know, one of the things that we used to have in our conversations about novelty was, what is really novel? What is novelty? And we talked about, I mean, and he said, well, events like the first time an atomic bomb was ever detonated on the Earth. That's a novel event. You know, so that would be a spike. That would be a major, like, marker to put down in this evolution of novelty, or the first time an animal was cloned, or various, you know, kinds of scientific discoveries. But I would say, so he was sort of a proponent of the eruptive idea of novelty. Things burst into the continuum, you know, and are these novel events. And I advocated the idea that novelty kind of leaks into the continuum, it kind of oozes into the continuum. For example, you couldn't get to the atomic bomb. Einstein had to have the idea first about E equals mc squared, and then all these physicists came along and they developed, you know, nuclear reactions, controlled nuclear reactions, all of these things. These were novel events, but they didn't get a lot of attention. But they created the foundation of new discoveries, so that when the bomb finally, you know, exploded, it was possible to develop that because the foundation of understanding was there, and those were novel discoveries, but they were dramatic, you know, in that way. You know,
yes. No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you had, yeah.
So
It's not like
novelty is there all the time.
Right.
You know?
Yes. It's a compounding progression, right? Things emerge out of other
Exactly.
ideas. Bigger ideas emerge from smaller ideas combined, with collaboration and the evolution of ideas and these things.
Exactly. And this was so Terrence, he approached this. He was not a mathematician, although the time wave was a mathematical construct. He was not a statistician, which would have been useful, to bring the theory to it. He was basically a historian, and so he was mapping with this time wave was his view of history. And there are maps of the time wave. I think they're reproduced in True Stations. These huge maps. And the idea that time is fractal, that every cycle is a reflection of the super cycles and the sub cycles, so that you can see these historical resonances, and it's a fascinating idea.
It is.
And in some sense, it's true, but I don't think you can redo it. Reduce it to a mathematical construct that you can, people have put the time wave into software, and you can run all sorts of programs and so on. But at the end of the day, it's Terrence's view of history that's being mapped.
What do you think his primary motivations were with all this stuff? What drove him?
Terrence was a complex person.
Yeah,
very complex person. I think a few things drove him. I think that first it was just curiosity. I mean, there was no motivation really except an interest in understanding. And he was having these revelations, and they seemed valid. And he was taking psychedelics. And he was just a curious person, and that's a very good quality in a scientist or anyone else. I don't think he would call himself a scientist because he dismissed science. He said science is never going to answer this, but I think eventually he reached a point where it became a shift. He built a career on this,
right?
And talking about the time wave and talking about psychedelics and being such a excellent speaker. I used to tell him, you could stand up there and read the phone book, and people would be hanging on every word, because it's not what you say. It's how you say it, and I used to tell him, he hated for me to go to his seminars and so on, because I was the only one that would ever stand up and say anything. And everybody else is just slack-jawed, and I would sometimes get up and say, well, what you said 20 minutes ago didn't make sense. What you're saying now doesn't make sense, and it exactly contradicts what you just said. And he would just say, well, consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, and just carry on.
That's consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds. Oh wow.
So it became an act in a certain way, and it was a career, and people wanted to listen to it. Honestly, his best talks were not about the brothers McKenna or the time wave idea. I mean, he talked about those things a lot, and these ideas. His best talks, in my opinion, were when they drew from his vast knowledge of history and esotericism and alchemy and Jungian psychology and all that. And some of those talks are just mind-boggling, and they do not really have to evoke this this delusion. I mean, this is the thing. It's like I had this experience. I had this serious break from reality. Eventually, I recovered. In some ways, you could say Terrence didn't recover. You know, he would remain invested in this delusion rather, that began at La Chirera, and it really persisted throughout most of his life. And he couldn't let it go. You know, and at a certain point, he reached a point where I know later in life he had doubts, a lot of doubts, and there were other people who came along who were mathematicians who were better. They actually understood the timing better than he did, and they came forward. And he, I think, later in life, he began to feel that, you know, the idea was valid, you know, and it really disturbed him. It really dismayed him because by this time it was his career, you know, and you know, I can understand, you know, why he would not want to let it go, but sometimes you have to let things go, you know, and then of course at the same time, you know. So I know that the years before the end of his life were very difficult. You know, he was depressed in a lot of ways, and you know, people who, I mean, Terrence was like this huge, iconic public figure, you know, but he's also a person. He had a family. He had, you know, a difficult marriage. He had, you know, personal things, the kind of thing that we all have to deal with because we're human, whether we like it or not, and we have to deal with those things. And I think that his public persona and meeting the expectations of his fan base became, you know, difficult for him. Very, almost like he wanted to retreat from home, you know, in a certain way, through self-doubt, you know. And I used to tell him, well, later in life, you know, although we had been so close all this period, we sort of drifted apart. And but then when he got sick again, I was there for him very much, and I was sort of, I would say, you know, you don't have to believe in this. You don't have to be anything other than just be yourself, you know, because you are a remarkable person. And you don't have to meet other people's expectations, you know, but he always sort of, he was reluctant to give that up. And I guess anyone would be. And in some sense, I'm sort of glad that I never, you know, I sort of didn't go for this high public visibility thing, right? Especially after, you know, I mean, I went back to school and I said, okay, I'm going to do science, damn it. And I'm going to be an ethnobotanist. I'm going to pursue that. That's what I want to do. And I don't have to be a super famous person. And so I did that, and I kind of deliberately stayed in the background, and I pursued these other pathways, you know, which I continue to pursue. And I don't have to tie myself or my ideas to a concept that basically you can't prove. Right. You know, so I just said, okay, not that I don't, I mean, it's complicated to talk about. It's not that I dismiss what went on. In some ways, you know, I was 20 when we went to La Chirera. Terrence was 24. Most of our lives have been lived in the shadow of the events that happened at that time, you know, but I'm 74 now, so a lot of years have gone by since then, And I've lived a life, and I've made a career such that it is, and I've, made contributions to the field of ethnobotany, and, mostly that. I mean, some neuroscience, but that was kind of a detour when I did my postdocs, but always with, psychedelics have been the continuing carrot for me and Terrence for all of our lives. I mean, that's what got us fascinated, and we each pursued it in our own way, and I continue to pursue it. It's not my obsession. I'm not fanatical about it. I just think they're very valuable. People say, for example, one of the, so you did all these things, and you didn't disrupt the space-time continuum. You didn't do any of this. None of this stuff happened. What happened? What was important about that? I'll tell you what was important, as I view it. We brought back the spores of the mushrooms from La Chirera, and we played around with those for a couple of years, trying to figure out how to grow them. Finally, almost by accident, I figured out how to grow them. And the initial very simple technique, growing these things out of mason jars and all that. Very simple. I basically tried, there was a mycologist worked for the USDA who published this paper in Mycologia, how you could grow small amounts of Agaricus bisporus on sterilized substrates in mason jars for genetic research and that sort of thing. And I had the spores, I had the mycelium, and I decided, well, give it a shot, let's see if it works. And what do you know, it worked very well. So suddenly mushrooms were back in our lives again. We had access to mushrooms, and we were very happy about that. And we decided to publish this book, Psilocybin Magic Mushroom Growers Guide, which is still available. And we published it, and it got a lot of notice. And now, of course, there are lots of simpler, better ways to grow mushrooms. This was it was a simple technique that almost anybody could do. We published this book, and it got a lot of notice. So people say, what was the real impact of our trip to La Chirera? That was the impact. This had a tangible effect on society because it brought mushrooms basically within the reach of anyone. Anyone with a bit of patience and a spare room could grow lots of mushrooms if they wanted to. And we did. And those mushrooms got out there, the book got out there. So that had a social impact. Nothing supernatural about it or anything. It was just, we sort of stumbled on this method, and we shared that method. And that's had a big impact because at that period, psychedelics were not popular. Psychedelics were, very much oppressed by the government, and a lot of people were scared, but people that were really interested had a way to, as Terrence sometimes once said, just a simple way to get great dope out of mason jars. And people did. Yeah. And it kept them sort of alive and people's attention. So then later, when clinicians and people like that decided that they wanted to, start working with psychedelics, mushrooms were obviously the one to use because in some ways mushrooms are the ideal psychedelic. More than LSD or mescaline or some of these things.
More than DMT.
More than DMT. Why is that? Again, because the DMT only lasts 20 minutes.
Right. Well, unless you do it with the ayahuasca and from ayahuasca.
If you do it with ayahuasca, it lasts 6 hours or so. But ayahuasca is a botanical formulation. It's complex and all that. And psilocybin, you can synthesize it. And of course, clinical trials, the FDA likes they want to work with pure compounds. They're very biased toward pure compounds. You can work with natural drugs, but generally, if you're like an investigator, like Roland Griffiths, for example, and Johns Hopkins, people have started doing clinical studies. They expect you to do it with pure compounds. And psilocybin is easy to make if you're a good chemist. Albert Hoffman synthesized it in 1958. And so it sort of kept it on the radar. And then when people were looking at it from a therapeutic point of view, psilocybin seemed a natural choice, and it has a lot of things that recommend it, because it lasts about the right amount of time. It's 6 or 7 hours. The long, like LSD, is 12 to 18 hours, depending. Mescaline is, you have to take higher doses, and it lasts a long time. So it lasts about the same time. It's very non-toxic. It's totally compatible with human metabolism. And it's a kick-ass psychedelic. I mean, depending on the dose, it can be a fairly mild experience, but still very interesting. Or in a higher experience, it could be, complete with visions and all that. It can really be, it can really be therapeutic. Like Wade Davis says a story he tells. He said, well, our parents back in the 60s, they said, you must never take these things, because if you do, you'll never be the same again. That's the fucking point. Right?
Yeah. That goes to something I wanted to ask you. Do you think there is a fundamental change in the brain that lasts, and how long does it last when you take these psychedelics, whether it be ayahuasca, DMT, or psilocybin? And is there like something that is unlocked?
Yes. The answer is, the data is coming out that in fact there are long-term changes in the brain in a beneficial way. So there are short-term changes. There's the trip that you have, and the trip that you have, the therapeutic sort of mechanism behind the benefits of psychedelics, whether it's psilocybin or LSD or whatever. You've heard of this concept of the default mode network. That's a neuroscience term. The default mode network is basically the neural mechanisms that internal neural feedback mechanisms that maintain what we call ordinary consciousness, effectively. Our focus on space and time, our sense of self and being localized. Ordinary consciousness, that's the default mode network. Most of the time, the default mode network is where you want to be. Because you want to be functional. You want to be able to drive a car, get up and go to work, pay the mortgage, do these things, ordinary functioning. But it can also be a trap. And particularly for people with intractable depression and that sort of thing, their default mode network in some ways is dysfunctional. And they don't, they're in these feedback loops that are harmful, that are not supporting their mental health. What the psychedelics do is they temporarily disable that default mode network. They effectively let you step out of your reference frame. That's another way to think about it. It lets you look at your situation from a different perspective. You've stepped out of your reference frame. So if you look at your depression or your trauma, your addiction, or various problems that you're facing, you could look at that in a different way. And in that way, you sort of defuse it. You could sort of overcome that, and you can resolve a lot of those things. So that's the medium therapeutic benefit of something like psilocybin. It would have maybe one session they do it, or it may take 2 or 3, but basically it will resolve it. However, what they now know is there are persistent changes that last longer than that, long after the trip is over. What we're seeing is, by we, I mean neuroscientists, not me, so this is all in the literature. What's happening is there is a change in connectivity of the synapses in the brain, sort of a arbors and change that reflects these changes that you're having in the therapeutic state. Connectivity, and also the 2 words are synaptogenesis, forming of connections between neurons, and neurogenesis, which is growth actually of new neurons. Psilocybin and other psychedelics initiate these processes. So yes, it rewires your brain in ways that are beneficial largely. So
I noticed this. This could have been placebo, but I noticed after the DMT, which I've never noticed with anything else, is that I felt like I was thinking differently.
Yeah, you do.
Like I was able to see problems from multiple angles at once. It was very strange.
That's exactly right. It changes your perspective on things, and this can be very, very helpful and very therapeutic, particularly if you're dealing with something like intractable depression. I mean, so-called major depressive disorder, which is a clinically defined state, is what psilocybin was initially approved for in clinical studies. But now that it's getting approved, it's applied to all these other things. For example, smoking cessation. There are studies with smoking cessation with psilocybin. Lifetime serious cigarette addicts, 3-pack-a-day people over decades, the treatment with psilocybin over 3 or 4 treatments with the proper integration, preparation, all that, 3 or 4 treatments, 80% of those people stopped smoking, just stopped. And you know why? I think, being experienced myself with psilocybin and also a former smoker, psilocybin didn't make me stop smoking. Various other things did. But I think what people, if they come into it with a real sincere desire to stop smoking, they have this experience and they look at what they're doing to their body and how, they're poisoning themselves. And it's like the reaction is repulsion or revulsion, and it's like they're able to stop. And no other treatment for smoking cessation even comes close. 80% of the sample, these were lifelong smokers.
This is so fascinating.
This is all done at Johns Hopkins. This is Matt Johnson's work, basically one of Rowan Griffith's proteges at the time. So that's an example of these things. But the thing is, you do not have to be sick to benefit from psychedelics. It's approved for therapeutic uses, but things like PTSD and addiction and so on. But it can be used to benefit people as well, because it does. It improves your outlook. It improves the way that you think. In fact, one of my colleagues, I was going to recommend that you bring him on the podcast, a good friend of mine and Terrence, a guy named Bruce Damer.
How do you spell his last name?
D-A-M-E-R. He's an exobiologist. He's an engineer and a biochemist, and he studies exobiology is the study of extraterrestrial life. Well, there is no extraterrestrial life that we have to study right now. So what he studies is the origin of life. And he and his colleagues have developed some very groundbreaking theories about the origin of life. And you can look him up. You can look up his website and all that. But what's interesting is that psychedelics has been very useful to him as a creative tool, effectively as a scientific tool, tool for thinking about nature and new processes. He's even founded an organization called Minds.org, which is he and some colleagues are developing structured protocols to use psychedelics to apply to scientific problems. Because again, it's this ability to step out of your usual reference frame. Yeah, you can look at your own problems. You can also look at nature, and you can see things about processes, about natural processes that you miss. One of the things I often say about psychedelics, they bring the background forward. You know, yes, right? Great way of putting it. That's the default mode network. The default mode network is defined by what it excludes from your awareness, right? Because it makes sure that your attention is focused on the immediate things you need to survive. If you're on the freeway at 90 miles an hour, you really don't want elves materializing out of the, you don't need that. That's not. Yeah. But if in a controlled state, and this is why the concept of set and setting is so important. In the proper set and setting, you're in a situation where you can let that default mode network dissolve, and then all the things that it's filtering out can come in, and you can experience it in a non-threatening situation. And you can experience this background, which is always there, but we're genetically and evolutionarily programmed to exclude those things, especially in the West. An indigenous person has much less of this. If you go into a forest with an indigenous person, who lives in nature, that person is likely to notice processes that are always going on, but you don't see them. You don't see them until they're pointed out, right? Because you're programmed not to see them. Like what kind of processes are you talking about? Just anything you might look at, the way an anthill works, the way the sunlight, the sun lands on a leaf, the way ecosystems work, and all of this. You can sort of psychedelics can be a lens. Effectively, it's like a scientific instrument. You can train that. You can look at phenomena, maybe things that you've looked at before that you feel that you understand very well. But when you look at them from a psychedelic perspective, you notice things that you never noticed before. And this has been proven. I mean, there are people who have won Nobel Prizes based on this. Jerry Mullis, for example, is famous for, he discovered the PCR. Yeah. And he's quite out front. He was like LSD, gave me tools to understand this process, that gave me the ability to, as he put it, get down among the molecules and see what was going on. And so Bruce Danger and his colleagues are effectively, they're trying to develop, structured protocols to use psychedelics for this kind of thing, for problems of physics, chemistry, mathematics, and so on. All these people are, obviously far gone nerds, but very, very smart people. And Bruce is just an amazing person. given talks at our ESPD conferences. The last one, ESPD is something that McKenna Academy did, the Ethnopharmacologic Search for Psychoactive Drugs. It was one of 2 conferences that we did, and the ESPD 55 was in 2022. If people go to the website, they can see that. You can listen to Bruce's talk and all the other talks too. You might want to draw that conference to people's attention. And just he's an incredibly brilliant mind, and all the people that he's working with. And he also, another interesting thing about Bruce is he is one of these people that he's one of these people that naturally could get into this psychedelic place. He talks about endowaska. He seems to be someone that's able to induce psychedelic experiences based on his own neurochemistry. Wow. There are people like this. And he told me that's why I never took psychedelics for so long, because I didn't really want to disrupt this. I told him, forget it, Bruce, take psychedelics. And he did.
What took me so long to jump to the DMT thing, to experiment with DMT, was because my only experience with marijuana, and I'm an extreme lightweight. So I could many times go way overboard by accident to where I'm white knuckling my chair and hurling through the void of my deepest, darkest fears, and everything is coming at me at once, and everything is the worst case scenario. Every worst case scenario I can imagine in my life is all happening to me simultaneously, and it's terrifying.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the experience with DMT. But going back to that, even though it's so terrifying and my worst fears are creeping in, there's always something positive I can take from it. Yes. There's always at least one thing. Where's the? I need a pen. Where's a pen? I need to write this down. Like something I can pull out of that alien realm that is going to be extremely useful for me.
That's right. You can do that, and this is where nobody wants to have terrifying experiences, but sometimes it does. This is where set and setting comes in. Especially with these strong psychedelics, you have to pay attention to set and setting. And I assume that a lot of your terrifying experiences were on cannabis, right? Cannabis can be very much like a psychedelic at high doses, And but set and setting are the key variables. Leary and Michener and all these people were right back in the 60s. They were talking about it. So setting, obviously, is setting is where you do it. I mean, you want to do it in a place that you feel comfortable, that you feel safe. Those are the main things that, whether outside or inside or whatever, that's less important as long as you feel like you're in a safe environment. Because you're deliberately putting yourself in a situation where you have to let all your defenses down, all this dissolve, this default mode network, let it dissolve. That can be very threatening, and a lot of people, have a hard time. So put yourself in a place where you can just say, whatever happens, I'm not going to die, I'm safe. These drugs are not going to kill me. It's okay, Scent is much more complicated. Sometimes people say, well, scent is your intention or what you want out of the trip. And so, well, it is partly that. But scent, to my mind, is you. Scent is everything you bring to it. Your whole life, whatever you've learned, whatever you know, all of those things, that's the scent, right, that you bring to it, that's interacting in this setting that you very deliberately structured, and then the other two variables here, which are rarely mentioned, but obviously maybe there should be one. The other two variables, set and setting, then what is the medicine and what is the dose? Because those things are going to influence it. too. And this is what shamanism is useful for. I mean, in ayahuasca, for example, it's almost always taken in a group, and there's a curandero or a shaman or whatever you want to call that person. They are the person that are structuring in this setting. The structuring the setting basically through songs, through blowing smoke, through maybe other types of audio things, other types of things. But basically, they are controlling the setting, so that people can relax into it. And shamans, if they're good. I hate the word shaman because it's a Siberian word, and the curanderos are not shaman. Curandero is probably a better word, or ayahuasca, but these people, men and women, if they're experienced, they know how to do this, and they, in this state, they get very tuned into everyone in the group, almost telepathically. I mean, they can tell if we're having a hard time, they can tell, come over, blow a little mapacho smoke on you, maybe sing a song in front of you, maybe get you calmed down, or get you redirect what you're doing. That's their job. That's what shamans do. So this idea of taking high amounts of these things, it's good to have somebody like that, or have a therapist. A therapist can do it. I think psychotherapy, like psychedelic psychotherapy, is evolving more toward what shamans do. That's integrating some of those methodologies.
Then there's like telemedicine shamans now. You can literally like order a shaman to come to your house and do this whole thing with you now.
There you go.
Right? Like that's a service that people provide now.
Right. Here's your Uber call.
Yeah. Just get on your app, order your shaman, and you're ready to roll.
This is all right. This is good. I mean, I think it's good. I think it's good to have, what we used to call a sitter, and sometimes a sitter is enough. A sitter,
I think so too.
Be a shaman, but maybe just a trusted friend.
Yes.
Not even necessarily in the same room, but if you get upset, hey, having a hard time, come in and pat my knee or whatever, and because you're putting yourself in a unusual state that can be terrifying. But as you point out, there's always something to be learned.
Yes.
I mean, even the terrifying experiences are sometimes they're the most valuable.
Definitely. Yeah, it's a great thing to use as a tool, and so it's why it's so frustrating that our culture and our society and our government, which is co-opted by businesses and pharmaceutical industries, things like this, that pressure our society to outcast these things, and label them as these evil substances that will kill you, and they're, it seems like we're going in the wrong direction,
Well, I think it's changing, though, particularly with psychedelics. Psychedelics, there's a lot of research has accumulated now to show that they do have these benefits. That if properly used, they can be used. They're not harmful. They can be very helpful. So it's kind of shifted the conversation from what it used to be. This has all been happening since Roland Griffith started working with psilocybin and getting FDA approval and playing it straight in terms of he was a serious neuroscientist and so on. But now their benefits are being recognized. But here's the thing: I look at psychedelics they're basically a technology.
Yeah.
any technology can be misused, and any technology will be misused. You can be sure of it. A lot of times there are whole issues about people, shamans or self-styled shamans that use that to dominate people, sexual abuse, all of this stuff. Now, this doesn't happen in so-called therapeutic situations.
This happens
in anything. What the problem that I think in the conversation about drugs has always been that drugs are identified as the demon. Drugs are just drugs. They just have the properties that they have. The moral quality of how you use them comes from us, and that's true of any technology.
Yes.
The choices we make in terms of how to use the technology, be it drugs or atomic weaponry or anything, it comes down to us.
Yeah.
We're the moral compass, not the technology is neutral.
But the biggest difference is it doesn't prey on those desires. Like it doesn't, other drugs like alcohol or nicotine or these other things, they all rely on this dopaminergic pathway,
right.
And you get addicted to it, and now you're using it to suppress other things. You're using it to suppress your, whether it be depression or any other sort of psychological thing you have going on.
Sure.
Where it can just send you down this vicious spiral, this dark spiral. But with the psychedelics, it's not something that you're going to be, in most cases, addicted to and abusing.
Right.
It's something that people are going to use as a tool. Like most people, when you talk to them about their DMT experiences or their psychedelic mushroom experiences, you'll ask them, they'll talk about it like they just got done tripping. And you'll say, look, when's the last time you did it? Oh, like 8 months ago, a year ago.
No, you don't necessarily go back to the well and drink again. They do not have this reinforcing effect, and that's exactly that's exactly right. These other drugs work through the dopaminergic pathway, right. And they reinforce you. You do it, and you want to do it again, and you want to do it again. And it's very, very hard to throw that off.
Cocaine is one of those.
Cocaine
we'll talk about.
Yeah, we will talk about that in that sense. Cocaine is definitely one of those. And psychedelics can be useful, again, by letting you step out of your reference frame and look at this addiction process. Maybe it's alcohol, maybe it's cocaine, maybe it's heroin, maybe it's tobacco. All of these things work directly or indirectly through this dopaminergic pathway. So does sex, for that matter.
Yes.
Sex involves anything that really sort of pushes the pleasure, but naturally you want to repeat it. But there's a point at which it becomes unhealthy, it becomes an obsession. And so looking at it through the perspective of psychedelics can help you get a handle on that. It helps you step away from it, it helps you defuse it. And that's the therapeutic power when it comes to addiction. It's all about this default mode network. And people, this default mode network, like we said, it's very useful. It's where you want to be most of the time. I don't like the term default mode network. I call it the reality hallucination.
The reality.
Our brain synthesizes a model of reality. You talked about simulations.
Yes.
This guy with the DMT and the simulations.
Yes.
I'm here to tell you, we are in a simulation. Everybody's in a simulation. Our brains simulate a model of reality. We live in that model of reality. We don't know what reality itself is because we're in this model of reality. And it's defined largely by what doesn't get through. I mean,
this is like the brain filter hypothesis.
It's exactly the brain filter hypothesis. The information comes to us through our sensory neural interfaces, kind of gets all mixed together inside, and extrudes a model of reality, which is what we experience as ordinary consciousness.
Yeah.
And then you can introduce another pharmacology or something else into it, a drug, meditation, another practice. You can change that model of reality. But you're always trapped in that model of reality. We can't even say that much about, because we can't even say that much about what's outside that model, because you take psychedelics and you realize the concept of inside and outside don't make sense. You're not really separated. And, we are all one, right? That is that's the psychedelic cliche, but it's true. We're not separated.
This is like Jung's idea of the archipelago of consciousness, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Where we're all connected under the water, but there's above, we're all little individual islands.
Right. We appear to be separate, and I'm a serious Jungian, and so was Terence. Jung was a deep influence, and I think that's exactly what's going on. So this reality hallucination, we can be grateful that we have it because it makes us functional, but it can also go off track. It could be dysfunctional.
Well, it's millions of years of our brains evolving to survive, right? To evolve and to push our species into the future.
Yeah, and when it, when it does get disrupted, it's a problem. But then we come along and we say, my reality hallucination is turning into a bummer. It's not fun anymore. And then you can take a psychedelic and you can disrupt it.
Right.
You can reprogram it, and you don't have to worry, because the brain and physiological systems in general, they'll tend toward equilibrium. It's going to fall back together. It's going to fall back together in most cases. I mean, some people don't, but very rarely does people not recover from psychedelics. And even if there's a prolonged,
what do you mean recover? You mean like
get
they
back
stay
to
in the
ordinary
trance?
reality?
Oh, there's people that stay there?
Yes.
What do they do?
Well, they end up in mental hospitals, talking to entities that aren't there.
This is one of my biggest fears.
That's everybody's biggest fear, man.
Is it?
But it's, often, but it's very rare, for one thing. Even if you have these prolonged things, like my Lautrer experience, I was dissociated from reality as anybody could possibly be. If I was still in that place, people would just say, "Oh, poor Dennis, he just never made it back,"
Could you imagine? Imagine if you were never able to make it back and articulate what it was.
Right. I was scared about it.
Right.
But it did come back. And the interesting thing, hallucinogen persistent perception disorder.
What does it say? Non-psychotic disorder in which a person experiences apparent, lasting, or persistent visual hallucinations or perceptual distortions using drugs. Oh yeah, there's this guy who his name's Andrew Callahan, something like that. He's a really cool documentary. He makes a kind of like run and gun documentaries on YouTube, and he talks about how he experimented with, I think it was LSD when he was really young. I mean, when he was like 10 or 11, and he still sees these visual hallucinations in his visual field. Like he's not tripping per se, like as you,
right.
But he just has the visual part of it.
That's one of the symptoms of this, exactly.
And that's very rare when you're a kid, right? When you're young,
right? And you don't have the neural mechanisms to reintegrate. Interesting that you mentioned that. You should put the McKenna website back up, because we are having a seminar. We're having a virtual seminar in April called on this very topic. It's called. Can you go back? go to programs. So this is a virtual seminar that we're doing in April. And this is going to be, this is talking about this, psychedelics and psychosis,
Right.
Spiritual emergencies. If you scroll down, you can see the people going in. And it's going to be a very interesting one-day virtual conference. One of our board members, Dr. Ranjit Varghese, who is a psychiatrist. He has a ketamine clinic, but he's one of our board members. He's going to talk, and then these other people are going to talk, including a couple of curaderos. And all of this was sort of triggered by Lee Kaiser there on the right. Lee's a good friend of mine, and he's done a lot of medicine work with ayahuasca in the Sacred Valley. He's been into it for years, and he has had several of these psychotic interactions as a result of ayahuasca. And
psychotic, what do you mean?
Psychotic. So we just say prolonged dissociations from reality, whatever they are. Psychosis is such a hard word. But shall we say, he's had a couple of these, and so a lot of it he's going to share his experience. And the indigenous people, Enrique and Loiver, were involved in helping him get straightened out, get back to reality, using their traditional techniques, and they were far more effective than psychiatrists.
I had a friend once tell me that he used to take mushrooms all the time. This was a long time ago, and he said when he was tripping too hard, he would just do cocaine and it would pull him right out of it.
That's possible. That's possible. I know that's rather surprising, but it's possible because cocaine is going to focus you. I wouldn't reach for cocaine as necessarily the antidote to psychedelics, but maybe it brought him back to a point where he could, sort of come out of that.
When it comes to the drugs that are legal and illegal, and what are banned, and what we're not allowed to use, and what are only approved for certain therapies, right? It's just it's what people don't realize is we are literally walking bags of drugs.
Good point.
That we're never in one state. Our state is constantly evolving depending on what chemicals are taking over and the balance. It's just a constant balance of drugs and chemicals in our bodies.
That's right.
And it's so fun to experiment and offset that balance a little bit and see how that if it affects us positively or negatively.
That's exactly it. Yes, you touched on a point that I often make. We're made of drugs.
Yeah.
That's the thing. We are biochemical engines that work on drugs. Neurotransmitters, enzymes, hormones, all of this, we're biochemical engines. And maybe more than that. I'd like to think that there's a spiritual aspect. The functioning body is a biochemical machine that runs on drugs. So this is why drugs have their effect. If DMT, for example, we know that rather high levels, and there's, recent work has shown.
Read the AMA.
The focus was all about the pineal gland.
Yes.
And that
it's on the left-hand side. Read about Rabbi Rothschild. How'd you find out about me?
Pineal gland does make DMT.
Okay. Yeah, click the About Rabbi Rothschild on the left-hand side.
For which DMT is the neurotransmitter at levels comparable to serotonin.
DMT is in pretty much everything, right?
In fact, DMT is in everything. It's true. And you know why? It's in everything. It's because DMT is the simplest, molecularly the simplest psychedelic, and it comes from tryptophan. Tryptophan is an amino acid, one of the 20 that makes up proteins, right? So tryptophan is in every living thing, because it's one of the 20. And there are enzymes. DMT is 2 steps from tryptophan. There are enzymes that take off the carboxyl group, tryptophan amino acid. Decarboxylases, this class of enzymes called decarboxylases, remove the acid group, and then you get amine. So you get tryptophan, you remove the carboxyl group, you get tryptamine. You stick 2 methyl groups on that, another enzyme comes along called N-methyltransferase. I love biochemistry because the name of enzymes describe what they do, right? N-methyltransferase, it sticks methyl groups on things, CH3 groups on things. So 2 steps from tryptophan, you get DMT. And then from that, you get all these variations. Bufotenine, 5-methoxy DMT, psilocybin, you get this whole tryptamine family. No. But DMT is the primary hallucinogenic or psychedelic tryptamine, and it's the simplest one. It's not orally active. And actually, you could eat plants that contain DMT, and people do. It's the part of some people's diet, but because they're not taking MAO inhibitors, they never suspect they're taking a hallucinogen. For example, DMT occurs in oranges and lemons and things like that at low levels, but it's there. DMT, I think, not rare. Not all plants express DMT in great quantities, but it's there. And then some do actually produce significant amounts of it, like acacias, for example. Acacia, which is primarily, acacia is about 1,200 species, all.
You're good, big guy. Thank you for being so nice.
Sources of
you too.
Which ironically happens to be, they're known as wattles in Australia. Wattle is the national tree in Australia. There's no record that Aborigines use these things, but they have been there. And my theory is that there's probably trace amounts of DMT in all plants, because of these enzymes, decarboxylases and N-methyltransferases are pretty much involved in cellular processes at all levels. So nobody's going to do this and nobody's going to fund it. Well, then if you went out and just started picking plants at random and analyzing them for DMT, you would find trace amounts of DMT, and in some cases large amounts, and those are the ones that have become utilized, like the chacruna, psychotria, which is the admixture plant for ayahuasca, or these Anathemantherus snuffs that are the seeds are made into stuff, or the ukume that we were talking about, the verolas. They contain large amounts of DMT, and indigenous people have, they're very clever. They want to get high just like everybody does. Right. They become very clever at identifying these plants and learning how to prepare them.
Yeah, even through history, imagine how much drugs people were doing through antiquity, right? Like, they didn't have the cultural boundaries